was battling at that very time against midwinter gales on the final stage of his return voyage to Spain. He would land at Palos within the week. That year, the Christmas celebrations in Moscow were colored by very special emotions. Learned monks had been predicting for some time that no one would live to see the year completed. According to orthodox calculations, August 1492, the month when Columbus had set sail on his outward voyage, marked the end of the 7th millennium since the creation, and it had been widely foretold to be the end of the world. Indeed, no steps had been taken to calculate the church calendar for the following years. Although the Orthodox used the same Julian calendar that was current in the Latin Church, they had a different system for counting the anni mundi, the years of creation. Also, as in Byzantium, it was their custom to start the ecclesiastical year on the 1st of September. So, given their belief that the 7 days of creation were a metaphor for 7 millennia, and their dating of the creation to 5509 BC, AD 1492 was reckoned equivalent to 7000 AM, and the likeliest date for Judgment Day. The 31st of August was the critical date. Failing that, the crack of doom might be delayed until the 31st of December, the last day of the secular year, and the midpoint of the season of Nativity. When Epiphany was reached without incident, Moscow breathed a sigh of relief. Moscow, in fact, stood on the brink of a new career. Its Grand Duke Ivan III had not been counting on the Day of Judgment. He was nearing completion of grandiose plans to remodel the Kremlin, or fortified city, of his capital. By symbolic and ideological means, he was preparing to launch the powerful Russian myth, which was to be a fitting partner for Moscow's growing political might. Most of the cities of Rus had their Kremlins, but the Kremlin of Moscow, as redesigned by Ivan III, outshone anything that existed elsewhere. In January 1493, the vast enclosure of its red brick walls and tall round towers had been completed only a few months earlier. It covered an irregular triangle round a perimeter of 2.5 kilometers, enough to envelop half the city of London. At its heart was the airy expanse of an open square, round which were ranged 4 cathedrals and the Grand Ducal residence. The Cathedral of the Annunciation was in pristine state, having received its finishing touches only 3 years earlier. Its neighbour, the Uspensky Sabor, the Cathedral of the Dormition, the seat of the Metropolitan, was now 13 years old. It had been built by the Bolognese architect Aristotle Fioravanti, whose brief was to adapt the ancient Vladimir style to modern uses. It became a standard for Muscovite church architecture. Its interior provided a large open space, without galleries, under matching domed and vaulted compartments. Its frescoes were still being painted in the inimitable bright colors and elongated figures of Dionysius the Greek. On the other side of the church, the Raspalagenie, of the deposition of the robe, was 7 years old. The Arkhangelsky Sabor, with its Renaissance facade, was still on the drawing board. The Granovite Appallata, or Palace of the Facets, by Marco Rulto and Pietro Solano, so called from the diamond-cut stones of its facade, had just been occupied by Ivan's household. They moved in after several years sharing the house of his favorite minister. It replaced the former wooden hall which had served Ivan's predecessors for centuries. Few capitals in Christendom, short of Rome or Constantinople, could compare with such splendor. Within the Palace of Facets, Ivan's household was riven by the rivalry of 2 powerful women, Zoe Paleologos, his second wife, and Elena Stepanovna, his daughter-in-law. Zoe, the niece of the last Byzantine emperor, had married Ivan after the death of his first wife, Maria of Tver. Her preoccupation was to protect the interests of her 7 children, headed by the 13-year-old Vasily. Elena was the daughter of Stephen IV, Hospodar of Moldavia, and widow of Ivan's first heir and successor, Ivan the Younger, who had recently died. Her concern was to preserve the interests of her 9-year-old son, Dmitri. In 1493, Ivan III had not yet decided whether he should name his son Vasily or his grandson Dmitri to succeed him. He was to favor each by turns. The tension beneath the surface in the Kremlin must have been electric. Ivan III is popularly remembered in Russia as the Tsar who threw off the Tatar yoke. He might be better considered as an exponent of Tatar financial, military, and political methods, who used the shifting alliances of khans and princes to replace the Tatar yoke with a Muscovite one. In his struggle with the Golden Horde, whose hegemony he definitively rejected after 1480, his closest ally was the Khan of the Crimea, who helped him to attack the autonomy of his fellow Christian principalities to a degree that the Tatars had never attempted. From the Muscovite point of view, which later enjoyed a monopoly, Ivan the Great was the restorer of Russian hegemony. From the viewpoint of the Novgorodians or the Pskovians, he was the Antichrist, the destroyer of Russia's best traditions. When he came to write his will, he described himself, as his father had done, as the much-sinning slave of God. Ivan III had first called himself Tsar or Caesar 20 years before. He did so in a treaty with the Republic of Pskov, presumably to laud his superiority over other local princes, and he repeated the exercise on several occasions in the 1480s. But Tsar, though a cut above Grand Duke, was not the equivalent of the Byzantine title of Basileus. It could not be construed as a full imperial dignity unless accompanied by all the other trappings of empire. Caesar, after all, was the term that had been used to designate the co-emperors and deputy emperors of the supreme Augustus. In 1489, Ivan III had considered another proposition. In his dealings with the Habsburgs, he was told that a royal crown could be procured for him from the Pope. His standing in the West would certainly have been enhanced by regal status. But the title of Rex or Karol had connotations that offended Muscovite pride. To accept would be to repeat the alleged treason to the true faith which the Greeks had committed at Florence. So Ivan refused. "My ancestors," he explained, "were friendly with the emperors who had once given Rome to the Pope." What he did do, though, was to borrow the Habsburgs' imperial emblem, as from the 1490s the double-headed eagle began to appear as the symbol of state in Moscow as in Vienna, as indeed in Constantinople. Apart from its fears about the end of the world, the Muscovite Church was enduring a period of great uncertainty. It had broken with the Patriarch of Constantinople without yet finding a fully independent role. Unlike the Metropolitan of Kiev, who was a resident of Lithuania, the Moscow Metropolitan was elected by his bishops and headed an ecclesiastical organization which admitted no superior. For 40 years it had been impossible to reconcile this state of affairs with the absence of an emperor, and hence with the Byzantine tradition that church and state were indivisible. Just as there could be no emperor without the true faith, there could be no true faith without an emperor. Some had pinned their hopes on the reconquest of Constantinople for an Orthodox Christian emperor, the so-called Great Idea. Others hoped that some arrangement might be reached with the German emperor of the Latins, but that was rejected. The one remaining alternative was for Moscow to do what both Serbia and Bulgaria had done in the past, to find an emperor of their own. The immediate problem, however, was to draw up a new Paschal canon, with its calculations of the Easters for the 8th millennium. This is the task to which Metropolitan Zosimus had been putting his mind in the autumn of 1492. "We await the advent of our Lord," he wrote in the preface, "but the hour of his coming cannot be established." He then appended a brief historical summary. Constantine had founded the new Rome, and St. Vladimir had baptized Rus. Now Ivan III was to be the new Emperor Constantine of the new Constantinople, Moscow. This was the first indirect mention of the pedigree with which Moscow would now be clothed. Also in 1492, and also for the first time, the new Constantinople, Moscow, may have been given its more familiar label of the Third Rome. In that year, Archbishop Gennadius of Novgorod supposedly received a translation of the Roman legend of the White Globusk, and with it a preface explaining how a manuscript of the legend had been found in Rome. Scholars disagree about the age of this text, parts of which may have been interpolated at a later date. But it is not irrelevant that the preface contains a clear reference to Moscow as the Third Rome. The author of the preface is sometimes equated with a known translator who was working on the Apocalypse of Ezra. This work was part of Archbishop Gennadius' project to endow the Muscovite Church with a complete version of the Bible equivalent to the Latin Vulgate. Once the Russian principalities were brought to heel, Moscow's imperial ambitions would obviously be directed against the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Muscovy's western neighbor. Lithuania had benefited from the Mongol invasions, using its base on the northern periphery to expand its annexations among the fragments of the former Rus, just as Moscow had done. By the end of the 15th century, Lithuania, like Muscovy, controlled a huge swathe of territory, essentially the Dnieper basin, which stretched from the shore of the Baltic to the confines of the Black Sea. Unlike Muscovy, however, Lithuania was open to Western influences. For more than a century, the Grand Duchy had flourished under the personal union with Poland. By the 1490s, the Lithuanian court at Vilna and the Catholic ruling elite were to a large extent Polonized in language and political culture. The Lithuanian dynasty was in possession not only of Poland and Lithuania, but of Bohemia and Hungary as well. Unlike Muscovy, Lithuania permitted a wide measure of religious diversity. The Roman Catholic establishment did not impede either the numerical predominance of Orthodox Christianity or the steady influx of a strong Jewish element. Unlike Muscovy, the Orthodox Church in Lithuania had not broken with Constantinople, nor with its ancient Byzantine loyalties. The Metropolitan of Kiev had every reason to resist Moscow's separatist line, which was dividing Slavic orthodoxy and moving inexorably towards the formation of a breakaway Russian Orthodox Church. In January 1493, Moscow's relations with Lithuania were about to take a new turn. 6 months earlier, Casimir Jagiellonczyk, King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, had died, dividing his realm between his second and third sons. The Polish kingdom passed to Jan Olbracht, Lithuania to the unmarried Alexander. The eldest son was already King of Bohemia and Hungary. Ivan III had seen the possibilities. On the one hand, he was preparing an embassy which would travel to Vilna and would launch negotiations leading to a political marriage between Grand Duke Alexander and Ivan's daughter Helena. At the same time, he was setting conditions which would undermine the previous modus vivendi of the two states. For the first time in Moscow's history, he armed his ambassador with instructions demanding recognition of the hitherto unknown title of Gosudar Vsiei Rusi, Lord of all Rus. It was a classic diplomatic double hold, one part apparently friendly, the other potentially hostile. Ivan was deliberately pulling Lithuania into an engagement that called into question the future of all the Eastern Slavs. To make his point, Ivan staged a sensational demonstration. Sometime before Christmas, he had arrested 2 Lithuanians employed in the Moscow Kremlin. He charged them with plotting to poison him. The accusations against Jan Luchomski and Maciej the Pole did not sound very credible, but their guilt or innocence was hardly relevant. They were held in an open cage on the frozen Moskva River for all the world to see, and on the eve of the departure of Ivan's envoy to Lithuania, they were burned alive in their cage. As the ice melted under the fierce heat of the fire, and the heavy iron cage sank beneath the water, taking its carbonized occupants down in a great hiss of steam, one could well have imagined that something was being said about Lithuania's political future. The title, Lord of all Rus, did not possess much basis either in history or in current reality. It came into the same category as that whereby the kings of England laid claim to France. In the 1490s, 2.5 centuries after all traces of a united Kievan Rus had been destroyed, it had the same degree of credibility that the King of France might have enjoyed if, in his struggle with the German Empire, he had proclaimed himself Lord of all the Franks. By that time, it conflicted with the separate identity that the Ruthenians of Lithuania had assumed from the Russians of Moscow. Indeed, it all seemed sufficiently unreal for the Lithuanians to accept it as a small price to pay for Ivan's good humor. They were not to know it, but they were conceding the ideological cornerstone of territorial ambitions that would be pursued for 500 years. By 1493, therefore, all the main elements of the ideology of the Third Rome were in existence. There was an autonomous branch of the Orthodox Church looking for an emperor. There was a prince, related to the last Byzantine emperor, who had already called himself Tsar, and there was a claim to the lordship of all Rus. All that was lacking was a suitably ingenious ideologue who could weld these elements into the sort of mystical theory that was demanded by an intensely theocratic state. Such a man was at hand. Philotheus of Pskov was a learned monk of Pskov's Eliezer monastery. He was familiar with the biblical prophecies of Ezra and Daniel, with historical precedents from Serbia and the Second Bulgarian Empire, with the Pseudo-Methodius and the Chronicle of Manasses, and with the legend of the White Klobutsk. Such knowledge was not unique. Philotheus was unusual only in his willingness to use these things for the benefit of the Muscovite princes. Pskov, like Novgorod, lived in fear and trembling of Moscow. Most of its monks were fiercely anti-Muscovite. When they made references in their chronicle to Nebuchadnezzar's dream or to the four beasts of Daniel's vision, they were apt to do so in a manner that identified Nebuchadnezzar with Moscow. For whatever reason, Philotheus was prepared to turn the material round to Moscow's advantage. In 1493, in his early 40s, he held no office of authority in the monastery where he would later rule as higumen or abbot, and he had not yet written any of the public epistles which were to make him famous. But the ferment in the church which was to shape his views was already in progress. In due course he was to be the advocate of the total submission of all Christians to the Tsar, and of total opposition to the Latin Church. In his epistle to Ivan's successor, he enjoins the new Tsar to rule justly, because the world was now entering the terminal phase of history. And now I say unto thee, take care and take heed, pious Tsar. All the empires of Christendom are united in thine. For 2 Romes have fallen, and the 3rd exists, and there will not be a 4th. Thy Christian empire, according to the great theologian, will not pass away. And for the Church, the word of the blessed David will be fulfilled. She is my place of eternal rest. Later in his epistle to Munexin, Philotheus would fulminate against the astrologers and the Latins. And now alone the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church of the East shines more brightly than the sun in the universe, and only the great Orthodox Tsar of Rome, like Noah saved from the flood in the ark, directs the Church. Here, 20 years after Ivan III's death, but clearly inspired by his policies, was the definitive formulation of an ideology of church and state that left no inch for compromise. Later Russian tradition was to hold that Moscow had simply inherited the Byzantine mantle. In reality, whilst Byzantine forms were retained, the essence of the Byzantine ethos was lost. Muscovite ideologues had little interest in the universal and ecumenical ideals of East Roman Christianity. The most distinguished historian of these matters has described the ideology of Third Rome as a meretricious substitute. The Christian universalism of Byzantium was being transformed and distorted within the more narrow framework of Muscovite nationalism. Muscovite theology was disturbed in Ivan III's later years by a couple of related controversies that would both be settled in favor of the most uncompromising elements. One controversy centered on the views of a sect or tendency known as the Zhidovtsvuyushye, or Judaizers. The other centered on the supposed scandal of Christian monasteries growing rich through the possession of land. Joseph, abbot of Volokhamsk, was the organizer both of the anti-Judaizers and of the possessors. Landed property was inseparable from the power of the Muscovite Church, but it was opposed by a company of puritanical monks, led by the elders beyond the Volga, who cherished Orthodox monasticism's older eremitical tradition. Ivan III seems to have prepared a scheme for secularizing monastic wealth, but was persuaded to desist. Matters only came to a head after his death, when his former favorite, Patrikiev, now turned monk, published a new edition of the Nomo Canon, the Orthodox Manual of Canon Law. One of Patrikiev's associates, Maxim the Greek, who offered a non-possessorial interpretation of the Church's landed property, was lucky to escape with his life. The Judaizers provoked still greater passions. They had emerged in the 1470s in Novgorod, where they were said to have formed an anti-Muscovite faction. Their views were allegedly inspired by Jews from Poland and Lithuania, and their members were said to be clandestine adherents of Judaism. Their activities do not seem to have worried the Tsar, who appointed a suspect Novgorodian to be archpriest of the Uspensky Cathedral, and they may have enjoyed the support of Elena Stepanovna. Despite her council, convened in 1490 to examine charges of anti-Trinitarianism and iconoclasm, they continued to circulate in the highest circles. But Abbot Joseph did not give up. In 1497, in his Prasvetitel, or Enlightener, he named none other than Metropolitan Zosima as the chief Judaizer and sodomizer, a foul, evil wolf. Abbot Joseph and his partner, Archbishop Gennadius, were both admirers of the Spanish Inquisition, and their zeal was eventually rewarded by a grand auto da fe. They had succeeded in persuading their compatriots to believe what would prove a recurrent theme in Russian history, that evil came from the West. In their day, the West meant in the first instance Novgorod, and beyond Novgorod, Poland-Lithuania. Ivan III's diplomacy was taking the same direction. Diplomacy in those days moved extremely slowly. Muscovite embassies took anything between 6 months and 4 years to return and report from foreign countries, and ambassadors often found on arrival that the situation no longer matched their instructions. Even so, it was clear by the 1490s that the encirclement of Lithuania was becoming Moscow's top priority. Ivan's father had kept the peace with Lithuania for decades, and on his death Ivan and his mother had been entrusted to the care of my brother, the King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, Casimir. All this was being revised. By 1493, Ivan III was coming to the end of 20 years of intensive diplomatic activity. The common thread was to check and to encircle the Jagiellones. His treaty with Stephen IV, Hospodar of Moldavia, sealed by the marriage of his son, had tried in vain to prevent Moldavia paying homage to the Polish king. His scheme for an anti-Jagiellonian pact with Hungary was ruined by the sudden death of Matthias Corvinus and by the subsequent election of Władysław Jagiellon as King of Hungary. He even made contact with the independent dukes of Mazovia. As from 1486, Ivan III repeatedly exchanged embassies with the Habsburgs, who until then wrongly thought that Muscovy was a fief of Lithuania. In 1491, an Austrian envoy, Jörg von Thurn, outlined plans for a grand anti-Jagiellonian coalition made up of the Empire, the Teutonic Knights, Moldavia, and the Tatars. In January 1493, Ivan's envoy, Yuri Trachaniot, tracked Maximilian down to Colmar, only to find that the emperor had already made his peace with the Jagiellones and was now more interested in a crusade. Ivan III's relations with the Crimea included an important anti-Lithuanian component. His main use for them was as allies against the Golden Horde, and in June 1491 he sent 3 armies to help disperse the camp which the Golden Horde had established at the mouth of the Dnieper. At the same time, he could not fail to notice that the Tatars, when sweetened by Moscow, spent most of their energies raiding Poland and Lithuania. In the winter of 1492-3, Muscovy was engaged in a desultory frontier war with Lithuania. Several of the border princelings had changed sides. The Prince of Ryazan was preparing to challenge a punitive incursion mounted by the Lithuanian voivode of Smolensk. The Muscovite army, which had orders to capture the city of Vyazma on the headwaters of the Dnieper, moved off within a few days of the Muscovite peace mission to Vilna. Whether peace or war was uppermost in Ivan's mind was anyone's guess. In this age of discovery, therefore, Moscow, though remote, was not totally isolated. Each of the Muscovite embassies returned with foreign engineers, architects, and gunners in tow, and German and Polish merchants came every year to buy large stocks of furs. It is true that there was no direct contact with Tudor England, with Valois France, or with the Spain of Ferdinand and Isabella. The Baltic trade with the Netherlands stopped in Livonia, and the route round the North Cape had not yet been opened. Even so, Moscow had well-established lines of communication with the rest of Europe. In the north, the German road led through Novgorod to Reval or to Riga, and thence by sea to Lubeck. Overland, the forest trails stretched westwards to the frontier before Smolensk, and thence to Vilna and Warsaw. Ivan III had inaugurated a system of posts and post-horses, whose upkeep he commended in his will. To the south, the ancient rivers carried travellers rapidly to the Caspian or the Black Sea, and thence by ship to all points of the Mediterranean. Despite the Ottoman advance, Moscow was still in close touch with the old Byzantine world, that is, with the Balkans, with Greece, especially Athos, and via Greece with Italy. Moscow, in any case, was making discoveries of its own. In 1466–72, a merchant of Tver, Afanasy Nikitin, made a 6-year journey to Persia and India. He travelled out via Baku and Hormuz, and returned via Trebizond and Kaffa. His adventures were written down in an early travel book, Khazenia Zatrimorya, A Journey Beyond the Three Seas. 10 years later, the military expedition of Saltyk and Kurbsky crossed the Urals and reached the headwaters of the Irtych and the Ob, a feat equivalent in scale to that of Lewis and Clark in America 300 years later. In 1491, 2 Hungarian prospectors had penetrated the Arctic tributaries of the Pechora, where silver and copper had been discovered. This discovery probably explains the arrival in Moscow in January 1493 of an Austrian prospector called Snups, who carried letters from the Emperor Maximilian asking him to be allowed to explore the Ob. Since Ivan's link with the Habsburgs was no longer convenient, Snups was refused. As for the Admiral of the Ocean, news of his exploits were brought to Moscow with a quarter of a century's delay in the company of Maxime the Greek. Maxime Grec, Michael Trivolis, belonged to the dying Byzantine world whose parts still formed one cultural region. He was born at Arta in Epirus under Ottoman rule, whence his family moved to Venetian Corfu. In 1493 he was in Florence, studying with the Platonists and listening with approval to Savonarola's sermons. After further studies at Venice and at Mirandola, where he specialized in the exegesis of Greek texts, he took the vows of the Dominican order in Savonarola's own monastery of San Marco. Later, as the monk Maximos, he worked for a decade as a translator in the Vatopedi monastery on Mount Athos, in a pan-Orthodox and Greco-Slav environment, where the schism between the Orthodox and Catholic traditions did not apply. He was then invited to Moscow to organize the Tsar's collection of Greek and Byzantine manuscripts, which Muscovite scholars were no longer trained to decipher. He soon fell foul of the hardline faction of the Muscovite Church, which accused him of sorcery, espionage, and respect for the Patriarch of Constantinople. Yet he survived his lengthy imprisonment, met Ivan IV in person, and enjoyed his patronage. He was one of the last of his kind. Maxime's writings, which appeared in the 1550s, make mention of a large island called Cuba. There is no doubt that by then he had a firm knowledge of Columbus's landings in the Caribbean. But the chronology of his career is important. Since Maxime spent 3 decades incarcerated in a Muscovite jail, it is reasonable to suppose that he brought the information with him when he first traveled to Moscow in 1518, 25 years after Columbus's first voyage. It is one of the wonderful coincidences of history that modern Russia and modern America both took flight in the same year of AD 1493. Europeans learned of the New World, as they saw it, at the self-same moment that Muscovites learned that their Old World was not yet coming to an end. Romany. In 1378, the Venetian governor of Nafplion in the Peloponnese confirmed privileges already granted to the local community of Atsignani. It was the first documented record of Romany gypsies in Europe. In 416, the city of Brasov, Kronstadt, in Transylvania, made gifts of silver, grain, and poultry to one Emmaus of Egypt and his 120 companions. In 1418, the same group reached Hamburg. In August 1427, a band of some 100 travellers, presenting themselves as victims of persecution in Lower Egypt, were refused entry to Paris and lodged instead at Saint-Denis. The anonymous chronicler of the Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris described them as swarthy, poorly dressed, the women with knitted shawls, the children with earrings. They were moved on when the church authorities protested against their palmistry and fortune-telling. There is no doubt that the Romans migrated to Europe from India, although their earlier movements can only be reconstructed from linguistic evidence. Romany is an Indo-European language akin to Hindi, and is spoken all along the trail through the Middle East to Europe. The fact that the European dialects of Romany contain a strong admixture of Slavonic and Greek words indicates a lengthy sojourn in the Balkans. The long list of names given to Romanes reinforces popular confusion about their origins. The Greek Atzingani, which gave rise to Giton, French, Zingari, Italian, Gitanos, Spanish, Zigeuner, German, and Tsigan, Russian, derives from the name of a medieval Manichaean sect from Asia Minor, and is an obvious misattribution. Bohemians and Egyptians, hence Gifti, Greek, Gypsy, English, and Pharaoni, Hungarian, are also common. Romany probably derives from their medieval attachment to the Byzantine Empire, rather than to Romania. They call themselves Rome, singular, or Roma, plural. Attempts to regulate the presence of nomadic gypsies by law created a wide variety of practices. An English statute of 1596 carefully distinguished between gypsies and common vagabonds. A band of gypsies had been apprehended in Yorkshire, and some of them executed for necromancy. But the statute permitted law-abiding gypsies to travel, to pursue their tinker's trade, and to receive victuals in payment. Similar protection was extended in France in 1683. In Austria, the statutes of 1761 sought to settle the gypsies in fixed abodes, but to no lasting effect. In Russia, Catherine II sought to protect gypsies by giving them the status of crown slaves, which they had previously been assigned in Moldavia and Wallachia. But, like the Jews, they were forbidden to enter St. Petersburg. In the Netherlands and several German states, a policy of total exclusion was pursued. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, European Romanes have struggled to sustain their nomadic lifestyle, their specialized trades, their language, and their music. Their culture emphasizes the occult, their social organization the importance of extended families and tribes, presided over by kings and judges. Their communal activities are centered on annual gatherings which take place at regular venues. Sainte Marie de la Mer in Camargue, for example, is the scene of a Romany festival and pilgrimage which heads every May to the tomb of their patroness, Sarah. According to legend, Sarah was a companion of Mary Magdalene, who saved a party of Christ's relatives and disciples from persecution and brought them as refugees to Provence. During the Romantic era, Romanes attracted great artistic and literary attention. Hugo, Mérimée, and Borrow all wrote books on gypsy themes. Henri Murger's Scènes de la vie de Bohème enjoyed huge popular success. Liszt wrote a learned treatise on Romany music, starting a vogue which influenced both the classical repertoire and café entertainment. Bizet's Carmen, based on a story by Mérimée, and Puccini's La Bohème, based on Murger's Scènes, are among the most enduring of operas. Romanes have always been subject to harassment and to periodic violence, but the Nazis' wholesale genocide of gypsies, which mirrored their extermination of Jews, had no precedent. Communist regimes were generally indifferent. The post-war democracies have attempted to combine regulation with humanitarian tolerance. But the stereotype of the rootless, alien gypsy constantly resurfaces, most recently in the ugly campaign in 1993 against asylum seekers in Germany. It is perhaps inevitable that the conventionally settled population of Europe will always feel a mixture of phobia and fascination for a lifestyle which is so fundamentally different from their own. Come, let me read the oft-told tale again, the story of that Oxford scholar poor, of pregnant parts and quick inventive brain, who, tired of knocking at preferment's door, one summer morn forsook his friends and went to learn the gypsy lore, and roamed the world with that wild brotherhood. Zadruga. Article 70 of the Law Code of Stefan Dusan, published approximately 1349-54, makes a clear reference to the existence of extended families and of joint patrilineal households. A father and son, or brothers, who live in the same house and share the same hearth, it states, but who have separate food and property, should work like the other peasants. The Serbian Tsar was evidently trying to ensure that every peasant household could be taxed on the same basis. The article has been invoked, however, to justify the assumption that the Zadruga, or joint patrilineal household, has been the standard form of social organization among the Balkan Slavs since time immemorial. It is now commonplace for over-enthusiastic scholars to discuss the role of the Zadruga in Slavonic kinship patterns at all points between prehistory and contemporary Europe. Yet expert comment has recently exploded some of the grosser generalizations. It turns out that the term Zadruga is an academic neologism first recorded in a Serbian dictionary in 1818. It has never been current in the speech of the people who are supposed to practice it. Moreover, it is not actually mentioned in the text of Stefan Dushan's Law Code. Although one may conclude from Article 70 that some form of joint household did exist in medieval Serbia, there is no reason to assume that the Zadruga was the standard or prevalent form in all parts of the realm. In modern times, the distribution of the Zadruga across the Balkans is extremely patchy. It is common in the mountainous stock breeding zone that runs from Bosnia and Herzegovina to Montenegro, Macedonia, and central Albania. It is frequently encountered in the Rhodopes and the Balkan Range, but it is not known on the Adriatic littoral or in most of Bulgaria. It is present in sectors of the old military frontier, or Krajina, settled by Serb immigrants to Croatia in the 16th century, and among the non-Slavic Vlachs. It is largely absent from Greece and Romania. Most seriously, a cursory survey of recent scholarship on the subject, especially in the West, shows that the Zadruga is employed for any number of contradictory purposes. Above all, it is used, with very little foundation of fact or detailed research, to bolster spurious assertions either about the collectivist inclinations of all Slav peoples, or about the uniform structure of a non-existent pan-Slav society, or about the backwardness of the Balkans, the Volksmuseum of Europe. In short, it is in real danger of becoming a sort of racial myth, a worthy partner to that other figment of the Western imagination, the Slav soul. Nicopolis. On the evening of the 25th of September 1396, a great French champion, the Sire de Coucy, was dragged before the victorious Sultan Bajazet on the field of Nicopolis. Together with some other rich crusaders, including Jean de Nevers, the future Duke of Burgundy, who were being held for ransom, he watched as the scimitars of the Sultan's guards decapitated several thousand lesser Christian captives. The Crusaders had recently treated their Muslim captives likewise. He was marched in chains over the 350 miles to Gallipoli, then taken to Bursa in Asia, where he wrote his last will and died heirless. Nicopolis is forever associated with this last great catastrophe of the crusading movement. The principal fortress of Bulgaria, it commanded the lower Danube, and its capture by the Ottomans had provoked the expedition raised by the King of Hungary. An army of Latin knights had assembled at Buda to avenge the Sultan's boast that he would feed his horse oats on the altar of St. Peter's. They brought wine and silks, but no catapults. So the siege of Nicopolis failed, and they had to face the Ottomans in the open. A premature assault by the French, as at Crécy, was exploited by the cavalry of the Sultan's Serbian allies, and the main body of crusaders was encircled. Sigismund of Hungary escaped, and a Polish knight famously swam the Danube in full armour. But most of the survivors were captured. Their defeat left Bulgaria in Muslim hands for 500 years, ended the Latin challenge in the east, and presaged the fall of Constantinople. Enguerrand de Coucy VII, Count of Soissons, has been taken as a man whose biography encapsulates the crisis of Christendom. Lord of the largest castle in Europe, at Coucy in Picardy, and a patron both of Froissart and Chaucer, he was personally involved in almost all the catastrophes of a catastrophic age. His father was probably killed at Crécy. His mother, a Habsburg, died of the Black Death. After Poitiers, he spent 5 years as a hostage in England, where he married the king's daughter. He fought alongside Hawkeswood, the condottiere in Savoy, against the free companies which infested France, and in the Swiss campaign of 1375-6. He was the first ashore at Tunis. He loyally served a rotten French monarchy in all the contortions of imperial rivalry and the papal schism. When Hungarian envoys arrived in Paris, calling for a crusade, in the name of kinship and the love of God, he eagerly volunteered. Kabbalah. Sometime after 1264, but before 1290, a Hebrew work entitled Sefer HaZophar al-HaTorah, the Book of Splendor on the Law, began to circulate among the Jews of Spain. It purported to be the writings of a revered rabbi of the 2nd century, Simon ben Yochai. In reality, it had been composed by a local scholar, very probably Moses of Leon. It took the form of complex and lengthy commentaries on the Pentateuch, and it was soon known to both Jewish and Christian biblicists. A definitive 3-volume edition was printed at Mantua in Italy in 1558–60. It was, and is, the standard textbook of the Kabbalah. The word Kabbalah means the tradition. It generally refers to a collection of mystical doctrines and techniques which had been used for centuries to find hidden meanings beneath the literal text of the scriptures. The basic doctrines of the Kabbalah probably derived from Neoplatonist and Manichaean ideas of the late classical period. They centered on the contending realms of light and darkness, the one ruled by God and the other by the devil. God, as well as the devil, consisted of paternal and maternal components, the male being white in color and active in nature, the female being red and receptive. God's forms could be either Abba, father, king, or Ima, mother, queen. Those of the devil could either be Shemael, the poisonous angel of death, or Aholah, the great harlot. The intercourse of these pairs produced alternatively harmony or disorder. Since the Godhead and the devil were judged boundless and invisible, they could only be comprehended by means of their 10 emanations. Each emanation corresponded to one of the 10 main members of Adam Kadmon, primordial man, or Adam Belial, the worthless one. The 10 divine emanations were Keter, crown or the head, Chokhmah, wisdom or the brains, and Binah, comprehension or the heart, which made up the intellectual world, Chesed, mercy, and Din, justice, the arms, and Tiferet, beauty or the bosom, which made up the moral world, Netzach, splendor, and Hod, majesty, the legs, and Yisad, foundation or the genitals, which made up the material world, and lastly Malchut, the kingdom. They could equally be arranged as the 10 branches of Ilan, the Kabbalistic tree, or in the 3 pillars, comprehension, justice, splendor, crown, beauty, foundation, the kingdom, wisdom, mercy, majesty. The Kabbalists believed that God created the world after several abortive attempts, that everything real is imperishable, and that souls migrate from body to body. They looked for a Messiah who would come when the seductions of the devil had been rejected. The techniques for decoding the scriptures included notarikon, the attribution of words to initial letters within other words, gematria, the numerical equivalents of letters, and tumurah, or permutation ciphers. Examples of notarikon would be Adam, David, Messiah, or the famous Greek Christian ichthus, the fish, meaning Jesus Christ, God's Son. Gematria operated by calculating sums derived from names and dates. One such sum, worked out in the 19th century for Emperor Wilhelm I of Germany, born on the 22nd of March 1797, gave 22 plus 3 plus 1797 plus 7, letters in his name, equals 1829, his marriage. 1829 plus 1 plus 8 plus 2 plus 9 equals 1849, suppression of revolution. 1849 plus 1 plus 8 plus 4 plus 9 equals 1871, imperial coronation. 1871 plus 1 plus 8 plus 7 plus 1 equals 1888, death. Tumurah used 24 permutated sequences of the Hebrew alphabet. Its application to the 4 letters of Yahweh, or God, for example, produced 2,112 variations on the divine name. The Kabbalah profoundly influenced Judaic thought. It greatly strengthened the religion's mystical aspects and undermined the rational study of the Torah. It was specially attractive to the Hasidim of a later age, who sang and danced to Kabbalistic incantations, and who ascribed infallible truth to the oracular riddles and prophecies of their tzaddiks. Many Christian scholars, too, from Raymond Huye to Pico and Reuchlin, were fascinated by the Kabbalah, and it became a standard ingredient of European magic. A Latin translation of the Book of Splendor, published by Baron Rosenroth at Sulzbach in Germany in 1677-8, made its secrets more widely accessible. Its ideas, images, and vocabulary permeated European language and literature, often unannounced and unattributed. Conclave. The Roman Catholic Church is not a democracy, but its procedures for electing a pope are based on hard experience. The system of conclave was regularized by Gregory X to avoid the scandalous delays of his own appointment. Meeting at Viterbo at the end of 1268, the cardinals had wrangled for 3 years. Their prevarication so incensed the town authorities that the doors of the cardinals' residence were locked from the outside. Then their roof was removed and their diet reduced to starvation levels. Henceforth, the College of Cardinals was to assemble in the Vatican Palace in Rome within 15 days of the death of an incumbent pope. Prior to the age of telegraph and rail travel, this rule automatically excluded most cardinals not already in Italy. The papal chamberlain was then ordered to lock their eminences into a suitable apartment, usually the Sistine Chapel, and to keep them there con chiave, with his keys, until they had reached a decision. Voting could be by acclamation, by committee, or, as became customary, by secret ballot. In votes held morning and afternoon, each cardinal placed the name of one preferred candidate in a chalice on the altar. Each day, the chamberlain burned the voting papers of inconclusive rounds, sending a column of black smoke from the chimney of the stove. Voting was to continue until the successful candidate achieved a majority of 2/3 plus 1, at which point the chamberlain released the telltale signal of white smoke, and the electors cemented their choice of the new pontiff with a sacred vow of homage. Gregory X's system remains essentially intact, modified only by the constitution Vacantis Apostolicae Sedis. In the 20th century, the workings of Providence overcame a veto from the Emperor Francis Joseph, delivered to the conclave of 1903, and produced a record one-day conclave in 1939. Pope John Paul II was elected in October 1978, apparently at the 8th ballot, and with a final vote of support from 103 out of 109 cardinals. Computatio. In 1494, Luca Pacioli's Summa de Arithmetica was printed and published in Venice. It contained the same author's treatise, Particularis de Computis et Scripturis, on the particulars of accounting and records. In this work, the modern profession of accountancy received its first textbook. Pacioli, otherwise known by his religious name of Fra Luca di Borgo San Sepolcro, was a Franciscan friar and a prominent itinerant Florentine professor. His best-known treatise, De Divina Proportione, was illustrated by Leonardo da Vinci. Recent authors have dubbed him the father of accountancy. The Venetian method of double-entry bookkeeping had grown up in the Italian cities some considerable time before Pacioli described it. It required 3 books, a memorial book, a journal, and a ledger. The memorial received a note of all transactions as they were made. The journal was made up from the memorial and summarized each day's business in chronological order. It had a left-hand column for debts, in dare, and a right-hand column for credits, in havere. The ledger reserved a double page for each account, debits on the left and credits on the right, together with an index of accounts. It also contained a record of running balances, summaries of the merchant's assets, and lists of various categories of income and expenditure. As each account was closed, the closing profit and loss was entered in the main capital account, where the proprietor's net worth could be seen in the total capital balance. Systematic accounting methods are often seen as a precondition for the growth of capitalism. Their spread across Europe can be traced in the publications which followed Pacioli's. These included Jan Impein Christoffels, Nieuwe Instructie en de Bewijs de der Lufelijke Konsten des Rekenboeks, Valentin Menhers Pratique Briefu pour chiffrer et tenir livre de coupe, James Peel, The Manner and Form How to Keep a Perfect Reckoning, Klaas Peters, Boekhouden op die Italienische Manieren, and Simon Stevins' Vorstellige Boekhouding, which was written for Prince Maurice of Nassau. Historians often forget. Even the most mundane of professions have their history, and those mundane professions increasingly run the capitalist world, including academic life. Magic. The 12 Conclusions of the Lollards of 1395 contains a direct attack on the medieval English Church's involvement with magic. The Protestant movement contained a very strong impulse to take the magic out of religion, and this very first manifestation of Protestantism demonstrated the impulse in no uncertain manner. That exorcisms and hallowings, made in the church, of wine, bread and wax, water, salt and oil and incense, the stone of the altar, upon vestments, mitre, cross, and pilgrims' staves, be the very practice of necromancy, not of holy theology. For we see nothing of change in no such creatures that is so charmed, except by false belief, which is the principle of the devil's craft. None the less, in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, Europe continued to be devoted to every form of magical belief. The landscape was filled with alchemists, astrologers, diviners, conjurers, healers, and witches. The countryside was populated with ghosts, fairies, hobgoblins, and elves. Wycliffe, the Lollards' guru, translated the Bible into English to make it accessible to all. Yet 300 years later, in Cromwell's Puritan England, the sales charts were topped by William Lilly's astrological almanac, the Merlinus Anglicus, and by his collection of ancient and modern prophecies. Magic and religion were often inseparable. People who venerated the Christian saints also believed in Puck and Queen Mab and Merlin the magician. Magic held its own throughout the Reformation era. In this respect, therefore, the Protestant onslaught on magic enjoyed only partial success, even in countries where Protestantism was to be nominally triumphant. But the intentions of the radicals were unmistakable. After Wycliffe came Luther's attack on indulgences and Calvin's dismissal of transubstantiation as conjury. Every aspect of religious life with the slightest supernatural connotation came under suspicion. Protestants abhorred oaths, miracles, consecrations, symbols, images, holy water, saints' days, processions, pilgrimages. Moreover, since Protestant Christianity was supposedly magic-free, Protestantism's enemy, popery, was judged equivalent to black magic. The Pope was a wizard, and the Catholic Mass was a branch of devil worship. In reality, such views contained a high dose of hypocrisy. Despite all manner of statutes and reforms, the Protestant clergy could not avoid finding a modus vivendi with magic. Anglicans and Lutherans would stay closer to sacramental religion than did Calvinists, Anabaptists, and other evangelicals. But it proved difficult to abandon the sign of the cross, oaths in court, or the churching of women after childbirth. It proved virtually impossible to abandon the consecration of church buildings, of battle standards, of food, of ships, and of burial grounds. Protestantism was to create a new form of Christianity, with the emphasis on conscious belief, but magic was never eliminated. The decline of magic did not really commence until the latter part of the 17th century. It has been attributed to the scientific revolution, to the consequent rise of rationalism, to modern medicine, to mathematics and a greater understanding of probability, and to a social environment which gradually grew less threatening. Yet belief in magic and its interdependence with religion has never died out. In the 20th century, horoscopes are ubiquitous. In the land of the Lollards, sacramental magic was revived in the newfangled rituals of the British monarchy, reaching a pinnacle in the coronation of 1953. In Catholic countries, such as Poland and Italy, priests bless everything from motor cars to football mascots. The Vatican still holds with faith healing and prophecies. Even in Russia, where communism decimated Orthodox religion, belief in astrology and fairies could not be purged. The study of magic and religion is inevitably colored by prejudices and preferences. Ever since Fraser's Golden Bough, scientific anthropologists have tried to act with impartiality. But scholars cannot always resist the temptation to denigrate other people's magic. That may be a form of superstition in itself. Angelus. Whilst preaching the First Crusade, Pope Urban II had urged the faithful to recite the Angelus 3 times daily. The Blessed Virgin was patroness of the Crusaders, and the prayer, which begins Angelus Domini nuntiavit Mariae, the angel of the Lord announced to Mary, was already the standard invocation to the Virgin. The Pope's proposal was largely ignored. But the Cathedral Church of Saint-Pierre at Saintes in Poitou was an exception. Not only did the clergy of Saintes recite the Angelus regularly, they established the practice of sounding a bell at sunrise, noon, and sunset to announce the commencement of their devotions. According to local tradition, Pope John XXII renewed the appeal of his predecessor in 1318, ordering the custom of Saintes to be adopted throughout the Universal Church. Other authorities point to the pontificate of Callistus III in 1456. At all events, the sound of the Angelus bell was to become as characteristic for the towns and villages of Latin Christendom as the sound of the muezzin in Islam. The Middle Ages was a world without background noise. There were no factories, no engines, no traffic, no radio, no muzak. Sound had not been devalued. In the narrow, crowded streets of tiny towns, vendors' cries mingled with the bustle of artisans' workshops. But in the vast open countryside, the sounds of nature were largely undisturbed. The only serious competition for the church bell came from the wind in the trees, the lowing of cattle, and the distant clang of the blacksmith's forge. Montaillou. Between 1318 and 1325, Jacques Fournier, Bishop of Pamiers in the Pyrenean county of Foix, conducted a campaign of inquisition into the revival of heresy in his diocese. In 370 sessions he examined 114 suspects, 48 of whom were women, and 25 from the village of Montaillou. All the questions and all the answers were recorded in the bishop's register. Montaillou was a community of some 250 souls drawn from 26 main clans, known as Ostal or Domus, living in perhaps 50 separate households. It sprawled down the hillside from the castle at the top to the church at the bottom. Its inhabitants were mainly peasant farmers and craftsmen. There was also a strong contingent of transhumant shepherds, who were organized into cabanes or folds, working the pastures and trails leading into Catalonia. Though officially Catholic, they were in large part secret Cathars, who hid the itinerant perfecti in their barns and cellars. Their natural feuds and rivalries were intensified by fears of the Inquisition, whose arrests during the last visitation in 1308 had turned the village into a desert for sheep and children. The register has served as a sort of historical microscope, revealing every detail of the villagers' lives. Montaillou is only a drop in the ocean, wrote its celebrated historian, but we can see the protozoa swimming about in it. The 22 members of the Ostal of the Clerge dominated the village. Old Ponce Clerge, a die-hard heretic, had 4 sons and 2 daughters. One son, Pierre, the priest of Montaillou, was a flagrant womanizer who died in prison. Another son, Bernard, the bail, or manorial bailiff, eventually suffered the same fate after elaborate attempts to save his brother by suborning witnesses. Ponce's widow, Mengarde, the matriarch of Montaillou's heretics, was nonetheless buried under the altar of the parish church. One of the priest's many lovers, Béatrice de Planisol, a noblewoman, was first married to Béranger de Roquefort, the castellan and agent of the Count of Foix. Twice widowed, she became the accepted concubine of the priest's bastard cousin, Pateau, who had once raped her. She took numerous bed partners, even as an old lady, bore 4 daughters, and revealed all to the Inquisition. In 1322, she was condemned to wear the double yellow cross of the repentant heretic. The religious practices of the Cathars were heatedly discussed during the long fireside talks of the winter, and during long, intimate delousing sessions. They betrayed a two-tier system of morality, extremely severe for the perfecti and extremely lax for the laity. At the end of their lives, the former submitted to the endura, a last act of suicidal ritual fasting. The laity sought to be hereticated, that is, to receive the ritual consolamentum, or absolution. The dilemmas inherent in a part Cathar and part Catholic community were illustrated by the incident of Sibylle Pierre's infant daughter, who had been administered the consolamentum. The perfectus forbade the sick baby to receive milk or meat. When they had left the house, I could bear it no longer, the mother related. I could not let my daughter die before my eyes, so I put her to the breast. When my husband came back, he was very grieved. Everyday life in medieval Occitania exuded a special emotional climate. People could weep quite openly. They saw no sin in sexual liaisons that were mutually pleasurable. They were not driven by any developed work ethic, and they had a marked distaste for conspicuous wealth. They had large numbers of children to compensate for high infant mortality, but they were not indifferent to their losses. They lived in a complicated world of belief where magic and folklore mingled with Catholicism and heresy, and they were frequently visited by death. Bishop Fournier's career was not damaged by his zeal at Pamiers. He rose to cardinal in 1327 and pope as Benedict XII in 1334. His register found its way into the Vatican Library. His most lasting monument is the Palais des Papes at Avignon. Prostibula. The terminal period of medieval Europe, from 1350 to approximately 1480, was a golden age of prostitution. Prostibula publica, public brothels, were licensed to operate in most towns. A small place like Tarascon, with 500 or 600 households, supported 10 municipal whores. The church did not protest. Since the evil existed, it had to be channeled. Licensed fornication tempered street disorder, diverted young men from sodomy and worse, and broke them in for conjugal duty. After 1480, practice changed. Expensive courtesans served the rich, but many whorehouses were closed down. In Protestant countries, fallen women were liable to re-education. Throughout history, prostitution circulates through phases of licensed control, futile proscription, and unofficial toleration. Altmarkt. On Shrove Tuesday, 1349, the Altmarkt of Dresden, the old city square, was filled with the smoke and flames of burning pyres. The Margrave of Meissen had ordered all the city's Jews to be burned, probably on a charge of spreading the plague. This veritable auto da fe is described in the Chronicum Parvum Dresdense. 600 years later, at 10 p.m. on the evening of another Shrove Tuesday, 13th of February 1945, Dresden's old city was illuminated by a phosphorescent primary flare dropped by a high-flying Pathfinder plane of 83rd Squadron RAF. The Altmarkt had been selected as the base point of the target area of the most destructive bombing raid in Europe's history. Despite the public stance, which affirmed that only military and industrial targets were selected, both the RAF and the USAF had followed the German Luftwaffe into a strategy of indiscriminate area bombing. In a bitter controversy over the priorities of the Allied bombing offensive, the advocates of area bombing, led by Air Vice Marshal Arthur Harris, had won out. The technique was to send massed fleets of heavy bombers repeatedly against one city, and to wreak a crescendo effect of devastation. As Harris was to boast, "We shall take out one German city after another, like pulling teeth." The first 1,000-bomber raid was launched against Cologne on the 31st of May 1942. But the desired effect was not fully achieved until the night raid on Hamburg on the 27th-28th of July 1943, when the resultant firestorm killed over 40,000 people. Dresden, the capital of Saxony, had reached 1945 virtually intact. The medieval Altstadt was ringed by elegant squares and boulevards, lined with Renaissance and Baroque monuments. The royal palace, the Georgenschloss, dated from 1535. The Catholic Hofkirche commemorated the Saxon elector's conversion to Catholicism. The Protestant Frauenkirche had been built to deplore it. Dresden was now selected for a main force raid in response to Soviet requests for Allied air support. The city was the main reception center for hundreds of thousands of refugees displaced by the Soviet advance, and for their relief teams, mainly young women. 10 minutes after the primary flare was dropped, the first wave of 529 Lancasters began to arrive from the southwest on a flight path of 68 degrees. Undeterred by flak or fighters, they dropped a lethal cocktail of high-explosive blockbusters and incendiary clusters. Within 45 minutes, the firestorm was raging. Dresden's ancient heart and everyone in it was consumed. In the morning, as relief columns approached on the ground, a second wave of 450 flying fortresses of the 1st Air Division of the U.S. Strategic Air Force arrived. Fighter escorts strafed anything that moved. Huge discrepancies divide estimates of the damage. The British Bombing Survey reported 1,681 acres totally destroyed. The post-war Dresden Planning Report counted 3,140 acres, 75% destroyed. The local Abteilung Tote, or Death Bureau, reported 39,773 identified dead by May 1945. This figure did not account for missing or unregistered persons, unrecorded burials, or the contents of numerous mass graves. It must be reckoned an absolute minimum. The chief of the Bureau later ventured an estimated total of 135,000 deaths. A British historian has suggested a range of 120 to 150,000. No one knows how many uncounted corpses were disposed of behind the SS cordons, as an endless stream of carts fed the pyres, blazing once again on the Altmarkt. The strategic impact of the raid appears to have been slight. Trains were running through Dresden within 2 days. Vital war factories, such as the electronics plant at Dresden-Neusiedlitz, were unscathed. The Red Army did not arrive until the 8th of May. An information battle ensued. An Associated Press report, later disowned, announced, "Allied air chiefs have made the long-awaited decision to adopt deliberate terror bombings of German population centers." A Nazi communique agreed. "Schaef war criminals have cold-bloodedly ordered the extermination of the innocent German public." In the House of Commons on the 6th of March 1945, Richard Stokes MP asked, "Was terror bombing now part of official government policy?" The official reply was, "We are not wasting time or bombers on purely terror tactics." At 10:10 p.m. on the 13th of February 1946, church bells tolled in remembrance throughout the Soviet zone of Germany. Of all Dresden's churches, only the solitary shell of the Frauenkirche, with its shattered cupola, was still standing. On that same day, ex-Air Marshal Harris boarded a ship at Southampton in a bowler hat, bound for a civilian career abroad. Though he received a belated knighthood in 1953, he was not honoured like his peers until a monument was unveiled in London's Strand on the 31st of May 1992. It was the 50th anniversary of the raid on Cologne. The Oberbürgermeister of Cologne lodged a public protest. "In my view, it makes no sense to commemorate war heroes like Arthur Harris," he wrote, "although he fought on the right side and for the right cause." Anticipating Dresden's own anniversary in 1995, Germany's President Herzog reflected further. "The bombing of Dresden," he said, "was an example of the brutalization of man in war. History written by individual nations in which each one selects what he has done well cannot be allowed to continue. If we really want to unify this Europe, then history must be unified as well." Usury. Early in 1317 in Marseille, a certain Bon David de Draguignan was charged in court for continuing to demand payment after the capital of his loan to one Laurentius Girardi had already been repaid. Bon David was a Jew and a moneylender, and was suspected of breaking the laws against usury. Here was one well-documented incident amongst countless others, which reinforced the medieval stereotype of the Jew as a heartless swindler. Bon David was a real precursor of the fictional Shylock, whom Shakespeare immortalized 2 centuries later in The Merchant of Venice. Usury, the taking of interest or of excessive interest on money lent, was regarded in Christian Europe as both a sin and a crime. Churchmen pointed to Christ's teaching, "But love your enemies, and do good, and lend nothing, hoping for nothing again. Be ye therefore merciful, as your Father also is merciful." Luke chapter 6, verses 35 and 36. Repeated attempts were made to ban interest, or later to limit it to 10% per annum. Jewish practice, in contrast, whilst forbidding usury between Jews, permitted a Jew to charge interest to a non-Jew. "Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon interest, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend on interest." Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 20. This distinction supposedly gave Jews an edge in the medieval money markets and loan business. It also gave rise to one of the sharpest points of antagonism between Christians and Jews, captured in Shylock's provocative aside about his rival, Antonio. "I hate him, for he is a Christian, but more for that in low simplicity he lends out money gratis, and brings down the rate of usance here with us in Venice. He hates our sacred nation, and he rails, even there where merchants do most congregate, on me, my bargains, and my well-won thrift, which he calls interest. Cursed be my tribe if I forgive him." In reality, the laws on usury were observed in the breach. Christian bankers could conceal high interest rates by not recording the sums borrowed, only the sums repaid. Jewish moneylenders probably drew the greatest opprobrium because they concentrated on petty loans with the populace at large. Hypocrisy and a measure of animosity were perhaps inevitable, and one of the essential techniques of capitalism was inhibited for centuries. Even so, the prominent role of Jews in European credit and banking is a fact of history. Tabard. A statute of Richard II in 1393 made it compulsory for every inn in England to display a sign. The result is a great open-air gallery of picturesque names and signboards. Medieval inns were often connected with pilgrimages. Chaucer's Canterbury Pilgrims started from the Tabard in Southwark. The trip to Jerusalem, which took its present name in 1189, is still extant in Nottingham. London's inns were decimated by the Great Fire of 1666. The 13th century Hoop and Grapes in Aldgate claims to be the oldest survivor. Very many inn names denote the heraldic arms of their patron. Richard II's arms bore the White Hart. The Rising Sun recalls Edward III. The Blue Boar, the House of York. The Green Dragon, the Earl of Pembroke. The Greyhound, Henry VII. Many others were founded by crafts or guilds, hence the Blacksmith's Arms or the Weaver's Arms. The Beetle and Wedge, or the Man and Scythe, recall craftsmen's tools. Connections with transport were legion. The pack-horse, the coach and horses, and the railway tavern reflect improving means of travel. The Blue Posts in St. James's, London SW1, marks an 18th century system of litter stops. Sporting connections are also numerous. Some, like the Hare and Hounds or the Falcon, refer to hunting. Others, like the Dog and Duck, the Fighting Cocks, or the Bull, to cruel sports long since banned. More modern inns have often been dedicated to popular heroes and to literary figures. These include everyone from Lily Langtry and Lady Hamilton to the Artful Dodger, Eliza Doolittle, and, in Bromley, the Bunter. Historical battles such as Trafalgar gave frequent inspiration, as did the Royal Oak, which hid Charles II in 1651. Less dramatic events find an echo in the Cardinal's Error, the suppression of Tunbridge Priory in 1540, the world turned upside down, the discovery of Australia in 1683, or the Torch in Wembley, the Olympic Games of 1948. Corrupted names abound. The Cat and Fiddle is reputedly a corruption of Caton le Fidèle, a knight who once held Calais for England. Bag o' Nails comes from the Latin bacchanales, or drinkers. The Goat and Compasses from a Puritan slogan, God encompasses us. Patriotic references were popular, hence the Albion, the Ancient Britain, the Britannia, and the Victoria. The Anti-Gallican was the name of a famous man of war of Napoleonic vintage. But foreign countries are not neglected. The King of Denmark recalls the visit of Christian IV in 1606. The hero of Switzerland commemorates William Tell. The Angerstein honours the Baltic German who refounded Lloyd's, and the Independent, the Hungarian leader, Kossuth. The Spanish Patriot in Lambeth was founded by veterans of the international brigades of the 1930s. Nonetheless, an undecipherable residue remains. It is anybody's guess what to make of the magpie and stump, the wig and fidget in Boxted, or the goat in boots. Chasse. Le Livre de la Chasse, the Book of Hunting, by Gaston Phoebus, or, to give its full title, Les Déduits de la Chasse des Bestes Sauvages et des Oiseaux de Proie, is a remarkable social document which inspired some of the finest illuminated manuscripts ever produced. It is best known in the version of MS 616 Français in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. Its author, Gaston III, called Phoebus, Count of Foix and Seigneur of Béarn, was a colourful adventurer from Gascony who had fought for the French at Crécy and for the Teutonic Knights in Prussia, and who had frequently entertained the chronicler Froissart in his Pyrenean castle at Orthez. It surveys all the species of game and the methods of hunting them: wolf, stag, bear, boar and badger, bloodhound, greyhound, mastiff and spaniel, stalking, coursing, trapping, netting, shooting, snaring, even poaching. Every step from the scent to the mort is expertly described and illustrated. In the 14th century, hunting was still an integral part of the European economy. Game provided an essential supplement to the diet, especially in winter. The weapons of hunting, bow, sword, and pike, the horsemanship, and the psychology of the chase and the kill, together formed an essential element of military accomplishment. Forest reserves, protected by fierce laws, provided an important item in royal and noble privilege. In the East, where both the forests and game were larger, and agriculture more precarious, the art of hunting was still more important. The historian Marcin Cromer, writing in 1577, described a bison hunt in Podolia on the Dniester in terms very reminiscent of a Spanish corrida. Meanwhile, one of the hunters, assisted by powerful hounds, approaches and draws the bison round and round the tree, playing it and teasing it until it drops from its wounds or just from sheer exhaustion. Should the hunter be threatened by danger, his colleagues distract the bison by waving large red capes, since red is a colour which drives it to a fury. Thus tormented, the bison releases the first man and attacks the next one, who is then able to finish it off. The development of firearms and of agricultural production gradually transformed the techniques and the social role of hunting. In England, for example, where the last wolf was killed in the 18th century, hunting had to centre on the fox, the arch enemy of farmers. The ancient ritual with the hunting pink, the horns and the howls of tally-ho were preserved, but the original utility was lost. In 1893, Oscar Wilde could gaily portray the English country gentleman galloping after a fox as the unspeakable in full pursuit of the uneatable. Hunting and shooting had been reduced to a form of recreation. In the eyes of anti-bloodsport fundamentalists, even angling would be added to the list of cruel, barbaric survivals. In Eastern Europe, hunting retained its social cachet somewhat longer. It was adopted as a status symbol by the top communist dignitaries. For them, as for Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring in the 1930s, shooting bison was the ultimate prize, the ultimate parody of feudal aristocracy. Rente. Cliometrics, the science of quantitative history, came into its own through computers. Previously, historians were often deterred by the immensity of surviving data and by the inadequate means for exploring them. Statistical samples were small, time runs were short, and conclusions were tentative. The arrival of historical number crunching removed many such inhibitions. The Section 6 of the École pratique des hautes études in Paris, founded in 1947, was among the pioneers. One of their projects sought to establish the growth of Parisian ground rents from the late Middle Ages to the Revolution. The first stage, using 23,000 sets of institutional and private records, was to calculate average annual rents in livres tournois. The second stage, to compensate for currency deflation, was to convert the monetary figures into a series representing real purchasing power. This was done by relating the rents to mean 3-year cycles of wheat prices, expressed in setiers or hectolitres of wheat. The third stage was to plot the deflated rent curve against sample soundings from a second independent source, in this case from the records of the Minutier Central, or Main Notary's Register, which was available from 1550. The resultant concordance was close. The Paris rent curve reflects both political events and economic trends. The low points, when rents were depressed, occurred, predictably enough, during the Joan of Arc Depression of 1420-3, the Saint-Barthélemy Basin of 1564-75, the slump of the Siège in 1591-3, and the Veil of the Fronde in 1650-6. The periods of recovery tended to be much longer, in the Renaissance of 1445 to 1500, in the decades of the Price Revolution after 1500, when the rise in real rents lagged far behind the whirlwind ascent of nominal rents, in the era of Louis XIV's stability up to 1690, and on the steady upward slope of the mid-18th century. According to the computer calculations, the highest peaks were reached in 1759 to 61 and in 1777 to 82. According to the Minutier, they were reached in 1788. The ultimate value of this data is open to question. The rent curve offers no insight into many key factors which affected the Paris housing market, let alone the French economy in general. It says nothing about the pressure of population, the size and quality of tenements, or the construction of new dwellings. Yet, for the pre-modern age, where historians can only dream of a full range of statistics about prices, wages, costs, and incomes, it provides one modest index against which different sources of information can be gauged. Above all, it illustrates the hopes of economic structuralists who put their faith in establishing the conjoncture, the overall pattern of underlying trends. In their view, the conjoncture is the foundation on to which all other historical facts are to be fitted. Codpiece. After their victory at Morat in 1476, the Swiss soldiery plundered the Burgundian camp, captured large chests of elegant clothes, cut them to pieces, and held a mock parade in the tattered garments of their foe. This incident has been taken not only to explain the source of the fashionable slashed doublet of the 16th century, but to illustrate the military origins of medieval male fashion in general. At that time, 2 other items of male garb were in evidence, both with explicitly erotic overtones. The poulaine, or cornado, the horned shoe, was literally on its last legs. Invented to facilitate standing in stirrups, its upturned point was later thought to demonstrate the prowess of members other than toes. The braguette, or codpiece, was on its way in. Invented, according to Rabelais, to protect the genitals in battle, it was more likely devised to facilitate the armoured knight's call to nature. It has also been said to have protected the wearer's clothes from staining by greasy, anti-syphilitic ointments. None of which explains why it had to be flaunted in so exhibitionist a fashion for more than 100 years. In As You Like It, Shakespeare wrote of Hercules, whose codpiece was as massive as his club. Until recently, many intimate garments, especially of underwear, were classed as unmentionables. Polite historians ignored them. Nowadays they are the subject of learned dissertations and of lurid exhibitions. Microbe. Casimir Jagiellonczyk, King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, was buried in the Holy Cross Chapel of Wawel Cathedral in Krakow in July 1492. In May 1973, 481 years later, the Cardinal Archbishop of Krakow, Karol Wojtyła, gave permission to a team of conservationists to reopen the tomb, together with that of Casimir's queen, Elizabeth of Austria. The occasion was not unique. The tomb of Casimir the Great had been reopened in 1869, and the reburial gave occasion for a great Polish patriotic demonstration. The tomb of Saint Jadwiga had been reopened in 1949. Yet the exhumation of 1973 was, in all senses, disturbing. Within a short period of time, no fewer than 16 persons directly involved had died of uncertain causes. The world's press remembered the curse of the pharaohs and speculated about 500-year-old bacilli. A Krakow journalist wrote a best-selling book on curses, microbes, and scholars, which, in the best medieval fashion, reverted its readers' attention to the topic of human mortality. Tempus. Giovanni da Dondi, professor of astronomy at Padua, was by no means the first clockmaker. Dante mentions a clock in his Paradiso, and there are records of clocks in London St. Paul's in 1286 and in Milan in 1309. But Dondi's treatise Il Tractus Astarii provides the earliest detailed description of clockwork. It presented a 7-dialed astronomical clock, regulated by an escapement of the crown wheel and verge type. It has inspired several modern replicas, one of which is displayed in the Science Museum, Kensington, another in the Smithsonian Institution, Washington. The original invention of clockwork is usually attributed to an 8th century Chinese, Liang Linzong, but practical applications were not made in Europe until the end of the 13th century. The first clocks simply struck an hour bell. A machine of this type, built in 1386, still operates in Salisbury Cathedral. Later models had dials, showing not only the hours of the day, but also phases of the moon, the passage of the planets, and even the calendar of saints' days and religious festivals. The finest examples were built at Milan, Strasbourg, Lund, Rouen, Wells, and Prague. Mechanical clocks gradually supplanted earlier types of timepiece such as shadow clocks, sundials, hourglasses, and clepsydras. They were specially attractive for the northern countries where sunshine was unreliable. They were constructed in all the great cathedrals, on city squares and gates, and above all in monasteries. The 24-hour clock, with hours of a fixed duration, revolutionized daily habits of timekeeping. Most people had lived by the variable rhythms of sunrise and sunset. Where systems of hours had been known and used, they varied in length from season to season and from country to country. Daytime temporal hours differed both from the watches of the night and from the canonical hours of the church, divided into matins, laude, prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, and compline. Ordinary folk took the idea of a fixed daily routine, regulated by equalized hours, from the medieval monks. These provided the necessary prelude to the later norms of urban life and to the artificial disciplines of industrialized society. The clock is a totalitarian taskmaster with a powerful socializing influence. Newtonian physics sanctified the idea that the whole universe was one great celestial clock, and it has taken the greatest of modern minds, including Einstein and Proust, to show how unnatural the mechanistic perception of time really is. Landmarks in the evolution of clockwork included miniaturization, which gave rise to domestic clocks in the 15th century, and to personal watches in the 16th, the pendulum, which greatly increased reliability, the marine chronometer, which solved the long-standing problem of measuring longitude at sea, and the keyless mechanism, which led to popular pocket and wrist watches. The ultimate timepiece, an atomic clock accurate to 1 second in 3,000 years, was built at Britain's National Physical Laboratory in 1955. Over the centuries, clockmaking developed from a highly specialized craft to a mass-production industry. The early centers were found at Nuremberg and Augsburg, and at Paris and Blois. Switzerland benefited by the influx of Huguenot craftsmen. In the 17th and 18th centuries, England became predominant. France led the field with case design and ornamental clocks. The Black Forest specialized in wooden cuckoo clocks. In the 19th century, Swiss industry, based at Geneva and at La Chaux-de-Fonds in the Jura, gained worldwide supremacy in high-quality, machine-made watches. The craft of clockmakers grew out of the earlier guilds of locksmiths and jewelers. Famous names include Jacques de la Garde of Blois, maker of the first watch, Christian Huygens of The Hague, inventor both of the pendulum and of the spiral balance hairspring, John Arnold, Thomas Earnshaw, and John Harrison, masters of maritime chronometry, Julien Leroy, clockmaker to Versailles, Abraham Louis Breguet, inventor of the self-winding montre perpétuelle, and Edward John Dent, designer of Big Ben. Antoni Pátek of Warsaw and Adrien Philippe of Bern joined forces in 1832 to found Patek Philippe, the leading Swiss firm of the day. By that time, clocks and watches were a universal feature of urbanized Western society. The peasants of Eastern Europe adapted more slowly. For millions of Soviet soldiers, the Red Army's advance into Europe in 1944-5 provided the great chance to liberate and to possess a watch. Mercante. In 1348 or 1349, the young Messer Francesco d'Attini inherited a small plot of land in the town of Prato near Florence. Both his parents had died in the Black Death. He sold the land and used the proceeds to set up business in the papal city of Avignon. There he flourished, importing silk, spices, weapons, and armor from Italy. In due course he was able to transfer the business to Florence, opening branches in Pisa, Genoa, Barcelona, Valencia, Majorca, and Ibiza. He was specially strong in the wool trade, buying fleeces direct from producers in England, Spain, and the Balearics. As he sat at his counter in Florence, he supervised the construction of a splendid palazzo in Prato and the management of his country estate in the Apennine foothills. The palazzo, which still stands, was built round an arcaded courtyard and with a marble-panelled frontage. It was run by his wife, Mona Margherita, helped by his bastard daughter, Ginevra, and by a large domestic staff, including slaves. It was enlivened by the constant flow of messengers and mule trains. When Messer Francesco died heirless on the 16th of August 1410 of the gallstones, he bequeathed his estates, his papers, and an enormous endowment of 70,000 gold florins to the poor people of Prato. Over the door was inscribed, Cepo di Francesco di Marco, mercante dei poveri di Cristo, del quale il comune di Prato è dispensatore, lasciato nell'anno 1410. Almshouse of Francesco, son of Marco, merchant of Christ's poor, of which the commune of Prato is trustee, bequeathed in the year 1410. Francesco's will also arranged for the manumission of his slaves, the cancellation of all debts, and payment of a sum for the restitution of profits from usury. The d'Attini archive contains over 150,000 letters, 500 account ledgers, 400 insurance policies, and 300 deeds of partnership. It shows how Messer Francesco, by extraordinary attention to detail, kept the pulse of a multinational operation. It also gave historians an unparalleled picture of a medieval company and household. A typical bill of exchange reads, In the name of God, 12th of February 1399. Pay at usance by this first exchange to Giovanni Aspardo, £306 13 shillings and fourpence. Barcelonesi, which are for 400 florins, received here from Bartolome Garzoni at 15 shillings and fourpence per florin. Pay and charge to our account there and reply, God keep you. Francesco and Andrea. Greetings from Barcelona. Accepted March 13th. Set down in Red Book B, F97. Such transactions moved money and credit round Europe effortlessly. But they did not cure Messer Francesco's incurable anxiety. I dreamed last night of a house that had fallen to pieces, and it gives me much to ponder on. For there is no news of a galley that left Venice more than 2 months ago, bound for Catalonia. I had insured her for 300 florins, but I am so vexed. The more I seek, the less I find. God knows what will happen. According to Brodel, the world of the mercante a taglio, or fern-handler, the rich and powerful long-distance merchants, has to be extracted from the petty dealing and intense competition of small-scale local market economies. The former were the true capitalist pioneers. Thanks to their superior sources of intelligence and their command of large sums of ready cash, they could escape the laws of market competition. By concentrating on single transactions of great promise, this small group of large merchants stood to make exorbitant profits. From the very beginning, these men went beyond national boundaries. They knew 1,000 ways of rigging the odds in their favor, the manipulation of credit and the profitable game of good money for bad. They grabbed up everything worth taking: land, real estate, rents. Generally speaking, the capitalists did not specialize, and they did not finance manufactures. They put their money promptly wherever the maximum opportunity lay. Money trading was the one area in which they did sometimes concentrate their interest. But its success never lasted long, as if the economic edifice could not pump enough nourishment up to this high point of the economy. From the 14th century onwards, therefore, a cavalcade of inordinately wealthy capitalists creamed off the greatest profits of the European economy: the Bardi, the Medici, the Foukers, the Neckers, and the Rothschilds. Clearly, the successes and disasters of the capitalists rested on the general movements of the European economy. In the 15th century, the ground floor of economic life recovered, especially in the cities. In the 16th century, when Atlantic trade expanded, the driving force operated at the level of the international fairs: Antwerp, Frankfurt, Lyon, and Piacenza. The 17th century, though often described as a period of stagnation, saw the fantastic rise of Amsterdam. In the general economic acceleration of the 18th century, when London supplanted Amsterdam, the uncontrolled private market outperformed the regulated public market. Finally, financial capitalism only succeeded after the period 1830 to 60, when the banks grabbed both industry and merchandise, and when the general economy could support this edifice permanently. About that time, in 1870, Messer Francesco's ledgers were found in a pile of sacks under the stairs of his house in Prato. His motto was written inside each ledger: "In the name of God and profit." Press. The printing press of Johann Gensfleisch zum Gutenberg, which started work approximately 1450 in the Rhineland city of Mainz, did not initiate the art of printing. It was the successor to an ancient line of Chinese woodblocks, metal engraving plates, and stone lithographs. Even so, it launched a revolution in information technology. Like many inventions, it created an original process through the combination of several existing techniques, including those of the Roman wine press, the goldsmith's punch, and impressionable paper. Also, through the use of movable metal type cast in replica molds, it saw the first application of the theory of interchangeable parts, one of the basic principles of a later machine age. It possessed the inestimable facility for the text of a book to be set up, edited, and corrected before being reproduced in thousands of identical copies. Gutenberg is probably best remembered for his 43-line and 36-line Bibles. But in some ways his printing of the Catholicon, or Book of Universal Knowledge, represents a more distinctive milestone. This encyclopedia had been compiled by the Genoese Giovanni Balbo in the 13th century. In Gutenberg's printed edition, it marked the first item of secular literature in mass circulation. It contains a brief preface from the publisher: "With the help of the Most High, at whose will the tongues of infants become eloquent, this noble book has been printed and accomplished without the help of reed, stylus, or pen, but by the wondrous agreement, proportion, and harmony of punches and types, in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1460, in the notable city of Mainz, of the renowned German nation." Within the period of incunabula, before 1500, when printing was in its swaddling clothes, the main Roman, Italic, and Gothic type styles emerged, and the presses spread quickly to Bâle, Rome, Pilsno in Bohemia, Paris, Buda, Krakow, Westminster, and Cetinje in Montenegro. Printing reached Moscow in 1555. The power of the printed word inevitably aroused the fears of the religious authorities. Hence Mainz, the cradle of the press, also became the cradle of censorship. In 1485, the local Archbishop-Elector asked the city council of nearby Frankfurt am Main to examine the books to be exhibited at the Lenten Fair, and to help in the suppression of dangerous publications. As a result, in the following year, Europe's earliest censorship office was set up jointly by the electorate of Mainz and the city of Frankfurt. The first edict issued by the Frankfurt censor against printed books banned vernacular translations of the Bible. In contrast to Christendom, The Islamic world exercised a total ban on printing until the 19th century. The consequences, both for Islam and for the spread of knowledge in general, can hardly be exaggerated. Matrimonio. Sigismund de Zorzi and his wife, patricians of 15th century Ragusa, had 12 children, 6 boys and 6 girls. In the order of their birth, approximately 1427 to 49, the children were Johannes, Franciscus, Vecchia, Junius, Margarita, Maria, Marinus, Antonius, Elizabeth, Aloysius, Artulina, and Clara. 3 boys and 1 of the girls did not marry. Even so, finding suitable marriage partners for the other 8 must have kept their parents busy over at least 2 decades. Margarita, number 5, was the first to be betrothed in 1453, closely followed by Maria, number 6, 1455, and the eldest daughter, Vecchia, 1455. The eldest son, Johannes, did not marry until 1459, when he must have been at least 32 years of age. He was followed the next year by his sister, Elizabeth, number 9, who was about 16 years his junior. Franciscus, number 2, waited until 1465, when he was about 36, whilst 1471 saw the betrothals both of Artulina, number 11, aged about 24, and Junius, number 4, aged about 38. The pattern of marriages in this one family was not unusual. They matched not only those of other patrician families in Ragusa, but also studies from Renaissance Italy. It conforms to what historical demographers have called the Mediterranean marriage pattern, MMP, characterized by high levels of celibacy and by a gross discrepancy in the age at marriage of sons and daughters. Ragusa was a city republic living from Adriatic shipping and the overland Balkan trade. It gave its name to the English word argosy. Its population of approximately 20,000 was dominated by a score of closely intermarried patrician clans who held all the municipal offices. Marriage in medieval Ragusa was a serious business. Detailed pacta matrimoniala were drawn up between the bride's father and the prospective son-in-law. Dowries were fixed on average at 2,600 hyperi, 866 gold ducats. The standard penalty for not proceeding within the agreed period from betrothal to wedding and consummation was 1,000 gold ducats. The average age at betrothal, usually 2 or 3 years before marriage, was 18 for girls, 33.2 for men. As the De Zorzi example shows, brothers usually had to wait until their sisters had been provided for. The underlying factors of Ragusa's marriage culture were economic, biological, mathematical, and customary. Men held back from matrimony until they could support a family, and could expect a share of their father's legacy to augment the wife's dowry. Many waited so long that they never married at all. Women entered matrimony much earlier, but not just to maximize their childbearing capacity. They had to compete for the pool of reluctant grooms. Families preferred their sons-in-law, who would normally become business partners, to be mature and to take early responsibility for their daughter's honor. The ramifications of marriage strategy in history are so complex that macro-theorizing on the subject has proved less satisfactory than empirical local studies. The theory which divided the whole of Europe into 2 simple zones of a late marrying European marriage pattern and an early marrying East European marriage pattern carries much less conviction than the micro-analysis of matrimony in medieval Florence or Renaissance Ragusa. Ragusa retained its independence until 1805, when it was occupied by the French. After a century of Habsburg rule, it was joined in 1918 as Dubrovnik to Yugoslavia and to the Republic of Croatia in 1992. The medieval city in which the De Zorzi lived was twice devastated, by the earthquake of 1667 and by the Serbian naval bombardments of 1991-2. Among the many Renaissance buildings in the Stari Grad, which took a direct hit, was the Ponce Palace, home of the city archives and of the marriage registers. Vlad III, Prince of Wallachia, otherwise known as Dracula and Vlad the Impaler, quickly passed into legend as a byword for cruelty. In recent times, the sexual overtones of his perversion have attracted much notoriety. Yet he was an historical figure, whose birthplace at Sighisoara and castles at Poenari and Bran can be visited in present-day Romania. His principality of Wallachia lay on the left bank of the lower Danube, squeezed between the great kingdom of Hungary, which regarded him as its vassal, and the growing empire of the Ottoman Turks, to whom he paid tribute. During the Crusade of Varna in 1443-4, when he was an adolescent boy, he was sent as a hostage to the court of the Ottoman Sultan Murad II, and the buggery to which he was subjected can be considered the likely psychiatric source of his later obsessions. The use of the pala, or pointed stake, was well known to the Turks as a form of punishment, but in the hands of Vlad III it became an instrument of veritable mass terror. In the more refined variant, a needle-thin stake, specially sharpened and greased, was rammed in the victim's rectum and out through the mouth in such a way that the death throes could last for days. Vlad III came to power in 1456, only 3 years after the Turkish conquest of Constantinople, and saw himself as champion of the Christian princes confronting the infidel. One expedition across the Danube reputedly brought him 23,883 prisoners for impaling, not counting those mercifully beheaded or burned alive. At home, his reign began with the mass killing of the Wallachian nobility, perhaps 20,000 men, women, and children, impaled on a forest of stakes beneath the castle window. Dracula's arrest and imprisonment by Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, led in 1463 to the publication in Vienna of a German account of his misdeeds, Geschichte Draculae Veda, which was the basis for all subsequent literature. A Russian version, produced in 1488, was certainly known to Ivan the Terrible, who seems to have made use of it. Its pages serve to remind us of the strange connection between religious fanaticism and pathological cruelty, which persisted in both East and West. The annals of the Spanish Inquisition, or of the Marian persecution in England, as related in John Fox's Book of Martyrs, belong to the same sickening genre as the horrors of the Wallachian vampire prince. Gonçalves. In 1441, Antão Gonçalves sailed his tiny ship out of Lisbon, edged southwards along the Atlantic coast of Morocco, past the Canary Islands, and rounded Cape Bojador. Since the prevailing winds blew northerly off that part of the African coast, it was only 7 years earlier that a similar Portuguese ship had succeeded in passing the fearful Cape and in returning safely to Europe. Gonçalves had set out to collect a cargo of blubber and sea lion skins, but landing on the shore of the Rio de Ouro, he was seized by the idea of taking a few of the local inhabitants as a prize for his master, Prince Henry. So the next evening a party of 10 sailors marched inland. Returning empty-handed across the sand dunes at dawn, they spied a naked Berber walking behind a camel and carrying 2 spears. The man defended himself with spirit, but was soon wounded, overpowered, and captured. Together with a luckless black woman, probably a local slave girl, who also appeared on the scene, he was tied up and carried off. They were the first recorded victims of a European slave raid south of the Sahara. Soon afterwards, Gonçalves joined up with another ship, commanded by Nuno Tristão. Their combined crews mounted a night attack on a native encampment. With wild cries of Portugal and Santiago, they fell on the sleeping villagers, killing 3 and taking 10 prisoner. In all, they returned to Lisbon with 12 captives. Their exploits were recorded by the chronicler Zurara, and Prince Henry sent an embassy to Rome to seek the Pope's blessing for this new sort of crusade. The Pope granted complete forgiveness of sins to all engaged in the said war. Slave raiding and slave trading were an immemorial feature of African life, but this was the moment when Europeans broke into operations that had hitherto been handled by African and Muslim traders. It happened some 50 years before Europe's first contacts with the Americas, and it put European entrepreneurs into a good position for exploiting the new opportunities. In 1501, Spain issued a decree to limit the export of Christian girls to garrison brothels across the Atlantic. In 1515, Spain sent the first consignment of black slaves directly from Africa to America, whilst receiving the first shipment of slave-grown American sugar. More than a century after Gonçalves, a fresh stage of the Atlantic slave trade was reached when English sea captains broke into the Spanish and Portuguese monopoly. In October 1562, John Hawkins sailed from Plymouth for the coast of Guinea with 3 ships, the Salomon, the Swallow, and the Jonas. Variously described as a pirate and an admiral, Hawkins established the Great Circuit, with its threefold profits of English goods sold in Africa, African slaves sold in the Indies, and American products sold in England. On that first voyage, he took a short cut by relieving a Portuguese slave ship of its human cargo at sea. On his second voyage, in 1564, he received financial backing from the Queen of England herself, who rewarded him with a knighthood and with a coat of arms bearing a demi-Moor chained. On a third voyage, in 1567, he obtained 470 slaves as booty after lending his crewmen as mercenaries to the kings of Sierra Leone and of Castros, who were fighting a war against their enemies, Zachina and Zatacama. In this way, European traders entered a lasting and lucrative partnership with their African suppliers. The root of the evil, writes one historian, lay in a demand for slaves on one side, and on the other a monopolist interest among African chiefs in obtaining European consumer goods, especially firearms. Before the trade was stopped in the 19th century, some 15 million Africans had been seized for slavery in the Western Hemisphere. Of those, perhaps 11 or 12 million were actually landed alive. Deviatio. No medieval institution has attracted greater opprobrium from later ages than the Holy Inquisition. To many modern commentators, the ferocity aroused during the pursuit of heretics, Jews, or witches is often incomprehensible. The inquisitors were simply deranged. Yet a little reflection suggests that the phenomenon is not exclusively medieval. The definition of normal and deviant is always subjective. People whose unconventional conduct threatens entrenched interests can easily be denounced as mad or dangerous. Comparisons have been made between the Inquisition and the contemporary medical establishment's opposition to the mental health movement. They can also be made with the treatment of dissidents to the Soviet regime, who in the 1980s were still regularly consigned to psychiatric clinics, diagnosed as schizophrenic and forcibly disabled with drugs. State. In 1493, the year in which Columbus returned to the Kingdom of Castile, the map of Europe from Portugal to the Khanate of Astrakhan contained at least 30 sovereign states. 500 years later, if one discounts Andorra and Monaco, the union of Kalmar and the Swiss Federation, whose independence had been little more than de facto, no single one of those 30 states had maintained its separate sovereign existence. Of the sovereign states on the map of Europe in 1993, 4 had been formed in the 16th century, 4 in the 17th, 2 in the 18th, 7 in the 19th, and no fewer than 36 in the 20th. The rise and fall of states represents one of the most important phenomena of modern Europe. State formation in Europe has been analyzed in many ways. The traditional approach was based on constitutional and international law. The aim was to describe the legal framework within which empires, monarchies, and republics organize their government, control their dependencies, and gain recognition. More recently, greater emphasis has fallen on long-term considerations, on statistical calculations of the longevity of states, for example. Norbert Elias viewed state formation as part of a civilizational process operating since the period of feudal fragmentation through the steady accretion of princely power. Others have looked more at the interplay of internal structures and external relations. In one view, 3 types of state have prevailed: tribute-raising empires, systems of fragmented sovereignty, and national states. Their internal life force has been dominated either by the concentration of capital, as in Venice or the United Provinces, or by the concentration of coercion, as in Russia, or by varying concentrations of the two, as in Britain, France, or Prussia. Money and violence were the prime movers. The performance of states in the international arena depended on their participation in the elaborate multilateral power combinations that have constantly coalesced and recoalesced during more than 100 major wars in Europe since the Renaissance. The key questions were, how did states make war, and How did wars make states? Many of the issues resemble those examined in a more empirical fashion by Paul Kennedy. The supposedly ultimate destination, the nation-state, has been achieved many times, but the paths leading to that destination have been extremely varied. In the last resort, everything turned on power. Qui a la force, wrote Richelieu, a souvent la raison en matière d'état. In short, might is right, which only makes one wonder whether the nation-state should really be the ultimate destination. 7. Renatio. Renaissances and Reformations, approximately 1450 to 1670. There is a strong sense of unreality about the Renaissance. The mode of thinking, which is supposed to distinguish modern European civilization both from medieval Christendom and from other non-European civilizations such as Islam, had no clear beginning and no end. For a very long time it remained the preserve of a small intellectual elite, and had to compete with rival trends of thought, old and new. In the so-called Age of the Renaissance and Reformation, which conventionally begins approximately 1450, it can only be described as a minority interest. There were large sectors of European society and huge areas of European territory, where as yet it wielded no influence whatsoever. It somehow contrived to be the most remarkable feature of the age, and yet to be divorced from the main aspects of everyday political, social, and cultural life. It was untypical and unrepresentative, yet immensely significant. Like the wonderful figures of Sandro Botticelli, which are among its most powerful manifestations, whether the exquisite Primavera or the ethereal Venus rising from the waves, its feet somehow did not touch the ground. It floated over the surface of the world from which it arose, a disembodied abstraction, a new energizing spirit. Faced with the problem, many historians of the period have abandoned their earlier concerns. It is no longer the fashion to write so much about those minority interests. Humanist thought, Reformation theology, scientific discovery, and overseas exploration have had to give way to studies of material conditions, of the medieval continuities, and of popular belief and unbelief, as opposed to high culture. The professionals now like to spotlight magic, vagrancy, disease, or the decimation of colonial populations. This may be a very proper corrective, but it is as odd to forget Leonardo or Luther as it once was to ignore a Nostradamus or the Miller of Friuli. No one who wishes to know why Europe was so different in the mid-17th century from what it had been in the 15th can afford to bypass the traditional subjects. Even so, incautious listeners need to be reminded. The world of Renaissance and Reformation was also the world of divination, astrology and miracles, conjuration, witchcraft, necromancy, folk cures, ghosts, omens, and fairies. Magic continued to compete and to interact with religion and science. Indeed, the dominion of magic among the common people held sway through a long period of cohabitation with the new ideas over 2 centuries or more. One implication is that this early modern period may not be quite so modern after all. Despite the fresh seeds that were sown, it could well have had more in common with the medievalism that preceded it than with the Enlightenment which followed. The Renaissance, therefore, cannot be easily defined. It is easiest to say what it was not. Ever since the Renaissance invented itself some 600 years ago, complained one American historian, there has been no agreement as to what it is. The Renaissance, for example, did not merely refer to the burgeoning interest in classical art and learning, for such a revival had been gathering pace ever since the 12th century. Nor did it involve either a total rejection of medieval values or a sudden return to the worldview of Greece and Rome. Least of all did it involve the conscious abandonment of Christian belief. The term renatio, or rebirth, was a Latin calque for a Greek theological term, palingenesis, used in the sense of spiritual rebirth or resurrection from the dead. The essence of the Renaissance lay not in any sudden rediscovery of classical civilization, but rather in the use which was made of classical models to test the authority underlying conventional taste and wisdom. It is incomprehensible without reference to the depths of disrepute into which the medieval Church, the previous fount of all authority, had fallen. In this, the Renaissance was part and parcel of the same movement which resulted in religious reforms. In the longer term, it was the first stage in the evolution which led via the Reformation and the scientific revolution to the Enlightenment. It was the spiritual force which cracked the mold of medieval civilization, setting in motion the long process of disintegration which gradually gave birth to modern Europe. In that process, the Christian religion was not abandoned, but the power of the Church was gradually corralled within the religious sphere, the influence of religion increasingly limited to the realm of private conscience. As a result, the speculations of theologians, scientists, and philosophers, the work of artists and writers, and the policies of princes were freed from the control of a church with monopoly powers and totalitarian pretensions. The prime quality of the Renaissance has been defined as independence of mind. Its ideal was a person who, by mastering all branches of art and thought, need depend on no outside authority for the formation of knowledge, tastes, and beliefs. Such a person was l'uomo universale, the complete man. The principal product of the new thinking lay in a growing conviction that humanity was capable of mastering the world in which it lived. The great Renaissance figures were filled with self-confidence. They felt that God-given ingenuity could and should be used to unravel the secrets of God's universe, and that, by extension, man's fate on earth could be controlled and improved. Here was the decisive break with the mentality of the Middle Ages, whose religiosity and mysticism were reinforced by exactly the opposite conviction, that men and women were the helpless pawns of Providence, overwhelmed by the incomprehensible workings of their environment and of their own nature. Medieval attitudes were dominated by a paralyzing anxiety about human inadequacy, ignorance, impotence, in short, by the concept of universal sin. Renaissance attitudes, in contrast, were bred by a sense of liberation and refreshment, deriving from the growing awareness of human potential. Speculation, initiative, experiment, and exploration could surely be rewarded with success. Intellectual historians examine the Renaissance in terms of new ideas and new forms. Psychologists would look more to the conquests of fears and inhibitions which had prevented the new ideas from flourishing for so long. No simple chronological framework can be imposed on the Renaissance. Literary historians look for its origins in the 14th century songs and sonnets of Petrarch, who observed human emotions for their own sake. Art historians look back to the painters Giotto and Masaccio, to the architect Filippo Brunelleschi, who measured the dome of the Pantheon in Rome in order to build a still more daring dome for the cathedral in Florence, or to the sculptors Ghiberti and Donatello. Political historians look back to Niccolò Machiavelli, who first explained the mechanics of politics as power for power's sake. Every one of these pioneers was a Florentine. As the first home of the Renaissance, Florence can fairly lay claim to be the mother of modern Europe. In those unmatched generations of versatile Florentines, no one ever outshone Leonardo da Vinci. The painter of perhaps the most celebrated picture in the world, La Gioconda, he possessed seemingly limitless talents to pursue his equally limitless curiosity. His notebooks contain everything from anatomical drawings to designs for a helicopter, a submarine, a machine gun. Such mechanical inventions had been the rage in Germany at an even earlier period. His fame is surrounded by the mystery which derives from lost works, from the reputation of wizardry. It is said that as a young boy in the street market in Florence, he bought cage birds just to set them free. He did the same for the secrets of art and nature. He lived his last years in France in the service of Francis I. He died in the Château de Clou near Amboise on the Loire, in a part of the world which has been called an Italy more Italian than Italy itself. The Renaissance was never confined to Italy or to Italian fashions, and its effects were steadily disseminated throughout Latin Christendom. Modern scholars sometimes overlook this fact. Such was the impact of the work of the Swiss historian Jakob Burckhardt, Die Kultur der Renaissance in Italien, that many people have been left unaware of the wider dimensions. In fact, the intellectual ferment of the period was observable from an early date in northern Europe, especially in the cities of Burgundy and Germany. In France it displayed many native strands in addition to imported Italian fashions. Nor was it confined to Italy's immediate neighbours. It affected Hungary and Poland, for example, more deeply than Spain, and it met no insurmountable barrier until it reached the borders of the Orthodox world. Traces of the Renaissance were slight in countries absorbed by the Ottoman Empire, and in Muscovy they were limited to a few artistic imitations. Indeed, by giving a new lease of life to the Latin West, the Renaissance only deepened the gulf between East and West. The causes of the Renaissance were as deep as they were broad. They can be related to the growth of cities and of late medieval trade, to the rise of rich and powerful capitalist patrons, to technical progress which affected both economic and artistic life. But the source of spiritual developments must be sought above all in the spiritual sphere. Here, the malaise of the Church and the despondency surrounding the Church's traditional teaching becomes the major factor. It is no accident that the roots of Renaissance and Reformation alike are found in the realm of ideas. The new learning of the 15th century possessed three novel features. One was the cultivation of long-neglected classical authors, especially those such as Cicero or Homer, who had not attracted the medieval schoolmen. The second was the cultivation of ancient Greek as an essential partner to Latin. The third was the rise of biblical scholarship based on the critical study of the original Hebrew and Greek texts. This last activity provided an important bond between the secular Renaissance and the religious Reformation, which was to place special emphasis on the authority of the Scriptures. Scholarly criticism of classical text was growing rapidly long before the advent of printing. The lead here again had been given by Petrarch. He was emulated by Boccaccio, by Guarino, Filelfo, Bruni, Aurispa, and by that indefatigable collector and papal secretary, G.F. Poggio Bracciolini. Poggio's rival, Lorenzo Valla, was responsible both for the treatise De Elegantiis Latinae Linguae, which established the superiority of Ciceronian Latin, and for the exposure of the false donation of Constantine. The Greek tradition, fostered by the Byzantine Manuel Chrysoloras, sometime professor of Greek at Florence, and by Angelo Poliziano, poet and translator of Homer, was boosted by the wave of Greek refugees and their manuscripts after 1453. A later generation of scholars was dominated in Italy by the Hellenist and Orientalist G. Pico della Mirandola, who explored the Kabbalah, and by Marsilio Ficino. In France by Jacques Lefebvre d'Etaples and Guillaume Budet. In Germany by the Hebraist Johann Reuchlin, by the wandering knight Ulrich von Hutten, and by Philip Melanchthon. Particularly relevant for the future of science was Ficino's translation of the Alexandrian Hermes Trismegistus. The printing machine made its entree when the movement was well advanced. Enthusiastic circles of such humanists sprang up at all points, from Oxford and Salamanca to Krakow and Lvov. Their patrons, from Cardinal Beaufort to Cardinal Oleschnitsky, were often prominent churchmen. All, in their devotion to the ancients, would have echoed the cri de coeur of one of their lesser brethren, Cyriac of Ancona, "I go to wake the dead." All paid homage to the greatest of their number, Erasmus of Rotterdam. Gerhard Gerhards, a Dutchman from Rotterdam, better known by his Latin and Greek pen names of Desiderius and Erasmus, was the principal practitioner of Christian humanism. Scholar at Deventer, chorister at Utrecht, secretary to the Bishop of Cambrai, frequent visitor to London and Cambridge, and long-term resident of Basle, Erasmus made himself the centre of the scientific study of divinity, the touchstone of classical erudition and literary taste. One of the first truly popular authors of the age of printing, his Moriae Encomium, Folly's Praise of Folly, ran into 43 editions in his lifetime. He did more than anyone else to marry the new humanism with the Catholic tradition. His Enchiridion Militis Christiani, Handbook of a Christian Soldier, 1503, was another winner. Like his close friend Thomas More, he was no less a Pauline than a Platonist. His publication of the Greek New Testament was a landmark event. Its preface contained the famous words, "I wish that every woman might read the Gospel and the epistles of St. Paul. Would that these were translated into every language, and understood not only by Scots and Irishmen, but by Turks and Saracens. Would that the farmer might sing snatches of Scripture at his plough, that the weaver might hum phrases of Scripture to the tune of his shuttle." Most attractive, perhaps, was his beautifully paradoxical temperament. He was a priest with a strong streak of anti-clericalism, a scholar with a deep loathing of pedantry, a royal and imperial pensioner who lacerated kings and princes, a true Protestant against the abuses of the Church, who took no part in the Reformation, a devoted humanist and a devoted Christian. His books remained on the Church's index for centuries, but were freely printed in England, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. He sported both a gentle spirit of moderation and a savage wit. What disasters would befall, he asked of the Rome of Julius II, if ever the supreme pontiffs, the vicars of Christ, should make the attempt to imitate his life of poverty and toil? The answer was that thousands of scribes, sycophants, muleteers, and pimps would become unemployed. Christ, too, he wrote to the outrage of the Inquisition, was made something of a fool himself, in order to help the folly of mankind. Erasmus greatly influenced the language of the age. His collection of annotated adagia was the world's first bestseller, bringing over 3,000 classical proverbs and phrases into popular circulation. Oleum camino, to pour oil on the fire. Ululus Athenus, to send owls to Athens. Iugulare mortuos, to cut the throat of corpses. Mortuum flagellas, you are flogging a dead horse. Asinus ad lirum, to put an ass to the lyre. Arare litus, to plough the seashore. Surdo opedere, to belch before the deaf. Mulgere iurcum, to milk a billy goat. Barbatenus sapientes, wise as far as the beard. Humanism is a label given to the wider intellectual movement of which the New Learning was both precursor and catalyst. It was marked by a fundamental shift from the theocratic or God-centered worldview of the Middle Ages to the anthropocentric or man-centered view of the Renaissance. Its manifesto may be seen to have been written by Pico's treatise On the Dignity of Man, and in time it diffused all branches of knowledge and art. It is credited with the concept of human personality, created by the new emphasis on the uniqueness and worth of individuals. It is credited with the birth of history, as the study of the processes of change, and hence of the notion of progress, and it is connected with the stirrings of science, that is, the principle that nothing should be taken as true unless it can be tried and demonstrated. In religious thought, it was a necessary precondition for Protestant emphasis on the individual conscience. In art, it was accompanied by renewed interest in the human body and in the uniqueness of human faces. In politics, it gave emphasis to the idea of the sovereign state as opposed to the community of Christendom, and hence to the beginnings of modern nationality. The sovereign nation-state is the collective counterpart of the autonomous human person. Both in its fondness for pagan antiquity and in its insistence on the exercise of man's critical faculties, Renaissance humanism contradicted the prevailing modes and assumptions of Christian practice. Notwithstanding its intentions, traditionalists believed that it was destructive of religion and ought to have been restrained. 500 years later, when the disintegration of Christendom was far more advanced, it has been seen by many Christian theologians as the source of all the rot. According to one Catholic philosopher, the difference between the Renaissance and the Middle Ages was not a difference by addition but by subtraction. The Renaissance was not the Middle Ages plus man, but the Middle Ages minus God. An American Protestant was no less forgiving. The Renaissance is the real cradle of that very unchristian concept, the autonomous individual. A Russian Orthodox was the most uncompromising of all. Renaissance humanism affirmed the autonomy of man and his freedom in the spheres of cultural creation, science, and art. Herein lay its truth, for it was essential that the creative force of humanity should surmount the obstacles and prohibitions that medieval Christianity put in its way. Unfortunately, however, the Renaissance also began to assert man's self-sufficiency and to make a rift between him and the eternal truths of Christianity. Here we have the fountainhead of the tragedy of modern history. God became the enemy of man, and man the enemy of God. By the same token, many people in recent times who do not hide their contempt for Christianity, Marxists, scientific sociologists, and atheists among them, have welcomed the Renaissance as the beginning of Europe's liberation. Nothing would have horrified the Renaissance masters more. Few of them saw any contradiction between their humanism and their religion, and most modern Christians would agree. All the developments deriving from the Renaissance, from Cartesian rationalism to Darwinian science, have been judged by fundamentalists to be contrary to religion, yet Christianity has adapted and has accommodated them. Left to itself, humanism will always find its logical destination in atheism. But mainstream European civilization did not follow that extreme road. Through all the conflicts which ensued, a new and ever-changing synthesis was found between faith and reason, tradition and innovation, convention and conviction. Despite the growing prominence of secular subjects, the overwhelming bulk of European art continued to be devoted to religious themes, and all the great masters were religious believers. Suitably enough, at the end of a long life, Michelangelo Buonarroti, sculptor of the Florentine David, painter of the Sistine Chapel, and architect of St. Peter's Dome, turned for consolation to devotional poetry. Giunto è già il corso della vita mia, con tempestoso mar per fragil barca, al comun porto, ova render si varca, conto e ragion d'ogni opera triste e pia, onde la fetuosa fantasia, che l'arte me fece idole monarca, conosco or ben com'era d'error carca, e che c'ha mal suo grado ognuom desia, gli amorosi pensier, già vanni e lieti, che fiennor sa due morti ma vicino, d'una sol certo e l'altra mi minaccia, né pinger né scolpir fia più che quieti, l'anima volta a quell'amor divino, caperse a prender noi in croce le braccia. The course of my life has come by fragile ship through stormy seas, to the common port where one calls to give account of all our evil and pious deeds. Whence the fond fantasy which made art my idol and monarch, I now know to have been a cargo of error, and see what every man desires to his own harm. These thoughts of love, once light and gay, what of them if now two deaths beset me? I know the certainty of one, whilst the other oppresses. Nor painting nor sculpture brings real repose. My soul turns to that love divine which, to enfold us, opens its arms on the cross. Education played a capital role in Renaissance thinking. The humanists knew that to create a new man, one had to start from schoolboys and students. Educational treatises and experiments proliferated, from Vittorino de Feltre to Erasmus's Instruction of a Prince. Their ideal, whilst conserving the bedrock of Christian instruction, was to develop both the mental and the physical talents of youth. To this end, gymnastics were taught alongside Greek and Latin. Vittorino's Academy in Mantua is often taken to be the first school of the new type. Later examples included the refounded St. Paul's School in London. Renaissance music was marked by the appearance of secular choral music alongside polyphonic settings for the Mass. The supreme masters, Josquin des Prés and Clément Jeannequin, whose work was much prized in Italy as well as France, painted panoramas in sound. Pieces such as Jeannequin's Les Oiseaux, les Cris de Paris, or La Bataille de Marignan, abound with joy and energy. The art of the madrigal was widely disseminated, plied by an international school of lutanists. Textbooks of Renaissance art tend to divide the subject into three neat periods. The early Renaissance of 15th century innovation is followed by the high Renaissance of harmony attained in the mid-16th century, and by imitative mannerism thereafter. The great innovative figures include Paolo Uccello, conqueror of perspective, Andrea Mantegna, master of realistic action, and Sandro Botticelli, the magical blender of landscape and human form. The three supreme giants are generally acknowledged to be Leonardo, Raphael Santi, and the mighty Michelangelo. The imitators, of course, were legion. But imitation is a form of flattery, and the treatment of the human face and body, of landscape and light, was transformed. Raphael's Madonnas are a world apart in spirit from medieval icons. Yet over-neat classifications must be resisted. For one thing, innovation continued. Nothing could be more innovative in the use of form and colour than the daring canvases of Antonio Allegri, Correggio, of the Venetians Tiziano Vercelli, Titian, and Jacopo Robusti, Tintoretto, or of the Cretan Domenico Theotocopuli, El Greco, who found his way via Venice to Toledo. For another, the art of northern Europe, first prominent in Burgundy, developed strongly and independently. The German school, forming around Albrecht Dürer, Lucas Cranach of Nuremberg, the landscapist Albrecht Altdorfer of Regensburg, and the portraitist Hans Holbein of Augsburg, was in contact with the South, but it was anything but derivative. Finally, one has to take account of powerful and original artists who were more closely connected with continuing medieval traditions. Such would include the extraordinary altar carver Veit Stoss or Wiet Stwosch, who worked in Germany and Poland, the mysterious master of Grunewald, the fantastic Dutchman Hieronymus Bosch with his visions of hell, or the Flemish peasant genre painter Peter Bruegel the Elder. Renaissance architecture is usually characterized by reactions against the Gothic style. The Florentine classical style, whose earliest example is to be found in the Pazzi Chapel, had many admirers. The classical villas of Andrea Palladio became an obsession with the European nobility. His finely illustrated Quattro Libri della Architettura, published in Venice, was placed in all respectable libraries. When gunpowder rendered castles obsolete, building funds were spent on magnificent palaces, notably in the aristocratic residences of the Loire, on the monuments to municipal pride in the burgher houses and arcaded squares of Germany and Holland, and on Italianate city halls from Amsterdam to Augsburg, Leipzig, and Zamość. Renaissance literature was characterized by an explosion of the vernacular languages, which saw the world afresh in every way. The tentative work of the humanists gave way in the 16th century to the launch of full-blown national literatures. Indeed, the possession of a popular literary tradition in the vernacular was to become one of the key attributes of modern national identity. This tradition was established in French by the poets of the Pléiade, in Portuguese by Luís de Camões, in Spanish by Miguel Cervantes, in Dutch by Anna Beens and Just van der Vondel, in Polish by Jan Kochanowski, in English by the Elizabethan poets and dramatists Spenser, Marlowe, and Shakespeare. In Italian, where the tradition was older and stronger, it was consolidated by Ludovico Ariosto and Torquato Tasso. Not all of Europe's linguistic communities produced serious literature. Those who lagged behind, principally in Germany, Russia, and the Balkans, were still preoccupied with religious pursuits. Apart from Luther and the Narrenschiff, or Ship of Fools, of Sebastian Brandt, the poetry of the Silesians, Andreas Gryphius and Martin Opitz, historiographer to the King of Poland, and the picaresque novel Simplicissimus of H.J.C. von Grimmelshausen, little of note was published in Germany beyond religious tracts and popular Volksbücher, such as the story of Dr. Faustus. In Central Europe, an important branch of literature continued to be written in Latin. The chief exponents of Neo-Latin poetry included the German Conrad Pickel, alias Celtis, first poet laureate of the Holy Roman Empire, Janus Pannonius, the Hungarian, the Italians Fracastorius and Alciati, and the Poles Dantiscus and Ianicius. Clearly, the Renaissance had something in common with the older movement for church reform. Humanists and would-be reformers both fretted against fossilized clerical attitudes, and both suffered from the suspicions of the ruling hierarchy. What is more, by encouraging the critical study of the New Testament, both led the rising generation to dream about the lost virtues of primitive Christianity, much as others had dreamt about the lost age of classical antiquity. In this connection, but not in the happiest of metaphors, it used to be said that Erasmus laid the egg and Luther hatched it. The Reformation. Nonetheless, it is not possible to view the Reformation simply as an extension of the Renaissance. Unlike humanism, it appealed to the deepest devotional traditions of the Middle Ages, and it rode on a wave of a religious revival which affected not just the scholars but the masses. It was launched by men who had every intention of keeping the Catholic Church intact, and who only redoubled their campaign for a cleansed and unified religion when one branch of the reforming movement began to break away. It had nothing at all to do with the humanist spirit of tolerance. The common wellsprings of Renaissance and Reformation, therefore, should not be allowed to conceal the fact that they grew into streams flowing in very different directions. A similar split developed within the movement for church reform. What started as a broad religious revival gradually divided into two separate and hostile movements, later known as the Catholic Reformation and the Protestant Reformation. The religious revival, clearly visible at the end of the 15th century, was largely driven by popular disgust at the decadence of the clergy. Despite the declared intention of calling a general council every 10 years, the Church had not called one since the 1430s. The canonization of a long line of saints, from St. Vincent Ferrer, O.P., and St. Bernardino of Siena, to St. Casimir of Poland, could not detract from the blatant lack of saintliness in the Church as a whole. Europe was full of tales about simoniac bishops, nepotistic popes, promiscuous priests, idle monks, and, above all, the sheer worldly wealth of the Church. Once again the harbinger of things to come appeared in Florence. The ferocious hell-fire sermons of a fanatical friar, Fra Girolamo Savonarola, raised a revolt in the 1490s which temporarily drove out the Medici, and which only ended with the friar's own burning. In Spain, under Cardinal Cisneros, religious discipline was combined with energetic scholarship. The new school of theology at the University of Alcalá, founded in 1498, gave birth to the polyglot Bible. In Italy, under Cardinal Giampietro Carafa, the future Paul IV and co-founder, approximately 1511, of the Oratory of Divine Love, an influential circle of Roman churchmen bound themselves to a regime of intense devotional exercises and practical charity. From them there arose a series of new Catholic congregations of clerks regular, neither monks nor friars, among them the Theatines, the Barnabites, the Jesuits, and the Oratorians. The stirrings of religious revival coincided with the nadir of the Church's reputation, reached during the papacies of Rodrigo de Borgia and Giuliano della Rovere. Alexander's passions were for gold, women, and the careers of his bastard children. Julius gratified an innate love of war and conquest. He is remembered as the Pope who rode into battle in full armor, the rebuilder of St. Peter's, the refounder of the Papal States. In 1509, when he was planning to pay for his wars and for St. Peter's through the sale in Germany of indulgences, paper certificates guaranteeing relief from punishment in purgatory, Rome was visited by a young Augustinian monk from Wittenberg in Saxony. Martin Luther was shocked to the bones by what he saw. Even depravity, wrote Ranke, may have its perfection. Within 10 years, Luther found himself at the head of the first Protestant revolt. His lectures as professor of theology at Wittenberg show that his doctrine of justification by faith alone had been brewing for some years, and as a man wrestling with his inner convictions, he had little patience with the gentle humanists of the day. He was inordinately rude and bad-tempered. His language was often unrepeatable. Rome, to him, was the seat of sodomy and the beast of the apocalypse. Luther's fury was brought to the boil by the appearance in Germany of a friar, Johann Tetzel, who was selling indulgences. Tetzel had been banned from the territory of the Elector of Saxony, who had no desire to see his subjects pouring large sums into papal coffers. So, by challenging Tetzel's theological credentials, Luther was reinforcing the policy of his prince. On the 31st of October, 1517, All Saints' Eve, he took the fateful step of nailing a sheet of 95 theses, or arguments against indulgences, to the door of Wittenberg's castle church. Or tradition so insists. From that famous act of defiance, several consequences flowed. First, Luther was embroiled in a series of public disputations, notably the one staged at Leipzig with Dr. von Eck, which preceded his formal excommunication. In the course of his preparations, he penned the primary treatises of Lutheranism, the resolutions Liberty of a Christian Man, addressed to the Christian nobility of German nation, on the Babylonian captivity of the Church of God, and he publicly burned the papal bull of excommunication, Exsurge Domine. Secondly, German politics was split between the advocates and the opponents of Luther's punishment. In 1521, the Emperor Charles V summoned Luther to appear under safe conduct before the imperial diet at Worms. Luther, like Hus at Constance, defended himself with fortitude. "I am overcome by the scriptures I have quoted. My conscience is captive to God's word. I cannot and will not revoke anything, for to act against conscience is neither safe nor honest. Hier stehe ich kann nicht anders. Here I stand. I cannot do otherwise." After that he was spirited away by the Saxon elector's men and hidden in the Wartburg castle. The ban pronounced by the Diet against Luther could not be enforced. Religious protest was turning into political revolt. Germany in 1522-5 was convulsed by two major outbursts of unrest, the feud of the Imperial Knights at Trier and the violent social disturbances of the Peasants' War, which began at Waldshut in Bavaria. Luther's defiance of the Church may have been a factor in the defiance of political authority, but he had no sympathy for the peasants' 12 Articles, drawn up in Swabia by Christoph Schapeler and Sebastian Lotze of Memmingen. When fresh rebel bands appeared in Thuringia, Luther published his appeal against the murderous and thieving hordes of peasants, trenchantly defending the social order and the prince's rights. The peasant rebels were crushed in a sea of blood. The Lutheran revolt took definite shape during 3 later sessions of the Imperial Diet. The emperor's opponents took their chance to consolidate their position, whilst he was distracted by the wars against France and the Turks. At Speyer in 1526, in the recess declaration of the Diet, they managed to insert a clause for princely liberty in religion, anticipating the famous formula, cuius regio, eius religio. Whoever rules has the right to determine religion. At the Second Diet of Speyer in 1529, they formally lodged the protest which gave them their name, bemoaning the annulment of the recess. At Augsburg in 1530, they presented a measured summary of their beliefs. This Confession of Augsburg, composed by Melanchthon, was the Protestant Manifesto, after which an adamant emperor set April 1531 as the deadline for their submission. In response, the Protestant princes formed the armed League of Schmalkalden. From then on, the Catholic and the Protestant camps were clearly defined. Meanwhile, the Lutheran protest movement was swelled by a series of parallel events, each of which widened the nature of Protestantism. In 1522, in Switzerland, Huldrych Zwingli, Hellenist, correspondent of Erasmus, and people's priest at Zurich, challenged the Roman Church both on ecclesiastical organization and on doctrine. Like Luther, he started by denouncing indulgences, and he shared Luther's concept of justification by faith. But he also rejected the authority of bishops, and he taught that the Eucharist was no more than a simple symbolic ceremony. He was killed at Kappel in 1531, carrying the Protestant banner in a war against the 5 Catholic forest cantons that had split the Swiss Confederation. He launched an important Protestant trend in which local congregations or communities claimed the right to control their affairs. In the 1520s, radical preachers and sects proliferated in Germany. Andreas Karlstadt, who quarrelled with Luther, went off to Basel. The prophets of Zwickau, Storch, Stubner, and Thome, were old-fashioned millenarians. The mystic, Thomas Müntzer, possessed both communist and anarchist traits, modelling his group on the Czech Taborites. After many wanderings, he was caught at the head of a band of expropriators during the Peasants' War in Thuringia and executed at Mulhausen. The Anabaptists, or re-baptizers, emerged among some disgruntled Swiss Zwinglians. Rejecting all established authority, they declared all previous baptisms invalid. They also sought to found an ideal Christian republic on evangelical principles, renouncing oaths, property, and, in theory, all violence. In 1534-5, at Münster in Westphalia, under two Dutchmen, Jan Matthijs of Haarlem and Jan Boykelj of Leiden, they briefly created a kingdom of the elect that was crushed with great cruelty. The cages, which once held the remains of their leaders, still hang from the spire of St. Lambert's Church. The Anabaptists were Christendom's first fundamentalists, persecuted by Protestants and Catholics alike. They recovered as Mennonites under the Frieslander Menno Simons, sowing a spiritual legacy for later Baptists, Unitarians, and Quakers. Christian spiritualism, in contrast, drew support from Bavarian Denkians, Swabian Frankians, and Silesian Schwenkfeldians. In 1529, King Henry VIII of England initiated the policy which was to separate the English Church from Rome. The initial cause lay in Henry's obsessive desire for a male heir, and in the Pope's refusal to grant him a divorce. Henry, who had earlier earned the title of Fidei Defensor for denouncing Luther, had little religious motivation, but he gained great support in Parliament and immense material advantage by attacking the Church's privileges and property. The Act of Annates cut financial payments to Rome. The Act of Appeals curtailed Rome's ecclesiastical jurisdiction. The Act of Supremacy abolished papal authority completely, raising the king to be supreme head of the Church of England. Subjects such as Thomas More or Cardinal John Fisher, who declined to accede, were executed for treason. The 10 Articles and 6 Articles asserted the inviolability of the Roman Mass and of traditional doctrine. The direct association of Church and State, later called Erastianism, brought Anglicanism closer to Orthodox than to Catholic practice. In 1541, at the second attempt, Jean Calvin was persuaded to take control of the Church in Geneva. A fugitive Frenchman, more radical than Luther, Calvin founded the most widely influential branch of Protestantism. A scholar raised in the spirit of Lefebvre d'Etaples and a sometime Catholic lawyer, he had been protected by the circle of Marguerite d'Angoulême. He was converted to the new thinking after hearing a homily on the sovereignty of the Scriptures by the rector of the Sorbonne, Nicolas Cope. Fearing repressions, he resigned his benefice in his native Noyon and fled to Bâle. There, in 1535, he published his seminal Institution de la Religion Chrétienne. Calvin expressed original ideas on theology, on the relations of church and state, and especially on private morality. He was nearer to Luther than to Zwingli on the Eucharist, but his revival of the doctrine of predestination proved shocking. He saw humanity to be divided into the damned and the elect. By this, he taught his disciples to think of themselves as an embattled minority, a band of righteous brothers surrounded by a hostile world, strangers among sinners. Ainsi les bourgeois du ciel n'aiment point le monde, ni les choses qui sont au monde. Il s'écrit avec le sage, vanité des vanités, tu n'es que vanité et rangement d'esprit. The inhabitants of the city of heaven do not love the world, nor the things of the world. They cry with the prophet, vanity of vanities. Everything is nothing but vanity and the devouring of the spirit. On church organization, too, Calvin's innovations far exceeded those of Zwingli. He insisted not only on the separation of church and state, but also on the competence of local congregations. On the other hand, he also expected that the temporal power would be inspired by religious precepts and by a desire to enforce all judgments of the church organs. In matters of toleration, therefore, he was no more flexible than the Inquisition or Henry VIII. In ethical matters, Calvin established a new and inimitable code which made his followers instantly recognizable. The good Calvinist family was to abhor all forms of pleasure and frivolity, dancing, songs, drinking, gaming, flirtation, bright clothes, entertaining books, loud language, even vivacious gestures. Their life was to be marked by sobriety, self-restraint, hard work, thrift, and above all, godliness. Their membership of the elect was to be manifest in their appearance, in their conduct, in their church-going, and in their worldly success. To the old Catholic burden of sin, they added the new burden of keeping up appearances. In art, they were to avoid all direct portrayal of the deity, all mystical symbols and allegories. They were to find the sole source of joy and guidance in the daily reading of the Bible. Here was what the English-speaking world would come to know as the Puritan. The full formation of Calvinist principles had to await the definitive publication of the Institution in 1559 and the Second Helvetic Confession, drawn up by H. Bullinger, Zwingli's successor at Zurich, in 1566. Calvin's successor at Geneva, Theodore Beza, a Greek scholar and theologian, introduced a rigid determinist view of predestination that was vigorously opposed by the followers of Jacob Hermans, professor at Leiden in Holland. The Arminians emphasized the doctrine of free will and the efficacy of Christ's death for all believers, not just for the elect. The spread of Protestantism has to be described both in socio-political as well as in geographical terms. Lutheranism appealed directly to independent-minded princes. It confirmed the legitimacy of their rule, whilst maintaining the existing social order. It was quickly adopted in several states, notably in Württemberg, Hesse, Anhalt, Electoral and Ducal Saxony, Neumark, and Pomerania, and in most northern German cities, from Bremen to Riga. It entered a prolonged crisis in 1540, when Luther condoned the bigamous marriage of Philip of Hesse by advising the new faith's leading patron to tell a good strong lie. Until the Formula of Concord, it survived several decades of schism between the strict Gnesio-Lutherans and the more liberal Melanchthonians. In Denmark and Norway, through the preaching of the Danish Luther, Hans Tausen, it became the state religion in 1537. It helped perpetuate Denmark's loss of Sweden, where it was not fully established until 1593, and it accelerated the collapse of the Teutonic states in Prussia and in Livonia. Calvinism, in contrast, coincided less with state politics than with the inclination of particular social groups. In Western Europe, it often appealed to the rising urban bourgeoisie, and in France to an impressive cross-section of the nobility. In Eastern Europe also, it appealed both to the landed gentry and to the magnates. In the Kingdom of England, Calvinism began to make an impact after the death of Henry VIII in 1547. The reign of the boy king Edward VI produced much confusion, and the interval of the ultra-Catholic Queen Mary, a crop of Protestant martyrs, notably at Oxford. Thereafter, under Elizabeth I, the church settlement enshrined in the Act of Uniformity and the 39 Articles reached a judicious synthesis of Erastian, Lutheran, Zwinglian, Calvinist, and traditional Catholic influences. From then on, Anglicanism has always provided an umbrella for two main political and theological tendencies, the High Church of Anglo-Catholicism and the Low Church of the Calvinistic evangelicals. Despite merciless persecution under Elizabeth, both recusant Catholics and nonconformist Puritans survived underground. The latter re-emerged in force in the 17th century and, under Cromwell's Commonwealth, briefly controlled the state. Thanks to the efforts of John Knox, Calvinism became the sole established religion in Scotland in 1560, in a form known as Presbyterianism. Though subject to Anglican influences, the Scottish Kirk stayed apart. In France, the Calvinists were dubbed Huguenots. They spread rapidly in the former Albigensian lands in the south and west, and in the urban populations of all provinces. They formed the backbone of the Bourbon party during the Wars of Religion, and an essential feature of the French religious scene until their ultimate expulsion in 1685. In the Netherlands, the rise of Calvinism, especially among the burghers of Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Leiden, provided a basic factor in the split between the Catholic provinces to the west and the United Provinces to the east. The Dutch Reformed Church has played a central role in the country since its establishment as the state religion in 1622. In Germany, Calvinism was long opposed both by Lutherans and Catholics. It received its major support from the adherents in 1563 of the Elector Palatine, Frederick III, who imposed the Heidelberg Catechism on all his subjects, from Christian I of Saxony, and in 1613 from the conversion of the Hohenzollerns of Brandenburg. Brandenburg Prussia was unusual in tolerating both Calvinism and Lutheranism. In Poland, Lithuania, Bohemia, and Hungary, Calvinism appealed to a wide section of the landed gentry. In some parts, such as Transylvania or the Duchy of Czeschin, its presence proved durable. The Hungarian city of Debrecen has been the Calvinist Rome ever since. In Lithuania, it claimed the allegiance of many magnates, including Europe's largest landowners, the Radziwiłłs. The effects of Protestantism can be observed in every sphere of European life. By emphasizing the necessity of Bible reading, it made a major impact on education in the Protestant countries, and hence on popular literacy. In the economic sphere, it made a major contribution to enterprise culture, and hence to the rise of capitalism. In politics, it proved a major bone of contention both between states and between rival groupings within states. By dividing the Catholic world in two, it spurred the Roman Church into the reform which it had repeatedly postponed. Above all, it dealt a fatal blow to the ideal of a united Christendom. Until the 1530s, Christendom had been split into two halves, Orthodox and Catholic. From the 1530s onwards, it was split into three, Orthodox, Catholic, and Protestant, and the Protestants themselves were split into ever more rival factions. The scandal was so great, and the fragmentation was so widespread, that people stopped talking about Christendom and began to talk instead about Europe. The Counter-Reformation was given its name by Protestant historians, who assumed that it was born to oppose the Protestant Reformation. Catholic historians see it differently, as the second stage of a movement for church reform which had a continuous history from the conciliarists of the late 14th century to the Council of Trent. One must stress, however, that the Counter-Reformation was not some sort of autarkic historical engine operating in isolation. Like the Renaissance and the Reformation, it interacted with all the other great phenomena of the age. The paralysis reigning at the center of the Catholic Church eased during the pontificate of Paul III, Alessandro Farnese. Known as Cardinal Petticoat, Paul III was a flagrant nepotist, brother of a papal concubine, and the lavish patron of Michelangelo and Titian. At the same time, he saw the urgency of change. He revitalized the Sacred College, commissioned the key inquiry into church reform, Concilium de Emendanda Ecclesia, patronized the Jesuits, established the Holy Office, and launched the Council of Trent. Until the 1530s, the Sacred College of Cardinals, which elected the popes, was one of the Church's weaker pillars. But with its budget cut and its numbers increased by several brilliant appointments, it became the Vatican's powerhouse for change. Its outstanding names included Cardinals Carafa, later Paul IV, Cervini, later Marcellus II, and the Englishman Reginald Pole, who missed election in 1550 by one vote. The next run of popes was of a different stamp. Pius IV did not hesitate to condemn to death the criminal nephews of his predecessor. The austere and fanatical Pius V, sometime Inquisitor General who walked barefoot in Rome, was later canonized. Gregory XIII, who rejoiced at the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve, was wholly political. The Society of Jesus has been called the corps d'élite of Catholic reform. It combined the fierce piety and military lifestyle of its Basque founder, Inigo López de Recalde, St. Ignatius Loyola, author of the Spiritual Exercises. Approved in 1540 by Paul III's bull, Regimini Militantis Ecclesiae, it operated under direct papal command. Its members were organized in ranks under their general, and were trained to think of themselves as companions of Jesus. Their aims were to convert the heathen, to reconvert the lapsed, and above all, to educate. Within a few decades of their formation, Their missionaries appeared all over the world, from Mexico to Japan. Their colleges sprang up in every corner of Catholic Europe, from Braganza to Kiev. "I have never left the army," said St. Ignatius. "I have only been seconded to the service of God." And elsewhere, "Give me a boy at the age of 7, and he will be mine forever." At his canonization, it was said, Ignatius had a heart large enough to hold the universe. Despite their successes, the Jesuits aroused immense fear and resentment among Catholics as well as Protestants. They were famed for their casuistry in dispute, and were widely thought to hold that the end justifies the means. They came to be seen as the Church's secret thought police, accountable to no one. Already in 1612, the forged Moneta Secreta, published in Krakow, purported to reveal the instructions of their worldwide conspiracy under the formidable General Acquaviva, the Black Pope. The society was suppressed in 1773, but restored in 1814. The Holy Office was established in 1542 as the Supreme Court of Appeal in matters of heresy. Staffed by leading cardinals, it assumed supervision of the Inquisition, and in 1557 issued the first index, the list of prohibited books. In 1588, it became one of the 9 reorganized congregations, or executive departments, of the Roman Curia. It worked alongside the Office for the Propagation of the Faith, which was charged with converting the heathen and heretics. The Council of Trent, which met in 3 sessions, 1545-7, 1551-2, and 1562-3, was the general council for which church reformers had been praying for decades. It provided the doctrinal definitions and the institutional structures which enabled the Roman Church to revive and to meet the Protestant challenge. Its decrees on doctrine were largely conservative. It confirmed that the Church alone could interpret the Scriptures and that religious truth derived from Catholic tradition as well as from the Bible. It upheld traditional views of original sin, justification, and merit, and rejected the various Protestant alternatives to transubstantiation during the Eucharist. Its decrees on organization reformed the church orders, regularized the appointment of bishops, and established seminaries in every diocese. Its decrees on the form of the Mass, contained in a new catechism and a revised breviary, affected the lives of ordinary Catholics most directly. After 1563, the same Latin Tridentine Mass could be heard in most Roman Catholic churches throughout the world. Critics of the Council of Trent point to its neglect of practical ethics, its failure to give Catholics a moral code to match that of the Protestants. It impressed on the Church the stamp of an intolerant age, wrote an English Catholic, and perpetuated the spirit of an austere immorality. The Protestant historian Ranke stressed the paradox of a council which had intended to trim the papacy. Instead, by oaths of loyalty, detailed regulations, and punishments, the entire Catholic hierarchy was subordinated to the Pope. Discipline was restored, but all the faculties of directing it were centered in Rome. Several Catholic monarchs, including Philip II of Spain, so feared the Tridentine decrees that they curtailed their publication. The particular religious ethos promoted by the Counter-Reformation emphasized the discipline and collective life of the faithful. It reflected the wide powers of enforcement given to the hierarchy and the outward show of conformity which believers were now required to display. It insisted on regular confession as a sign of submission. It was supported by a wide range of communal practices, pilgrimages, ceremonies, and processions, and by the calculated theatricality of the accompanying art, architecture, and music. Catholic propaganda of this vintage was strong both on rational argument and on devices for impressing the senses. The Baroque churches of the era, crammed with altars, columns, statues, cherubs, gold leaf, icons, monstrances, candelabra, and incense, were designed to leave nothing to the private thoughts of the congregation. Unlike the Protestant preachers, who stressed individual conscience and individual probity, all too often the Catholic clergy seemed to urge their flock to blind obedience. The Counter-Reformation saw a plentiful harvest of Catholic saints. There were the Spanish mystics, Saint Teresa of Avila and Saint John of the Cross. There was a long line of servants of the sick and the poor, Saint Philip Neri, Saint Camillo de Lelis, St. Vincent de Paul, St. Louise de Marillac, and there were the Jesuit saints and martyrs, St. Francis Xavier, St. Stanisław Kostka, St. Aloysius Gonzaga, St. Peter Canisius, St. John Berkmans, and St. Robert Bellarmine. They won back much lost ground. The impact of the Counter-Reformation was felt right across Europe. Traditional support for the Church was strongest in Italy and Spain, but pockets of nonconformity had to be smoked out even there. The Spanish Netherlands, trapped between France and the United Provinces, were turned into a hotbed of Catholic militancy, in which the University of Leuven, and the Jesuit College at Douai took the lead. Yet an important reaction against the prevailing zeal was provoked by Cornelius Jansen, Bishop of Ypres, and a fervent critic of the Jesuits. In his digest of the works of St. Augustine, the Augustinus, Jansen attacked what he took to be the theological casuistry and superficial morality of his day, placing special emphasis on the believer's need for divine grace and for spiritual rebirth. Though he never wavered in his loyalty to Rome and rejected the Protestant doctrine of justification by faith, several of his propositions on the issue of divine grace approached the Protestant standpoint and were duly condemned as such. Switzerland was rent by the hostility of the Catholic and the Protestant cantons. The doctrines of Zurich and Geneva penetrated many of the Alpine villages of the surrounding regions. They were eradicated by violent means on the Italian border by St. Charles Borromeo, Cardinal Archbishop of Milan, and contested in Savoy by the more gentle persuasion of St. Francis de Sales, author of the best-selling Introduction to the Devout Life. In France, many Catholics stood aloof from the new militancy, partly in line with the Gallican tradition and the Concordat of 1516, and partly from France's hostility to the Habsburgs. But a pro-Roman ultramontane party grew in prominence round the faction of the Guises. Their darkest deed was committed at the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve on the 23rd of August, 1572, when 2,000 Huguenots were butchered in Paris, after which the Pope celebrated a Te Deum and the King of Spain began to laugh. In the 17th century, Jansenism offered a middle way, an antidote to the partisanship of contending ultras and Huguenots. The Kingdom of England was targeted for reconversion in a campaign that spawned the 40 Catholic martyrs, led by St. Edmund Campion, S.J., and many other victims. Ireland was confirmed in its Catholicism, especially after the brutal Elizabethan expedition of 1598. But religious unity in Ireland was shattered by the planting of a Scottish Presbyterian colony in Ulster in 1611, and by the Anglican inclinations of the Anglo-Irish gentry. In the lands of the Austrian Habsburgs, the Counter-Reformation became inextricably confused with the dynasty and its politics. Indeed, that special brand of Catholicism, the Pietas Austriaca, which emerged at the turn of the 17th century, became the prime ingredient of a wide cultural community that has outlived Habsburg rule. It was once called confessional absolutism. The Collegium Germanicum in Rome played a strategic role. The Jesuits took unrivaled hold over education in Vienna and Prague through the efforts of the Dutchman Canisius. Western Hungary, Slovakia, Croatia, Silesia, Bohemia, and, at a later date, Western Galicia, all belonged to this same sphere. Baroque culture, it has been argued, represented the ivy which not only covered the ramshackle Habsburg edifice, but helped to hold it together. Elsewhere in Germany, an uneasy modus vivendi between Catholics and Protestants had been reached in 1555 at the Peace of Augsburg. Each prince was to decide on the religion of his subjects. Lutheranism was to be the only Protestant denomination allowed. Lutherans living in Catholic states were to be tolerated. Germany was turned into a religious patchwork where, however, the Catholic princes and emperors feared a further Protestant advance. As from the 1550s, Spanish priests set up Jesuit centers at Cologne, Mainz, Ingolstadt, and Munich, creating durable Catholic bastions in the Rhineland and Bavaria. Calvinist enclaves, in the Palatinate and Saxony and elsewhere, were not secured until the second half of the century. In December 1607, the Duke of Bavaria provocatively seized the city of Donauwörth in Swabia in order to stop Protestant interference with Catholic processions. 10 Protestant princes thereon convened an evangelical union to defend their interests, only to be confronted by the rival activities of a Catholic League. It is difficult to say, therefore, whether the outbreak of the 30 Years' War occurred in 1618 or beforehand. In this world of growing religious intolerance, Poland-Lithuania occupied a place apart. A vast territory with a very varied population, it had contained a mosaic of the Catholic, Orthodox, Judaic, and Muslim faiths, even before Lutheranism claimed the cities of Polish Prussia, or Calvinism a sizable section of the nobility. Such was the position of the ruling Szlachta, that every manor could run its religious affairs with the same liberty as German princedoms. From 1565, the verdict of ecclesiastical courts could not be enforced on the private estates of noblemen. At the very time that Cardinal Hojus, president of the Council of Trent and Bishop of Warmia, was introducing the Jesuits, Poland was receiving all manner of heretics and religious refugees, English and Scottish Catholics, Czech Brethren, Anabaptists from Holland, or, like Faustus Socinius, Italian Unitarians. In 1573, with Calvinists commanding a majority in the Senate, the Polish Parliament passed a statute of permanent and universal toleration, from which only the Socinians were excepted. Under Sigismund III Vasa, a fervent pupil of the Jesuits, the ultramontane party gradually reasserted the Catholic supremacy. But progress was slow, and non-violent methods alone were available. In this period, Poland could rightly boast of its role both as the bulwark of Christendom against Turk and Tartar, and as Europe's prime haven of toleration. Elsewhere in Eastern Europe, the Counter-Reformation reverberated far and wide. The Vatican, under Gregory XIII, entertained hopes of netting not only Sweden and Poland, but even Muscovy. In Sweden, those hopes remained high until the victory of the Protestants in the Civil War of the 1590s dashed Jesuit plans for good. In Moscow, the papal nuncio, Posevino, was received by Ivan the Terrible, only to find that the Tsar's main interest in Catholicism lay in the workings of the papal litter. Clumsy pressure from the Catholic side probably pushed Ivan's son, Fyodor, into creating the Moscow Patriarchate in 1589, thereby finalizing the emergence of the separate Russian Orthodox Church. Moscow's démarche provoked a crisis among the Orthodox in neighboring Poland-Lithuania, who till then had always looked to the Patriarch of Constantinople. With the new Muscovite Patriarch claiming jurisdiction over them from across the frontier, many of those Orthodox now sought the protection of Rome. In 1596, at the Union of Brest, the majority of their bishops chose to found a new Unionate Communion, the Greek Catholic Church of Slavic Rite. They retained their ritual and their married clergy, whilst admitting the supremacy of the Pope. Most of the Orthodox churches in Byelorussia and Ukraine, including the ancient Cathedral of St. Sophia in Kiev, passed into the hands of the Uniates. For a time, the old disuniate remnant was officially banned by the state. Moscow, however, was never reconciled to these developments. The furious determination of the Russian Orthodox Church to punish and forcibly to reconvert the Uniates remained constant throughout modern history. Nowhere has the stereotype of the dastardly, scheming Jesuit remained stronger. The Russo-Polish Wars, when in 1610-12 the Poles briefly occupied the Kremlin, only served to cement the religious hatreds. On the great Russian monastery at Zagorsk near Moscow, a commemorative tablet underlines the popular Russian view of the Counter-Reformation. Typhus, Tartars, Poles, 3 plagues. In Hungary, a similar Uniate communion emerged from the Union of Uzhgorod. In this case, the Orthodox Ruthenes of the sub-Carpathian region chose to seek union with Rome along the lines adopted in neighboring Ukraine. Their decision was still causing ructions between Roman Catholic and Uniate Ruthenes in the USA in the 1920s. All over Europe, religious fervor profoundly affected the progress of the arts. The more severe forms of Protestantism questioned the very propriety of artistic endeavor. the plastic arts were often channeled into secular subjects, since religious subjects had become suspect. In some countries, such as Holland or Scotland, music was reduced to hymn-singing and metrical psalms. In England, in contrast, Thomas Tallis and others launched the wonderful tradition of Anglican cathedral music. In the Catholic countries, all branches of the arts were exposed to demands for sumptuous and theatrical displays of the Church's glory and power. The trend is known as Baroque. In music, it was associated with the names of Jan Pieterszoon Sweelinck, of Heinrich Schütz, and above all of Giovanni Palestrina, Magister Capelle at St. Peter's, whose 94 extant masses reveal huge variety and inventiveness. Claudio Monteverdi, pioneer of monody as opposed to polyphony, rediscoverer of dissonance, and proponent of Italy's new music, occupies a special place in the evolution of Europe's secular music. He was largely employed in Venice, as always a counterpart to the arts of Rome. Baroque painting was dominated by Michelangelo Caravaggio, a pardoned murderer, by the Fleming Paul Rubens, and by the Spaniard Diego Velázquez. In architecture, the ubiquitous Baroque churches were often modelled on the Jesuit Gesù Church in Rome. Religious fervour came to the fore in the wars of the 16th and 17th centuries. Passions and hatreds, once reserved for the campaigns against Islam, now fired the conflicts between Christians. Protestant fears of Catholic domination surfaced in the wars of the Schmalkaldic League in Germany, 1531–48, which ended with the Peace of Augsburg, in the French Wars of Religion, 1562–98, in the Swedish Civil War, 1598–1604, in the 30 Years' War, 1618–48. Catholic fears of Protestant domination inspired many episodes, such as the Pilgrimage of Grace in England, Irish resistance to Mountjoy and Cromwell, Polish resistance to the Swedes in 1655–60. In the East, the extended campaigns between Russians and Poles, 1561–5, 1578–82, 1610–19, 1632–4, 1654–67, took on all the trappings of a holy war between Catholic and Orthodox. Religious fanaticism could be made to inspire armies. In the 16th century, the invincible Spaniards were taught to believe that they were fighting for the only true faith. In the 17th century, the psalm-singing troopers of Gustavus Adolphus, or of Cromwell's marvellous new model army, were taught exactly the same. The French wars of religion were spectacularly un-Christian. Persecution of the Huguenots had begun with the Chambre Ardente under Henri II, but the king's sudden death in 1559 and that of the Duke of Anjou provoked prolonged uncertainty about the succession. This in turn inflamed the ambitions of the Catholic faction led by the Guises and of the Bourbon Huguenot faction led by the kings of Navarre. A vain attempt at religious reconciliation at the Colloquy of Passy was bracketed by two violent provocations, one by the Protestants at Amboise in 1560 and the second by the Catholics at Vassy in 1562. Thereafter the rival factions set at each other's throats with a will, fanned by the schemes of the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici. The massacre of St. Bartholomew's Eve was but the largest of the series. Vicious skirmishing, reminiscent of the earlier English wars, produced few set battles, but plenty of opportunity for the dashing adventurers, such as the Protestant Baron d'Adrets or the Catholic Blaise de Montluc. 8 wars in 30 years were peppered with broken truces and foul murders. In the 1580s, such was the power of the Guise Holy League, intent alike on suppressing toleration and on reining in the homosexual king, that the latter ordered the assassination of the Duke and Cardinal de Guise. Their father, François de Guise, the famous general, had been murdered at Orléans in 1563. In response, on the 1st of August 1589 at Saint-Cloud, the king himself was assassinated by a furious monk, Jacques Clément. This left Henri of Navarre as sole contender for the throne. When the Catholic clergy refused to anoint a lapsed heretic, he cynically undertook to reconvert. He was crowned at Chartres in 1594 and entered Paris in triumph. Paris vaut bien une messe. Paris is well worth a mass, sums up the moral tone. The resultant Edict of Nantes was no better. Having fought all his life in the name of religious liberty, Henri IV now undertook to limit toleration of the Huguenots to aristocratic houses, to 2 churches per district, and to 120 named strongholds. Intense fears and suspicions remained. Given the persistence of religious pluralism in Britain, France, the Netherlands, and Poland-Lithuania, it is erroneous to view Europe in this period in terms of a simple division between the Protestant North and the Catholic South. The Irish, the Belgians, and the Poles, among others, have every right to insist that the North was not uniformly Protestant. But Orthodox Christians and Muslims have good reason to object to the South being classified as uniformly Catholic. The Protestant-Catholic divide was an important feature of Central Europe and of Germany in particular, but it cannot be applied with any precision to the continent as a whole. Attempts by Marx or Weber to correlate it with later divisions based on social or economic criteria would seem to be Germanocentric to a fault. One might as well ask why the Protestant God was so successful in endowing his followers with coalfields. One thing was clear. Senseless bloodletting in the name of religion inevitably sparked off a reaction in the minds of intelligent people. The wars of religion offered fertile soil for the fragile seeds of reason and science. The scientific revolution, which is generally held to have taken place between the mid-16th and the mid-17th centuries, has been called the most important event in European history since the rise of Christianity. It followed a natural progression from Renaissance humanism and was assisted to some extent by Protestant attitudes. Its forte lay in astronomy and in those sciences such as mathematics, optics, and physics, which were needed to collect and to interpret astronomical data. But it changed mankind's view both of human nature and the human predicament. It began with observations made on the tower of the capitular church of Frauenburg, in Polish Prussia, in the second decade of the 16th century, and it culminated at a meeting of the Royal Society at Gresham College in London on the 28th of April, 1686. The difficulty with the scientific revolution, as with any fundamental shift in human thought, lies in the fact that its precepts did not accord with prevailing ideas and practices. The so-called Age of Copernicus, Bacon, and Galileo is a misnomer. In most respects, this was still the age of the alchemists, the astrologers, and the magicians. Nor should modern historians mock the achievements of those whose theories were eventually proved mistaken. It is fair to say that the alchemists misunderstood the nature of matter. It is not fair to say that researchers who have seen the constructive aspects of alchemy are tinctured by the lunacy which they tried to describe. It would be hard to find a more Whiggish interpretation of scientific history. Mikołaj Copernicus, who had studied both at Krakow and at Padua, established that the sun, not the earth, lay at the center of the solar system. His heliocentric ideas coincided with the common astrological habit of using the sun as the symbol of unity. But the point is, he proved the hypothesis by detailed experiments and measurements. Son of a German merchant family from Torun, and a loyal subject of the King of Poland, whom he had actively defended against the Teutonic Knights, he lived for 30 years in Fromborg as a canon of the province of Warmia, Ermeland. He was employed by the king in the pursuit of monetary reform, and his treatise, Monetae Cudende Ratio, about bad money driving out good, expounded Gresham's law 30 years before Gresham. His theory of heliocentrism, first advanced in 1510, was fully supported with statistical data in De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, on the revolutions of the celestial spheres. It was published on the initiative of a mathematical colleague from Lutheran Wittenberg, G. J. von Lauchen, Rheticus, dedicated to Pope Paul III, and delivered to its author on his deathbed. At a stroke, it overturned reigning conceptions of the universe, dashing the Aristotelian ideas about a central, immobile, and unplanet-like Earth. Its immediate impact was much reduced, because a fearful editor replaced Copernicus's introduction with a misleading preface of his own. The Copernican theory gestated for almost a century. The Dane, Tycho Brahe, rejected heliocentrism, but through observing the pathways of comets he destroyed another ancient misconception, namely that the cosmos consists of onion-like crystalline spheres. Brahe's colleague in Prague, Johann Kepler, established the elliptical shape of planetary orbits and enunciated the laws of motion underlying Copernicus. But it was the Florentine Galileo Galilei, one of the first to avail himself of the newly invented telescope, who really brought Copernicus to the wider public. Fortunately for posterity, Galileo was as rash as he was perceptive. Having discovered that the moon is not smooth or uniform, but rough and full of cavities, like the Earth, he exploded the prevailing theory of perfect spheres. Moreover, he defended his findings with scathing comments on his opponent's biblical references. The astronomical language of the Bible, he suggested to the Dowager Duchess of Tuscany, was designed for the comprehension of the ignorant. This, in 1616, earned him a summons to Rome and a papal admonition. And Galileo's praise for Copernicus put Copernicus onto the index. When Galileo persisted, however, and published his Dialogo dei due massimi sistemi del mondo, dialogue on the two main world systems, which expounded the superiority of Copernicus over Ptolemy, he was formally tried by the Inquisition and forced to recant. His supposed parting comment to the inquisitors, "Eppur si muove," yet it does move, is apocryphal. Practical science remained in its infancy during the era when the Copernican theory was in dispute. Some important assertions were made, however, by the sometime Chancellor of England, Francis Bacon, the father of scientific method. In his Advancement of Learning, the Novum Organum, and the New Atlantis, Bacon stated the proposition that knowledge should proceed by orderly and systematic experimentation, and by inductions based on experimental data. In this, he boldly opposed the traditional deductive method, when knowledge could only be established by reference to certain accepted axioms sanctioned by the Church. Significantly, Bacon held that scientific research must be complementary to the study of the Bible. Science was to be kept compatible with Christian theology. The scientist became the priest of God's book of nature. One of Bacon's ardent followers, John Wilkins, sometime Bishop of Chester and a founder member of the Royal Society, wrote the curious Discovery of a World on the Moon, containing the idea of lunar travel. The inhabitants of other worlds are redeemed by the same means as we are, by the blood of Christ. Important advances, too, were made by philosophers with a mathematical bent, notably by the two dazzling Frenchmen, René Descartes and Blaise Pascal, and their successor, Benedictus Spinoza. Descartes, a soldier-adventurer who witnessed the Battle of the White Mountain, lived much of his life in exile in Holland. He is most associated with the uncompromising rationalist system named after him, Cartesianism, and elaborated in his Discours sur la méthode. Having rejected every piece of information which came to him through his senses or on the authority of others, he concluded that he must at least exist if he was capable of thinking. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am, is the launch-pad of modern epistemology. At the same time, in a philosophy which divided matter from spirit, and which delved into everything from medicine to morals, Descartes emphasized the mechanistic view of the world, which even then was taking hold. Animals, for example, were viewed as complex machines, as were human beings. Pascal, a native of Clermont-Ferrand and an inmate of the Jansenist Port Royal in Paris, took the mechanical idea to the point where he was able to produce the first computer. His Lettres Provinciales are still quoted in Jesuit literature as a cup of poison. Yet his collected Pensées are a delectable blend of the fashionable rationalism and of sound common sense. Le cœur a ses raisons, he wrote, que la raison ne connaît point. The heart has its reasons, which reason cannot know. Or again, people are neither angels nor beasts, yet bad luck would have it that anyone who tries to create an angel creates a beast. Amidst growing hints about the conflict between science and religion, he proposed his famous gamble in favor of faith. If the Christian God exists, he argued, believers will inherit everlasting life. If not, they will be no worse off than unbelievers, in which case Christian belief is worth the risk. Spinoza, a Sephardic Jew and a lens grinder by profession, had been expelled from Amsterdam's Jewish community for heresy. He shared Descartes' intensely mathematical and logical view of a universe formed by first principles, and Hobbes's concept of a social contract. He was a pantheist, seeing God and nature as indistinguishable. The highest virtue lay in restraint, guided by a full understanding of the world and of self. Evil derived from a lack of understanding. Blind faith was despicable. The will of God was the refuge of ignorance. In England, the advocates of experimental philosophy began to organize themselves in the 1640s. An inner circle, led by Dr. Wilkins and Dr. Robert Boyle, formed an invisible college in Oxford during the Civil War. They joined together in 1660 to found the Royal Society for the Improvement of Natural Knowledge. Their first meeting was addressed by the architect, Christopher Wren. Their early membership included a number of magicians, whose influence was not overtaken by the new school of scientists, such as Isaac Newton, for another 20 years. With Newton, modern science came of age, and the example of the Royal Society radiated across Europe. As always, old ideas mingled with the new. By the second half of the 17th century, Europe's leading thinkers were largely agreed on a mechanical view of the universe operating on principles analogous to clockwork. Galileo had divined the principle of force, the basic element of mechanics, and force, as applied to everything from Boyle's law of gases to Newton's laws of motion, could be precisely calculated. At last, it seemed, the universe and all it contained could be explained and measured. What is more, the laws of nature, which were now yielding their secrets to the scientists, could be accepted as examples of God's will. The Christian God, whom Aquinas had equated with Aristotle's first cause, was now equated with the great clockmaker. There was to be no more conflict between science and religion for nearly 200 years. Europe overseas is not a subject that starts with Columbus or the Caribbean. One experiment in the Crusader kingdoms of the Holy Land was already ancient history. Another, in the Canaries, had been in progress for 70 years. But once contact had been made with the distant islands, Europeans sailed overseas in ever-increasing numbers. They sailed for reasons of trade, of loot, of conquest, and increasingly of religion. For many, it provided the first meeting with people of different races. To validate their claim over the inhabitants of the conquered lands, the Spanish monarchs had first to establish that non-Europeans were human. According to the requirement of 1512, which the conquistadors were ordered to read out to all native peoples, "The Lord our God, living and eternal, created heaven and earth, and one man and woman, of whom you and I, and all the men of the world, were and are descendants." To confirm the point, Pope Paul III decreed in 1537 that all Indians are truly men, not only capable of understanding the Catholic faith, but exceedingly desirous to receive it. The earlier voyages of exploration were continued and extended. The existence of a vast fourth continent in the West was gradually established by trial and error, sometime in the 20 years after Columbus's first return to Palos. Responsibility for the achievement was hotly disputed. Columbus himself made 3 more voyages without ever knowing where he had really been. Another Genoese, Giovanni Caboto, sailed from Bristol aboard the Matthew in May 1497 under license from Henry VII. He landed on Cape Breton Island, which he took to be part of China. The Florentine, Amerigo Vespucci, once the Medici's agent in Seville, made 3 or 4 transatlantic voyages between 1497 and 1504. He then obtained the post of Piloto Mayor, or chief pilot of Spain. It was this fact which determined, rightly or wrongly, that the fourth continent should be named after him. In 1513, a stowaway, Vasco Núñez de Balboa, walked across the Isthmus of Panama and sighted the Pacific. In 1519-22, a Spanish expedition led by the Portuguese captain Ferdinand Magellan circumnavigated the world. It proved beyond doubt that the earth was round, that the Pacific and Atlantic were separate oceans, and that the Americas lay between them. The presence of a fifth continent in the Antipodes was not suspected for another century. In 1605, a Spanish ship out of Peru and a Dutch ship out of Java both sailed to the Gulf of Carpentaria. The main outlines of the Great Zuidland, or Southland, Australia and New Zealand, were charted by the Dutch navigator Abel Tasman in 1642-3. The Portuguese were quickest to exploit the commercial opportunities of the new lands. They claimed Brazil in 1500, Mauritius in 1505, Sumatra in 1509, Malacca and the Spice Islands, Indonesia, in 1511. To protect their trade, they established a chain of fortified stations stretching from Goa in India to Macau in China. The Spaniards, in contrast, did not hesitate to apply their military might. Lured by the dream of El Dorado, the conquistadores, who had so recently subdued Iberia, now turned their energies to the conquest of America. They settled Cuba in 1511 and used it as a base for further campaigns. In 1519-20, Hernando Cortés seized the Aztec Empire in Mexico in a sea of blood. In the 1520s and 1530s, permanent settlements were established in Costa Rica, Honduras, Guatemala, and New Granada, Colombia and Venezuela. From 1532, Francisco Pizarro seized the empire of the Incas in Peru. European colonization in North America began in 1536 with the founding of Montreal in Canada by the Breton sailor Jacques Cartier, and in 1565 of St. Augustine in Florida by Pedro Menendez. Menendez had just destroyed a nearby Huguenot settlement in the future South Carolina, where he hanged America's first religious exiles as Lutherans. 3 years later, the Huguenot's compatriot, Dominique de Gourges, arrived on the same spot and hanged the Spanish garrison as robbers and murderers. Western civilization was on the move. The Dutch and the English were relative latecomers to colonization, but in the late 16th century they both began to reap its benefits. Having founded Batavia in Java in 1597, the Dutch set out to wrest the East Indies from the Portuguese. The English colony of Virginia, discovered in 1598, received its first successful settlement at Jamestown in 1607. The Mayflower, carrying 120 Puritan Pilgrim Fathers and their families, landed in their Plymouth colony on the 21st of December 1620. The Massachusetts Bay Colony followed 10 years later. Although religious refugees from England, they did not prove tolerant. The colony of Rhode Island was founded by dissenters expelled from Massachusetts. By that time, the existence of a worldwide network of European colonies and their seaborne lines of communication was an established fact. The international sea trade multiplied by leaps and bounds. To the west, the transatlantic route was long dominated by Spain. By 1600, 200 ships a year entered Seville from the New World. In the peak decade of 1591 to 1600, 19 million grams of gold and nearly 3 billion grams of silver came with them. The southerly route via the Cape of Good Hope was worked first by the Portuguese and then by the Dutch, who also provided the main commercial link between the North Sea and the Mediterranean. To the east, the Dutch also pioneered a huge trade in Baltic grain. The growing demand for food in West European cities was met by the growing capacity of the Polish producers to supply. This Baltic grain trade reached its peak in 1618, when 118,000 lasts, or boatloads, left Danzig for Amsterdam. The English trade in cloth to the Low Countries had reached record levels somewhat earlier, in 1550. English adventurers launched a Muscovy Company, a Levant Company, and the East India Company. The nexus of all these activities was located in the Low Countries. Antwerp, which was the main entrepot of both the Spanish and the English trade, reigned supreme until the crash of 1557-60. Thereafter the focus moved to Amsterdam. The year 1602, which saw the foundation both of the Dutch East India Company and of the world's first stock exchange in Amsterdam, can be taken to mark a new era in commercial history. As overseas trade expanded, Europe received a wide range of new staple foods, as well as exotic colonial products, including pepper, coffee, cocoa, sugar, and tobacco. Europe's diet, cuisine, and palate were never the same again. The haricot bean, which was first recorded in France in 1542, the tomato, which spread far and wide via Italy in the same period, and the capsicum pepper, which was grown throughout the Balkans, were all American in origin. Europe's intercourse with America, heretofore a largely hermetic ecological zone, led to a vast exchange of people, diseases, plants, and animals. This Columbian exchange worked decidedly in Europe's favor. European colonists braved hardship and deprivation, and in some places faced hostile Indians. But their losses were minuscule compared to the genocidal casualties which they and their firearms inflicted. They brought some benefits, but with them depopulation and despoliation on a grand scale. Europe received syphilis, but its ravages were not to be compared to the pandemics of smallpox, pleurisy, and typhus, which literally decimated the Native Americans. The Europeans reintroduced horses. In return, they received two foods of capital importance, potatoes and maize, as well as the turkey, the most substantial and nutritious of domestic poultry. Potatoes were adopted in Ireland at an early date and moved steadily across northern Europe, becoming the staple of Germany, Poland, and Russia. Maize, which was variously known as American corn and American fallow, enriched exhausted soil and greatly facilitated both crop rotation and livestock farming. It was well established in the Po Valley in the 16th century. It was inhibited from crossing the Alps until climatic conditions improved some 100 years later, but its long-term impact was enormous. There is good reason to count American additions to the food supply as one of the major factors underlying the dramatic growth of Europe's population at the end of the early modern period. Descriptions of the arrival of Europeans in America have recently undergone fundamental revision. They have been de-Columbianized. What was once the discovery is now called an encounter or a meeting of cultures. It would be better to be honest and call it a conquest. Columbus, too, has been downgraded. The primacy of his voyages have been handed to Vikings or Irishmen, or even to a Welshman in a coracle. His landing on San Salvador, Watling Island, has been relocated to Samana Key in the Bahamas. The peerless navigator is now said to have been a ruthless and rapacious colonialist pirate, alternatively a quixotic Jew sailing in search of the lost tribes of Israel. He is even said to have heard about the other continent from American women already in Europe. The sources for Columbus's activities are meager, the myths abundant. The real discoverers of America are those who went in the steps of the conquistadores, often friars like Bernardino de Sahagún, the world's first anthropologist, and who tried to understand what was happening. Intercourse with America had a profound impact on European culture. A gulf began to open between those countries which had ready access to the New World and those which did not. Philosophy is born of the merchant, science is born of commerce. Henceforth, Europe is almost cut into two. The West is preoccupied with the sea, the East is preoccupied with itself. Early modern society was not conceived in terms of class, which is a more recent invention, but in terms of social orders or estates, in Latin status, in German Stände, in French état. These basic social groups were defined by their function, by their legal restrictions and privileges which were imposed in order to facilitate that function, and by their corporate institutions. Wealth and income played only a secondary role. Heredity was the main criterion for determining to which estate, save the clergy, any particular family might belong. The nobility, for example, descendants of medieval knighthood, were defined by their military function and by laws giving them special rights to land ownership and to the government of their properties. With the growth of standing armies, their exclusive military function was somewhat diminished, but their position as the backbone of the ruling caste remained. Through their regional assemblies they ran local politics in the countryside, and they usually enjoyed full jurisdiction over the inhabitants of their lands. In most countries they were headed by an upper crust, such as the peers of England or the grandees of Spain, or else they were divided, as in Germany, into numerous ranks. The burgher estate, built on the liberties of self-governing cities and of the city guilds, was also stratified between the patricians, the freemen, and the propertyless plebs. It was usually protected by royal charters and enjoyed full jurisdiction within the city walls. The peasants consisted of an enserfed majority and a minority who remained free or who were emerging from serfdom. The status of the serfs could vary considerably, depending whether they lived on church, crown, or noble land. The existence of many fragmented jurisdictions was incompatible with state despotism, and hence with Muscovite Tsarism or Ottoman rule. Here was the social base which rendered Western absolutism rather different from Eastern autocracy. It was built on a mass of practices inherited from the earlier period, and, despite innovations, was still essentially medieval. In the West, as in the East, the social constraints on individuals remained very onerous by modern standards. Everyone, and not just the serf, was expected to belong to a corporate body and to abide by its rules. Renaissance individualism used to be celebrated by historians like Burckhardt exactly because they welcomed the first frail attempts to break free from the prevailing social curbs and compartments. When an exception was made, as when Michelangelo was released from his guild of artisans, it took a pope to make it. The price revolution, Europe's first encounter with inflation, was initially attributed to the wickedness of usurers. From the 1550s, through the researches of the University of Salamanca, it was attributed to the influx of Spanish gold and silver. What makes Spain poor, wrote a commentator, is her wealth. Although the view of contemporaries was blurred by the wild fluctuation of prices and by governments' repeated attempts to cope by debasing their coinage, it is perfectly clear that the general trend throughout the 16th century was for a steady price rise. Grain prices in France, for example, where the supply of coin was relatively scarce, were over 7 times higher in 1600 than in 1500. The cost of living, especially in Western Europe, rose dramatically. Explaining this, recent scholars have laid less emphasis on bullion and more on population growth, on land hunger, and on rising rents and taxation. In the 16th century, Europe's 5 giant cities of 100,000 plus rose to perhaps 14: Constantinople, Naples, Venice, Milan, Paris, Rome, Palermo, Messina, Marseille, Lisbon, Seville, Antwerp, Amsterdam, and Moscow. Peasants flooded into the growing towns. Wages lagged behind prices. Beggars proliferated. Landowners maximized their profits. Governments, constantly hit by the falling value of their income, raised taxes. There was little relief until the early 17th century. The social consequences of the price revolution are the subject of immense controversy. The expansion of the money economy encouraged social mobility, especially in England and Holland. The commercial bourgeoisie was greatly strengthened. Capitalism reached the point of takeoff. Yet the growth of cities in the West was closely linked to the parallel growth of neo-serfdom in the East. The nobility of Germany, Poland, and Hungary strengthened their position, whilst their counterparts further west were thrown into confusion. English historians of the period cannot agree whether the gentry was rising or falling. The English Civil War has been variously attributed to the self-assertion of a confident gentry against a ruined aristocracy, and to the desperation of a gentry impoverished by the price revolution. Particularly interesting are the links between economic and religious developments. The Protestant Reformation had always been explained in religious and political terms, but Marxists have not been alone in seeing a correlation between the Protestant ethic and commercial enterprise. Max Weber's The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, and Richard Tawney's Religion and the Rise of Capitalism, though much criticized in detail, have inspired a whole school of comment. Capitalism, after all, needed its ideologues as well as its technicians. In this, Protestant writers undoubtedly played an important role in opposing deep-seated attitudes about usury. But they did so at a rather later date than historians once supposed. Tawney relies heavily for evidence on the English Puritan Richard Baxter, Weber, anachronistically, on the 18th century American Benjamin Franklin. It was not until 1658 that the state of Holland ruled that no banker should be denied communion for practicing usury. Theory, therefore, lagged well behind practice. In reality, capitalism thrived no less in Catholic than in Protestant cities. Forker of Augsburg was no Puritan. He thrived because of expanding trade and industry, and because war, for all its destructiveness, stimulated demand for goods and for financial services. Protestant divines were less effective as advocates of capitalist techniques than the numerous refugee entrepreneurs who flooded into Protestant countries. It was through these migrations that the seeds of medieval capitalism were scattered throughout Europe. The biggest businessman in Geneva, Francesco Turretini, was a refugee from Lucca. Louis de Geer, financier and industrialist to Gustavus Adolphus in Sweden, came from Liège. Marcus Perez, William the Silent's original bankroller, was a Jewish converso from Spain. The military changes of the era, which, like most things, are now classed as a revolution, had far-reaching effects. In essence, they involved the introduction of new weaponry, principally the pike, the musket, and improved artillery, the establishment of systematic training, which required professional cadres and instructors, and the growth of standing armies, which only the richest princes could afford. One thing followed from another. The 16-foot Swiss infantry pike provided the long-desired means for stopping cavalry charges, but it could only be effectively deployed in a mobile square of pikemen, who had to wheel and maneuver with precision to face the swirling line of attack. As the Spaniards discovered, it was best used in conjunction with muskets, whose firepower could actually bring the attackers down. The musket's accuracy, however, and its reloading rate, left much to be desired. It was only effective when a body of musketeers were trained to fire in unison, moving smartly in and out of the pike square between salvos. Though it first appeared in 1512 at Ravenna, it was only widely adopted from the 1560s in the wars of the Low Countries. The combination of pike and musket demanded elaborate drill techniques, together with the steadiness and esprit de corps of disciplined professionals. An answer to the pike square was found in the development of massed artillery. The cannon, which was fast rendering medieval fortifications obsolete, now came to be widely used on the battlefield for opening up gaps in the enemy line. Yet expanded artillery trains required complex technical support, an efficient iron industry, high-quality gunpowder, expensive transport, and professional gunners. In naval warfare, the increased caliber of the cannon stimulated a rapid growth in the size, tonnage, and maneuverability of ships. Warships had to be turned into floating gun platforms. The increased range of ships stimulated the science of navigation, which depended in turn on precision instruments, on sound astronomical data and cartography, and on advanced mathematics. On land, great thought was given to rescuing the art of fortification from the effects of artillery bombardment. The Traces Italiennes, which appeared in the mid-16th century, set out a sophisticated system of ditches, entrapments, and low, angled bastions, which denied the cannoneers easy targets and access, whilst exposing them to withering counterfire. Antwerp, fortified in this way by Italian engineers in 1568, started a trend which was to bring back the prevalence of siege warfare. By the time of the celebrated Sébastien Leprestre de Vauban, the engineers had regained the advantage over the artillerymen. Cavalry never became obsolete, but was forced to adapt. It was increasingly divided into dedicated regiments, of light horse for reconnaissance and skirmishing, of lancers for battlefield offense, and of mounted dragoons for mobile firepower. The military commanders who supervised these developments were faced with a welter of unfamiliar technological and organizational problems. Part-time gentlemen soldiers could no longer cope. The emergence of salaried career officers was accompanied by the consolidation of a professional military and naval caste. Military careers offered prospects not only for sons of the old nobility, but for all talents. Rulers had to found military academies for their training. Rulers also had to find new sources of income for their armies and a new bureaucracy to administer them. Once they had done so, however, they found that they possessed an incomparable political instrument for reducing the power of the nobles and for forcing their subjects to obey. The modern state without the military revolution is unthinkable. The road from the arquebus to absolutism, or from the maritime mortar to mercantilism, was a direct one. Yet the military revolution is another subject where would-be theorists have been tempted to use their localized studies from parts of Western Europe for making unwarranted generalizations about the whole continent. It is often implied that East European methods of warfare, in which the cavalry did not cede supremacy to the infantry, were somehow retarded. They were not. The armies of Poland or Muscovy needed no lessons from their Western counterparts. They were soon familiar with the latest technical and organizational developments. But fighting across the vast empty expanses of the East, in a harsh climate, they met logistical problems unknown in the battlegrounds of northern Italy or the Netherlands. When Poland's wonderful winged hussars met Western-style infantry, as they did against the Swedes at Kirchholm in 1605, they wreaked terrible slaughter. They repeated the performance when they faced hordes of Oriental-style light horse at Clushino in 1610 or at Chocim in 1621. At the same time, thanks to the flexible, cell-like structure of their units, the Tovarzysche, or Hussar comrades, were able to forage and skirmish and to sustain themselves in hostile country where all less adaptable armies were devoured. In their encounters with the Poles, the Muscovites experienced many decades of failure, often because of ill-conceived Western innovations. But they possessed first-class artillery from an early date, and it was the Russian artillery which finally broke Sweden's military supremacy at Poltava. The nation-state and nationalism are terms which are frequently applied or misapplied to the 16th century. They are more appropriate to the 19th, where they were invented by historians looking for the origins of the nation-states of their own day. They should certainly not be used to convey premature preoccupations with ethnic identity. What they can properly convey, however, is the strong sense of sovereignty which both monarchs and subjects assumed as the unity of the Middle Ages disintegrated. Their overriding raison d'etat had an economic dimension associated with mercantilism, as well as the purely political one. Il Principe, the Prince, written in 1513, served as the handbook for all such rulers who wished to reach a position of untrammeled command. It is often judged to be the starting point of modern political science. Its author, Niccolò Machiavelli, historian, dramatist, and Florentine diplomat, who had observed Cesare Borgia and Pope Alexander VI, the Great Deceiver, at close quarters, wrote his book in the hope that it would inspire a prince to fulfill Dante's old dream of a unified Italy. But its appeal was universal. By separating politics from moral scruples, it gave voice to the art of Machtpolitik, or untrammeled power politics. At one level, this Machiavellianism caused grave scandal. Concepts such as frodi onorevoli, honorable frauds, or scelleratezze gloriose, glorious rascalries, became notorious. At a more serious level, if The Prince is read in conjunction with the Discourse on Livy, Machiavelli can be seen to have been a devoted advocate of limited government, of the rule of law and of liberty. His low view of human nature provides the ground base on which constitutional structures have to be built. But it is his cynical aphorisms that were best remembered. "The nearer people are to the Church of Rome," he wrote, "the more irreligious they are. A prince who desires to maintain his position must learn to be good or not, as needs may require. War should be the only study of a prince. He should look upon peace only as a breathing space, which gives him the means to execute military plans." Machiavelli has had no shortage of disciples. On the subject of the model Renaissance prince, most historians would think in the first place of the Italian despots like Lorenzo the Magnificent or Ludovico Sforza. After that, they would probably propose those formidable neighbours and rivals, Francis I and Henry VIII, whose meeting on the field of cloth of gold exemplified so many quirks and qualities of the age. Yet none deserves more attention than Matthias Hunyadi Corvinus, King of Hungary. Corvinus, so called from the raven in his coat of arms, was a social upstart, the son of a baron and crusader from Transylvania, Iancu of Hunadora, János Hunyadi, who had made his name fighting the Turks. He used his Transylvanian base and a strong mercenary army to subdue the Hungarian magnates, and to initiate a reign where Italian culture was made the mark of political prestige. He had been educated by the humanist Archbishop Vites. He was married to a Neapolitan princess, Beatrice of Aragon, and he succeeded to a royal court which had cultivated its Italian ties since Angevin times. The court at Buda was filled with books, pictures, and philosophers, and was in touch with all the leading scholars of the day, from Poliziano to Ficino. It also boasted a great library, which, as a collection of incunabula and manuscripts, was the chief rival of the Medici's library in Florence. In 1485, when Corvinus captured Vienna, he looked to be on the brink of founding a Hungaro-Austrian monarchy that would soon make a solid bid for control of the empire. In the event, all plans were brought to naught by his sudden death. His scholarly son was rejected by the Hungarian nobles in favour of a Yaghi alone. With some delay, the pickings were taken by the Habsburgs and the Turks. Like the books of the plundered royal library, the traces of Renaissance Hungary were scattered to the winds. Of course, the strengthening of royal power in some quarters does not mean that one can talk about the general advent of absolutism, except as one of several competing ideals. In France, the restraints on the king were still so great that scholars can debate at length whether, under Francis I, for instance, French government was more consultative or less decentralized. In England, after the assertion of Tudor monarchy, it was Parliament which asserted itself under the subsequent rule of the Stuarts. In the Holy Roman Empire, the imperial diet gained ground against the emperor. In Poland-Lithuania, republicanism triumphed over monarchy. True enough, some Renaissance scholars, like Bude, looked to the Roman Empire for their views on monarchy, but others, like Bishop Goslicius, looked back to the Roman Republic. Of the two most influential political treatises of the period, the De la République of Jean Bodin favoured constitutional monarchy, whilst the Leviathan of Thomas Hobbes made eccentric use of contract theory to favour absolutism. Without much evidence, Hobbes maintained that kings held unlimited rights because at some unspecified time in the past their subjects had supposedly surrendered their own rights. The resultant Leviathan, a monster composed of men, his metaphor for the modern state, was a regrettable necessity, the only alternative to endless conflict. During the time when men live without a common power to keep them in awe, they are in that condition which is called war, where every man is enemy to every man. In such condition there is no place for industry, no navigation, no arts, no letters, no society, and continual fear of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The Renaissance stimulated the study of Roman law, but the period was equally marked by the reinforcement and collation of separate national laws, and, in the treatise De Jure Belli et Pacis of Ugo de Grotius, by the emergence of international law. Mercantilism, or the mercantile system, is a label that had little currency until popularized in the late 18th century. Yet the set of ideas which Adam Smith was to criticize formed the main stock of economic thought of the early modern period. Mercantilism has meant many things to many men, but in essence it referred to the conviction that in order to prosper, the modern state needed to manipulate every available legal, administrative, military, and regulatory device. In this sense, it was the opposite of the laissez-faire system, which Smith would later advocate. In one popular form it consisted of bullionism, the idea that a country's wealth and power depended on amassing gold. In another, it concentrated on improving the balance of trade by assisting exports, penalizing imports, and encouraging home manufactures. In all forms, it was concerned with strengthening the sources of economic power, colonies, manufactures, navies, tariffs, and was expressly directed against a country's commercial rivals. In the Dutch version, where even the navy was controlled by 5 separate admiralties, policy was largely left to private and to local initiative, In the French, and later the Prussian version, it was held very firmly in the hands of the king's ministers. In England it depended on a mixture of private and royal initiative. An early exposition can be found in The Discourse of the Common Weal of this Realm of England. "The ordinary means to increase our wealth and treasure is by foreign trade," wrote Thomas Munn a little later, "wherein we must ever observe this rule, to sell more to strangers yearly than we consume of theirs in value." Diplomatic practice, like mercantilist thought, developed in response to the rise of state power. In the past, monarchs had been content to recall their ambassadors as soon as each mission was concluded. In the 15th century, Venice was the only power to maintain a network of permanent embassies abroad, until the papal nunciatures and other Italian cities followed the Venetian lead. From about 1500, however, sovereign rulers gradually saw the appointment of resident ambassadors as a sign of their status and independence. They also valued the influx of commercial and political intelligence. One of the first was Ferdinand the Catholic, whose embassy to the court of St. James dates from 1487 and was originally headed by Dr. Rodrigo Gondesalve de Puebla, later by a woman, Catherine of Aragon, Princess of Wales, the king's daughter. Francis I of France is usually credited with having the first comprehensive royal diplomatic service, including an embassy at the Ottoman Porte from 1526. Soon a corps diplomatique appeared in every major court and capital. Living in conditions of some danger, the diplomats quickly worked out the necessary rules of immunity, reciprocity, extraterritoriality, credence, and precedence. In 1515, the Pope ruled that the nuncio should act as doyen of the corps, that the imperial ambassador should have precedence over his colleagues, and that all other ambassadors should be given seniority according to the date of their country's conversion to Christianity. In practice, the arrangement did not work, because Charles V preferred Spanish to imperial diplomats, and because, as the most Catholic King of Spain, he refused to cede precedence to the French. This launched a quarrel where French and Spanish ambassadors stolidly held their ground for 200 years. On one occasion, at The Hague in 1661, when the retinues of the French and Spanish ambassadors met in a narrow street, the diplomats stood rooted to the spot for a whole day, until the city council demolished the railings and enabled them to pass on equal terms. The Muscovites were equal sticklers for form. The Tsar's ambassadors were wont to demand precedence over the emperor's own courtiers. In Warsaw, one Muscovite ambassador arrived wearing 2 hats, one to be raised to the King of Poland in the customary greeting, the other to keep his head covered according to the instructions of the Kremlin. In the age of Machiavelli, diplomats soon gained a reputation for deception. They had to be familiar with codes, ciphers, and invisible ink. "An ambassador," quipped Sir Henry Wotton, "is an honest man sent to lie abroad for the good of his country." Nonetheless, the growth of permanent diplomacy marked an important stage in the formation of a community of nations. In 1643-8, when a great diplomatic conference was convened at Münster and at Osnabrück to terminate the 30 Years' War, the Concert of Europe was already coming into existence. At the turn of the 16th century, the central sensation on the map of Europe came from the sudden rise of the House of Habsburg to a position of immoderate greatness. The Habsburgs' success was not achieved by conquest, but by the failure of rival dynasties, by far-sighted matrimonial schemes, and by sheer good fortune. Fortes bella gerant, ran the motto. Tu felix Austria nube. The emphasis was on felix, fortunate, and nube, marry. In 1490, Maximilian I of Habsburg, King of the Romans, was still a refugee from Hungarian-occupied Vienna. His hold on the empire looked precarious, and he was obliged to initiate a series of imperial reforms from a position of weakness. He oversaw the establishment in 1495 of the Reichskammergericht, Imperial Court of Justice, in 1500 of the Reichsregiment, the Permanent Council of Regency, and in 1512 of the Reichsschlüsse, or mandates, of the Imperial Diet. With the creation of 3 colleges of the Diet, electors, princes, cities, and the division of the empire into 10 territorial circles, each under the directorium of 2 princes charged with administering justice, taxation, and military matters, he effectively surrendered all direct rule of the empire. He made the House of Habsburg indispensable to the German princes by giving them all they had ever desired. Simultaneously, Maximilian greatly strengthened the Habsburgs' Hausmacht, the dynasty's private power. The early death of his first wife, Mary, had given him the fabulous Duchy of Burgundy, and in 1490 he inherited Tyrol, giving him his favourite residence at Innsbruck. One inheritance treaty in 1491 with the Jagiellones gave him the reversion of Bohemia, another in 1515 the reversion of Hungary. Both policies would mature on the death of Louis Jagiellon in 1526, leaving the dynasty with the foundations of a Danubian monarchy. Equally important was the marriage of his son to the heiress of Ferdinand and Isabella, which put a grappling hook onto the Spanish dominions. In 1497, his own second marriage to Bianca Sforza of Milan eased the cash flow and assisted his confirmation as emperor in 1508. By then, this most ideological of the Habsburgs must have felt that his mission was being fulfilled. Shortly afterwards, he was confident enough to propose that he be elected pope. When Maximilian died, his grandson, Charles of Ghent, succeeded to a collection of real estate on which the sun never set. To cap it all, with the help of the Fouquets' ducats, Charles overcame French and papal opposition to be elected Holy Roman Emperor in record time and in immediate succession to his grandfather. Charles V, Emperor, whose realm stretched from the Philippines to Peru, was gradually overwhelmed by the multiplicity of competing problems. Physically, he was most unimperial. Weak adenoids gave him a whining voice and a permanently drooping mouth, which an insolent Spanish grandee once told him to shut to keep the flies out. Yet he possessed many talents for governing his vast dominions, speaking Flemish by choice, Spanish, French, and Italian to his officials, and German to his horse. And he was not lacking in fortitude. "Name me an emperor who was ever struck by a cannonball," he retorted, when refusing to remain in the rear at Mühlberg. As the accepted leader of the Catholic princes, he headed the strongest cause which might have held Christendom together. Yet the sheer size and complexity of the internal and external crises defied coordinated action. In the Church, though successful in launching the General Council, he realized that the deliberations at Trent were only hardening divided opinions. His plans for restoring religious unity in the empire were disastrously delayed. Despite the victory at Mühlberg, the wars of the Schmalkaldic League ended with the stalemate of the Peace of Augsburg. In Spain, where he reigned as co-king with his mentally disturbed mother, he wrestled with the revolt of the Comuneros, and then with the divergent interests of Castile and Aragon. In the New World, he fought a losing battle to protect the Amerindians. In the Netherlands, which he had left in the hands of his aunt, Margaret, he was painfully obliged to suppress the revolt of his native Ghent by force. In the main hereditary Habsburg lands, Austria, Bohemia, and Hungary, which he had consigned to his brother Ferdinand, he faced constant opposition from local leaders such as Jan Sapuyai in Transylvania, and in 1546-7 the First Bohemian Revolt. Everywhere he had to struggle with provincial diets, fractious nobles, particularist interests. On the strategic scale, he had to cope with the hostility of France, with the expansion of the Turks, and with the threat of Franco-Ottoman cooperation. Rivalry with France engendered 5 wars, fought at all the points of territorial contact, in the Netherlands, in Lorraine, in Savoy, in the Pyrenees, and in Italy, and, indirectly, to the great shame of his life, the sack of Rome. Fear of the Turks led to Habsburg takeovers in Hungary and Bohemia. In the longer run, however, they produced an endless series of exhausting complications, both in the Balkans and in the Mediterranean. In his last decade, Charles V might have had some grounds for optimism, but the Peace of Augsburg was a disappointment, and, endlessly frustrated, he abdicated. He left Spain and the Netherlands to his son Philip, the rest to his brother. He died in retreat at Yuste. He was the last emperor to cherish a dream of universal unity, and has been invoked by some in contemporary times as a patron of a united Europe. Charles V, once regarded as the last fighter of a rearguard action, writes an interested party, is suddenly seen to have been a forerunner. After the abdication, the Austrian Habsburgs forgot Charles's universal vision. Maximilian II, grandson of the Jagiellones, gained nothing from his nominal election as King of Poland-Lithuania. His two sons, Rudolf II, the eccentric hermit of Prague, and Matthias, were fully absorbed by their mutual suspicions and by religious discord. Over 200 religious revolts or riots took place in the decade after the Donauwörth incident of 1607. Ferdinand II, Ferdinand III, and Leopold I were entirely consumed by the 30 Years' War and its aftermath. With the emergence of a permanent and separate Austrian chancellery in Vienna, the centre of gravity of their operation was shifting decisively to the east, whilst the empire itself seemed to teeter on the edge of imminent dissolution. As the drinkers in the tavern of Goethe's Faust were given to singing, "The dear old Holy Roman Empire, how does it hang together?" The answer, in the view of a distinguished British historian, lay less in the political sphere than in a civilization, a set of shared attitudes and sensibilities. The Emperor Rudolf II assembled a court at Prague that really was a wonderful curiosity. His chosen companions, the most brilliant artists and scientists of the age, were men who took natural and supernatural to be part and parcel of their everyday researches. Apart from Kepler, Brahe, Campion, and Bruno, Giuseppe Arcimboldo achieved fame as the founder of surrealist painting, and Cornelius Dreber, illusionist and opera designer, as inventor of a perpetual motion machine. Dreber, who visited London, promised James I a telescope which could read books at a mile's distance. He is thought to have been the model for Prospero, wrapped in secret studies, in Shakespeare's Tempest, just as Rudolf himself may have inspired the Duke in Measure for Measure. Rudolf's fabulous art collection became a strategic target of the Swedish army during the latter stages of the 30 Years' War. Spain passed from grandeur to decline in little more than a century. For a few fabulous decades, Spain was to be the greatest power on earth, and all but the master of Europe. Under Charles V, Carlos I, it lived through the age of the Crucero, the Conquistadores, and the Tercio, there being a clear correlation between the supply of American gold and the upkeep of the finest army in Europe. Under Philip II, it stood at the pinnacle of its political and cultural power, until undermined by internal resistance, by the hostility of France and England, and by the revolt of the Netherlands. Under Philip's successors, Philip III, Philip IV, and the imbecile Charles II, it never recovered from a decadent dynasty, from noble faction, or from its debilitating involvement in the 30 Years' War. The fall was so sudden that Spaniards themselves were apt to wonder, was the original achievement no more than an engaño, an illusion? Philip II must be the prototype of all monarchs who have tried to rule without rising from their desks. Austere, penitential, tireless, ensconced in a solitary study in the gloomy Escorial, on the barren plateau outside Madrid, he strove to enforce a spiritual and administrative uniformity which the variety of his vast dominions would never permit. He ruled through two sets of parallel councils, one set devoted to the main areas of policy, the other to the government of 6 major territorial units. For, in addition to his father's Castilian, Aragonese, Italian, Burgundian, and American legacies, in 1580 he seized his mother's vast Portuguese inheritance. His disregard for the rights of the various diets culminated in the hanging of the Justizar of Aragon. Yet the dream of one monarch, one empire, one sword was relentlessly pursued under the pretext that the king knew best how to trabajar para el pueblo, work for his people. In the process, he drove his sick, imprisoned son to death. He drove the Inquisition to waves of autos da fe, and he drove the persecuted Moriscos of Granada to rebel in 1568-9, the offended Dutch to rebel in 1566, the humiliated Aragonese to rebel in 1591-2. His adversaries, like William the Silent, considered him simply a murderer and a liar. Never can an apparently sensitive man have so completely ignored the sensitivities of others. Absolute master of the Church in Spain, he sought to extirpate the Church's enemies across Europe. He swore to avenge his second wife's memory in England. He intervened against the Huguenots in France. He wrongly saw the Dutch Protestants as the source of all discontent in the Netherlands. But God, like Philip II, did not smile on Spain. By the 1950s, a general crisis loomed. The Great Armada of 1588 had been dashed by storms. The Dutch held out. Plague swept the Spanish cities. The countryside, drained by taxes and hit by agricultural failures, was beginning to depopulate. The richest coffers in the world were empty. In 1596, Philip II was formally bankrupt for the fourth time. There was misery amidst splendor, and an overpowering sense of disillusionment. Philip, like Don Quixote, had been tilting at windmills. The supremacy of Castile was deeply resented by Spain's other constituent kingdoms. Castile has made Spain, the epitaph reads, and Castile has destroyed it. After Philip's death, the Spanish Habsburgs sought in vain to restore their fortunes. A concerted attempt was made to join forces with their Austrian relations. Gaspar de Guzman, Count of Olivares and Duke of Sanlúcar, popularly known as El Conde Duque, the Count Duke, who held the reins of policy from 1621 to 1643, applied the principles of earlier Castilian reformers. But his career came to grief amidst the shattering secession of Portugal and the revolt of Catalonia. Spain's involvement in the 30 Years' War ended with the loss of the United Provinces, its richest single asset. The interrelated wars with France were protracted until the Treaty of the Pyrenees. Overwhelmed by the spiraling costs of war, by the multiplicity of fronts, by the absence of any interval of respite, Spain could rescue neither itself nor its Austrian partner. Thanks to the extraordinary problems of the Spanish road, the logistics of supporting an army in the Low Countries became insuperable. Poner una pica in Flandres, putting a pikeman into Flanders, became a Spanish idiom for attempting the impossible. The Habsburg bloc, writes the historian of political logistics, provides one of the greatest examples of strategical overstretch in history. The revolt of the Netherlands, which began in 1566 and ended in 1648, constituted a long-running drama which spanned the transition from the supremacy of the Habsburgs to that of France. At the outset, the 17 provinces of the imperial Burgundian Circle that were transferred to Spanish rule in 1551 presented a mosaic of local privileges and of social and cultural divisions. The feudal aristocracy of the countryside contrasted sharply with the wealthy burghers and fishermen of the coastal towns. The francophone and predominantly Catholic Walloons of Hainaut, Namur, and Liège contrasted with the Dutch-speaking and increasingly Calvinist population of Holland, Zeeland, and Utrecht. The central provinces of Flanders and Brabant lay across the main religious and linguistic divide. Over 200 cities controlled perhaps 50% of Europe's trade, bringing Spain 7 times more in taxes than the bullion of the Indies. Certainly in the initial stages of Spanish rule, the threat to provincial liberties and to the nobles' control of church benefices gave greater cause for popular offence than the threat of activating the Inquisition. Under the regency of Margaret of Parma, 1559–67, discontent came to a head over a scheme for ecclesiastical reform. 3 protesters, William the Silent, Prince of Orange, Lamoral, Count of Egmont, and Philip Montmorency, Count of Horn, petitioned the king with the regent's permission. They were ridiculed as Gezin, les gueux, the beggars, and in 1565, in the Edict of Segovia, Philip indicated his refusal to authorize change. Following further petitions for reform and a meeting in 1566 of confederated nobles at Saint-Tron, which demanded religious toleration, there occurred a serious outbreak of rioting and religious desecrations. The action of the Confederates in helping the regent to quell the disorders did not deter Philip from ordering general repression. Under the regency of the Duke of Alva, 1567–73, a council of tumults, the notorious Bloedrat, or Blood Council, was set up to try the king's opponents. Egmont and Horn were beheaded in the square at Brussels, their severed heads sent to Madrid in a box. William of Orange escaped to lead the continuing fight. With the whole population of the Netherlands condemned to death as heretics by the Church, the south rebelled as well as the north. The sea beggars attacked shipping. Haarlem, besieged, capitulated. Spanish garrisons spread fire and plunder. Thousands perished from random arrests, mock trials, and casual violence. Under the governorships of Don Luis de Requesens, Grand Commander of Castile 1573-6, and of Don John of Austria 1576-8, reconciliation was attempted but failed. Leiden, besieged, survived. The sack of Antwerp during the Spanish Fury of 1576 hardened resistance. Under the regency of the Duke of Parma 1578-92, the split became irreversible. By the Union of Arras 1578, 10 southern provinces accepted Spanish terms and recovered their liberties. By the Union of Utrecht 1579, the 7 northern provinces resolved to fight for their independence. Thereafter there was unremitting war. Spanish military resources could never be brought to bear against the Dutchmen's dikes, their money, warships, and allies. In 1581-5 and 1595-8, the Dutch were assisted by the French. In 1585-7 by the English under the Earl of Leicester. In 1609 they enjoyed an 11-year truce, but were forced to fight on from 1621 to 1648 in the ranks of the anti-imperial coalition. Their steadfastness prevailed. The spirit of a new nation was inscribed on the front of a burgher's house in Zeilstraat, Haarlem. In Zuid-Nederland, ik bleef het trouw, ik wik niet af. To the dear Netherlands, I shall be true, I shall not waver. The Dutch Republic of the United Provinces of the Netherlands, misleadingly known in English as Holland, was the wonder of 17th-century Europe. It succeeded for the same reasons that its would-be Spanish masters failed. Throughout the 80 years of its painful birth, its disposable resources were actually growing. Having resisted the greatest military power of the day, it then became a major maritime power in its own right. Its sturdy burgher society widely practiced the virtues of prudent management, democracy, and toleration. Its engineers, bankers, and sailors were justly famed. Its constitution, 1584, ensured that the governments of the 7 provinces remained separate from a federal council of state at The Hague. The latter was chaired by an executive stadtholder, whose office was generally held, together with the offices of Captain General and Admiral General, by the House of Orange. The Dutch Republic rapidly became a haven for religious dissidents, for capitalists, for philosophers, and for painters. The earlier Flemish school of Rubens and Van Dyck was surpassed by the Dutch school of Hals, Ruysdael, Vermeer, and above all, of Rembrandt, Harmenzoon van Rijn. Nor were the Netherlands blighted by bourgeois dullness. Its religious affairs were enlivened by the Arminian controversy, its military affairs by a vocal element of pacifist opinion, its politics by a party of extreme republicans who, in 1651-72, under Jan de Witt, succeeded in keeping the stadtholdership vacant. Its political power began to wane with the 3 English wars of 1651-4, 1665-7, and 1672-4. Even so, despite its peculiar decentralized constitution, it had every reason to regard itself as the first modern state. France, too, was entering a period of renewed vigor and splendor. Less encumbered by distant colonies, and geographically more compact, she was a worthy rival for the Habsburgs. Yet France was strategically encircled, by the Empire on one side and by Spain on the other, by the Spanish Netherlands in the north and by the Spanish Mediterranean possessions in the south. The French were repeatedly thwarted in their attempts to reach the dominant position to which they felt entitled. In the century and a half which separated Renaissance France from Louis XIV, French kings repeatedly ran into strangulating complications, both at home and abroad. Charles VIII launched the Italian Wars in 1494, in romantic pursuit of the Angevin claim to Naples, only to embroil his country in a series of titanic conflicts lasting 65 years. Louis XII, père de son peuple and heir to the Visconti, did likewise by pursuing his claim to Milan. Francis I, born at Cognac, a magnificent knight, a cultivated man of pleasure, and Renaissance prince par excellence, met his first setback at the imperial election of 1519, and the second by his capture at Pavia in 1525. Tout est perdu, he wrote to his mother, for l'honneur et la vie. His release and marriage to the emperor's sister did not restrain him from persisting with the Franco-German feud that henceforth gripped Europe for the rest of modern history. He was a prince of wide horizons, patron of Jacques Cartier's expedition to Canada, as of Rabelais, Leonardo, Cellini, founder alike of Le Havre and of the Collège de France, builder of Chambord, Saint-Germain, Fontainebleau. In the reigns of the last four Valois, Henry II, Francis II, the youthful Charles IX, and the flagrant Henry III, France gained respite from the Habsburg conflict at the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis, only to sink into the appalling morass of the wars of religion. The cynical Bourbon, Henry IV, saved France from religious discord, and, with his visionary minister, the Duc de Sully, prepared plans both for the restoration of prosperity and for international peace. "There will be no labourer in my kingdom," he promised, "without a chicken in his pot." Like his predecessor, he was cut down by an assassin. The long reign of Louis XIII and the minority of his son, Louis XIV, were overshadowed by the long careers of two formidable churchmen, Armand Duplessis, Cardinal de Richelieu, and Giulio Mazarini, Cardinal Mazarin. External affairs were entirely preoccupied with the 30 Years' War, internal affairs with the assertion of centralized royal power against the privileges of the provinces and the nobility. The Estates General was suspended after the session of 1614. The merciless attack by Richelieu on the sources of noble wealth and power in the provinces underlay the desperate rebellions and the wars of the Fronde in 1648–53. The sunrise of Louis XIV's mature years burst from very cloudy skies. The Italian wars have often been used as the starting point of modern history, and as the model of a local conflict which became internationalized. They were neither. When French troops crossed the pass of Montgenèvre in September 1494, bound for Naples, they did so by express agreement of the Empire, which had been compensated in advance with Franche-Comté and of Aragon, which had been bought off with the gift of Roussillon. So the conflict had been internationalized from the start. The result was 3 French expeditions, each of which provoked a powerful coalition to defeat it. The expedition of Charles VIII, 1494–5, after sweeping triumphantly through Milan, Florence, and Rome, captured Naples, but it was forced to retreat with the same speed. The expedition of Louis XII, 1499–1515, captured Milan in similar style, using Leonardo's equestrian statue for target practice, but it aroused the opposition of the Holy League raised by Pope Julius II. The expedition of Francis I, 1515–26, began with the stunning victory of Marignano, which, among other things, turned the Swiss to permanent neutrality and persuaded the Pope to sign the Concordat of 1516. But it was interrupted by the bitterness of the imperial election, which turned Francis I and Charles V into mortal enemies. At Pavia in 1525, Marignano was avenged and Francis I taken prisoner. Imperial forces pressed on through Provence as far as Marseille. After his release, Francis persuaded a new pope to form a new Holy League against an overmighty emperor. The fearful sack of Rome by imperial troops ensued in 1527, this time with the pope made captive. By then, the Italian wars had become simply one front of a generalized Franco-imperial struggle. The Franco-imperial wars assumed continental proportions. In his attempt to break imperial encirclement, Francis I did not hesitate to recruit allies from all quarters. In 1519, he stood in person as candidate for emperor. Despite the abortive meeting at the splendiferous Field of Cloth of Gold, he eventually won Henry VIII of England's sympathies. He laid scandalous plans with the Protestant princes of Germany, and in 1536, in the famous Capitulations, he made common cause with the infidel, Suleiman the Magnificent, and with the Sultan's North African vassals, including the Corsair king, Kheyr el-Din Barbarossa. In the shifting permutations of Italy, He was supported both by the popes and by the Vatican's chief opponent, the Republic of Venice. The result was 4 more wars. In 1521-6, the imperialists first attacked French Burgundy, before concentrating on the Italian campaign, which ended with Pavia and the Treaty of Madrid. In 1526-9, the emperor overstretched and disgraced himself, signing the Ladies' Peace at Cambrai. In 1536-8 and 1542-4, he was embroiled with the Turks and the German Protestants as well as the French, and was constrained to sign the Treaty of Crépy-en-Valois, which created an interval permitting the opening of the Council of Trent and the long-delayed attack on the Schmalkaldic League. In 1551-9, under Henry II, the French conspired with the German Protestants to occupy the 3 archbishoprics of Lorraine, Metz, Toul, and Verdun, thereby launching the March to the Rhine, and a frontier struggle not ended till 1945. The Habsburgs responded in the Low Countries with the occupation of Artois and with an English alliance that instantly inspired the French to forget their religious differences and to capture Calais. Mary Tudor, whose proxy marriage to Philip II was the price of this brief Habsburg-Tudor rapprochement, exclaimed, "When I die, you will find Calais engraved on my heart." By the general peace of Cateau-Cambrésis, France kept Lorraine and Calais, the Habsburgs kept Artois, Milan, and Naples. England was shut out of the continent for good. The main issue was postponed, not solved. The British Isles, increasingly dominated by the English, were taken closer to the unification which had beckoned once or twice already. Having lost its foothold on the continent, the Kingdom of England turned its energies into the affairs of its immediate neighbours and into overseas ventures. A typical composite polity of the era, consisting of England, Wales, and Ireland, it lacked the national cohesion which Scotland already possessed. But under the Tudors it manifested great vigour. Notwithstanding the religious conflicts of the age, Henry VIII and his 3 children, Edward VI, Mary I, and Elizabeth, created the Church of England, the lasting symbiosis of monarchy and parliament, and the Royal Navy. The Stuarts, who had ruled in Scotland since 1371, accepted the personal union of Scotland and England, 1603, after the Tudors ran out of heirs. They had much to gain. Deceived by its continental alliances, Scotland had lived in England's shadow since the bloody disaster of Flodden Field. Anglo-Scottish relations were badly shaken by the intrigues of the deposed Mary, Queen of Scots, who died on an English scaffold. But Mary's son, James I and VI, succeeded by general consent to the inheritance which had escaped his mother. He, his son Charles I, and his grandson Charles II, ruled from Holyrood and from Whitehall in parallel. James I talked to his first Parliament at Westminster of England and Scotland now in the fullness of time united in my person, alike lineally descended of both the crowns, whereby it has now become like a little world within itself, being fortified round about with a natural and yet admirable pond or ditch. The integration of the dependent principalities did not proceed so smoothly. Wales, which was shired by Henry VIII, entered the community of English government without demur. The Anglo-Welsh gentry were reasonably content with their lot. But Ireland, whose parliament had virtually broken free of English control since the Wars of the Roses, was only reined in with difficulty. In 1541, after both the Church of England and the counties of Wales had come into being in 1534, Henry VIII declared himself King of Ireland. He was storing up trouble for his successors. The policy of turning Irish chiefs into earls and barons was little more than a palliative, especially when Irish customs and language were curtailed. Resentment against the crown was soon mixed with resentment against the Protestant Reformation, fueling a series of revolts. The 9 Years' War, 1592-1601, was waged round the Ulster rising of Hugh O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone. It closed amidst the devastating reprisals of Queen Elizabeth's lieutenant, Lord Mountjoy, who removed the distinction between the Pale and the native lands, abolished Irish law, and started a policy of systematic colonization. A prosperous decade of reconciliation in the 1630s under the Earl of Strafford was to be followed by a further insurrectionary decade in the 1640s, when the Irish profited from England's troubles to introduce religious toleration and an independent parliament. Ireland was brutally conquered by Cromwell in 1649–51 and effectively annexed. England's power and prosperity were visibly on the increase, not least through its oceanic adventures. The new colony in Ulster was largely peopled by Scots Presbyterians, seeking the same sort of refuge offered by the English colonies across the Atlantic in Virginia and New England. The foundation of Maryland was followed by Jamaica, which was seized from Spain in 1655, the Carolinas, New York, formerly Dutch New Amsterdam, and New Jersey. The Navigation Act of 1651, passed by Cromwell's Rump Parliament in the aftermath of Dutch independence, insisted, among other things, that Dutch ships salute the English flag. It was a sign of England's growing arrogance. Scotland was the scene of bitter religious and political conflicts, which eventually provoked the British Civil Wars of the mid-17th century. Knox's Presbyterian Kirk had been founded on the Genevan model and was designed by its Calvinist founders as a theocracy. But a resentful court party repeatedly trimmed its aspirations. In 1572, the year of Knox's death, a regent forced the Kirk to accept bishops, thereby causing ceaseless strife between church and state. In 1610, to safeguard the apostolic succession, James VI had 3 Scottish bishops consecrated by their English counterparts. In 1618, he imposed his 5 Articles, which insisted on a number of practices, such as kneeling at communion. At each step, he suspended the General Assembly of the Kirk until it submitted, thereby arousing intense popular anger. In 1637, Charles I imposed a modified version of the Anglican liturgy and prayer book. He did so by personal order, and without reference to a General Assembly, and sparked a rebellion. When the liturgy was first introduced at St. Giles's Cathedral in Edinburgh on the 23rd of July, it caused a riot. In due course it led to the formation of the Tables, a revolutionary committee of all estates, and in February 1638 to the signing of the Covenant. The Covenanters recruited an armed league, which was sworn, Polish style, to defend its statutes to the death. They sought to protect the Presbyterian Kirk from the king and bishops, and Scotland from the English. They were soon claiming the allegiance of all true Scotsmen, and set up Parliament without royal warrant. In August 1640, the first of several armies of Covenanters crossed the Tweed and invaded England. In this way, Scotland's religious wars became embroiled with the equally long-running constitutional struggle between king and Parliament in England. Under the Tudors, the partnership between the monarch and the elected representatives of the shires and boroughs did not conceal the fact that England's Parliament was an instrument of royal policy. "We at no time stand so highly in our estate royal as in the time of Parliament," declared Henry VIII to a parliamentary delegation, "wherein we as head and you as members are conjoined and knit together into one body politic." There were no doubts who was head. Parliamentarians had no immunity, and had reason to fear the royal wrath. The winning of the political initiative by the House of Commons under James I, however, put an end to Parliament's subservience. In the long term, parliamentary control of taxation was to prove decisive. In 1629–40, when Charles I decided to rule without Parliament, no one had the means to oppose him. But in April 1640, when the costs of the Scottish War forced the king to recall the English Parliament and to beg for money, the storm broke. Court talk about the divine right of kings was opposed by parliamentary lawyers quoting Magna Carta. According to the popular dictum of the late Chief Justice, Sir Edward Coke, the law of the realm cannot be changed but by Parliament. A grand remonstrance faced the king with a vast catalogue of recrimination. His chief minister, the Earl of Strafford, was impeached by Parliament and, with the king's reluctant consent, sacrificed. Ireland now entered the equation. Strafford had treated the Presbyterians of Ulster with the same harshness that his predecessors had used towards the Irish Catholics. He had started to raise an Irish army for use against the king's rebellious subjects in England and Scotland, but on quitting Ireland in June 1641 without paying the troops, he left a country in open rebellion. A Scots army arrived in Ireland to support their Protestant co-religionists, and multi-sided warfare proceeded unchecked. Balked on all sides, Charles I then attempted in good Tudor style to arrest the contumacious members of the English Commons. He failed. "I see the birds have flown," he stuttered. There was nothing left for him but to flee London and to call his subjects to arms. Defied by the Parliament which he had not wished to summon, he abandoned the tradition of kings accepting the advice of their councils and raised his standard at Nottingham. It was the summer of 1642. The conflict was to cost him his life. No satisfactory constitutional equilibrium was reached until 1689. The English Civil War, therefore, is a misnomer which inadequately describes the nature of a very complex conflict. It did not start in England, and was not confined to England. It embraced 3 separate civil wars in Scotland, Ireland, and England, and involved interrelated developments within all parts of the Stuart realm. The crisis in England in August 1642 cannot be viewed in isolation. The King's edgy conduct towards the Parliament at Westminster was undoubtedly conditioned by his unhappy experiences in Edinburgh. The militancy of English parliamentarians was heightened by their knowledge of the King's despotic policies in Scotland and Ireland, by his proven record of religious impositions, and by the fighting already in progress. Here, above all, was a conflict of political and religious principle. Attempts to explain it in terms of social groups or economic interests, though helpful on some points, have not replaced the older analyses based on a mix of constitutional and religious convictions. Catholics and High Church Anglicans felt the greatest loyalty for the king, whose monarchical prerogatives were under attack. English Puritans and Calvinist Scots provided the core support of Parliament, which they saw as a bulwark against absolutism. The gentry was split down the middle. The English have been taught that their civil war did not share the religious bigotry and mindless killings of contemporary wars on the continent. One of the favourite quotations is taken from a letter of the parliamentary Major General, Sir William Waller, which he addressed to the commander of the Royalists' Western Army, Sir Ralph Hopton, on the eve of the battle at Roundway Down in 1643. "My affections to you are so unchangeable that hostility itself cannot violate my friendship to your person. But I must be true to the cause I serve. The great God, who is a searcher of my heart, knows with what perfect hatred I look upon this war without an enemy. We are both upon the stage, and we must act the parts assigned to us in this tragedy. Let us do it in a way of honour, and without personal animosities. If such forbearance had prevailed, the wars could never have been sustained. For there were several key issues on which neither party was prepared to show a margin of tolerance. The low taxation philosophy of the parliamentarians did not provide the means for the king to govern effectively. Also, the dominant English establishment was only interested in England and careless of the separate interests of Ireland and Scotland. Above all, in religious matters, both sides were determined to persecute their opponents in the hope of imposing a single religion. The war was not fought for religious liberty, but between rival groups of persecutors. The Royalists upheld the Act of Uniformity. The Parliament, in its hour of military triumph, attempted to impose the Presbyterian Covenant. Both found that absolute uniformity could not be enforced. Nor was the war free of horrors. Well-documented atrocities, such as the general massacre at Bolton, perpetrated by the troops of Prince Rupert of the Rhine, or the fearful sack of Drogheda, where Cromwell slaughtered the entire population of an Irish town, were accompanied by the less publicized practices of killing prisoners and razing villages. 4 years of fighting saw a large number of engagements involving both local and central forces. The Royalists, with their headquarters in Christchurch, Oxford, initially held the upper hand in most of the English counties, but the parliamentary forces, aided by the Scots League of Covenanters, held an impregnable base in London, and hence the organs of central government. In due course they were able to raise a professional new model army, whose creator, the formidable Oliver Cromwell, gradually assumed a commanding role in political as well as military affairs. Parliament often controlled the towns, and the king the countryside. Neither combatant enjoyed any general advantage, until Parliament slowly reaped the benefits of superior organisation, of an invincible general, and of the Scots alliance. After the initial clash at Edge Hill, north of Oxford, the decisive battles were contested at Marston Moor in Yorkshire and at Naseby. Once the king had surrendered to the Scots at Newark in 1646, all open resistance from the Royalists ceased. As the fighting slowed, the political situation accelerated with revolutionary speed. The parliamentary camp was rapidly radicalized, both in its republicanism and in its association with extreme evangelical sectarians, among them the Levellers and the Diggers. Unable to pin the king to a firm agreement, Cromwell decided on his execution, which was carried out in front of Whitehall Palace on the 31st of January 1649, thereby initiating the Commonwealth. Unable to control the Long Parliament, Cromwell purged it. Unable to win over the Irish and the Scots by persuasion, he invaded first Ireland, then Scotland. His victory over the Scots at Worcester left him totally triumphant in the field. Yet he could never engineer a political settlement to match his military triumphs. Unable to carry even the bare-bones parliament of picked supporters, he dissolved it. "Necessity," he told them, "hath no law." Cromwell was left ruling as Lord Protector through the colonels of 11 military districts. The parliamentary cause, having abandoned parliamentary government, was politically bankrupt. The great Oliver was a man of unparalleled strength of purpose. "Mr. Lely," he told the portraitist, "I desire you to paint the picture truly like me, and to remark all these roughnesses, pimples, and warts. Otherwise I will never pay you a farthing." But he devised no lasting solutions, and was apt to attribute everything, even the massacre of Drogheda, to the judgment of God. On his death the Royalist cause revived. There was no alternative to a return of the status quo ante bellum. Both king and Parliament had to be restored. Charles II returned from exile on the 29th of May 1660, on the terms of an Act of Indemnity and Oblivion. Both king and Parliament had to relearn the rules of watchful cohabitation. In some ways, the British civil wars were symptomatic of strains which surrounded the growth of a modern state in numerous European countries, but they did not inspire any continental emulators, and must be judged a tragedy of essentially regional significance. Across the North Sea, the Scandinavian countries were moving in the opposite direction, away from unification. Sweden, in particular, had long fretted against Danish dominance. It had possessed its own Riksdag, or Parliament, of 4 estates since the 1460s, and its own university at Uppsala since 1479. At Christmas in 1520, a revolt broke out in Dalecarlia against the coronation of yet another Danish king. A bloodbath in the city square of Stockholm, where 100 supporters of the revolt were executed for treason, only fanned the flames. Led by a young nobleman, Gustav Eriksson Vasa, the rebels expelled the Danish army. In 1523, the Union of Kalmar fell apart. Sweden, under Gustavus Vasa, went its own way. Denmark and Norway, under Frederick I and his successors, were early recruits to Lutheranism. The resultant rivalry, not least over the disputed province of Halland, remained intense for more than a century. Sweden's fortunes were tied henceforth to the Vasas, to the search for supremacy in the Baltic, and, with some delay, to the Protestant cause. In 1527, at the Diet of Västerås, Gustavus created an Erastian church, anticipating that of Henry VIII in England. He abolished the Catholic rite, but by transferring the landed wealth of the church to his supporters, he created the social base for a powerful monarchy. His second son, John III, married the heiress of the Polish Jagiellones, and his grandson, Sigismund Vasa, was elected King of Poland. Sigismund was seen as the last hope of Sweden's fading Catholic party, and the civil war which flowed from his accession persuaded the majority of the nobles to identify national independence with Protestantism. In 1593, the Synod of Uppsala adopted the Confession of Augsburg for the state religion. Sigismund was deposed in favour of his uncle, Charles IX of Södermanland, parent of the Protestant line. Henceforth, in the constant wars with Poland, Sweden added dynastic and religious motives to the conflict of strategic interests in the Baltic. The young Gustavus Adolphus assumed that attack was the best form of defense. Possessed of immense talent, a secure political base, a navy, and a native army that was to outclass even the Spaniards, he perfected the art of self-financing military expeditions. In 1613 he recovered Kalmar from Denmark. In 1614–17 he intervened in Muscovy's time of troubles, coming away with Ingria and Karelia. In 1617–29 he attacked Poland-Lithuania, taking Riga and besieging Danzig. He once escaped capture by Polish hussars by a whisker, but he made so much money milking the Vistula tolls that he could play for still greater stakes. In 1630, with French backing, he made his dramatic entry into Germany. His death in battle at Lützen cut short a career still full of promise. Queen Christina, who grew up under the regency of Chancellor Oxenherne, saw Sweden rise to its peak with the conquest of Holland and the Treaty of Westphalia. But she secretly converted to Catholicism, abdicated, and retired to Rome. Her cousin Charles X, worried by the ambitions of Moscow and by the cost of an unemployed army, resorted to the old policy of intervention in Poland-Lithuania. His untimely death gave occasion for the comprehensive settlement at the Treaty of Oliva. Sweden never gained complete control of the Baltic, the much-heralded Dominium Maris Balticae, but for half a century she played a disproportionate part in European affairs, the terror of the North, the military wonder of the age, the most active of the Protestant powers. Poland-Lithuania was another country which experienced its golden age during the 16th and early 17th centuries. The realm of the last Jagiellones was absolutely the largest state in Europe, and it escaped both the religious wars and the Ottoman invasions which beset many of its contemporaries. Under Zygmunt I and Zygmunt August, husband and son of yet another Sforza queen, it enjoyed strong links with Italy, especially with Venice, and Krakow hosted one of the most vibrant of Renaissance courts. The Rzeczpospolita, Republic or Commonwealth, which came into being at the Union of Lublin, resulted partly from the lack of a royal heir and partly from the threat of Muscovite expansion. It was an early form of Ausgleich between Polish and Lithuanian interests. The Corona, or Kingdom of Poland, accepted the Grand Duchy of Lithuania as an equal partner, though it took over the vast Palatinates of Ukraine in compensation. The Grand Duchy retained its own laws, its own administration, and its own army. The dual state was to be governed by a common elective monarchy and by a common Sejm or Diet. The ruling Szlachta, who designed this system of noble democracy, reserved a dominant role. Through their regional assemblies, or Sejmiki, Dietines, which controlled the central Diet, they ran taxation and military affairs. Through the Pacta Conventa, or agreed terms, which they attached to the coronation oath, they could hire their kings like managers on contract. Through their legal right of resistance embodied in armed leagues or confederations, they could defend their position against all royal machinations. Through the principle of unanimity, which governed all their deliberations, they ensured that no king or faction could override the common interest. This was not the system of general anarchy which prevailed in the 18th century. Whatever its faults, it was a bold experiment in democracy that, in the era of absolutism and religious strife, offered a refreshing alternative. The reputation of the Rzeczpospolita among fellow Democrats should not depend on the jaundiced propaganda of its later assassins. In the 80 years which separated the Union of Lublin from the general crisis of 1648, the Rzeczpospolita fared better than its neighbours. Baltic trade brought unaccustomed wealth to many noblemen. The cities, especially Danzig, prospered mightily under their royal charters. The Counter-Reformation, though vigorously pursued, did not cause open strife. The nobles, though they brought government to a halt during the Great Rokosz, or legal rebellion of 1606–9, did not usually push the paralyzing practices of a later age to extremes. They usually elected kings who were resistant to the bishops and to the ultramontane pro-Habsburg faction. Foreign wars were fought either on the periphery or on foreign territory. The monarchy, though run by kings of varying talent, retained its general authority. Admittedly, the first elected king, Henry Valois, was an unmitigated disaster, but he fled after 4 months to inflict his person on his native France, and was not mourned. The next, the vigorous Transylvanian, Stefan Báthory, reasserted respect and drove the complicated machinery of the state into effective action. His successful war against Ivan the Terrible in 1578–82 brought possession of Livonia. The third king, the Swede Sigismund Vasa, suffered many vicissitudes, but outlived both the Rokosz and Poland's unsettling intervention in Muscovy in 1610–19. His 2 sons, Władysław IV, the sometime Tsar, and John Casimir, the sometime Cardinal, experienced, respectively, calm and chaos. The chain reaction of calamities which marked John Casimir's reign erupted from an almost cloudless sky. In 1648–54, the rebellion of the Dnieper Cossacks under Bogdan Khmelnytsky, which brought a murderous army of Cossacks and Tatars right up to the Vistula, left a swathe of butchered Catholics and Jews across Ukraine. It linked peasant fury to the very real political, social, and religious grievances of the eastern provinces. It was virtually suppressed by the time a despairing Khmelnytsky turned to the Tsar for aid. The Muscovite invasion of 1654–67, which brought death and destruction both to Lithuania and to Ukraine, aroused the strategic anxieties of the Swedes. The double Swedish invasion of 1655–60, which was known in Poland as Potop or the Deluge, overran both the kingdom and the Grand Duchy, and drove the king into exile and the magnates into treason. Only the monastery of Jasna Gora at Czestochowa, whose Black Madonna deflected Swedish cannonballs with miraculous ease, was able to resist. The accompanying invasions of the Transylvanians and the Brandenburgers pushed the country close to total collapse. But Poland recovered with marvelous resilience. The Muscovites were halted, the Swedes were rounded up, the Prussians were bought off. In 1658, Hetman Czarnecki could even afford to go campaigning against Sweden in Jutland. The Treaty of Oliva, which settled the demands of the Republic's western neighbours, ended the Vasa feud, confirmed the independence of Ducal Prussia, and promised better times. Thereafter, the Republic seemed to have been given space to tackle its outstanding problems. In the annual campaigns of the 1660s, the Polish cavalry steadily pushed the Muscovites back towards Russia. Then, with general recovery already in view, the king's program of constitutional reform aroused a disproportionate and violent reaction from the noble Democrats. In 1665–7, the fratricidal strife of Hartmann Lubomirski's rebellion put an end to progress on all fronts. It produced political stalemate between the king and his opponents. At the same time, it pushed the Republic into the fateful Truce of Andrusovo, which handed Kiev and left-bank Ukraine to the Russians, in theory for 20 years, in practice forever. The king abdicated and retired to France, where he was buried in the church of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. The debased coinage of his reign bore his initials, ICR, Johannes Casimirus Rex. These were taken to stand for Initium Calamitatum Rei Publicae, the beginning of the Republic's catastrophes. The beginnings of Poland's distress coincided with the stirrings of power in 2 of Poland's neighbours, Prussia and Muscovy. Prussia, which in the early 16th century still housed the remains of the Teutonic state, had been wasting away for decades and stood in desperate need of radical renovation. It had lost its mission for converting the pagans through the conversion of Lithuania, its military supremacy through the defeat at Grunwald, and its commercial prominence through Poland's acquisition of Elbing, Thorn, and Danzig. Its very existence was threatened by the onset of the German Reformation, and it was hurriedly transformed by its last Grand Master, Albrecht von Hohenzollern, into a secular fief of the Kingdom of Poland. A convert to Lutheranism, he dismissed the Teutonic Order, and in 1525 paid homage for his new duchy in the city square of Krakow. From the capital of Königsberg, he laid the strategy which would eventually link his possessions with those of his relatives in Brandenburg. By purchasing the legal reversion of his duchy, he ensured that the failure of his own heirs would automatically give possession to the Hohenzollerns of Berlin. The policy came to fruition in 1618. After that, one and the same Hohenzollern ruler enjoyed the twin titles of Elector of Brandenburg and Duke of Prussia, and the state of Brandenburg-Prussia was born. Frederick William, the great elector, who spoke Polish and harbored pretensions of being the first Prince of Poland, paid homage for his duchy in 1641. 15 years later, his troops occupied Warsaw, capital of his liege, at the height of the Swedish deluge. The Prussian army had made its debut. All that was needed thereafter was a double diplomatic double cross, which wrested recognition of Prussia's sovereign status first from the Swedes and then from the Poles. It gained formal recognition at Oliva. The Prussian spirit was on the march. Muscovy, whose strategy of grandeur was launched by Ivan III, held to its course with marvelous tenacity. Ivan IV, known as Grozny, or the Terrible, finalized the patrimonial state which his predecessors had prepared. All the people consider themselves to be cholops, wrote one of the earliest Western travelers, that is, slaves of their prince. By establishing the Oprichnina, the forerunner of all subsequent Russian security agencies, he was able to set aside whole provinces for his private will and domain, and to unleash a reign of unrestrained terror. By razing Novgorod and slaughtering almost its entire population in a bloodbath that proceeded for weeks, he affirmed Moscow's supremacy in Russia. By destroying the power of ancient boyar clans and their Zemsky Sabor or council, he created a thoroughly subservient hierarchical society. By appointing the first Patriarch of Moscow, he completed the separate and dependent nature of the Russian Orthodox Church, henceforth severed from all outside influences. By annexing the Khanate of Kazan, where the great Orthodox Cathedral of the Annunciation was raised as a monument to a Christian victory in a Muslim land, he gave notice of unrestrained imperial ambitions. Through the Razryad, or service list, and the Pomestny Prikaz, the Bureau of Placements, he kept track of all state servants and their appointments, the forerunner of the nomenclatura. After such comprehensive socio-political transplants and amputations, it is not surprising that the patient fell sick. The Smutnaya Vremya, or Time of Troubles, filled the years between the death of Ivan's son Fyodor in 1598 and the accession of the Romanovs 15 years later. With central authority in shreds, the warring boyar factions raised 5 ill-starred Tsars in succession. There were peasant revolts and Cossack raids, and the country was invaded by Swedes, Poles, and Tatars. Fyodor's chief minister, Boris Godunov, a Tatar boyar, was brought down amidst accusations of killing the rightful heir. The false Dmitri I, an impostor, claimed to be Ivan's murdered son. Having gained the support of a Polish magnate, Jerzy Mniszek, and of Mniszek's Jesuit friends, he married Mniszek's daughter Marina and marched on Moscow. His brief reforming reign came to an explosive end when he was fired from a cannon in Red Square by the followers of the next contestant, Basil Shuisky. Shuisky was in turn overthrown by another impostor, the false Dmitri II, the thief of Tushino, who somehow managed to persuade Marina that he was her resurrected husband. Shuisky died in Polish captivity. He was succeeded by the Polish crown prince, Władysław Wasa, whose candidature was being pressed by yet another of the boyar factions. Though many Polish nobles, like Mniszek, had long been privately involved in the troubles, the official policy of the Rzeczpospolita was to stand aloof. The king had declined to back Mniszek's plan, despite Russian rumors to the contrary, and the Diet had warned the king against committing any money or forces beyond the limited objective of recapturing Smolensk. Hence, when the Polish army advanced on Smolensk in 1610, alongside the Swedes already in Novgorod, it had no orders to go further. However, as their commander later explained to an angry Sejm, the Poles pressed on despite instructions. With the Russian army defeated at Klushino and the road to Moscow undefended, they occupied the Kremlin unopposed. A garrison remained for a year until forced to surrender. It set Moscow ablaze before being murdered by a patriotic Russian populace rallying to Minin the butcher, Pozharsky the prince, and Mikhail Romanov, the new Tsar. The Russians had found their dynasty and their national identity. It was a ready-made subject for opera. Moscow's recovery was slow but methodical. The Poles were seen off by 1619. Prince Władysław resigned his claim. Smolensk was recovered. Under Alexei Mikhailovich, fundamental reforms caused internal turmoil that was only partly offset by territorial acquisitions. A reform of the law, which led to the Uloženie, or Legal Code of 1649, containing over 1,000 articles, perpetuated and systematized serfdom, creating conditions that underlay the vast peasant rising of Styn-Karazin. The church reforms of Patriarch Nikon, who aimed both to modernize the rite and to moderate state control, provoked both the defection of the old believers and the ire of the Tsar. Military reforms on Western lines preceded the none too successful campaigns against Poland. In this light, the great territorial gains of the Truce of Andrusovo came as an unexpected bonus. Yet the acquisition of Ukraine from Poland cannot be overestimated. It gave Muscovy the economic resources and the geopolitical stance to become a great power. What is more, it came in the same generation that pushed the exploration and conquest of Siberia to the Pacific. The formula Muscovy plus Ukraine equals Russia does not feature in the Russians' own version of their history, but it is fundamental. In which case, the true founder of the Russian Empire was Alexei Mikhailovich, not his more celebrated son Peter. The lengthy contest between Russia, Poland, and Sweden was deciding the fate of Eastern Europe. In retrospect, one can see that the Truce of Andrusovo of 1667 tipped the balance of power. Poland-Lithuania was being imperceptibly replaced by Russia as the dominant state of the region. Poland and Russia, however, had one thing in common. Neither allowed itself to be dragged into the 30 Years' War. The Ottoman Empire, the southern neighbor of Poland and Russia, reached its apogee at the same time as the Habsburgs. From the Muslim perspective, the key development lay in the Ottomans' decision to lead the main Sunni branch of Islam against the Shiites. When Sultan Selim I moved against Persia, he ended the 60-year pause which followed the fall of Constantinople. Thereafter, the conquest of the former caliphates of Damascus, Cairo, and Baghdad took place in succession. Suleiman I, the Magnificent, who added the Prophet's tomb in Mecca to the realm, had good reason to style himself Padishah-i-Islam, Emperor of Islam. Many monuments, including the Shuaymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, attest to the reality of that magnificence. From the Christian viewpoint, danger signals began to flash when the Turks used their newfound strength to move westwards. They advanced both up the Danube Valley into Hungary and against the Corsair states of the North African coast. The Danubian campaigns began in 1512 with the takeover of Moldavia. Then, when Belgrade was captured, the wide Hungarian plain lay open to the Ottoman advance. After 1526, when the last independent king of Bohemia and Hungary, Louis II Jagiellon, was killed at the Battle of Mohacs, Austria itself came under threat. The Turks laid their first unsuccessful siege of Vienna in 1529, and 3 years later were still raiding deep into the Alpine valleys. The truce of 1533 was only obtained at the price of the partition of Hungary. Western Hungary was left to its new Habsburg rulers. Central Hungary, including Budapest, became an Ottoman province. Transylvania became a separate principality, subject to Ottoman tutelage. Skirmishing raged all along the new borders until the Peace of Adrianople, when the Habsburgs undertook to pay annual tribute. In 1620-1, the Turks moved up the Dniester beyond Moldavia, only to feel the weight of the Polish hussars at Chocim. In the Mediterranean, renewed Ottoman expansion was signaled by the attack on Rhodes and the capitulation of the Knights Hospitallers. Algiers was captured in 1529, Tripoli in 1551, Cyprus in 1571, Tunis at the second attempt in 1574. Malta survived a grand siege. In the view of the Catholic world, the centerpiece was provided by the naval battle of Lepanto, where Don John of Austria, natural brother of Philip II, succeeded in uniting the combined naval forces of Venice, Genoa, and Spain, and destroying the Ottoman fleet. Here was the last crusade, the last battle of massed galleys, the last significant Ottoman move for many decades. The Ottoman surge had several consequences. First, it revived the old crusading spirit, especially in the Catholic countries. The question posed by Erasmus, "Is not the Turk also a man and a brother?" reflected an eccentric response to contemporary passions. Secondly, it helped preserve the division of Christendom by diverting major Catholic forces at the height of the Protestant Reformation. The Sultan was Luther's best ally. Thirdly, on the diplomatic front, it made the Western powers think more closely about Eastern Europe and to open the first tentative contacts with the East. It underlay France's openings to the Porte and to Poland, Lithuania, and the Empire's missions to Moscow. Lastly, it started a craze for Turkish styles and artifacts, Europe's first experience of Orientalism. The 30 Years' War, 1618–48, may be seen as an episode in the age-old German conflict between emperor and princes. At another level, it may be seen as an extension of the international wars of religion between Catholic and Protestant. At yet another, as an important stage in a continental power struggle involving most of the states and rulers of Europe. It grew from a row in Bohemia between the supporters and opponents of Archduke Ferdinand, and it mushroomed in 4 distinct phases. Almost all the combatants, wrote one of its most distinguished historians, were actuated by fear rather than by lust of conquest or passion of faith. They wanted peace, and they fought for 30 years to be sure of it. They did not learn then, and have not learned since, that war only breeds war. The Bohemian phase, 1618–23, began on the 23rd of May 1618, when a delegation of Czech nobles entered the Harachany castle in Prague, and threw the Habsburg governors, Jaroslav von Martinitz and Wilhelm von Salvata, out of a high window and into a dung heap, which broke their fall. They were protesting against recent attacks on Protestant churches, against Archduke Ferdinand's contested assumption of the Bohemian throne, and against his alleged violations of the Royal Charter of Toleration, the Majestätsbrief of 1609. This defenestration of Prague was a deliberate imitation of the incident that had sparked off the Hussite War 200 years earlier. At the time, Ferdinand was campaigning for the imperial election, and the religious peace in Germany was wavering. The Lutheran princes were watching uneasily as the Evangelical Union, led by Frederick, Elector Palatine, measured up to the Catholic League, led by Maximilian, Elector of Bavaria. The Bohemian rebels raided Vienna and started a revolt in Austria. In 1619, when Ferdinand succeeded to the empire, they formally deposed him as King of Bohemia, choosing the Calvinist Elector Palatine in his place. This meant open war. At the great Battle of Bila Hora, Weissenberg, or the White Mountain, near Prague, on the 7th of November 1620, the Bohemian army was crushed by the imperialists. Then, in a terrible revenge, Bohemia's native nobility was suppressed by execution or confiscation. Czech society was literally decapitated. The country was systematically Catholicized and Germanized. The Calvinists were expelled. The Winter King fled. His lands in the Palatinate were invaded from the Spanish Netherlands and seized by the Bavarians. The Catholics' general, Count Tilly, Victor of Prague, stormed Heidelberg and crisscrossed northern Germany in pursuit of the Protestant forces headed by Count von Mansfeld. The unprovisioned armies began to live off the land like so many hordes of locusts. The Danish phase, 1625–9, began when Christian IV of Denmark, superior of the imperial circle of Lower Saxony, entered the fray in defense of his hard-pressed Protestant confrères. Assisted by English, French, and Dutch subsidies, he had to contend with a new imperialist army raised by a Catholic nobleman from Bohemia, Albrecht von Waldstein, or Wallenstein. After defeat at the bridge of Dessau on the Elbe, the Protestant forces attempted to link up with their Transylvanian ally, Bethlen Gabor. Mansfeld marched all the way to the Danube, via Silesia. Then it was the turn of the imperialists, after dealing with Mansfeld at Neuhausel, near Bratislava, to move in strength against the Protestant north. Tilly attacked the Netherlands with the help of the Spaniards. Wallenstein overran Brunswick, Lower Saxony, Mecklenburg, Schleswig, Holstein, Jutland, and the Baltic coast to the outskirts of Stralsund, declaring himself Generalissimo of the Baltic and the ocean seas. By the Treaty of Lübeck, the Danes were persuaded to retire on the return of their lost possessions. By the Edict of Restitution, the Emperor ordered the Protestants to surrender all the former ecclesiastical lands acquired since the Peace of Augsburg. Wallenstein, whose army contained many non-Catholics, objected and was dismissed. The Swedish phase, 1630–35, began when Gustavus Adolphus sent a contingent to hold Stralsund. In 1631, fortified by the Treaty of Bärwalde with France, he landed with the main Swedish army and proceeded to restore Protestant fortunes with vigour. In 1631, he failed to relieve Magdeburg before it was mercilessly sacked by the Imperialists, but at Breitenfeld he crushed Tilly and moved into the Palatinate. He was joined by John George, Elector of Saxony, a Lutheran who previously had backed the Emperor. In 1632, he entered Bavaria. Munich and Nuremberg opened their gates. With the Swedes preparing to march on Vienna and the Saxons in Prague, a desperate emperor was forced to recall Wallenstein. At the furious Battle of Lützen near Leipzig, the Swedes prevailed, but Gustavus fell. His naked body was discovered under a heap of dead, a bullet hole through his head, a dagger thrust in his side, another bullet, ominously, in his back. The Protestant cause faltered until revived once more by the League of Heilbronn. In 1634, Wallenstein opened negotiations, only to be placed for his pains under the ban of the Empire and assassinated. After the imperial success at Nordlingen, an ailing emperor made peace with the Lutheran princes at Prague. The Edict of Restitution was suspended. One day in 1631, the Bavarian town of Rothenburg ob der Tauber was invested by the imperial army. According to tradition, General Tilly ordered that the town be put to the sack unless one of the citizens could drink up an enormous flagon of wine, whereon the Bürgermeister, Heinrich Toppler, drained the flagon, saved the town, and fell down dead. His feat is commemorated in a play, Der Meistertrunk, which is performed to this day every Whit Monday in the Kaisersaal of the Rathaus. The experience of one village must stand as an example of thousands of others. In January 1634, 20 Swedish soldiers rode into Linden in Franconia, demanding food and wine. They broke into one of the 13 cottages belonging to Georg Roche, raped his wife, and took what they wanted. Shortly afterwards, they were ambushed by the villagers, stripped of their clothes, loot, and horses. The next day, they returned with a constable, who arrested 4 men for assaulting the Swedes. He then made a report to General Horn, naming one of the soldiers, a Finn, as Frau Roche's rapist. What happened next is not clear, but shortly after the village was registered as uninhabited. Its inhabitants did not return to their pre-war number until 1690. The French phase, 1635–48, began when France became the protector of the League of Heilbronn, whose remaining Calvinist members had been excluded from the Peace of Prague. Richelieu's strategy now came into the open. France declared war on Spain, took the Swedes into its pay, and invaded Alsace. The war developed on 3 fronts, in the Netherlands, on the Rhine, and in Saxony. In 1636, the Spaniards advanced towards Paris, but pulled back when threatened from the flank. In 1637, the Emperor Ferdinand died, raising hopes for an eventual peace. From 1638, when Richelieu's German allies presented him with the great fortress of Breisach on the Rhine, French fortunes were mounting. The arrival of the youthful Duc d'Enghien, Prince de Condé, gave them the finest general in Europe. His stunning victory at Rocroi in the Ardennes ended the Spanish military supremacy which had lasted since Pavia in 1525. From 1644, the diplomats were hard at work, shuttling between the Protestant delegates at Osnabrück and the Catholic delegates at Münster. Whilst they argued, the French and the Swedes ravaged Bavaria. The Treaty of Westphalia, which was arranged simultaneously in its 2 parts, set the ground plan of the international order in Central Europe for the next century and more. It registered both the ascendancy of France and the subordination of the Habsburgs to the German princes. On the religious issue, it ended the strife in Germany by granting the same rights to the Calvinists as to Catholics and Lutherans. It fixed 1624 as the date for ecclesiastical restitution, and it made provision for denominational changes, except in the Upper Palatinate and in the hereditary lands of the House of Austria, which were reserved for the Catholic faith. On the constitutional issue, it greatly strengthened the princes by granting them the right to sign foreign treaties and by making all imperial legislation conditional on the Diet's approval. It proposed that both Bavaria and the Palatinate be made electorates. On the numerous territorial issues, it attempted to give something to all the leading claimants. Switzerland and the United Provinces received their independence. The Dutch succeeded in their demand that the Scheldt be closed to traffic. France received a lion's share, sovereignty over Metz, Toul, and Verdun, Pinerolo, the Sundgau in southern Alsace, Breisach, garrison rights in Philipsburg, the Landvogtei, or advocacy, of 10 further Alsatian cities. Sweden received Bremen and Verden, and western Pomerania, including Stettin. Bavaria took the Upper Palatinate, Saxony took Lusatia, Brandenburg took the greater part of eastern Pomerania up to the Polish frontier, the former bishoprics of Halberstadt, Minden, and Kamin, and the candidacy of Magdeburg. Mecklenburg-Schwerin, Brunswick, Lüneburg, and Hesse-Kassel were each thrown a morsel. The final signatures were penned on the 24th of October, 1648. The end came slowly. In Prague, where the war had begun, they were still fighting. Monks, students, and townsmen were manning the Charles Bridge against an expected Swedish assault. But then, with 9 days' delay, news of the peace arrived. The clanging of church bells drowned the last thunders of the cannon. But the troops did not go home. A second Congress had to be held at Nuremberg in 1650 to settle the indemnities claimed by the armies. The Spaniards kept their garrison at Frankenthal in the Palatinate until 1653, when the Emperor offered them Besançon in exchange. The last Swedish soldiers did not depart until 1654. Delegates at Westphalia had already started calling it the 30 Years' War. In fact, since the first act of violence at Donauwörth, it had taken up 47 years. The Pope, Innocent X, was outraged. A lifelong foe of Cardinal Mazarin, who had attempted to veto his election, he was offended by the concessions made to France and to the Protestants, and he ordered the nuncio at Münster to denounce the settlement. In his brief Zelus Domus Dei, he described the treaty as null, void, invalid, iniquitous, unjust, damnable, reprobate, inane, and devoid of meaning for all time. Behind his anger lay the realization that hopes for a united Christendom had been dashed forever. After Westphalia, people who could no longer bear to talk of Christendom began to talk instead of Europe. Germany lay desolate. The population had fallen from 21 million to perhaps 13 million. Between a third and a half of the people were dead. Whole cities, like Magdeburg, stood in ruins. Whole districts lay stripped of their inhabitants, their livestock, their supplies. Trade had virtually ceased. A whole generation of pillage, famine, disease, and social disruption had wreaked such havoc that in the end the princes were forced to reinstate serfdom, to curtail municipal liberties, and to nullify the progress of a century. The manly exploits of Spanish, Swedish, Italian, Croat, Flemish, and French soldiers had changed the racial composition of the people. German culture was so traumatized that art and literature passed entirely under the spell of foreign, especially French, fashions. Germany's strategic position was greatly weakened. The French now held the Middle Rhine. The mouths of Germany's 3 great rivers, Rhine, Elbe, and Oder, were held respectively by the Dutch, the Danes, and the Swedes. The common interest of the empire was subject to the separate interests of the larger German states, Austria, Bavaria, Saxony, and Brandenburg-Prussia. Destitution was accompanied by humiliation. Some historians have seen it as the soil of despair which alone can have fed the seeds of virulent German pride that sprouted from the recovery of a later age. Austria, which had begun the period as the wonder of the age, was reduced to being just one German state among many. In the years after 1648, however, Germany was not alone in its misery. Spain was struggling with the revolts of Portugal and Catalonia, whilst still at war with France. England was in the aftershock of civil war. France was rocked by the Fronde. Poland-Lithuania was torn apart by the Cossack revolt, the Swedish deluge, and the Russian wars. This concatenation of catastrophes has led to the supposition of a general 17th-century crisis. Those who believe in the existence of an all-European feudal system tend to argue in favor of an all-European socio-political revolution caused by the growing pains of an all-European capitalism. Some argue in contrast in favor of a crisis of the modern state, where the peripheries reacted violently against the rising demands of the centre. Others suspect that it may all have been a coincidence. Rome, 19th of February, 1667. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, the papal architect, submitted his designs for the third and last section of the great colonnade that was nearing completion round the square of St. Peter's. He proposed that this terzo braccio, or third arm of the colonnade, take the form of a detached propylaeum, or gateway, with 9 bays surmounted by a clock tower. It was to be positioned at the entrance to the square directly opposite the centre point of St. Peter's facade. In the Giustificazione, or argument of proposal, which accompanied the original plans a dozen years before, Bernini had explained the design and symbolism of St. Peter's Square. The square was to provide an approachway to the church, a meeting place for crowds receiving the papal benedictions, and a boundary to the holy space. The colonnade was to be permeable, with more gaps than columns, thereby facilitating the circulation of pedestrians and avoiding the sense of a physical barrier. It was to be covered by a continuous pediment, giving protection to processions in inclement weather, and it was to be graced above the pediment by a ring of statues illustrating the communion of saints. Its 2 semicircular arms, which were projected beyond the straight sides of the immediate cathedral forecourt, were specifically likened by Bernini to the enfolding arms of Mother Church, offering comfort to all humanity. The proposed propylaeum was to have taken the place of hands clasped in prayer, joining the extremities of the church's outstretched arms. As it happened, the cardinals of the Congregazione della Reverenda Fabbrica, who managed the building works, had other ideas. They authorized the construction of the piazza's pavement and of a second fountain, but not the propylaeum. Shortly afterwards, Bernini's ailing papal patron died, and no decision was ever made about the terzo braccio. The enclosure of the amphitheatre of the Christian universe was left incomplete. As the size of the church demanded, the dimensions of the square were grandiose. Its total length, from the main portico to the western entrance, was 339 metres, 370 yards. The maximum width, 220 metres, 240 yards. It could accommodate a crowd of 100,000 with no difficulty. The shapes of its connected areas, though complex, were brilliantly harmonious. The tapered quadrilaterals in front of the facade opened out into an ellipse between the arms of the colonnade. In all, the colonnade contained 284 Doric columns and 88 rhomboid pilasters, arranged in quadruple rows. Its Ionic entablature carried 96 statues, with a further 44 above the galleries of the forecourt. The obelisk of Heliopolis, 41 metres, 135 feet high, erected in 1586, was left at the focal point of the ellipse. It was flanked on either side by a circular fountain, one by Maderna, the other added by Bernini in 1667. The building of Bernini's colonnade terminated a program of reconstruction that had been in progress at St. Peter's for 161 years. It concluded works which had spanned the whole of the Counter-Reformation. Though a start was made in 1506, the greater part of the grand plan drawn up by Bramante, the basilica's first architect, had remained on paper throughout the 16th century. Michelangelo's dome was completed in 1590. Even then there was no nave, and the remnant of Constantine's 4th century basilica still blocked the old piazza. Not until 1605 was Carlo Maderno authorized to demolish the old basilica and to erect the new portico and facade in time for a grand opening on Palm Sunday, 1615. The young Bernini added 2 lofty campanili, or bell towers, to Maderno's facade in the 1620s, only to see them pulled down 20 years later. Nominated as chief architect in 1628, He was not awarded the remaining Great Commissions until 1655. The Scala Regia, the chief staircase to the Vatican Palace, the throne of St. Peter, and the new piazza with its colonnade, occupied Bernini for the next dozen years. The Rome of Bernini's lifetime was a hive of intrigue and activity, where the art and politics of the church combined with the ambitions of the great aristocratic clans, the bustling prosperity of traders and artisans, and the grinding misery of the plebs. Bernini would have heard of the burning of Giordano Bruno, and was present during the trials of Galileo. He would have watched the ruin of the Papal States, and the impotence of the popes to intervene in the religious wars. He would have seen the Tiber in flood, which inspired one of his most spectacular tableaux, the visitations of the plague, and the citizens' laments against ever-rising taxes. Han fatto più danno urbano e nepoti, che vandali e goti, a Roma mia bella, o Papa Gabella. This Pope of the salt tax, Urban and his nephews, have done more harm to my beautiful Rome than the Vandals and the Goths. It was a mystery how the Church could support such splendour amidst so much hardship. At 68, Bernini was at the height of his protean powers, and still had a decade of creativity before him. He was the son of an engineer-architect in the papal service, Pietro Bernino, who, among many other things, had designed the ship fountain in the Piazza di Spagna. From the day he came to Rome with his father at the age of 8, he had daily contact with the city's monuments, and enjoyed intimate familiarity with cardinals and wealthy patrons. He was personally acquainted with 8 popes, from the Borghese, Paul V, to the Odaleschi, Innocent XI. Paul V told Bernini's father, "We hope that this boy will become the Michelangelo of his century." Urban VIII told him, "It is your good fortune, Cavaliere, to see that Cardinal Matteo Barberini is now Pope. But our fortune is far greater to see that Cavaliere Bernini lives during our pontificate." Alexander VII summoned him to the Vatican and commissioned the final works at St. Peter's on the very first evening of his reign. Bernini was well capable of returning the compliments. Pleased by Louis XIV's ability to stand still during modelling, he said, "Sire, I always knew that you were great in great things. I now know that you are also great in little things." And he knew how to flatter the ladies. "All women are beautiful," he once announced, "but under the skin of Italian women runs blood, under the skin of French women, milk." By profession, Bernini was a sculptor. He performed the most prodigious feats of skill and artistry from his earliest years. His first major commissions, such as Inea and Chise e Ascanio, which portrayed a muscular figure carrying an older man across his shoulders, were executed in his teens. His last commissions, such as the extraordinary Tomb of Alexander VII, which portrayed truth in the daring form of a female nude, were still in the making 60 years later. His work was characterized by the tension produced from the competing qualities of realism and fantasy. His portraits in stone could be shockingly lifelike. At the unveiling of the bust of Monsignor Montoya, the Pope addressed the statue and said, "Now this is the Monsignor." Then, turning to Montoya, "And this is a remarkable likeness." The dramatic poses, the dynamic bodily and facial gestures, and unfailingly original designs brought spiritual power to the most hackneyed subjects. According to the connoisseur Filippo Baldinucci, who wrote the first biography, Bernini possessed 2 supreme virtues, ingenuity and audacity. His highest merit lay in making beautiful things out of the inadequate and the ill-adapted. Above all, he betrayed no fear of the unconventional. "Those who do not sometimes go outside the rules," he once said, "never go beyond them." The catalogue of Bernini's sculptures runs into several hundred items. The best known among them included the portraits of Charles I of England, executed from a painting by Van Dyck, and of Louis XIV of France, the Rape of Proserpina, the David, who is arched backwards to tense the catapult, the Ecstasy of St. Teresa, the Death of Beata Albertoni, Truth unveiled by Time, and the Tomb of Urban VIII, where the Angel of Death is shown writing the book of history. Sculpture, however, was only Bernini's starting point. It provided his entree into artistic compositions, which called for the broadest coordination of all the arts. His expertise extended to decoration, painting, and architecture, as well as sculpture. In St. Peter's, it is met at every turn, in the fantastically threaded bronze pillars of the baldacchino, of the high altar, in the decoration of the piers supporting the dome, in the bas-relief over the front door, and the multicolored marble floor of the arcade, in the bronze and lapis lazuli ciborium of the Chapel of the Sacrament, the holiest of holies in the greatest temple of Christendom. Bernini's abundant contributions to the city of Rome ran no fewer than 45 major buildings. He built the stupendous Fontana del Tritone, where the Triton spouts a jet of water from a conch as he sits in a broader shell held aloft by 3 dolphins, and he was part author of the Fontana dei Fiumi in the Piazza Navona, with its portrayal of the 4 great rivers of the world, the Nile, Ganges, Danube, and Plate. He built the facade of the College for the Propagation of the Faith, the Jesuit Church of Sant'Andrea di Monte Cavallo, and the town church of Castel Gandolfo. He restored the Quirinal and Chigi palaces, and the arsenal at Civitavecchia. In the eyes of contemporaries, Bernini's most appreciated talents lay in the realm of scenography. Posterity is a loser from the fact that much inventive energy was thrown into plays, masks, carnivals, and processions, which were staged on a heroic scale, but which left no record. In 1661, he decorated the hill of Santa Trinità del Monte for a firework display celebrating the birth of the French Dauphin. In 1669, he organized a famous show to mark the defense of Crete. In the theatre of the Tor di Nona, he worked with playwrights, stage designers, actors, and composers such as Corelli and Scarlatti. Theatricality is often mentioned as the spirit of Baroque. In this respect, Bernini must be described as the most spirited practitioner of the genre. Bernini's failures were few but wounding. The demolition of his bell towers at St. Peter's must be attributed to the ill will of rival advisers under Innocent X. But the fiasco of his foray into France in 1665 was less explicable. The project started with a flattering invitation from Colbert, who described him in a letter as the admiration of the whole world. He travelled to Paris, taking plans with him for the construction of an amphitheatrical building based on the Colosseum, to fill the space between the Louvre and the Tuileries. But the plans were rejected, and he returned home 6 months later, his dismay sweetened only by the memory of the jolly sittings with Louis XIV. At the very end of his career, when cracks appeared in the stonework of the piers under the crossing of St. Peter's, Bernini was blamed for the fault. Baldinucci was inspired to write his book in order to disprove these accusations. In 1667, Pope Alexander VII was almost exactly Bernini's contemporary. As Cardinal Fabio Chigi, he had been a career diplomat. Serving as nuncio in Cologne throughout the 1640s, he was the Vatican's chief negotiator in the settlement of the 30 Years' War, where he gained the reputation for opposing all concessions to the Protestants. He thoroughly approved of Bernini's quip, "Better a bad Catholic than a good heretic." He was a devotee of St. Francis de Sales, whom he canonized, was friendly to the Jesuits, and took a harsh line against Jansenism. In short, he was a model counter-Reformation pope. At the same time, he was a man of great literary and artistic refinement. Himself a published Latin poet, he was a collector of books and a determined patron of the arts. He was already employing Bernini on the Chigi residences, when still Secretary of State, before summoning him on that first evening of his pontificate. Alexander's chief rival as Rome's leading patron was undoubtedly ex-Queen Christina of Sweden. Arriving in Rome in the December after Alexander's election, Christina was the most famous Catholic convert of her age. A forceful intellectual, she turned the Palazzo Riario into a salon of wit and taste, and through the Scadro Volante action group of Cardinal Azzilino into a hotbed of ecclesiastical intrigue. Her lesbian leanings, and her longing for the cerebral kind of Catholicism by which Descartes had originally been impressed, made her a poor fit in Alexander's puritanical Rome. Seen from Rome, Christendom had reached a sorry pass. By the 1660s, the long struggle against Protestantism had reached stalemate. hopes of embracing the Orthodox were lost. With the exception of France, all the leading Catholic powers were in disarray, and France, like Portugal, was in tacit rebellion against the Pope's authority. The empire under Leopold I was ravaged and depopulated. Poland-Lithuania likewise. Spain was bankrupt. In northern Europe all sorts of conflict took place without any reference to Rome. As soon as England made peace with the Netherlands by the Treaty of Breda, the French made war on Spanish Flanders. Restoration England had just survived the plague and the Great Fire of London, celebrated in Dryden's Annus Mirabilis. In the east, at Andrusovo, the Orthodox Muscovites were tempting Poland to cede Ukraine, and threatening to tip the balance in perpetuity. Brandenburg Prussia, recently independent, was poised to unseat the Swedes as the leading Protestant military power. In the Balkans and the Mediterranean, the Turks were in the ascendant. The Venetians were hanging grimly onto their last Cretan stronghold at Candia, Heraclion. The Papal States, like the rest of Italy, were suffering a dramatic economic decline. It was inexplicable how they supplied the revenue to pay for Bernini's extravaganzas and for the Venetian subsidies. For all its magnificence, Catholic Rome was tangibly reaching the end of its greatest days. The Vatican's quarrel with France was rooted in the grievances of the late Cardinal Mazarin. Mazarin could not forgive Rome for giving shelter to his bête noire, Cardinal de Retz, Archbishop of Paris. He took his revenge by helping the Farnese and the d'Este in their dispute over property in the Papal States. For his trouble, he was excluded from the conclave of 1655 that elected Alexander VII, on the grounds that cardinals needed the permission of the Curia to assume permanent residence abroad. Louis XIV had chosen to continue the feud after Mazarin's death. On the pretext that the immunity of the French embassy in Rome had been infringed, he expelled the nuncio from Paris and occupied Avignon. The hapless Alexander was obliged to offer humiliating apologies and to erect a pyramid in Rome inscribed with an admission of the offences of the Pope's own servants. Relations were not improved by the humiliation felt in the Vatican in 1665 from Bernini's abortive visit to Versailles. Bernini may have scored a great success with Louis. By parting the king's wig during one of the sittings, he inspired an instant hairstyle known as la modification Bernin. But no one could fail to see, in taste as in politics and religion, that France was determined to set her own course. Versailles was to take no notice when the Vatican opposed the persecution of the Huguenots. In literature, 1667 saw the publication both of Racine's Andromaque and of Milton's Paradise Lost. The former, set in ancient Troy, confirmed the continuing vitality of the classical tradition, as well as the supremacy of French letters. The latter's matchless cadences confirmed the enduring appeal of Christian themes. Of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world, and all our woe with loss of Eden, till one greater man restore us and regain the blissful seat, sing, heavenly muse, that to the height of this great argument I may assert eternal providence and justify the ways of God to men. Bernini's creative contemporaries were at every possible stage in their varied careers. In Amsterdam, with The Jewish Bride, Rembrandt was painting his last major canvas. In Madrid, Murillo was engaged on a series of 22 paintings for the Church of the Capuchins. In Paris, Claude Lorrain painted Europa. In London, in the wake of the Great Fire, Christopher Wren was planning his spectacular series of churches, and Richard Lauer performed the first human blood transfusion. In Cambridge, the young Isaac Newton had just cracked the theory of colours. In Oxford, Hooke was proposing systematic meteorological recordings. In Munich, the Theatinerkirche was in mid-construction. In February 1667, Franz Hals, the portraitist, had just died. Jonathan Swift, the satirist, was being conceived. There can be no doubt that the protracted reconstruction of St. Peter's constituted a central event in the era of church reform. St. Peter's was not just a building, it was the chief temple and symbol of the loyalty against which Luther had rebelled, and to which the Pope's own divisions had rallied. It is also true that the building of Bernini's colonnade marked a definite stage in that story. For the sake of convenience, historians can be tempted to say that it marks the end of the Counter-Reformation, and so, in a sense, it does. Yet, in reality, the Counter-Reformation did not come to an end, just as the colonnade was never really finished. The history of civilization is a continuum which has few simple stops and starts. The Roman Church was already being overshadowed by the rise of the secular powers, but it did not cease to be a prominent feature of European life. The ideals of the Counter-Reformation continued to be pressed for centuries. Its institutions are still in operation nearly 400 years later. Indeed, the mission of the Roman Church will not have ceased so long as the pilgrims crowd into St. Peter's Square, pray before St. Peter's throne, and mingle with the tourists under Bernini's colonnade. Balletto. Dance, having played a central role in pagan religious rites, was largely ignored during the Middle Ages, except for rustic entertainment. It is generally agreed that the secular dance spectacle performed by Bergonzio di Botta at the Duke of Milan's wedding at Tortona in 1489 is the earliest example of the modern genre on record. From Italy, the balletto was exported in the time of Catherine de' Medici to the French court, where, under Louis XIV, it became a major art form. Lully's Triomphe de l'amour fixed the long-lasting genre of opera ballet. The modern theory and practice of ballet were largely developed in mid-18th century Paris, especially by the royal ballet master Jean-Georges Noverre. Leading dancers such as Marie Camargo or Gaetano Vestris, who modestly called himself Le Dieu de la Danse, based their training and performances on the grammar of the 5 classical positions. At a later stage, the combination of classical technique with romantic music, such as the Coppelia of Leo Delibes or the Roy Douglas Fantasia on Chopin tunes Les Salfides, proved immensely attractive. Russia first imported French and Italian ballet under Peter the Great, but in the 19th century moved rapidly from imitation to creative excellence. Tchaikovsky's music for Swan Lake, Sleeping Beauty, and the Nutcracker laid the foundations for Russia's supremacy. In the last years of peace, the Ballet Russe, launched by Sergei Diaghilev, enjoyed a series of unsurpassed triumphs. The choreography of Fokine, the dancing of Nijinsky and Karsavina, and, above all, the scores of Stravinsky, brought ballet to its zenith with The Firebird, Petrushka, and The Rite of Spring. After the revolutions of 1917, the Ballet Russe stayed abroad, whilst the Soviet Bolshoi and Kirov ballets combined stunning technical mastery with rigid artistic conservatism. Modern dance, as opposed to ballet, is older than might be supposed. Its basic principles, of translating musical rhythm into corresponding bodily movements, were put forward by the music teacher François Delsarte. Delsarte inspired the 2 principal practitioners of the art, the Swiss Jacques Delcroze, the pioneer of rhythmic gymnastics, and the Hungarian Rudolf Laban. After modern dance in Central Europe fell foul of the Nazis, the center of gravity moved to North America. Flagellatio. Piero della Francesca painted the small study generally known as the Flagellation, sometime between 1447 and 1460. The picture, now in the Galleria Nazionale at Urbino, is remarkable for its diptych structure, for its architectural detail, for its stunning use of perspective, and, above all, for its enigmatic allegory. The picture is divided into 2 distinct zones. On the left, a nocturnal flagellation scene takes place in the pearly interior of an antique courtyard. On the right, 3 large male figures converse in an open garden. The pale moonlight on the left is diffused by the daylight flooding in from the right. The architectural elements are strangely ambiguous. The Praetorium courtyard is severely classical. The heavy roof panels are supported by 2 rows of fluted Corinthian columns rising from a marble pavement. In the center, a prisoner is tied to the column of the Haelia Capitolina, symbol of Jerusalem, surmounted by a golden statue. Yet 2 medieval houses with an overhanging belvedere appear alongside. Beyond is a patch of greenery and of blue sky. One section of the picture, therefore, was set in the past, the other in the present. The 2 groups of figures do not betray any obvious connection. The flogging in the courtyard is watched by a seated official who wears a pointed paleologi hat, by a turbaned Arab or Turk, and by an attendant in a short Roman toga. The foreground group in the garden consists of a bearded Greek dressed in round hat, maroon robe and soft boots, a barefoot youth in red smock and laurel wreath, and a rich merchant dressed in a Flemish-style fur-hemmed brocade. Piero uses perspective drawing to ensure that the small figure of the prisoner remains the central focus. The convergent lines of the beams, the roof panels and the columns, and the foreshortened marble squares of the pavement constitute a textbook exposition of an architectural setting which emphasizes the action within it. As for the allegory, a prominent exponent of Piero's art has stated that the conflicting interpretations are too numerous to mention. The conventional view holds that the flagellation portrays the scourging of Christ before Pilate. Many commentators have identified the barefoot youth as Od Antonio di Montefeltro. Yet the Byzantine accents are strong, and they suggest a number of interpretations connected to the Ottoman siege and conquest of Constantinople, which dominated the news in the period, in which case the prisoner may not be Christ but Saint Martin, the 7th century Roman pope who met martyrdom at Byzantine hands. The presiding official may not be Pilate, but the Byzantine emperor. The three foreground figures could be participants in the Council of Mantua, where a Greek emissary begs the Western princes to mount a crusade to rescue the Eastern Empire. A leading British authority, however, is adamant that the picture represents the dream of St. Jerome. Jerome once dreamed that he was being flogged for reading the pagan Cicero. This would explain the discordance between the two sections. The three foreground figures, two men and a barefoot angel, are discussing the relation between classical and patristic literature embodied in the story of St. Jerome's dream. Linear perspective was the artistic sensation of the era. It so excited Piero's contemporary, Paolo Uccello, that he would wake his wife in bed to discuss it. It was a pictorial system for creating a realistic image of the three-dimensional world on a flat, two-dimensional surface. It set out to present the world as seen by the human eye, and as such marked a fundamental rejection of the hierarchical proportions of medieval art. It was first discovered by Brunelleschi in his explorations of classical architecture, and expounded in many theoretical treatises headed by Alberti's De Pictura, by Piero's own De Prospettiva Bingendi, and by Durer's Treatise on Measurement. Its rules included the pictorial convergence of parallel lines towards an illusory vanishing point and horizon line, the decreasing size of objects in relation to their distance from the viewing point, and the foreshortening of features lying along the central line of vision. The pioneering examples of the system are to be found in the bronze panels of Ghiberti's Gates of Paradise in the Baptistery at Florence, and in Masaccio's fresco of the Trinity, and in the nave of Santa Maria Novella. Other standard items include Uccello's Battle of San Romagno, Mantegna's Lamentation over the Dead Christ, and Leonardo's Last Supper. Perspective was to dominate representational art for the next 400 years. Leonardo called it the reign and rudder of painting. A modern critic was to call it a uniquely European way of seeing. Naturally, when modern artists eventually began to deconstruct traditional methods, linear perspective became one of their targets. Giorgio de Chirico and his Scuola Metafisica explored the effects of dislocated perspective in paintings such as The Disquieting Muses, as did Paul Klee in his Phantom Perspective. It was left to the Dutchman, M.C. Escher, to invent the visual riddles, which show that in the last resort all lines on paper deal in illusions. Leonardo da Vinci was a left-handed homosexual engineer, best known for his sideline in painting. He was the love child of a Florentine lawyer and a peasant girl from the village of Vinci. He is widely rated the most versatile of all Europe's geniuses. Only a dozen or so of his paintings have survived, some of them unfinished, but they include a number of supreme masterpieces, including the Mona Lisa in Paris, the Last Supper in Milan, and the Lady with Otter in Krakow. His left-handedness caused him to write backwards, in a script that can only be read with a mirror. His sexual proclivity led him to support a parasitic companion, called Salai, and to live in constant fear of prosecution. His most valuable legacy may well lie in his voluminous scientific notebooks, containing sketches and explanations of thousands of devices and inventions which never saw the light of day. Not surprisingly, he has constantly attracted the attentions of all who try to measure the ingredients of genius. His name features on all sorts of lists of prominent Europeans who have allegedly shared his characteristics. Left-handedness: Tiberius, Michelangelo, C.P.E. Bach, George II, Nelson, Carlyle. Estimated IQ: John Stuart Mill, 190, Goethe, 185, T. Chatterton, 170, Voltaire, 170, George Sand, 150, Mozart, 150, Lord Byron, 150, Dickens, 145, Galileo Galilei, 145, Napoleon, 140, Wagner, 135, Darwin, 135, Beethoven, 135, Leonardo, 135. Brain radiation levels: on the Brunner scale, where 500 equals genius. Leonardo, 720. Michelangelo, 688. Cairo, palmist, 675. Helena Blavatsky, 660. Titian, 660. Frederick the Great, 657. Raphael, 649. Francis Bacon, 640. Rembrandt, 638. Goethe, 608. Napoleon, 598. Chopin, 550. El Greco, 550. Rasputin, 526. Picasso, 515. Mussolini, 470. Einstein, 469. Freud, 420. Homosexuality: Sappho, Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Hadrian, Richard Lionheart, A. Poliziano, scholar, Botticelli, Julius III, Pope, Cardinal Carafa, Henry III, Francis Bacon, James VI and I, Jean-Baptiste Lully, Queen Christina, Frederick the Great, Alexander von Humboldt, Hans Christian Andersen, Tchaikovsky, Wilde, Proust, Keynes. After Leonardo's death, an experiment was made to replicate his genius. His half-brother, Bartolomeo, sought out a girl from the same village as Leonardo's mother, fathered a son by her, and raised the boy in one of Florence's finest studios. Pierino da Vinci showed great talent. His youthful paintings were good enough to be misattributed to Michelangelo, but he died before his genius matured. Singularis. Individualism is widely billed as one of the inherent qualities of Western civilization, and Michel de Montaigne could claim to be one of the pioneer individualists. The greatest thing on earth is to know how to belong to oneself. Everyone looks in front of them, but I look inside myself. I have no concerns but my own. I constantly reflect on myself. I control myself. I taste myself. We owe some things in part to society, but the greater part to ourselves. It is necessary to lend oneself to others, but to give oneself only to oneself. The roots of individualism have been identified in Platonism, in Christian theology of the soul, in the nominalism of medieval philosophy. But the main surge came with the Renaissance, which Burckhardt characterized by its brilliant individuals. The cultural interest in human beings, the religious interest in private conscience, and the economic interest in capitalist enterprise all put the individual center stage. Starting with Locke and Spinoza, the Enlightenment elaborated the theme until the liberty of the individual and human rights joined the common stock of European discourse. In the 19th century, individualist theory developed along several divergent tracks. Kant had remarked that the unrestrained pursuit of self-interest was immoral, and it was left to John Stuart Mill on liberty to reconcile the conflicting interests of individuals and of society. In Socialisme et Liberté, Jean Jaurès undertook a similar exercise in socialist terms. Yet there were always people ready to pursue the extremes. In The Individual and His Property, Max Stirner condemned all forms of collective, whether nation, state, or society. In The Soul of Man Under Socialism, Oscar Wilde defended the absolute rights of the creative artist. Art is the most intense mode of individualism that the world has known. In the 20th century, both communism and fascism treated the individual with contempt. Even in democratic states, bloated government bureaucracies often oppressed those whom they were created to serve. The neoliberal response gathered pace in the Vienna School of the 1920s. Its leaders, Karl Popper, Ludwig von Mises, and Friedrich von Hayek, all emigrated. Hayek's Road to Serfdom and Individualism and the Economic Order educated the post-war neoconservatives. A fervent disciple once indignantly proclaimed, "There is no such thing as society." Such excesses tended to present the citizen as a mere consumer of goods, services, and rights. Politics threatened to degenerate into a culture of complaint. At some point, the counter-tendency was due to reassert itself in the equally venerable tradition of duty. Gesang. Martin Luther's paraphrase of Psalm 46, "God is our refuge and strength," was first set to music in J. Klug's Gesangbuch of 1529. It showed that the Nightingale of Wittenberg was a poet and composer as well as church reformer and theologian. It turned out to be perhaps the greatest hymn in the Christian repertoire. Ein feste Burg ist unser Gott, ein guter Wehr und Waffen. Hilft uns frei aus aller Not, die uns jetzt hat betroffen. Der als böser Feind mit Ernst jetzt meint, groß Macht und viel List. Sein grausam Rüstung ist, auf Erd ist nicht seinsgleichen. A safe stronghold our God is still, a trusty shield and weapon. He'll help us clear from all the ill that hath us now o'ertaken. The ancient prince of hell hath risen with purpose fell. Strong mail of craft and power he weareth in this hour. On earth is not his fellow. Luther, as a monk, was familiar with church music. He had a good tenor voice, and wanted all people to share his enjoyment of singing in church. Musical participation was to be the liturgical counterpart to his theological doctrine of the communion of all believers. He gave high priority to congregational music-making. His Formula Missae reformed the Latin Mass, providing a basis for the later Swedish liturgy. The Geistliche Gesangbuchlein, published by his disciple J. Walter, provided an anthology of polyphonic choral settings. In 1525 he brought the world's first musical press to Wittenberg. His Deutsche Messe und Ordnung Gottesdienst supplied a form of the vernacular sung Mass. It concluded with a version of the Hussite hymn, Jesus Christus, unser Heiland. Heinrich Luft's Enchiridion constituted the first ever congregational hymn book. Within 5 years of the Diet of Worms, Luther's followers were musically fully equipped. The Lutheran musical tradition had far-reaching consequences. It required every parish to keep its cantor, its organist, its choir school, and its body of trained singers and instrumentalists. As a result, it played a prominent role in turning Germany into the most musically educated nation in Europe, the richest resource for Europe's secular music-making. The genius of J.S. Bach could have found no more fertile soil than in Lutheranism. A hypothesis exists which maintains that it was the German language and its rhythms which lay at the root of Germany's musical preeminence. This may or may not be true, but one can find Luther saying in 1525 that both text and notes, accent, melody, and performance ought to grow from the true mother tongue and its reflections. Luther's emphasis on the use of the vernacular deeply affected German education. There is a direct link between the hymns and masses of Luther, Walther, Rohr, and Heinrich Schütz, and the later glories of Bach, Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert, and Brahms. To celebrate the Lutheran tradition in isolation no doubt does a disservice to Catholic music and to the fruitful interactions of various Christian traditions. But one only has to compare the sterile music of Calvinism, whose ban on popish polyphony reduced the Geneva Psalter to a collection of metrical unisons, to see the felicity of Luther's music-making. In many ways the Church of England shares Luther's musicality, developing a wonderful tradition launched by Tallis, Gibbons, and Byrd. In its stunning simplicity, Tallis's canon, composed by a monk of Waltham Abbey, who became a gentleman of the Chapel Royal, is the Anglican equivalent of Ein fester Burg, and an 8-part round to boot. Glory to thee, my God, this night, for all the blessings of the light. Keep me, O keep me, King of kings, beneath thine own almighty wings. Nor should one neglect the magnificent musical tradition of the Orthodox Church, which adopted polyphony as readily as Luther did. In this case, the ban on musical instruments inspired a very special expertise in choral part-singing. The Catholic Church always permitted instrumental accompaniment. The earliest surviving church organ, dating from 1320, is still operational at Sion in the valley. But in Russia and Ukraine, the polyphony had to be generated by human voices alone, thereby fostering a culture which is as ready to make music as to appreciate it. In this context, Tchaikovsky was no more of an accident than Bach was. Holism. In February 1528, the wonderful Dr. Paracelsus lost his brief appointment as Basel's city physician. He had been barred from the university, had offended the Guild of Apothecaries, and had sued a prelate for refusing to pay him a full professional fee. When he publicly accused the magistrates of bias, he risked arrest and fled. His ideas were no more acceptable to the scholastic medicine of his day than to the supposedly scientific medicine of a later age. Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, known as Paracelsus, was born at Einsiedeln in the canton of Schwyz. He was the contemporary of Luther, Erasmus, and Michelangelo. He graduated from the medical faculty at Ferrara in 1524. But he dropped higher study and spent 7 years travelling, learning the lore of herbalists, gypsies, and magicians, and earning his keep at the artisan grade of barber-surgeon. He visited Spain and Portugal, Russia and Poland, Scandinavia and Constantinople, Crimea, and possibly Egypt. Formerly a Catholic, he often associated with the radical sects, such as the Anabaptists and the Brethren of the Free Spirit. Arrested in Salzburg in 1525 for supporting rebellious peasants, he narrowly escaped execution. Apart from Basel, his longer sojourns were at Strasbourg, Nuremberg, St. Gallen, Meran in Tyrol, St. Moritz, Bad Pfeifers, Augsburg, Kromau in Moravia, Bratislava, Vienna, and Villach. He was a prolific author on everything from theology to magic, the centerpiece being Opus Paramirium, his work beyond wonders. Paracelsus rejected the reigning notion that medical knowledge was to be garnered from ancient texts. At Basel, he had joined some students who were burning the works of Avicenna. Instead, he proposed to learn on the one hand from practical observations, and on the other from the 4 pillars: natural philosophy, astrology, alchemy, and virtue, by which he meant the innate powers of people, plants, and minerals. His empirical bent led to a series of brilliant treatments and techniques in amputations, antisepsis, homeopathy, and balneology. His other lines led him to an alternative system of biochemistry based on sulfur, salt, and mercury, which gave him a lasting reputation for wizardry. Not for 400 years was even part of Europe's medical profession prepared to consider his holistic precept, that the good doctor seeks the harmony of all factors affecting the patient's well-being, including the environmental, the psychosomatic, and the supernatural. Paracelsus lived at a time when no one understood the workings of the digestive, circulatory, neural, or reproductive systems, let alone genes or chromosomes. Yet many of his insights resonate across the centuries. Both the man and the woman each have half a seed, and the two together make a whole seed. There is in the matrix, womb, an attractive force like amber or a magnet. Once the will has been determined, The matrix draws unto itself the seed of the woman and the man from the humours of the heart, the liver, the spleen, the bone, the blood, and all that is in the body. For every part of the body has its own particular seed. But when all these seeds come together, they are only one seed. Utopia. Utopia, meaning no place, was the name coined in 1516 by Sir Thomas More for his book describing his search for an ideal form of government. Translated into English in 1551 after the author's martyrdom as a fruitful, pleasant, and witty work of the best state of a public weal, and of the new isle called Utopia, and also into French, German, Spanish, and Italian, it became a bestseller. In it, More described a land where property was held in common, both men and women benefited from universal education, and all religions were tolerated. Utopian thinking supplies a deep human need for an ideal vision of a better world. The genre has attracted many practitioners, from Plato's Republic to Bacon's New Atlantis and Harrington's Oceana. Similar effects may be gained by imagining the horrors of dystopia or bad place. Such was the intent of Aldous Huxley's Brave New World or of George Orwell's 1984. In the 20th century, utopianism has generally been associated with left-wing thinking. Soviet Russia was widely thought by its admirers to have been a modern utopia, free of the evils of capitalist democracy. "I have seen the future," said an American visitor in 1919, "and it works." Such opinions have since been disgraced by knowledge of the mass murders committed in the name of socialism and progress. Modern liberals have moved on to the more humdrum task of bettering the lot of individuals. What is not so readily accepted is that fascism too had its utopias. After the initial phase of brutal conquest, many Nazis, like many communists, dreamed of a beautiful, harmonious future. The French writer Vercors, for example, recounts the musings of a German officer in occupied France, who looks forward to the glorious future of Franco-German union. It will be a replay of Beauty and the Beast. After the war, in Eastern Europe's communist prisons, many Democrats imprisoned for opposition to communism had to listen to the broken dreams of their convicted Nazi cellmates. The fascist utopia, like that of the communists, was false and generated immense suffering. But there were those who dreamed it sincerely. Syrup. On Saturday, the 12th of August, 1553, a fugitive from the Holy Inquisition rode into the village of Luisset on the French side of Geneva. 4 months earlier he had been arrested in Lyon on charges of heresy, and after interrogation by the Inquisitor General, condemned to death. He had escaped from prison and had been wandering ever since. His aim was to take a boat across the lake from Geneva and to make for Zurich. Geneva was the stronghold of Calvin, Zurich of the Zwinglians. Prior to his arrest, the fugitive had been employed as physician to the Archbishop of Vienne. A native of Navarre, he had studied at Toulouse, Paris, Louvain, and Montpellier. He was the author of several medical treatises, of a study of Ptolemy's geography, and of 2 anti-Trinitarian theological works, De Trinitatis Erroribus and the anonymous Christianismi Restitutio. For the past 8 years he had corresponded with some animosity with Calvin, whom he had once met. On the Sunday, having sold his horse, he walked into Geneva, found a room at La Rose, and went to an afternoon service. In church he was recognized by someone and denounced to the city authorities. By the next morning he was facing the same questions from a Calvinist interrogator that he had faced from the Catholic Inquisitor. He was Father Miguel Serveto de Villanova, otherwise Servetus. Calvin's conduct towards Servetus was, to put it mildly, unchristian. He had once warned him against coming to Geneva. He had even supplied the Inquisition at Lyon with a specimen of his correspondent's handwriting. He now set aside Geneva's laws concerning religious toleration and recommended that Servetus be beheaded. Instead, by order of the court, he was burned alive at Champel on the 27th of October. Nowhere in Europe could radical thinkers feel really safe. The Russian Orthodox Church had burned its Judaizers. Byzantium, too, had its Inquisition. Giordano Bruno, philosopher and renegade Dominican, who was burned at the stake in Rome, was also, it seems, an English spy. Poland-Lithuania was an isolated haven, where from 1565 episcopal courts could not enforce their verdicts. The anti-Trinitarians tarried in Transylvania before moving on to Poland. Their leader, the Sienese Fausto Sozzini, to whom Servetus is sometimes compared, had also lived in Lyon and Geneva, where, enrolled in the Italian Church, he had kept quiet. Long after his death, Servetus was remembered as a symbol of the interdependence of Protestant and Catholic bigotry. Monuments to his memory would be erected in Madrid, Paris, and Vienne. Had he lived longer, he would have enjoyed the success of the 4 editions of his work on medicinal syrups, Syroporum Universa Ratio. Faustus. The real-life Dr. Faustus was a vagabond mountebank and fairground conjurer who died at Staufen in Breisgau in 1541. Supposedly a graduate of Krakow like Copernicus, he frequented numerous German universities, presenting himself as Magister Georgius Sabellicus Faustus Jr. He became notorious for his blasphemies, for his miracles, such as changing water into wine, and for his claim to be in league with the devil. His exploits inspired a stream of so-called Faustbuchs. The first of them, compiled at Frankfurt in 1587, was translated into Danish in 1588, into French and Dutch in 1592, into English before 1594, and into Czech in 1602. As a fictional figure, Faust made his debut in 1594 in the play by Christopher Marlowe, where he appears as a man of overweening ambition, striving to become great emperor of the world. He enjoys a season of power before the devil reclaims his own. In Germany he featured in a lost drama by Lessing and in a novel by F.M. Klinger, before being adopted as the central protagonist of Goethe's 2-part verse tragedy. Ferruccio Busoni's opera, Dr. Faust, remained unfinished. Goethe's Faust defies easy summary. Faust's pact with Mephisto promises him rejuvenation, and he lives to be 100. Gib meine Jugend mir zurück. In Part 1, which deals with the smaller world of private emotion, Faust wrestles with the conflict between his duty to the devil and his love for Gretchen. In Part 2, which treats the grosse Welt of society and politics, he is the minister of a wastrel emperor. When he dies, Gretchen intervenes, and the devil is cheated. Heavenly choirs greet the progress of a redeemed soul as love triumphs. Der früh Geliebte, nicht mehr getrübt, kommt zurück. The beloved of long ago, no more befogged, is coming back. Goethe's masterpiece inspired 2 operas by Gounod and Berlioz and the Faust Symphony by Liszt. In more recent times, Thomas Mann's novel, Dr. Faustus, revived the legend for a grim judgment on contemporary Germany. A musician, Adrian Leverkühn, seduced by the works of Wagner and Nietzsche, contracts the diabolical curse of syphilis from a femme fatale and expires after composing a nihilistic cantata, Die Fausti Veheklag. At its close, a sustained diminuendo from a solo cello recalls the light in the night, hinting that German civilization may not, after all, engender total despair. Inquisitio. 16th century Seville. Jesus Christ has returned to earth and has been caught performing miracles. He is promptly arrested. The Grand Inquisitor conducts the prisoner's interrogation in person. "Why have you come to meddle with us?" he asks. And answer received he none. Among many recriminations, the Inquisitor accuses Christ of misleading people with the gift of free will. Man is by nature a rebel, and given the choice will always choose the path to damnation. For their own good, he implies, people must be denied their freedom in order to save their souls. Did you forget that a tranquil mind and a tranquil death is dearer to man than freedom in the knowledge of good and evil? Moreover, the Inquisitor claims, the facts of history support his case. People are too weak to resist temptation. For 1,500 years they have wallowed in sin and suffering, incapable of heeding Christ's behests. You promise them bread from heaven, but can it compare with earthly bread in the eyes of the weak, vicious, and always ignoble race of men? We are more humane than you. The Inquisitor charges that Christ did not rebut the devil's challenge, and did not give proof of his divinity. He failed the threefold test on mystery, miracle, and authority. The papacy, in fact, is secretly on the devil's side. We have been with him and not with you, the Inquisitor reveals, referring to the Catholic Orthodox schism, for 8 centuries. The Inquisitor bitterly foretells the victory of faithless materialism. Do you know that centuries will pass and mankind will proclaim that there is no crime and therefore no sin, and only starving people? Feed them first and then demand virtue. That's what will be written on the banners with which they will destroy your temple. In the Inquisitor's dungeon, the conclusion seems inevitable. You have been disgorged from hell, he tells Christ. You are a heretic. Tomorrow I shall burn you. At the last moment, Christian forgiveness triumphs. Christ kisses the Inquisitor on the cheek. Overcome by the power of love, the Inquisitor relents, and the prison gate is opened. Such a summary might serve as introductory student notes on the legend of the Grand Inquisitor. The creator of the legend was a young Russian author, Ivan Karamazov, who lived with his father and brothers in the 1860s. The Karamazov's own saga, like the legend, which forms one of its central episodes, poses the eternal questions of good and evil. Father Karamazov is a nasty debauchee against whom the elder son, Dmitri, has already rebelled. Ivan and Alyosha, Dmitri's half-brothers, are respectively the skeptical atheist and the trusting optimist. But it is the fourth bastard son, Smerdyakov, or Stinker, who kills the father before killing himself. At the trial, Ivan is racked by guilt for inciting the deed and tries to take the blame. But in an atrocious miscarriage of justice, the innocent Dmitri is condemned. In a final scene, the family's children show their elders how to live in harmony. The creator of the Brothers Karamazov was Fyodor Dostoevsky. In it, he reworked many of the themes and insights of a lifetime's writing. In the view of Sigmund Freud, it is the most magnificent novel ever written. About the creator of Dostoevsky, Dostoevsky had no doubts. Dostoevsky invented the Grand Inquisitor's legend as the vehicle for European literature's most penetrating critique of the Christian Church. In it, he presages the moral objections to totalitarianism. He imagines a fictional event. It well illustrates the author's prejudices against Catholicism, but also his belief in the essential unity of Christendom. On the surface, Dostoevsky was a Russian chauvinist. He disliked merciless Jews. He despised Catholics, especially Poles, whom he often portrayed as criminals, and he hated socialists. He took the Russian Orthodox Church to be what its name proclaimed, the only true faith. In the West there is no longer any Christianity, he ranted. Catholicism is transforming itself into idolatry, whilst Protestantism is rapidly changing into atheism and to variable ethics. Allegedly, his formula was Catholicism equals unity without freedom. Protestantism equals freedom without unity. Orthodoxy equals freedom in unity, unity in freedom. Many critics consider that Dostoevsky put the Inquisitor's arguments more forcefully than Christ's. In the confrontation between church and faith, the faith appears to lose. This was probably his intention, since he rated logic far lower than belief. Even if it were proved to me that Christ were outside the truth, he once wrote, I would still stay with Christ. Dostoevsky's critique of the West was unremitting, which may explain his star rating among Western intellectuals. Yet he saw the division of Christendom as an instance of the evil which would ultimately be overcome. He believed fervently that evil could be conquered. Sin and suffering precede redemption. The scandals of the Church were a necessary prelude to Christian harmony. By this reasoning, the horrors of the Spanish Inquisition were an indication of Christianity's ultimate triumph. In his heart of hearts, the old reactionary was a universal Christian, and, in the spiritual sense, a devout European. Above all, Dostoevsky believed in the healing power of faith. On the title page of the Brothers Karamazov, he added the verse, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a grain of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit." Those same words were carved on his tombstone. Propaganda. Propaganda is the child of conflicting belief, and of people's determination to spread their own doctrines against all others. Its origins undoubtedly lay in the religious sphere. It is, in essence, biased, being most successful when it appeals to hatred and prejudice. It is the antithesis of all honest education and information. To be most effective, propaganda needs the help of censorship. Within a sealed informational arena, it can mobilize all means of communication, printed, spoken, artistic, and visual, and press its claims to maximum advantage. To this end, the Roman Officium de Propaganda Fidei, from which the term derives, worked alongside the Inquisition. It became one of the Vatican's permanent congregations in 1622. Propaganda was no less prevalent in Protestant and Orthodox countries, where the churches were subordinated to state power. Political propaganda, too, had always existed, though without the name. It was boosted by printing, and later by newspapers and broadsheets. It was most in evidence in wartime, especially during civil and religious wars. During the 1790s, French soldiers were given to appearing in the enemy camp armed only with leaflets. In the 20th century, the scope for propaganda was dramatically expanded by the advent of new media, such as film, radio, and TV, by the techniques of marketing, mass persuasion, commercial advertising, and PR, by the appearance of utopian ideologies, and by the ruthlessness of the totalitarian state. Total propaganda and the art of the big lie was pioneered by the Bolsheviks. Lenin, after Plekhanov, distinguished between the high-powered propagandist, who devised the strategy, and the low-level agitator, who put it into practice. Where Soviet agitprop led, the fascists were quick to follow. Theorists of propaganda have identified 5 basic rules. 1. The rule of simplification, reducing all data to a simple confrontation between good and bad, friend and foe. 2. The rule of disfiguration, discrediting the opposition by crude smears and parodies. 3. The rule of transfusion, manipulating the consensus values of the target audience for one's own ends. 4. The rule of unanimity, presenting one's viewpoint as if it were the unanimous opinion of all right-thinking people, drawing the doubting individual into agreement by the appeal of star performers, by social pressure, and by psychological contagion. 5. The rule of orchestration, endlessly repeating the same messages in different variations and combinations. In this regard, one of the supreme masters acknowledged his antecedents. "The Catholic Church keeps going," said Dr. Goebbels, "because it has been repeating the same thing for 2,000 years. The National Socialist Party must do likewise." One of the more insidious forms of propaganda, however, is that where the true sources of information are hidden from recipients and propagators alike. This genre of so-called covertly directed propaganda aims to mobilize a network of unsuspecting agents of influence who pass on the desired message as if they were acting spontaneously. By feigning a coincidence of views with those of the target society, which it seeks to subvert, and by pandering to the proclivities of key individuals, it can suborn a dominant elite of opinion-makers by stealth. Such, it seems, was the chosen method of Stalin's propaganda chiefs, who spun their webs among the cultural circles of leading Western countries from the 1920s onwards. The chief controller in the field was an apparently harmless German communist, an erstwhile colleague of Lenin in Switzerland, and sometime acquaintance of Dr. Goebbels in the Reichstag, Willy Munzenberg. Working alongside Soviet spies, he perfected the art of doing secret business in the open. He set the agenda of a series of campaigns against anti-militarism, anti-imperialism, and above all, anti-fascism, honing in on a handful of receptive milieux in Berlin, Paris, and London. His principal dupes and recruits, dubbed fellow travellers by the skeptics, rarely joined the Communist Party and would indignantly deny being manipulated. They included writers, artists, editors, left-wing publishers, and carefully selected celebrities, hence Romain Rolland, Louis Aragon, André Malraux, Heinrich Mann, Bertolt Brecht, Anthony Blunt, Harold Lasky, Claude Coburn, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, and half the Bloomsbury set. Since all attracted strings of acolytes, dubbed innocence clubs, they achieved a ripple effect that was aptly called rabbit breeding. The ultimate goal has been nicely defined: to create for the right-thinking, non-communist West the dominating political prejudice of the era, the belief that any opinion that happened to serve the Soviet Union was derived from the most essential elements of human decency. Such cynicism has few parallels. It can be judged by the fate which the great leader reserved for all his most devoted propagandists, such as Karol Radek, and probably Münzenberg himself, who was found mysteriously hanged in the French mountains. Brecht's comment on Stalin's victims was less of a joke than he thought. "The more innocent they are," he wrote, "the more they deserve to be shot." Menocchi. In 1599, a simple miller from Montereale in Friuli, Comenico Scandella, was burned at the stake for heresy, just 2 years before Giordano Bruno suffered the same penalty in Rome. The papers of his case, which have survived at Udine, open the world of unconventional belief which historians penetrate with difficulty. After 2 trials, long interrogation, imprisonment, and torture, the Holy Inquisition insisted that he had denied the virginity of the Blessed Virgin, the divinity of Christ, and the providence of God. Known as Menocchio, the miller of Montereale, sometime village mayor, was father of 11 children, a rampant gossip, an outspoken anti-cleric, and a voracious reader. When he was arrested, his house contained a vernacular Italian Bible, Il Fioretto della Bibbia, a Catalan biblical anthology in translation, Il Rosario della Madonna by Alberto de Castello, O.P., a translation of the Legenda Aurea, the Golden Legend, Historia del Giudizio, in 15th century rhyme, Il Cavalier Zuani de Mandavilla, a translation of Sir John Mandeville's Travels, Il Sogno di Caravia, Venice, 1541, Il Supplemento della Cronache, a version of Foesti's Chronicle, Lunario al Modo di Italia, an almanac, an unexpurgated edition of Boccaccio's Decameron, an unnamed book identified by a witness as the Koran. Menocchio had talked at length with one Simon the Jew, was interested in Lutheranism, and would not admit the biblical creation story. Echoing Dante and numerous ancient myths, he insisted that the angels were produced by nature, just as worms are produced from cheese. Lesbia. In 1622, in a little publicized ecclesiastical trial, a Florentine abbess called Benedetta Carlini was accused of irregular practices. She had boasted of mystical visions, she had claimed to possess the sacred stigmata, and she had raised suspicions through some form of sexual offense. She was subsequently demoted and spent 45 years incarcerated. In 1985, amidst much greater publicity, a leading American publisher launched an account of the trial under the guise of A Lesbian Nun in Renaissance Italy. Unfortunately, the materials of the trial did not quite coincide with the implications of the title. The post-Renaissance inquisitors had focused on the defendants' religious beliefs. They not only failed to emphasize the lurid details of a lesbian lifestyle, they simply were not interested. One disappointed reviewer commented that at no time before the present century were men capable of comprehending the notion of lesbianism. At the same time, the apparently oxymoronic term lesbian nun easily tickles the curiosity and guarantees the sale of a certain number of books. It is indeed the duty of historians to stress the contrast between the standards of the past and the standards of the present. Some fulfill that duty on purpose, others by accident. Syphilis. For many years it had no official name. Italians, Germans, Poles, and English all called it the French disease. The French called it the Neapolitan disease. The Neapolitans called it the Spanish disease. The Portuguese called it the Castilian disease, and the Turks the Christian disease. The Spanish doctor, who was one of the first to treat it, Dr. Ruy Diaz de Isla, called it the serpent of Hispaniola. Syphilis supposedly made its European debut in Barcelona in 1493. Diaz de Isla later claimed to have treated the master of the Niña, Vicente Pinzon, and it was assumed to have crossed the Atlantic with Columbus's crew. At all events, whether carried by sailors or slaves, or both, it reached Naples in 1494 in time to welcome the invading French army. When the French king's mercenaries dispersed in the following year, they took it with them to almost every European country. In 1495, the Emperor Maximilian issued a decree against the evil pox, taken to be God's punishment for blasphemy. In 1496, the city of Geneva tried to clean out its syphilitic brothels. In 1497, in distant Edinburgh, a statute ordered sufferers to the island of Inchkeith on pain of branding. Of Charles VIII's campaign in Italy, Voltaire would later write, "France did not lose all she had won. She kept the pox." For reasons that are unclear, the spirochete microbe, Treponema palladium, which causes syphilis, assumed a specially virulent form when it reached Europe. It bored into the human genitals, exploiting the scabrous fissures that were common in the unwashed crotches of the day, forming highly contagious chancres. Within weeks it covered the body in suppurating pustules, attacked the central nervous system, and destroyed all hair. It killed within months, painfully. Physicians chose to apply mercury to the pustules, unwittingly poisoning their patients. Over 6 or 7 decades, the spirochete created its own resistance and calmed down. Henceforth, it would be the cause of a common 3-stage venereal disease that left its deformed and sterile hosts a longer span. By then, amongst millions, its victims had included Pope Julius II, Cardinal Wolsey, Henry VIII, and Ivan the Terrible. It was not tamed until the advent of penicillin. The impact of syphilis was necessarily far-reaching. It has been linked to the sexual puritanism which took hold on all classes short of the aristocracy, to the banishment of hitherto popular and licentious bathhouses, to the institution of handshaking in place of public kissing, and, from 1570 onwards, to the growing fashion for wigs. In 1530, the Italian poet Girolamo Fracastoro composed a poem about a shepherd struck down by the French disease. In due course, this was used by learned men to give the disease its learned name. The shepherd's name was syphilis. Infanta. In 1572, Martin de Vasse painted a family portrait for Artoon Anselm, an Antwerp magistrate. He portrayed the husband and wife seated at a table, one holding their son and the other their daughter. The picture is surmounted by a scrolled inscription which announces that the master of the house was born on the 9th of February 1536, his wife, Johanna Hoftmann, on the 16th of December 1545, their son, A. Hideous, on the 21st of August 1565, and their daughter, Johanna, on the 26th of September 1566. It illustrates the emergence of the modern concept of the family made up of distinct individuals, both children and adults. In 1579, Sanchez Coelho painted a portrait of the Infanta Isabella, daughter of Philip II of Spain, aged 13. She was the complete little lady, resplendent in jewelled headdress, curled hair, high ruff, formal gown, and ringed fingers. The tradition would last in the Spanish court until the 1650s, and the famous series by Velázquez of another Infanta, Margarita of Austria, daughter of Philip IV. Once again, the exquisite 7 or 8-year-old is shown as a lady in miniature, dressed in corset and crinoline, and topped by the ringlets of a lady's coiffure. Children were still thought of as persons of lesser stature, not fully grown, but not qualitatively different from their parents. In earlier times, neither the nuclear family nor the age of childhood had been recognized as distinct entities. All generations lived together in large households. Children passed straight from swaddling clothes into adult dress. They participated in all the household's games and activities. In all but the richest classes, they had little or no schooling. If they were taught at all, they were taught together. They were usually put out to work as domestics or apprentices at the age of 7 or 8. They died in such numbers that everyone had the greatest incentive for them to grow up fast. Families existed, but they existed in silence. Childhood, too, existed, but it was granted no special status, and it was ended as soon as possible. The discovery of childhood was a process which took shape between the 16th and 18th centuries. It can be traced in the dress and iconography of the times, in the invention of toys, games, and pastimes specifically for children, in changing morals and manners, above all, in a radical new approach to education. Medieval children had largely learned by living, eating, and sleeping with their elders, all of whose activities they observed at first hand. They were not isolated or protected from the adult world. Only boys from higher society attended school, and they did so in all-purpose, all-age groups. One of the earliest instances of a school being divided into classes was recorded at St. Paul's School in London in 1519. With age grouping and the extension of schooling came a great increase in imposed discipline. Christian morality, codes of conduct, and humiliating punishments were imposed from above. Schoolboys were the first to be introduced to a prolonged and graduated progression towards adulthood. Girls, sometimes married as early as 13, were much more likely to miss out. Childhood implies innocence, yet immodesty in children and in relationships with them had long been taken as natural. The boyhood conduct of Louis XIII was observed in every detail by the court physician, Dr. Héroard. The Dauphin was not reprimanded for groping his governess in bed, for instance, nor for showing off his first erections, which went up and down like a drawbridge. Married at 14, he was placed in the nuptial bed by his mother, to whom he returned after about an hour and performing twice, with his cock all red. The ages of man, as summarized by the soliloquy in As You Like It, clearly constituted a well-formed scheme by Shakespeare's time. But every century has made its contribution to generational concepts. If childhood was discovered in early modern Europe, adolescence was discovered by the Romantics, after Goethe's Werther, and senior citizens by the post-industrial era. Corvina. Sometime in the 1460s, Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, started collecting books. His passion was inspired by his old mentor, János Vitéz, Bishop of Várad, Oradea, and by the bishop's nephew, János Czezmice. Both men were classical scholars, both educated in Italy, and both fervent bibliophiles. The former rose to become primate of Hungary, the latter, as János Pannonius, the leading Latin poet of the age. When both were disgraced by a political plot, the primate retired, the poet committed suicide, and the king added their libraries to his own. In 1476, Matthias married Beatrice of Aragon, who brought her own rich book collection from Naples. In 1485, he captured Vienna, laying plans for a new Hungaro-Austrian monarchy, whose cultural centerpiece was to be the royal library, then under construction in Buda. Staffed by an army of archivists, copyists, translators, binders, and illuminators, and by a transcontinental network of agents, the Bibliotheca Corviniana was designed to excel in Europe's revival of letters. It even excelled the magnificent library of Lorenzo the Magnificent in Florence. None of King Matthias's hopes were realized. When he died in 1490, his son did not succeed him. The Habsburgs recovered Vienna, and the Hungarian nobles rebelled against their taxes. Work on the library stopped. When the Ottoman army captured Buda in 1526, the library was pillaged. Most of its contents, including 650 ancient manuscripts of unique value, disappeared. All, however, was not lost. On the quincentenary of King Matthias's death, Hungary's National Library mounted an exhibition to reassemble the surviving treasures. It turned out that Queen Beatrice had contrived to send some prize items back to Naples. Her daughter-in-law had taken others off to Germany. Charles V's sister Mary, sometime Queen of Hungary, brought still more to Brussels. Most importantly, it emerged that the store of looted books in Constantinople had been used over the centuries as a gift fund for favoured foreign ambassadors. The priceless descriptive catalogue of the Corviniana, prepared by the king's Florentine agent, Naldo Naldi, had been given by a sultan to a Polish ambassador and preserved at Toruń. Seneca's tragedies, presented to an English ambassador, were preserved in Oxford. The Byzantine Book of Ceremonies was preserved in Leipzig. 26 manuscripts sent to Francis Joseph were kept in Vienna. Still more found their way into the library of Duke Augustus at Wolfenbüttel. Uppsala was holding pieces which Queen Christina's army had looted from Prague. Madrid, Besançon, Rome, and Volterra all contributed. The 1990 exhibition contained only fragments of the lost collection, but they were enough to show that bibliophilia lay at the heart of the Renaissance urge. In size and variety, the Bibliotheca Corviniana had been second only to the Vatican Library. Thanks to the circumstances of its dispersal, its role in the spread of learning was probably second to none. Dollar. Jakimov is a small Bohemian town in the Joachimsthal, some 80 kilometers north of Plzeň, Pilsen. In 1518, Count von Schlick was granted an imperial patent to mine silver there and to establish a mint. His silver coins were produced by Walzenwerker, or rolling machines, and were formerly classed as large groats. Their popular name was Joachimsthaler, soon shortened to thaler. By the 17th century, the thaler had become a unit of currency all over Central Europe. It had also been copied in Habsburg Spain, whose taleros, or pieces of 8, circulated throughout the Americas. They were known in English as dollars. The 30-shilling silver piece of James VI of Scotland was dubbed the sword dollar. In the 18th century, silver thalers were widely replaced by copper plate money, imported from Sweden, which acquired the Swedish name of daler. A copper daler of 1720 was equivalent in value to a silver thaler, even though its weight was 250 times greater, and it could only be transported by horse and cart. The acknowledged masterpiece of the series, however, was the Maria Theresa dollar of 1751. This superb coin bore the bust of the Empress, with the two-headed eagle on the reverse, and the inscription Romae Imperatrix, Hungariae et Bohemiae Regina, Maria Theresia, Dei gratia Archidux Austriae, Dux Burgundiae, Comes Turolis. It continued to be minted in millions throughout the 19th century, all posthumous issues bearing the date of the Empress's death in 1780. It was minted by Mussolini in 1936 to finance the invasion of Abyssinia, and by the British in Bombay. 200 years later, it still circulates in parts of Asia as an international trade currency. The dollar was adopted as the currency of the USA in 1787 and of Canada in 1871, but it figures no longer among the currency units of Europe. Orange. In 1544, at the height of the Franco-Imperial Wars, an officer of the Imperial Army, René von Nassau, was killed at Saint-Dizier by a French bullet. His death was to drive events that would affect the history not only of his native Nassau, but of Provence, the Netherlands, and Ireland. Nassau was a small German duchy on the right bank of the Middle Rhine. Between the Westerwald forests and the rugged Taunus mountains north of Wiesbaden, Nassau's fertile Rheingau contained some of Germany's finest vineyards, including Johannisberg and Rudesheim. René's father, Heinrich von Nassau, resided at Siegen, sharing the duchy with the cadet branch of the family at Dillenberg. René's mother, Claudia, was the sister and heiress of an imperial general, Philibert de Chalon, who had led the sack of Rome and who had been richly rewarded by Charles V with lands in Brabant. Moreover, she had taken over Philibert's title to the Principality of Orange. When the heirless René was killed, it emerged that he had bequeathed his collection of lands and titles to his 11-year-old cousin, William of Nassau-Dillenburg. Orange was a small sovereign principality on the left bank of the Rhône, north of Avignon. Bordered to the east by the heights of Mont Ventoux, it was a rich wine-growing district, several of whose villages, such as Gigondas and Châteauneuf-du-Pape, were to become famous. Its tiny capital, Arausio, was dominated by the huge Roman arch erected by Tiberius. From the 12th century it was a fief of the Counts of Provence, and hence of the Empire. But in 1393 the heiress to Orange, Marie de Beau, was given in marriage to the Burgundian Jean de Chalon, and it was their descendants who thereafter became the principality's absentee rulers. In 1431, when the Count of Provence needed a ransom in a hurry, he agreed to sell off the Chalons' obligation to homage, thereby making them princes of Orange in their own right. As an independent enclave within the Kingdom of France, Orange attracted many Italian and Jewish merchants, and in the mid-16th century it was fast becoming a Protestant bastion. It would eventually be suppressed by Louis XIV, who decided to put an end to this nest of Huguenots in 1703. Thanks to his inheritances in Germany, Provence, and Brabant, William of Nassau-Dillenburg became one of the richest men in Europe. He even held a claim to the defunct Kingdom of Arles. Born a Lutheran but raised as a Catholic at the imperial court in Brussels, where he called the regent Margaret Mother, he set up his own affluent residence at Breda in North Brabant. In 1555 he held the arm of the ailing Charles V during the abdication ceremony, and in 1559 he served as imperial plenipotentiary to the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis. He then went to Paris as one of 3 sureties for the treaty's implementation. To all appearances he was a pillar of the Catholic imperial establishment. But in Paris he heard of Spanish plans to subdue the Netherlands, and he contracted a lifelong distaste for Spanish machinations. He is known to history as William the Silent. Despite his subsequent Dutch connections, therefore, the House of Orange-Nassau, which William founded, was not Dutch in origin. It was a typical dynastic multinational amalgam founded by accident and perpetuated by good fortune. Of William's 3 sons, only one was to keep the line intact. That child was conceived by William's 4th wife in between 2 attempts by Spanish agents to have William murdered. William had once granted a pardon to his adulterous second wife's lover, who then went off to Father Peter Paul Rubens. William's great-grandson, also William of Orange, who became King William III of England, was born in the middle of a Dutch revolution, 8 days after his father had died of smallpox. The Orange Order was founded in Armagh in 1795. Like the earlier Peeper Day Boys, it aimed to preserve the Protestant, Episcopalian, supremacy in Ireland. Its hero was King Billy, William III. Its watchword, "No surrender." At a time when British law discriminated against Catholics and Presbyterians alike, the order saw itself as the shield of an isolated elite against the growing popularity of Wolfe Tone's United Irishmen. Tone, a moderate Protestant, sought the twin goals of universal toleration and a sovereign Irish republic. He had appealed for military aid from France. In the bitter fighting of 1795-8, the Orange Order played a leading part in British plans to repel invasion and suppress sedition. Faced by incompetent adversaries, it prevailed. The expedition of General Hoche, which sailed from Brest in 1796, came to grief in Bantry Bay. The successful landing by General Humbert at Killala in County Mayo was short-lived. The armed rising in Wicklow and Wexford collapsed after the Battle of Vinegar Hill. Tone, captured in French naval uniform, committed suicide. In these and all subsequent events, the Orangemen followed their own exclusive agenda. They opposed both the Act of Union and Daniel O'Connell. They were not converted to the Union until the prospect arose after 1829 that an autonomous Ireland might be run by emancipated Catholics. Yet they rejected mainstream British unionism. In 1912-14, they provided the backbone of the Ulster Volunteers, who were training to defy Westminster and the Irish Home Rule Bill. Their greatest influence was exerted when Northern Ireland ruled itself within the United Kingdom from 1920 to 1976. For 200 years, the Orange Order has held its annual parades on the anniversary of the Boyne. Marchers in bowler hats and orange sashes tramp defiantly through Catholic quarters to the whistle and beat of fife and drum, and the old toast is raised, "To the glorious, pious, and immortal memory of the great and good King William, who saved us from popery, slavery, knavery, brass money, and wooden shoes, and a fig to the Bishop of Cork." Alchemia. In 1606, the Emperor Rudolf II was the subject of a formal complaint drawn up by the Habsburg archdukes. "His Majesty," they wrote in their proposition, "is only interested in wizards, alchemists, Kabbalists, and the like." Rudolf's court at Prague did indeed house Europe's most distinguished research centre for the occult arts. In that same year, a Hungarian alchemist, János Banfihunyad, set out from his native Transylvania. He stopped over at the court of Maurice of Hesse at Kassel, the principal Protestant centre of occultism, before moving on to London. His arrival coincided with the death of the learned Welshman Dr. John Dee, sometime astrologer to Queen Elizabeth I, who once invented the term Great Britain to please his queen, and who had spent several years both in Prague and in Poland. Such cosmopolitans, as they were called, made their careers on the international circuit of alchemy, the true predecessor of the later scientific community. Europe was experiencing a veritable occult revival, in which alchemy was the most important of several related secret arts. "Alchemy," writes the historian of Rudolf's world, "was the greatest passion of the age in Central Europe. It combined the search for the philosopher's stone, which would transmute base metals into gold, with the parallel search for the spiritual rebirth of mankind. What is below is like what is above." Alchemists required expertise across a very wide range of knowledge. To conduct their experiments with metals and other substances, they needed to be familiar with the latest technology. To interpret their results, they needed a sound grasp of astrology, of Kabbalistic number theory, of lapidarism, of herbalism, and of the iatrochemistry developed by Paracelsus. Most importantly, in a religious age, they sought to present their findings in the language of mystical Christian symbolism. It was no accident that at this time the secret Rosicrucian Society, the adepts of Rose and Cross, chose to come into the open at Kassel, or that the principal systematizer of Rosicrucian theosophy, Robert Fludd, was also a respectable alchemist. In later scientific times, the alchemists were seen as an aberrant breed, which long delayed the growth of true knowledge. Indeed, in the so-called Age of the Scientific Revolution, they have sometimes been seen as the opposition. The most charitable historian of science calls them practitioners of technology without science. Yet in their own eyes, and in the eyes of powerful patrons, there was no such distinction. They were white wizards, fighting for the good. They were reformers. They were engaged in a quest to unlock the secret forces of mind and matter. They would not be overtaken by scientists of the modern persuasion until the end of the following century, and chemistry did not establish itself until still later. The Emperor Rudolph's cosmopolitan alchemists often held responsible positions. Several, like Michael Meyer, who also worked in London, or the Huguenot sympathizer Nicholas Barnard, held the office of Leibarzt, or court physician. Others, such as Siebald Schweitzer, served as imperial controller of mines at Rudolfhof and Joachimsthal. Heinrich Kunrad, author of the grandiose Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae Christiano Kabbalisticum, came from Leipzig. Michał Sędziwoj, or Sendivogius, whose Novum Lumen Chemicum ran into 54 editions and would be thoroughly studied by Isaac Newton, came from Warsaw. He was connected to the powerful faction of pro-Habsburg magnates in Poland, who had contacts with Oxford and who brought John Dee to Krakow. John Dee's dubious assistant, Edward Kelly, classed as cacochemicus, probably died in prison in Prague. Their company included the ill-fated Giordano Bruno, the astronomers Kepler and Brahe, and an English poetess called Elizabeth Jane Weston. There was also a prominent Jewish element. The chief rabbi of Prague, Judah Lo ben Betzalel, patronized a revival of the Kabbalah. It was fed by the works of Sephardi writers such as Isaac Luria or Moses Cordovero, whose Pardes Rimonim was published in Krakow in 1591. One of the emperor's closest associates, Mardocheus the Jew, was a specialist in elixirs of fertility. For contemporaries, alchemy had the most positive connotations. Full many a glorious morning have I seen flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Opera. The composer called it a favola in musica, a fable set to music. It was intended as an imitation of ancient Greek drama, and was produced in February 1607 before the Accademia degli Invaghiti in Mantua, probably in the Gallery of the Rivers in the ducal palace of the Gonzagas. Its 5 acts consisted of a series of madrigal groups and dances, linked by instrumental interludes and recitatives. The libretto was written by the poet Alessandro Strigio. The music of the infernal scenes was given to trombones, the pastorals to flutes and recorders. It culminated in the great tenor aria Possente Spirito at the end of Act 3. It was Claudio Monteverdi's Orfeo, the first viable opera in the repertoire. Since its origins in the court entertainments of late Renaissance Italy, the operatic genre, which combines music, secular drama, and spectacle, has passed through many phases. The opera seria, whose most prolific proponent was Pietro Metastasio, author of 800 libretti, was devoted to classical and historical themes. Alongside it, the opera buffa launched a long tradition of light-hearted entertainment, leading through opera comique to operetta and musical comedy. Grand opera, which starts in the late 18th century, reached its peaks in the Viennese, Italian, French, German, and Russian schools. Romantic nationalism became a prominent ingredient. The supreme laurels are disputed between the lovers of Verdi and Puccini and the fanatical acolytes of Richard Wagner. Modernist opera began with Debussy's Pelléas et Mélisande, the precursor of a rich category including Berg's Wojciech, Britten's Peter Grimes, and Stravinsky's Rake's Progress. The Orphean theme has provided recurrent inspiration. Jacopo Peri's Florentine masque Eurydice anticipated Monteverdi's production in Mantua. Gluck's Orpheus and Eurydice opened the classical repertoire. Offenbach's Orpheus in the Underworld is one of the most joyous of the standard operettas. Luciano Berio's opera puts the traditional story to a serial score. Flamenco. Andalusian gypsy music, in the style now known as flamenco, has been played and admired since the 16th century. The plaintive melodies of the cante, or singing, blend to inimitable effect with the dramatic poses and rhythmic stamping of the baile, or dance. The dissonances and quarter tones, the exquisitely raucous vocal delivery, and the pulsating guitars and castanets contribute to a sound that has no counterpart in Europe's musical folklore. The history of flamenco turns on 3 separate features: the name, the gypsies, and the music. No scholarly consensus exists about any of them. Flamenco simply meant Flemish. In the vocabulary of art, it also gained the connotation of exotic or ornate. One theory proposes that Jewish songs banned by the Inquisition found their way back to Spain from Flanders, where many Spanish Jews had taken refuge. Another suggests that flamenco derives from the Arabic fella mangu, or singing peasant. Gypsies reached Spain after the expulsions of the Jews and Moors. They were known as gitanos, or Egipcianos. The English traveller and writer George Borrow was the first to record in the 1840s that people were calling them flamencos. Andalusia's long tradition of Moorish music dated back to the 8th and 9th centuries. The Omeyas of Córdoba were entertained by oriental singers accompanied on the lute. One high point was reached in the reign of Abd ar-Rahman, with the arrival of a singer from Baghdad known as Zoriab. Another occurred at the civilian court of the poet King al-Motamid, where orchestras of more than 100 lutes and flutes are known to have performed. In the 12th century, the philosopher Averroes said, "When a scholar dies in Seville, his books are sold in Córdoba. When a musician dies in Córdoba, his instruments are sold in Seville." It would be rash to speculate on flamenco's links with the earlier Moorish music of the region. Europe's gypsies had a strong musical tradition of their own and produced startling results elsewhere, notably in Romania and Hungary. How exactly the music and the musicians came together in Andalusia is a mystery. The psychological traumas of Andalusia undoubtedly set the scene. The ancient flamenco hondo, or deep flamenco, especially the tonas, or unaccompanied melodies, belong to the world of tears and lament. Like the blues of America's Deep South, they express the black moods of people in despair. They are the songs of the dispossessed. In this, they differ markedly from the flamboyant style of flamenco chico, smart flamenco, which swept Spain's café life in the 1860s and which furthered the romantic reinvention of Andalusia. Flamenco hondo, wrote Federico Garcia Lorca, is a stammer, a marvelous buccal undulation that smashes the resonant cells of our tempered scale, eludes the cold, rigid staves of modern music, and makes the tightly closed flowers of the semitones blossom into 1,000 petals. Pícaro. Pícaro was the Spanish name given to rogues and vagabonds, that is, to people living beyond the margin of settled and respectable society. It was also given to a genre of popular literature, the picaresque, which flourished across Europe from the 16th to the 18th centuries in advance of the novel. The archetype of the genre was found in Mateo Alemán's Guzmán de el Frache, whose adventures on the road from Seville to Rome in the company of a dubious lady friend ran into 26 editions. Guzmán revealed how the Brotherhood of Beggars formed a mutual protection society, reveling in their ingenious schemes to cheat the governing classes. But Guzmán was one among many. In Spain, a certain Lazarillo had appeared half a century earlier. In Germany, the practical joker Till Eulenspiegel was well known before he first made it into print. In 1523, Luther wrote a preface to the much reprinted Liber Vagatorum, which contains a description of 28 categories of tramp. Simplicissimus, the ex-soldier of the 30 Years' War who wandered round the world, was the creation of H.J.C. von Grimmelshausen in 1669. In France, after numerous earlier appearances, Gil Blas emerged from the pen of Lesage in 1715. In Italy, there appeared Il Vagabondo. In England, many minor references to roguery from Chaucer onwards culminated in John Gay's sensationally popular The Beggar's Opera of 1728. Picaresque literature was clearly responding to a widespread social condition. Vagabondage and beggary filled a large social space, midway between the medieval forest outlaws and the regimented urban poor of the 19th century. It was spawned by the disintegration of hierarchical rural society and encouraged by social policing that combined ferocious punishments with highly incompetent enforcement. Men and women took to the road in droves because they were unemployed, because they were fugitives from justice, above all because they longed to escape the oppressive, dependent status of serfs and servants. The pícaro was wild but free. Vagabonds sought protection in numbers and in social hierarchies of their own. They travelled in bands with families and children, some of them mutilated to excite pity. They had specialized guilds of pickpockets, thieves, burglars, peddlers, beggars, cripples, real and feigned, jugglers, entertainers, fortune-tellers, tinkers, whores, washerwomen, chaplains, and musicians, each with rules and guardians. They even developed their own secret language, known as Rotwelsch or jargon. They gathered intermittently for meetings and parliaments, where they elected their kings and queens, and they shared the roads with gypsy tribes and gangs of unpaid soldiery. Hark, hark, the dogs do bark, the beggars are coming to town, some in rags and some in tags, and some in a velvet gown. Social provision for vagrancy was minimal. Only the richest cities could afford charitable refuges, such as those at Bruges from 1565, Milan from 1578, and Lyon from 1613. In any case, charity could be an ill-disguised euphemism for repression. In 1612, when the city of Paris asked its 8,000 to 10,000 vagrants to assemble on the Place Saint-Germain to receive assistance, only 91 persons came forward. Ferocious legislation underlined the authorities' impotence. In Elizabethan England, for example, Every parish was given the right to brand sturdy beggars on the shoulder with the letter R for rogue, to flog the homeless and to send them home. In effect, to condemn them to be whipped from parish to parish. Georgian England made an attempt to distinguish the deserving poor. At the same time, the Black Waltham Act of 1713 let suspected highwaymen and their accomplices be hanged without trial. In practice, most countries could only keep vagrancy down by periodic military expeditions into the countryside, where exemplary hangings and press-gangings took place. In Eastern Europe, vagrancy was conditioned by a harsher climate and by the persistence of serfdom. But fugitive serfs were a common phenomenon. In Russia, the Yuradiv, or itinerant holy fool, was traditionally the recipient of hospitality and charity, proof, too, perhaps, of more Christian social attitudes. Valtellina. In July 1620, a bloody massacre took place in a remote alpine valley, the Valtellina, or Veltlin. The Catholic faction in the valley fell on their Protestant neighbours, and, with the aid of a Spanish force from Milan, killed as many as they could seize. This Veltlinamore, at the outset of the 30 Years' War, alerted the powers to the Valtellina's strategic potential. The Valtellina lies on the southern side of the Bernina section of the main alpine ridge. It was formed by the river Adda and runs some 74 miles due eastwards from the tip of Lake Como, then northeast to the old Roman spa at Bormio. An important side valley, the Val di Poschiavo, leads northwards via the Bernia Pass to Saint-Moritz. The main valley leads over the Stelvio Pass, or Stilfserjoch, to southern Tyrol. In 1520, the shrine of the Madonna di Tirano was built where the main road crosses a north-south track, leading down the Val di Poschiavo and over into the Val Camonica. In 1603, a Spanish fortress was built to command the entrance to the valley from Lake Como. A string of villages on the sunny northern terraces of the Adda are famed for their chestnuts, figs, honey, and aromatic retico wine. It was political geography, however, that was crucial. By the 1600s, almost all the transalpine routes were controlled by the Duke of Savoy, by the Swiss Confederation, or by the Republic of Venice. When the Austrian Habsburgs were looking for support from their Spanish relatives in Italy, the Valtellina became the sole accessible corridor between the two main blocks of Habsburg territory. Indeed, since the sea lanes between Spain and the Netherlands were increasingly threatened by Dutch and English warships, the Valtellina became the last sure route for sending gold and troops from Spain and Spanish Italy to the Empire. It was the jugular vein of the Habsburgs' body politic. Yet the columns of marching pikemen and the mule trains loaded with pieces of eight remained extremely vulnerable. They were not welcome to the local inhabitants, many of whom had turned to Calvinism. They were open to direct attack from the Swiss Free State of the Graubünden or Grisons via the Val di Poschiavo, and they were subject to the changing fortunes of complicated proprietorial disputes. Both the Habsburgs and the Grisons had inherited claims to the Valtellina, rooted in the medieval wrangles between the Visconti Dukes of Milan and the Bishops of Cour. Not to be outdone, the French reckoned that Charlemagne had granted the Valentina in perpetuity to the Abbey of Saint-Denis. After 1620, the valley became the focus of Richelieu's diplomacy with Venice, Switzerland, and Savoy. 5 times in the next 20 years, it saw French and Spanish garrisons change places. In 1623 and in 1627, it was handed over during arbitration to Papal forces. In 1623-5, it was taken by the Grisons. In 1633 and 1635-7, it was taken by French forces under the Huguenot Duke of Rohan. But the French so offended their Protestant allies that a local pastor, George Jenach, changed sides, called in the Spaniards, and converted to Roman Catholicism. By then, having laid hands on the Rhine, the French could safely leave the Valtellina to its Catholic and, ultimately, to its Italian destiny. After a generation of turmoil, the valley could return to its vines, to the production of Sasella, Grumello, Valgella, Montagna, and the orange-coloured dessert wine, the Sforzat. Batavia. In the mid-17th century, several travellers to Amsterdam recorded their astonishment at the drowning cell which they had seen or heard about in the city's House of Correction. In order to teach idle young men to work, the candidates for correction would be cast into a sealed cellar, furnished only with a running tap and a hand pump. Whenever they stopped working the pump, they were faced with the imminent prospect of drowning. This installation was a wonderful metaphor for the physical predicament of the Dutch Republic and its dikes. It is also a fine illustration of the country's moral geography, what has been called the Batavian temperament. The Dutch Republic in its heyday was famous for its commerce, for its cities, for its sea power, for its canals, windmills, and tulips, for its art, for its religious tolerance, for its black and white cattle, and for the puritanical culture of its burgher elite. The picture is true enough, but it provokes two major questions. One concerns the ambiguities which abound in the interplay of the component parts. The other concerns the miracle of how it all happened in the first place. How a modest assortment of farming, fishing, and shipping communities, with no shared language, religion, or government, transformed itself into a world empire. A leading historian of the subject stresses that the miracle was not the work of a class, but of a precocious community of the nation. The central paradox of Dutch culture lies in the strange contradiction between its frugal, hard-working, God-fearing ethos and its embarrassing storehouse of riches. The sober, dark-suited Dutch burghers loved feasting, adored tobacco, built sumptuous houses, furnished them lavishly, collected paintings, indulged in the vanity of portraiture, and amassed money. Sexual relations were relaxed. Family life was companionable rather than patriarchal. Women, by the standards of the time, were liberated, and children were cherished. The accepted practice for raising funds to help the poor was to organize a municipal lottery or an auction of gold, jewels, and silverware. Over it all there reigned an inimitable freedom of spirit. It was accepted that wealth and security could only be gained by those who were game for the risk. Here lies Isaac Lemaire, merchant, who, during his affairs throughout the world, by the grace of God, has known much abundance and has lost in 30 years, excepting his honour, over 150,000 guilders. Died as a Christian, 30th September, 1624. Much of these matters were well known to Dutch scholars, but the task of recreating this distinctive mentalité for the world at large fell to a British scholar of Dutch Jewish parentage. It has reopened the vexed question of whether national character really exists or not. Alcofribas. The works of François Rabelais, ex-monk, ex-lawyer, and physician, form one of the richest mines of literary and historical treasure that early modern Europe can offer. But their eccentricity aroused the suspicions of an intolerant age, and were first published under the anagrammic pseudonym of Alcofribas Nassier. Studies by Lucien Febvre and Michael Bachtin illustrate the breadth of scholarly interest which they still arouse. Febvre, co-founder of Annales, was drawn to Rabelais after learning that specialists were leaning to the notion that the inventor of Pantagruel and Gargantua had been a secret and militant atheist. Having invented the community of Télème, whose only rule was fais ce que voudras, do whatever you would like, no one could claim that Rabelais was a conventional religious thinker. On the other hand, to charge him with subversion of Christianity was a serious matter. Febvre, in response, produced one of the great surveys of collective mentality, Le problème de l'incroyance au VIe siècle. Having examined all the charges of scandal and all the possible sources of irregular belief in radical Protestantism, science, philosophy, and the occult, he concluded that Rabelais had shared the deep religiosity of a century which wanted to believe. Bachtin, a distinguished Russian Dostoevskian scholar, turned to Rabelais from an interest in psychology. Rabelais has had the reputation of being the master of the vulgar belly laugh, but he also enters that profounder realm where laughter mingles with tears. Bachtin emerged with a hypothesis centered on Rabelais's famous proposition that laughter is the mark of humanity. To laugh is human. To be human is to laugh. Mieux est de rire que de larmes écrire. Pour ce qui rire est le propre de l'homme. But Bartine suspects that modern civilization has seriously repressed this most human of qualities. Europeans, since Rabelais, have grown so inhibited that they only laugh at trivia. Indeed, they no longer know what is sacred in order to laugh at it. It is a profoundly pessimistic opinion, parallel to the social analysis of Michel Foucault. One is left wondering whether Rabelais was not the last European to be truly human. Né. In 1532, Rabelais described an imaginary duel of gestures between his fictional hero, Panurge, and an Englishman. Then the Englishman made this sign. His left hand all open, he lifted into the air, then instantly shut the four fingers thereof, and his thumb extended at length, he placed upon the gristle of his nose. Presently he lifted up his right hand all open, putting the thumb beside the little finger of his left hand, and the four right-hand fingers he softly moved in the air. Then, contrarily, he did with the right what he had done with the left, and with the left what he had done with the right. According to a recent study, thumbing the nose, or cocking a snoot, is the most widespread of all European gestures. It conveys mockery. In France it is known as le pied de nez, or fool's nose. In Italy as marameo, or mewing. In Germany as die lange Nase. In Portugal as tocar trombeta, to blow the trumpet. In Serbo-Croat as sviriti svode, to play the flute. It is more common and less ambiguous than the fingertips kiss, the temple screw, the eyelid pull, the forearm jerk, the ring, the fig, the nose tap, and the V sign, all of which have important regional and contextual variations. It is debatable whether there is a culture of gestures exclusive to Europe or to Christendom, but there is no doubt that gestures change over time. The English, who literally refused to kowtow in China, also abandoned bowing at home in the late 18th century, inventing the handshake as an easier form of sexless and classless greeting. À l'anglaise, donc, said Madame Bovary in 1857, when offered a gentleman's hand. In the 20th century, however, the English became much more obstinately reticent, frequently refusing to shake hands, while Continentals did so routinely. They stand at the opposite end of the European spectrum to the Poles, whose readiness to bow, to embrace both sexes, and to kiss hands in public, has survived 2 world wars, modernization, fascism, and even communism. Tormenta. At the Midsummer's Fair in mid-16th century Paris, cat-burning was a regular attraction. A special stage was built so that a large net containing several dozen cats could be lowered onto the bonfire beneath. The spectators, including kings and queens, shrieked with laughter as the animals, howling with pain, were singed, roasted, and finally carbonized. Cruelty was evidently thought to be funny. It played its part in many of Europe's more traditional sports, including cockfighting, bear-baiting, bullfighting, and fox-hunting. 200 years later, on the 2nd of March 1757, Robert François Damiens was condemned in Paris to make honourable amends. He was brought in a tumbril, naked except for a smock, and carrying a torch of burning wax in his hand. The scaffold stood on the Place de Grève, pincered at the breasts, arms, thighs, and calves, his right hand holding the knife with which he perpetrated the said act. He was to be burned on the hand with sulphur, to be doused at the pinion points with boiling oil, molten lead, and burning resin, and then to be dismembered by 4 horses, before his body was burned, reduced to ashes, and scattered to the winds. When the fire was lit, the heat was so feeble that only the skin on the back of one hand was damaged. But then one of the executioners, a strong and robust man, grasped the metal pincers, each 1½ feet long, and by twisting and turning them, tore out huge lumps of flesh, leaving gaping wounds which were doused from a red-hot spoon. Between his screams, Damiens repeatedly called out, "My God, take pity on me," and "Jesus, help me." The spectators were greatly edified by the compassion of an aged curé, who lost no moment to console him. The clerk of the court, the Sieur de Breton, went up to the sufferer several times, and asked him if he had anything to say. he said no. The final operation lasted a very long time because the horses were not used to it. 6 horses were needed, but even they were not enough. The executioner asked whether they should cut him in pieces, but the clerk ordered them to try again. The confessors drew close once more, and he said, "Kiss me, sires," and one of them kissed him on the forehead. After 2 or 3 more attempts, the executioners took out knives and cut off his legs. They said that he was dead. But when the body had been pulled apart, the lower jaw was still moving, as if to speak. In execution of the decree, the last pieces of flesh were not consumed until 10:30 in the evening. Damien was being punished for attempted regicide. His immediate family were banished from France. His brothers and sisters were ordered to change their names, and his house was razed. He had approached Louis XV as the king was entering his carriage, and he had inflicted a small wound with a small knife. He made some sort of complaint about the Parliament. He made no attempt to escape, and said that he only wanted to give the king a fright. Nowadays, he would be assessed as a crank. Torture had been an established feature both of legal proceedings and of executions since Roman times. St. Augustine recognized its fallibility, but admitted its necessity. Torture at executions was thought to have a didactic purpose. Death was the least part of the penalty, when the convict was to be impaled, disemboweled, burned at the stake, or broken on the wheel. Damiens' death was the last of its kind in France. The Enlightenment did not approve. Shortly afterwards, a Milanese, the Marquis Cesare Beccaria Bonesana, published a tract, De Delitti e delle Pene, on crimes and punishment. It argued that torture was both improper and ineffective. Translated into many languages, with a preface by Voltaire, it was the catalyst of reform across Europe. It is widely seen as the starting point of a long progressive trend, which was to press first for humane methods of execution and eventually for the abolition of the death penalty. The cruelty curve was to decline until liberal opinion held that torture degrades not the tortured, but the torturer and the torturer's masters. But that was not the whole story, and torture in Europe did not come to an end. Nostradamus. The royal summons arrived at Salon in Provence early in July 1556. The Queen of France, Marie de Medici, wished to speak to the author of a book of prophecies published the previous year. One of its verses appeared to predict the death of the Queen's husband. Le lion jeune le vieux surmontera. The young lion will overcome the older one. En champ bellique par singulier duel. In a field of combat, in single fight. Dans cage d'or, les yeux lui crèvera. He will pierce his eyes in their golden cage. Deux classes une, puis mourir, mort cruel. 2 wounds in 1, then he dies a cruel death. Within a month, speeded by royal horses, the author was ushered into the Queen's presence at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. He calmed her fears by saying that he saw 4 kings among her 4 sons. But 3 years later, King Henry II was killed in a tournament. The splintered lance of his opponent, Montgomery, captain of the Scottish Guard, had split the visor of the king's gilded helmet, piercing eye and throat, and inflicting wounds which caused death after 10 days of agony. Michel de Nostradame, called Nostradamus, was well known in the Midi as an unconventional healer. He came from a family of Jewish conversos at Saint-Rémy-en-Provence, and had graduated in medicine at Montpellier. He was learned in potions and remedies, concocting an elixir of life for the Bishop of Carcassonne, and a diet of quince jelly for the papal legate. He worked in plague-stricken Marseille and Avignon, when all other doctors had left, refusing to bleed patients as was customary, and insisting on fresh air and clean water. More than once, as a suspected wizard, he attracted the notice of the Inquisition and fled abroad. On one such journey in the 1540s, he is said to have met a young Italian monk and former shepherd, Felice Peretti, whom he addressed without hesitation as Your Holiness. 40 years later, long after Nostradamus' death, Peretti was elected pope as Sextus V. The prophecies of Nostradamus were composed late in life with the help of magical, astrological, and Kabbalistic books. They were written in quatrains and organized in centuries. They were published in two parts, in 1555 and 1568, and were an immediate sensation. 1 year after their full publication, Marie de Medici's eldest son, King Francis II, husband to Mary, Queen of Scots, died suddenly at the age of 17 years, 10 months, and 15 days. Premier fils, veuve, malheureux mariage. The first son, a widow, an unhappy marriage. Son nul enfant, deux îles en discorde, without children, 2 islands in discord. Avant 18, incompétent et âge, before 18 years of age, a minor. De l'autre près plus bas sera l'accord. Still younger than the other will be betrothed. In that same year, the youngest brother, later Charles IX, aged 11, was betrothed to an Austrian princess. This posthumous success ensured the reputation of the prophecies for all time. They have been endlessly reprinted and applied to almost every known event, from submarines and ICBMs to the deaths of the Kennedys and men on the moon. Nostradamus correctly named the family Sauce, where Louis XVI lodged during the flight to Varennes. He convinced both Napoleon and Hitler, who figures as Hister, that their careers had been foreseen in the stars. The quatrains are wonderfully suggestive and obscure, and can be made to fit all manner of coincidences. But many come too close for comfort. Quand la lecture du tourbillon versé, when the litters are overturned by whirlwind, et seront face de leurs manteaux couverts, and faces will be covered by cloaks. La République par gens nouveaux vexés. The Republic will be troubled by new people. Leurs blancs et rouges jugeront à l'envers. At that time, whites and reds will rule inside out. In 1792, the Republic did arrive in France, and the reds did overturn the whites. And, as a short description of life in the 20th century, the following is uncanny. Les fléaux passés diminuent le monde. Plagues extinguished, the world becomes smaller. Longtemps la paix terre inhabitée. For a long time there is peace in empty lands. Sœur marchera par ciel, terre, mer et onde. People will walk safely by air, land, sea, waves. Puis de nouveau les guerres suscitées. Then again, wars will be stirred up. Bard. Shakespeare wrote his plays in the short interval after post-Reformation England had severed her direct links with the continent, but before she had acquired an overseas empire. His main dramas were written in the same decades when the first English colonies were being founded in America. His voice was to reign supreme in the English-speaking world, and, as far as one knows, he never set foot outside England. The universality of his genius would not be generally recognized in Europe until the Romantic era. Yet the settings of the plays suggest that the Swan of Avon was in no way a Little Englander. He may even have been a secret Catholic. The Tudor censorship may well have inhibited politically sensitive material. Yet, of 37 titles, only 10 were set in whole or in part in England, and the historical series has a strong admixture of French locations. The Merry Wives is set in Windsor, As You Like It in the Forest of Arden. The 3 dark stories of Macbeth, King Lear, and Cymbeline are placed in ancient Celtic Britain, and 8 classical dramas in Athens, Rome, Tyre, or Troy. The fantastic fables of Twelfth Night, A Winter's Tale, and The Tempest unfold in a mythical Illyria, in a sea-girt Bohemia, and on an uninhabited island. But the rest are manifestly continental. Much Ado About Nothing, Messina. The Merchant of Venice, Venice. The Taming of the Shrew, Padua. Measure for Measure, Vienna. Love's Labour's Lost, Navarre. A Midsummer Night's Dream, Athens. Romeo and Juliet, Verona. Hamlet, Denmark. Othello, Venice. All's Well That Ends Well, Roussillon, Paris, Marseille, Florence. The countries which Shakespeare avoids are Ireland, Russia, which was barely known, Poland, except for passing references in Hamlet, Germany, and England's prime enemy in his day, Spain and the Spanish Netherlands. As for where exactly these countries lay, Shakespeare, like his contemporaries, was in two minds. Sir John Falstaff wanted to describe himself as the most active fellow in Europe, but Petruchio, wooing the shrew, calls her the prettiest Kate in Christendom. Christendom and Europe were still virtually interchangeable. Blarney. In 1602, Cormac MacCarthy, Lord of Blarney in County Cork, repeatedly delayed the surrender of his castle to the English through an endless series of parleys, promises, queries, and time-wasting speeches. Despite the support of a Spanish landing force, the Irish lords had already been heavily defeated the previous year at nearby Kinsale, and it was only a matter of time before Mountjoy's English army would reduce the whole of Ireland to obedience. But MacCarthy's act of defiance gave people a good laugh, and Blarney passed into common parlance as a synonym for the miraculous power of speech, or the gift of the gab. Indeed, since the defeated Irish became famous for their musical and literary skills, Blarney Castle became a symbol of Irishness and of Irish pride. Popularized by the song, The Groves of Blarney, it became a place of pilgrimage. The castle's foundation stone, which bears the inscription Cormac MacCarthy fortis me fieri fecit AD 1446, was taken to possess magical powers, and the perilous ritual of kissing the Blarney Stone under the overhanging battlements is said to reward the pilgrim with the gift of persuasiveness. The interesting thing, historically, is that the language in which the Irish became so proficient and persuasive was not their own. Terem. Sophia Alexeyevna, the sixth child of Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich, was born in the Moscow Kremlin on the 17th of September 1657. As a junior princess in a country that had never recognized female succession, her prospects for attaining political power were almost nil. In Muscovy, high-born ladies were kept in strict seclusion. They lived in separate female quarters, the terem, in Muslim fashion, and only sallied forth either veiled or in closed carriages. A special terem palace had been added to the Kremlin in the 1630s to accommodate the ladies. What is more, the sisters and daughters of the Tsars were usually condemned to celibacy. As an official explained, they could not be married to noblemen, since it was a disgrace to give a lady to a slave, and they could not be easily married to foreign princes for fear of contaminating the court with heresy or faction. "The female sex is not venerated among the Muscovites," reported an Austrian envoy, "as amongst the majority of the nations of Europe. In this country they are the slaves of men, who esteem them little." Nonetheless, in association with the leading minister, Prince Golitsyn, Sophia came to exercise influence during the reign of her brother Fyodor. Then, having mediated in a military rebellion, she broke the bounds of the terem completely, becoming regent during the minority of the co-Tsars Ivan and Peter, and the first woman ruler of Russia. She personally presided over foreign policy, in particular over the eternal peace with Poland, which put Moscow at the head of East European affairs. Sophia's reputation was blackened by supporters of Peter the Great, who terminated her regency in 1689. Dismissed as an ambitious schemer, she has often been described in the words of a dubious quotation as being of monstrous size, with a head as big as a bushel, with hair on her face and growths on her legs. She lived her last 14 years as Sister Susanna in the Novodevichi convent, a foundation which she had earlier endowed in the style of the Moscow Baroque. Female biography is often inspired by a wish to compensate for the overblown record of male achievers. It is the oldest form of historiography, and has been successfully applied to a large number of heroines, from Sappho and Boudicca to Eleanor of Aquitaine and Elizabeth of England. But in one sense it can be misleading. The lives of exceptional women cannot fail to emphasize the gulf which separated them from the average woman's lot. Sophia Alexeyevna was a ruler who proved the exception. Uskok. In 1615-17, the Republic of Venice fought an Uskok War in the Adriatic against the Habsburgs. The object, as Venice saw it, was to suppress Habsburg-sponsored piracy. As the Habsburgs saw it, the Uskoki, or corsairs of Seigne, were a necessary part of the empire's defences, and the Venetians were undermining their security. Senja, now in Croatia, was an Adriatic port situated near the point where Venetian, Habsburg, and Ottoman territory met. Its castle was the coastal anchor of the Habsburgs' Militärgrenze, or Vojna Krajina, the military frontier, which had been established in the 1520s and consolidated along its length with fortified settlements. Its harbour provided a base for the pirate patriots, who lived partly from fishing, but mainly from plundering Venetian ships on the sea and Ottoman towns in the interior. These uskoks, whose name derives from the Croatian word uskočiti, to jump in or to board, lived by a code of honour and vengeance. They were the maritime counterparts of the martial frontiersmen or grenzer, many of them refugee Serbs and fugitive Serbs, who guarded the length of the inland border and who one day would rise against Croatian rule. Like their brothers on the Ottoman frontier in Poland and Hungary, or the Cossacks of Ukraine, they saw themselves as champions of the faith, defenders of the anti-murale Christianitatis, heroes of the Holy War. They were celebrated as such in the epic legends of South Slav literature. Their activities were encouraged and rewarded by the Habsburgs until the middle of the 18th century. The Krajina was not officially abolished until 1881. Piracy, like banditry, is a relative concept. Early modern Europe was full of chlefts, haiduks, corsairs, or sea raiders, whose operations might be approved by one authority whilst being judged illegal by others. The sea dogs of England and France were a case in point. When Francis Drake sailed out of Plymouth to plunder the Spanish Main or to singe the King of Spain's beard at Cadiz, he did so under license from the English Queen and was knighted for his services. But when others behaved likewise, they were denounced in England as savages. For a time in the early 17th century, for example, Muslim corsairs from the Barbary coast set up base on Lundy Island, raiding the ports of Devon and Cornwall and selling their captives into slavery. When Jean Bart of Dunkirk terrorized shipping in the Channel and the Bay of Biscay under license from Louis XIV, he was received at Versailles and ennobled. In the eyes of their compatriots, Drake or Bart were admirals. In Spanish eyes, they were international criminals. One man's rover was the next man's robber. Greco. Two prominent Cretan artists were known to their contemporaries as El or Il Greco, the Greek. One was the painter Dominikos Theotokopoulos, who settled in Toledo. The other was the musician and composer Frangiskos Leondaritis, sometime Catholic organist at Castro, cantor at St. Mark's, Venice, and music master to the Duke of Bavaria. Both were products of the Cretan Renaissance. Crete, ruled by Venice from 1221 to 1669, was the crossroads of Greek and Latin culture. Its capital had been founded and fortified as El Khandak during the previous Arab occupation of 827 to 961, but as Candia or Khandaks, it became the seat of a Venetian duke. Candia's town square was flanked by a ducal palace, by a cathedral of St. Mark with campanile, and by a loggia that was the favourite meeting place of the island's Veneto-Cretan lords. From 1648 to the final capitulation of the 16th of September 1669, it was the nerve centre of Duke Morosini's 21-year resistance to the Ottoman siege. After the fall of Constantinople, Crete had welcomed numerous Byzantine scholars on their way to Italy. It thereby made a contribution to the Greek revival, which formed such an important stimulus to the Renaissance in the West. Its main contribution to the Greek-speaking world, however, lay in influences moving in the opposite direction. A substantial Cretan colony in Venice, centred on the Church of San Giorgio, had long played a prominent part in the history of Greek printing and publishing. A Venetian from Crete, Zacharias Kalergis, a rival to the Aldine press of Marucci, produced the first book in Demotic Greek in 1509. Yet in the last century of Venetian rule, Crete itself witnessed a sunburst of creativity that was to leave its mark far beyond the island's shores. The focus, in addition to painting, music, and architecture, was on vernacular Greek literature. A school of dramatists using the Cretan dialect composed a corpus of works in rhyming couplets that covered a wide range of religious, comic, tragic, and pastoral subjects. The Erophilia of Georgios Kortadzis is a tragedy set in Egypt. The Erotokritos of Vicentsos Kornaros is a romance in the style of Ariosto. The Cretan War of Marinos Bunyalis is an epic history recounting the events of the Ottoman siege. Omega Castro mon peridoxos, tachets osi zune, tachets na se klesini chae nasanazitone. Eprete oli I castrani mavara ya na vastusi, na chlegune shi oshi, na trouthusi, andres inaikies, che pethia che paso ho prasitha, na thish nubos e chasane, tetius luis logis patritha. O my glorious Castro, do they who still live weep for you and ask after you? All the people of Castro should put on black and weep day after day and sing no more. Men, women, and children, and every maiden should let it be seen what a fatherland they have lost. The theatres and academies of Candia, Castro, and Rethymno came to a sudden end in 1669. So too did that last fruitful symbiosis of Veneto-Cretan culture, which for a brief moment had reached the status of an independent, innovative force. But Cretan exiles took their literature with them to the mainland, where it soon established itself as popular reading. Though despised by the Athenian elite, 18th century book catalogues show that it enjoyed wide circulation. Indeed, prior to the work of Dionysius Solamas and the Ionian school, the Cretan dramas formed the sole substantial demotic repertoire. It was the Cretan Renaissance which gave the Greeks their start as a modern, literate nation. Hexen. In 1635, Dr. Benedict Karpzow, professor at Leipzig and son and brother of Saxony's most celebrated jurists, published his Practicurarum Criminalium on the conduct of witch trials. Whilst admitting that torture exacted many false confessions, he advocated its use. He would live to a ripe old age and look back on a meritorious life in which he had read the Bible 53 times, taken the sacrament every week, and procured the death of 20,000 persons. He was a Protestant and Europe's leading witch hunter. Nowadays, historians challenge the numbers. A few years earlier, Johann Julius, burgomaster of Bamberg in Franconia, lay in the town dungeon, condemned to death for attending a witch's sabbath. He had been denounced by the chancellor of the principality, who had already been burned for showing suspicious leniency in witch trials. But he managed to smuggle out a detailed account of the proceedings to his daughter. "My dearest child, it is all falsehood and invention, so help me God. They never cease to torture until one says something. If God sends no means of bringing the truth to light, our whole kindred will be burnt." The Catholic Prince-Bishop of Bamberg, Johann Georg II. Fuchs von Dornheim, possessed a purpose-built witch-house, complete with torture chamber adorned with biblical texts. In his 10-year reign, he is said to have burned 600 witches. The European witch craze had reached one of its periodic peaks. In England, the Pendle witches of Lancashire were brought to justice in 1612. In Poland, the record of a trial at Kalisz detailed the procedures in the selfsame year. Naked, shaved above and below, anointed with holy oil, suspended from the ceiling, lest by touching the ground she summon the devil to her aid, and bound hand and foot, she was willing to say nothing except that she sometimes bathed sick people with herbs. Racked, she said she was innocent. God knows. Burned with candles, she said nothing, only that she was innocent. Lowered, she said that she was innocent to Almighty God in the Trinity. Repositioned and again burned with candles, she said, "Ach, for God's sake!" She did go with Dorata and the miller's wife. Thereafter the confessions agreed. In the countryside, villagers often took matters into their own hands. If a suspected witch drowned when submerged in a pond on the ducking stool, she was obviously innocent. If she floated, she was guilty. Many learned treatises were written on the black arts of witchcraft. They included Jean Baudin's De la démonomie des sorciers, the Démonolatria of Nicolas Rémy in Lorraine, The massive encyclopedia of Martin del Rio, S.J., published at Louvain in 1600, and King James's Demonology in Scotland. They discussed the mechanics of night flying on broomsticks, the nature and effect of spells and curses, the menu of witches' cauldrons, and, above all, the sexual orgies organized at witches' sabbaths. The devil was said to appear either as a bearded black man or as a stinking goat, who liked to be kissed under the tail, or as a toad. He could be an incubus for the benefit of she-witches, or a succubus for the benefit of he-witches. He sometimes summoned his faithful fifth column to crowded general assemblies in notorious locations, such as the Blåkulla meadow in Sweden, the summit of the Blocksberg in the Harz, or to the Aquelarre at La Honda in Navarre. The witch craze poses many problems. Historians have to explain why the age of the Renaissance and the Reformation proved so much more vicious in this regard than the so-called Dark Ages, why superstition came to a head when humanism and the scientific revolution were supposedly working in the opposite direction. They usually attribute it to the pathological effects of religious conflict. They must also explain why certain countries and regions, notably Germany and the Alps, were specially susceptible, and why the most ardent witch hunters, such as King James VI and I, were among the most learned, and, at the conscious level, the most Christian men of their day. And there is an important comparative aspect. The collective hysteria and false denunciations of witch hunting have much in common with the phenomena of Jew-baiting and of the communist purges. From the Papal Bull of 1484 to its decline in the 18th century, the craze persisted intermittently for 300 years, consuming vast numbers of innocents. Signs of critical protest first emerged among the Jesuits of Bavaria, where persecutions had been especially fanatical, notably with Friedrich Spee's Cautio Criminalis. Europe's last witch burnings took place in Scotland in 1722, in Switzerland and Spain in 1782, and in Prussian-occupied Poznan in 1793. By that time, they were all illegal. The last of the Lancashire witches, Mary Nutter, died naturally in 1828. (8) Lumen. Enlightenment and Absolutism, approximately 1650 to 1789. There is an air of naivety about the so-called Age of Reason. In retrospect, it seems extraordinary that so many of Europe's leading intellects should have given such weight to one human faculty, reason, at the expense of all the others. Naivety of such proportions, one might conclude, was heading for a fall, and a fall, in the shape of the terrible revolutionary years, is what the Age of Reason eventually encountered. In the periods both before and after, the virtues of reason were much less appreciated. On seeing his father's ghost, Shakespeare's Hamlet had told his doubting companion, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy." In the 19th century, too, rationalism was out of fashion. Enlightenment, too. Shallow and pretentious intellectualism, unreasonable contempt for authority and tradition, etc., applied especially to the spirit and aims of the French philosophers of the 18th century, approximately 1865. On the other hand, when judging the period which followed the Reformations, one must remember what Europeans had been contending with for so long. The consensus between reason and faith, as promised by the Renaissance humanists, had not prevailed against the world of religious dogma, magic, and superstition. After the wars of religion, one can see that the exercise of the light of sweet reason was a natural and necessary antidote. Indeed, even the full flood of the Enlightenment may only have washed over the surface of continuing bigotries. Similar problems surround the label of the Age of Absolutism, which political historians apply to this same period. One might easily be led to imagine that most European rulers of the time either enjoyed absolute powers or at least sought to do so. Such, alas, was not the case. Europeans in the Age of Absolutism were no more uniform absolutists than they were uniform rationalists. In the century and a half between the Peace of Westphalia and the French Revolution, the map of Europe underwent few radical changes. Each of the wars of the period ended with a certain amount of territorial trading. The Treaty of Utrecht, 1713, in particular, caused a stir, and the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, 1773, signalled the onset of an avalanche. The unification of the island of Great Britain, 1707, confirmed the emergence of an important new unit. But most of the main blocks on the map remained essentially intact. France's drive to the Rhine was only partly successful. Prussia had to be content with relatively modest gains. The Ottomans' last great surge was contained and then reversed. Russia alone continued to grow dramatically. None of Europe's invalids actually perished. Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, Sweden, and Poland-Lithuania all ailed, but all survived. The range of political systems was far greater than most textbooks allow. In this age of absolutism, absolutist states actually formed a minority. Between the completely decentralized constitutional and republican Confederation of Switzerland at one end of the scale, and the extreme autocracies in Russia, the Ottoman Empire, and the Papal States at the other, great variety flourished. Europe's republics were represented by Venice, Poland, Lithuania, and the United Provinces. The constitutional monarchies at various times by England, Scotland, and Sweden. The absolutist monarchies by France, Spain, and Austria. The Holy Roman Empire, with monarch both elected and hereditary, fell somewhere between the republics and the constitutional monarchies. Prussia, which operated constitutional structures according to an authoritarian tradition, fell somewhere between constitutionalism and absolutism. Even greater variety can be found among Europe's Kleinstaaterei, the hundreds of petty states which the younger Pitt would once call in exasperation the swarm of gnats. There were miniature city republics like Ragusa, Dubrovnik, Genoa, or Geneva. There were miniature principalities like Courland, ecclesiastical states like Avignon, and curious hybrids like Andorra. What is more, many European states continued to be conglomerates, where the ruler had to operate a different system within each of the constituent territories. The kings of Prussia had to conduct themselves in one way in Berlin, where they were imperial subjects, in another way in Königsberg, where they were completely independent, and in yet other ways in possessions such as Minden or Neuchâtel. The Habsburgs could be figureheads in the empire, despots in Prague or Vienna, and constitutional monarchs after 1713 in Brussels. The British kings could be constitutional monarchs at home and autocrats in the colonies. There were also important variations over time. England, for example, veered in the republican direction under Cromwell, in the monarchical direction after the restoration of the Stuarts, and back to its greatly admired centrist position after the bloodless revolution of 1688-9. In the late 17th century, both the Swedish and the Danish monarchies headed rapidly towards absolutism. In 18th century Sweden, the hats and caps moved headlong in the opposite direction. Under John Sobieski, Poland-Lithuania still functioned according to rules of the noble democracy. After 1717, it could only function as a Russian protectorate. In Russia, the Tsars acted as unashamed autocrats. In Poland, they posed as the champions of golden freedom. Appearances and simple categories deceive. Absolutism in particular must be viewed with circumspection. It was something less than the autocracy of Tsars and Sultans, who faced no institutional obstacle to the exercise of their will. Yet it was something more than the authoritarian spirit which enabled certain monarchs to follow the Prussian example and to dragoon the institutions with which they were supposed to cooperate. It clearly had its roots in the late feudal period, where struggling monarchies had to combat the entrenched privileges both of the provinces and of the nobility, and in the Catholic world, where the Roman Church remained immune from direct political control. It did not usually fit the conditions of either the Protestant or the Orthodox world. At various stages, France, Spain, Austria, and Portugal came definitely within its purview. For various reasons, Britain, Prussia, Poland, Lithuania, and Russia did not. Absolutism, one should stress, refers more to an ideal than to the practical realities of government. It was concerned with a set of political ideas and assumptions which came into existence as a corrective to the excessively decentralized institutions left over from the late medieval era. It often stood for little more than the personal power of certain monarchs, as opposed to the limited powers of others whose authority was curtailed by diets, autonomous provinces, municipal charters, exempted nobles, and clergy. It could not be easily defined, and was often justified more in the panegyrical tones of courtiers than in the detailed arguments of philosophers. It had many a Bossuet or a Boileau, but only one Hobbes. It was probably better illustrated in some of its minor examples, such as Tuscany, than in any of the major powers. Nowhere did it achieve complete success. Nowhere did it bring a perfectly absolute state into existence. Yet, in the 16th and 17th centuries, it certainly provided a radical force for change. In the 18th century, when influence was becoming more diffuse, it was overtaken by new trends for democracy, liberty, and the general will. The age of the enlightened despots was equally the era of British and American constitutionalism. One must also be aware that shouts of absolutism were frequently raised in a misleading way. When the English gentry complained about the absolutism of the Stuarts, they were less perturbed by the actual balance of power between king and parliament than by fears of the imposition of French or Spanish practices. When the Polish nobles took to screaming about the absolutism of their Saxon kings, whose position in Poland-Lithuania was more limited than that of any limited monarch, they were simply objecting to change. The absolutism of France served as the main point of reference. Under Louis XIV, whose reign was the longest in European history, France was far and away Europe's greatest power, and her example excited numerous admirers. Yet the greatest of absolutists died disillusioned, convinced that the ideal lay out of reach. In the end, therefore, absolutism proved a dismal failure. The Ancien Régime created by Louis XIV was to end in the disaster of a revolution which, whilst turning France into the apostle of republicanism, brought French supremacy to a close. The ultimate triumph was to be enjoyed by absolutism's most doughty opponents. British constitutionalism inspired not only the leading power of the 19th century, but also, via the constitution of Britain's rebel colonies, the world's leading superpower of the 20th. Europe's colonies and overseas possessions continued to multiply after 1650, and in some cases reached independent viability. Spain and Portugal had their hands full exploiting their existing possessions. In North America, the Spaniards pressed inland from New Spain, Mexico, to California, Arizona, Colorado. In South America, aided by systematic Jesuit settlements, they concentrated their efforts on Venezuela, on New Granada, Bogotá, on Peru, Paraguay, and La Plata, Córdoba. They attempted to keep all trade to their own ships until forced by the Asiento Treaty of 1713 to admit foreigners. The Portuguese survived a long campaign by the Dutch to take over the Brazilian coast. After the Treaty of 1662, they moved south from São Paulo to the River Plate, and westwards into the gold-rich interior at Minas Gerais and the Mato Grosso. Apart from the East Indies, the Dutch were left with colonies in Guyana and Curaçao. The Russians, who had discovered what was later to be named the Bering Strait in 1648, occupied Kamchatka and signed a border treaty with China on the Amur. A century later, after the explorations of the Dane Vitus Bering, they established a fort on Kodiak Island and claimed Alaska, whence they sent out an offshoot to Fort Ross in northern California. Most new colonial enterprises, however, were started by the French and the British. France launched the Compagnie des Indes in 1664, establishing stations on the east coast of India at Pondicherry and Karaikal, with staging posts on the islands of Madagascar and Reunion. In 1682, Louisiana was founded on the Mississippi in honor of Louis XIV, with its capital at New Orleans. England consolidated its American colonies with the foundation of Delaware, of the Quaker colony of Pennsylvania, and of Georgia. In India, the East India Company, which now held Bombay and Calcutta as well as Madras, was hard-pressed by French competition. Commercial interests went hand in hand with maritime discovery. In 1766-8, the French Admiral Bougainville circumnavigated the globe, as did the three expeditions of Captain James Cook, R.N., between 1768 and 1780. In the circumstances, Franco-British colonial conflicts became almost inevitable. They were settled by superior British naval power. Great Britain took Newfoundland in 1713, French India in 1757, and French Canada in 1759–60, thereby confirming its status as the prime colonial power. Colonialism was very much confined to those maritime states which first began it. The German states, Austria, and the Italian states did not take part. In this they lagged behind the Polish fief of Courland, whose duke bought Tobago in 1645 and briefly maintained a trading post in the Gambia, or Denmark, whose West India Company obtained both St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix. The impact of Europe's growing contacts with distant continents and cultures cannot be exaggerated. Europe had long been shut in on itself. Knowledge of civilizations beyond Europe was meagre. Fantastic tales, like that of El Dorado, abounded. But now a steady stream of detailed accounts of India, China, or the American frontier began to stimulate more serious reflection. Les Six Voyages of J.B. Tavernier, who made great wealth in Persia, started a genre written in the same vein as the celebrated New Voyage Round the World of the buccaneer William Dampier, the History of Japan by the German surgeon Engelbert Kempfer, or the later Travels in Arabia of the Swiss J.L. Burckhardt, the first European to visit Mecca. The strange, surprising adventures of Robinson Crusoe, the world's first popular novel, was written by the English satirist Daniel Defoe on the basis of the real experiences of a Scots sailor marooned on Juan Fernandez Island off Valparaiso by Dampier. These works often gave European readers a comparative perspective on the religions, folklore, and culture of the world, and they handed the philosophers of the Enlightenment one of their most effective devices for questioning European or Christian assumptions. It hit Europeans hard to learn that the Siamese might be happier, the Brahmin more sagacious, or the Iroquois less bloodthirsty than they were themselves. It is a curious fact that Jesuit authors, who excelled in travelogues of the ethnological type, provided the very ammunition with which their own intellectual world was most effectively bombarded. Here one would mention the description of Amerindian life in Canada by Father J. F. Lafitau, or the much-translated Memoir of Persia by Father T. Krushinsky, S.J., published in 1733. International relations were clearly affected by the colonial factor. Almost all the wars of the period had naval or colonial theatres which were fought over in parallel to the main military conflict on the continent. The great land powers, France, Spain, Austria, and increasingly Prussia and Russia, had to take account of the wealthy maritime powers, especially the British and the Dutch, who, whilst possessing few troops of their own, could play a vital role as paymasters, quartermasters, and weavers of diplomatic coalitions. Diplomacy was increasingly governed by the balance of power, a doctrine which viewed any change in one part of Europe as a potential threat to the whole. This was a sure sign that a European system was coming into being, and colonial assets were an integral part of the equation. The system was of particular interest to the British, who instinctively opposed any preponderant continental power, and who made a fine art of maintaining the balance at minimum cost to themselves. International relations of this sort entirely lacked the moral and religious fervour of previous times. They were often reduced almost to a form of ritual, where the current state of the balance was tested in set-piece battles fought by small professional armies, where elegant officers of both sides belonged to the same international confraternity of arms, and where the result was nicely calculated in territory ceded or gained. Territorial possessions were viewed rather like casino chips that rulers lost or amassed according to the fortunes of war, with no thought for the interest of the inhabitants. Like Westphalia, all the great congresses of the subsequent era, Utrecht, Vienna, Aix-la-Chapelle, and Paris, were conducted in the same spirit of cheerful cynicism. Economic life, too, was greatly affected by the colonies. Europe was increasingly divided into countries which could benefit from colonial commerce and those which could not. Britain benefited most, especially after Utrecht, gaining a predominant hold on the Atlantic trade in sugar, tobacco, and slaves, from which Liverpool, Glasgow, and Bristol grew rich. Britain's policy of enforcing a blockade on enemy ports in time of war led to constant trouble not only with France and Spain, but also with the neutrals, Dutch, Danes, and Swedes, who had specialized in smuggling, raiding, and blockade running. In Britain, in emulation of the Dutch, this period saw the growth of all the permanent institutions of public credit, the Bank of England, the Royal Exchange, and the national debt. The first steps of the Industrial Revolution were taken in the 1760s. Britain produced John Law, a racy Scots financier, who invented the first experiment for harnessing colonial trade to popular capitalism. His grand scheme and Banque Royale in Paris, which was patronized by the Regent, and which coincided with the similarly disastrous South Sea Company in London, created a veritable fever of speculation by selling paper shares in the future of Louisiana. The bubble burst. Thousands, if not millions, of investors were ruined. Law fled, and France was permanently inoculated against credit operations. Meanwhile, the commercial operations of Law's company thrived, and the value of French overseas commerce quadrupled between 1716 and 1743. In Central and Eastern Europe, few such developments occurred. Land remained the major source of wealth. Serfdom reigned supreme. Inland trade could not compare to its maritime counterpart. Germany's recovery was slow, Bohemia's somewhat faster. Poland-Lithuania, after 1648, experienced an absolute economic regression from which it never recovered. Baltic trade passed increasingly to Russia, where the foundation of St. Petersburg opened its window to the West. Social life, despite the recurrence of violent outbursts, remained within its established channels until the opening of the floodgates in 1789. Extremes of wealth among the aristocracy and of misery among the peasants were normal. Differences between Western and Eastern Europe were growing, but not dramatic. Even in Britain, where commercial pressures were greatest, the landed aristocracy maintained its supremacy. Indeed, since the English lords were not averse to commercial activities like canal building or coal mining, their preeminence was prolonged. This was the age of the grandees and the magnates, the Medina Sidonia and Osuna in Spain, the Brahis and Bundas in Sweden, the Schwarzenbergs in Austria, the Esterhazy in Hungary, the Lobkowitz in Bohemia, the Radziwiłł and the Zamoyski in Poland, each with a vast latifundium protected by entail, a princely lifestyle, and enormous patronial power. In many countries, the nobility was now mobilized for the service of the state. In France and in Russia, this was achieved in a formal, systematic way. Louis XIV introduced a hierarchy of ranks and titles, each supported by suitable pensions, starting with the Enfants de France, royal family, and the Pairs, princes of the blood, together with 50 dukes and 7 bishops, and ending with the cadres of the noblesse d'épée, the old military families, and the noblesse de robe, civilian courtiers. Peter the Great introduced a service nobility divided into 14 ranks and even more strictly dependent on state employment. In Prussia, the alliance between the crown and the Junkers was more informal but no less effective. The petty nobility, which was particularly numerous in Spain and in Poland, was squeezed into the retinues of the magnates, into military service, or into foreign employment. In England, in the absence of serfdom, the enclosure movement would capitalize on landholding most effectively. A prosperous stratum of yeomen and gentlemen farmers developed at the expense of peasants driven from the land. In all the great cities of Europe, there was a wealthy commercial and professional class, alongside the artisanate, the urban poor, and, in 2 or 3 localities, the beginnings of an industrial workforce. Generally speaking, however, the old institutions of the social estates remained intact. The nobles kept their diets, the cities their charters and their guilds, the peasantry their corvées and their famines. Social changes were undoubtedly taking place, but within the established framework. When the shell finally cracked, as it did in France in 1789, the social explosion was to be unprecedented. Cultural life burgeoned under royal, ecclesiastical, and aristocratic patronage. The European arts entered the era of classicism, where, in reaction to the Baroque, rules, rigor, and restraint were the order of the day. Architecture saw a return to the Greek and Roman styles of the Renaissance, with a touch of Gaudi or Rococo ornamentation. The outstanding buildings were palaces and public offices. Urban planning, formal geometric gardens, and landscape design gained prominence. The obsession was to reduce the chaos of the natural world to order and harmony. The show cities, after Paris, were Dresden, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. Painting had passed its precocious peak. In France, the classical landscapes and mythological scenes of Nicolas Poussin, Claude Lorrain, and Charles Le Brun were succeeded by the idyllic frivolities painted by J. A. Watteau and J. H. Fragonard. The English school of social portraiture, which began with Godfrey Kneller, culminated in the superlative work of Joshua Reynolds and Thomas Gainsborough. The two Canalettos left realistic panoramas of Venice, London, and Warsaw. Except for occasional figures of stature, such as G. B. Tiepolo, in Venice, religious painting was in decline. Interior decoration, and furniture in particular, responded to aristocratic demand. The cabinet makers of Paris, led by A. C. Boulle, took advantage of exotic imports such as ebony, mahogany, and satinwood. Boulle specialized in marquetry and inlaid ebony. Their creations, now instantly recognizable as Louis XIV, Louis XV, or Louis XVI, eventually found their match in the work of Grinling Gibbons and Thomas Chippendale. Fine porcelain owed much to imports from China. The royal factory at Saint-Cloud and later Sèvres had counterparts at Meissen in Saxony, at St. Petersburg, at Worcester, and at the Etruria factory of Josiah Wedgwood. Silk, silver, and sumptuous sundries saturated the salons. European literature entered the phase when the vernacular languages took an irreversible lead over Latin. Drama, in the hands of the French court playwrights Pierre Corneille, Jean-Baptiste Poquelin, Molière, and Jean Racine, adopted forms of language and structure that served as the international model for the next century. The tradition of social and moralizing comedy was extended in England by the Restoration comedians and by Richard Brinsley Sheridan, in France by Pierre-Augustin Beaumarchais, in Italy by Carlo Goldoni. Poetry was particularly susceptible to the drive for rigorous style and form. In English, it is dominated by the triad of John Milton, John Dryden, and Alexander Pope. Pope's intellectual discourses, written in the heroic couplets of the Essay on Criticism and the Essay on Man, are infinitely expressive of his generation's temper and interests. True ease in writing comes from art, not chance, as those move easiest who have learned to dance. 'Tis not enough, no harshness gives offence, the sound must seem an echo of the sense. All nature is but art, unknown to thee, all chance, direction which thou canst not see, all discord, harmony not understood, all partial evil, universal good, and, spite of pride, in erring reason's spite, one truth is clear, whatever is right. Later, lyrical poetry reasserted itself to redress the balance, in the Scots poems of Robert Burns, the German of Christian von Kleist, F. G. Klopstock, and the young Goethe, and the French of Jean Roucher and André Chénier. Prose writing, though heavily dependent on the non-fictional genres, witnessed the growth of true fiction. Here the pioneers appeared in England. Apart from Robinson Crusoe, the leading titles included Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels, Samuel Richardson's Pamela, Henry Fielding's Tom Jones, and Laurence Sterne's Tristram Shandy. In France, both Voltaire and Rousseau, among their other talents, were accomplished novelists. Although French, English, and German authors predominated, the reading public was by no means confined to their countries of origin. Almost all educated people in Europe read French at this time, and local translations of important titles were widespread. In Poland, for example, which many might mistake for a cultural backwater, the catalogue of translations into Polish included Robinson Crusoe, Manon Lescaut, Candide, Gulliver, Avventure a Male, Historia Tom Zona. Some Polish authors, such as Jan Potocki, the Orientalist, wrote in French for both a local and an international readership. European musicians, from J.S. Bach to W.A. Mozart and Ludwig van Beethoven, consolidated the foundations of the classical repertoire. They worked in each of its main divisions, instrumental, chamber, orchestral, and choral, and they developed a style which, though often confused with the preceding Baroque, was marked by a very particular rhythmic energy that has given it lasting appeal. They also preserved a balance between the sacred and the profane. This may be illustrated from Bach's cantatas, Mozart's Requiem, and Beethoven's Missa Solemnis, and from Bach's concertos, Mozart's 41 and Beethoven's 9 symphonies. Austro-German composers enjoyed a growing preponderance. In addition to Bach, Mozart, and Beethoven, their first rank included Johann Pachelbel, G. P. Telemann, G. F. Handel, and Joseph Haydn. Yet music remained essentially international in character. In their day, the Italians J. B. Lully, Arcangelo Corelli, Alessandro Scarlatti, Tommaso Albinoni, and Antonio Vivaldi were just as influential as the Germans. So too were the Dane, Diedrich Buxtehude, the Frenchmen François Couperin and J. P. Rameau, or the organist of Westminster Abbey, Henry Purcell, in London. The violin, the prime instrument of European music, was perfected by Antonio Stradivari of Cremona. The pianoforte was invented in 1709 by B. Cristofori of Padua. Opera developed from the early stage of dialogue with music to the full-scale musical dramas of W. C. Gluck. Formal religion stayed set in the earlier mold. The religious map of Europe did not change significantly. Established churches continued to operate according to rigorous state laws of toleration and non-toleration. Members of the official religion gained preferment, having sworn oaths and passed strict tests of conformity. Non-members and non-jurors, when not actively persecuted, lingered in legal limbo. In Catholic countries, Protestants were generally deprived of civil rights. In Protestant countries, Catholics suffered the same fate. In Great Britain, the Church of England and the Church of Scotland formally barred both Roman Catholics and their respective Protestant dissenters. In Sweden, Denmark, and Holland, similar proscriptions applied. In Russia, the Russian Orthodox Church enjoyed sole recognition. There were no Jews legally resident. In Poland-Lithuania, where the greatest degree of religious heterodoxy persisted, restrictions nonetheless increased. The Socinians were expelled in 1658 for alleged collaboration with the Swedes. In 1718, all non-Catholics were barred from the Diet. In 1764, the Jews lost their parliament, but not their kahals or local communes. Russian propaganda began to bemoan the plight of Poland's Orthodox, whose position was considerably easier than that of Catholics in Russia. Prussian propaganda inflated the alleged persecution of Lutherans. The Roman Catholic Church settled into a routine that no longer sought to recover the Protestant lands. Much of its energies were directed abroad, especially to the Jesuit missions in South America, South India, Japan to 1715, China, and North America. The chain of 21 beautiful Franciscan missions in California, which were started by Father Junipero Serra and which ran from San Diego to San Francisco, have remained a spiritual solace in the surrounding wilderness to this day. In Europe, the Vatican could not cope with the growing centrifugal tendencies of the church provinces. One pope, Innocent XI, was driven in 1688 to excommunicate Louis XIV in secret for occupying Avignon in the Regalia dispute. Another, Clement IX, was pushed against his better judgment to issue the bull Unigenitus Dei Filius, condemning Jansenism. The bull, which was specifically directed against the Réflexion morale of Pasquier-Quesnel, an oratorian sympathetic to the Jansenists, caused a storm of protest, dividing French opinion for decades. In the Netherlands in 1724, it led to schism within the Catholic ranks and the creation by the Archbishop of Utrecht of the Old Catholic Church of Holland. In Germany, a movement started in 1763 by a tract of J. N. von Hohenheim, Febronius, aimed to reconcile Catholics and Protestants by radically curtailing the centralizing powers of Rome. In Poland, the Vatican lost effective control through political domination of the church hierarchy by Russia. In all these disputes, the Jesuits, who showed themselves more papist than the popes, became a growing embarrassment. Benedict XIV, whose moderation won him the unusual accolade of praise from Voltaire, initiated an inquiry into their affairs. They were accused of running large-scale money-making operations, also of adopting native cults to win converts at any price. In 1759 they were banished from Portugal, in 1764 from France, and in 1767 from Spain and Naples. Clement XIII stood by the society with the words, "Sint ut sunt, aut non sint." May they be as they are, or cease to be. But Clement XIV, who was elected under the shadow of a formal demand by the Catholic powers for abolition, finally acquiesced. The brief Dominus ac Redemptor Noster of the 16th of August 1773 abolished the Society of Jesus on the grounds that it was no longer pursuing its founders' objectives. It took effect in all European countries except for the Russian Empire. It threw Catholic educational and missionary activities into chaos, opening major opportunities, especially for secular schools and universities. The horror of the age occurred in 1685, when Louis XIV revoked the Edict of Nantes, and all of France's Huguenots were driven into exile. But in general, the pace of persecution was slackening. In many countries, the laws of non-toleration were observed in the breach. Wherever nonconformists had survived, they now came into the open. In England, a new label was coined, latitudinarianism, to describe the strong body of opinion which favored toleration for all Protestants. The Congregationalists, or Independents, surfaced in 1662, initially on condition that their chapels were located at least 5 miles from any parish church. Following the remarkable career of George Fox, the Society of Friends, or Quakers, suffered numerous martyrdoms until gaining the right to worship, like other dissenters, from the Toleration Act of 1689. The general body of dissenters, Independents, Presbyterians, and Baptists, was organized in London in 1727. The Moravian Church re-emerged in Holland, in England, and in the experimental community of Herrnhut in Saxony. 18th-century manners, as opposed to many 18th-century laws, favored toleration. The climate was right for deists, for dissenters, even for religious jokers. "They say," wrote Voltaire, "that God is always on the side of the big battalions." Various religious countercurrents appeared, in reaction to the growing inertia of the established churches. In the Catholic world, the quietism of Miguel de Molinos caused real disquiet. Its founder, who taught that sin can only be avoided in a state of complete spiritual passivity, died in prison in Rome, and his book, The Spiritual Guide, was condemned by the Jesuits as heretical. In the Lutheran world, the pietism of P.J. Spener caused similar ructions. Its founder, who proclaimed the universal priesthood of the faithful, instituted the practice of devotional circles for Bible reading, and his book, Pia Desideria, became the keystone of a long-lasting movement. The University of Halle was at its center. In the Anglican world, the Methodism of John Wesley threatened to tear the Church of England apart. Wesley had created a spiritual method for his Holy Club of students at Oxford, and had visited Herrnhut. His lifetime of evangelism, touring the remotest parts of the British Isles, fired the neglected masses with enthusiasm. His rejection of episcopacy, however, was bound to cause a schism, and the First Methodist Conference assembled in London in 1785. His brother, Charles Wesley, was an Anglican hymn-writer of genius, whose magnificent cadences well expressed the changing tone of the times. Methodism took particularly powerful root in Wales, where it is widely believed to have inspired not just a religious but a national revival. The first Welsh Methodist Association, which met in January 1743, preceded the first equivalent meeting in England. Its Calvinistic theology was to lead in a direction more akin to Presbyterianism. At the same time, the circulating schools, organized by the Reverend Griffith Jones, rector of Llanddowror, the magnificent Welsh hymns of William Williams, William's Pantycelyn, and an elevated preaching tradition started by Daniel Rowland of Llangeitho, the Jerusalem of Wales, forged the instruments which would ensure the survival of Welsh language and culture into modern times. No one who has heard a Welsh choir soaring in full harmony to the strains of Llanfair, Cwm Rhondda, or Blaenwern can fail to appreciate what national pride and spiritual uplift mean. Needless to say, the hwyl or fervour of the Welsh Methodists was diametrically opposed to the temper of the Enlightenment, which by then was the dominant trend in the leading intellectual circles of Europe. In the Jewish world, the Hasidism of Baal Shem Tov, the Besht of Międzyboż in Podolia, undermined the Polish rabbis, much as Wesley was undermining the Anglican bishops. The Hasidim, or pious ones, rejected the desiccated formalism of the synagogues and set themselves apart in clannish communities ruled by hereditary tzaddiks, or holy men. They were very distant in space and culture from Christian Methodism, but were close in temper. They religiously adhered to orthodox Judaic laws of dress and diet, but, once again, the movement was marked by the fervour of the masses, by joyful music, by the revival of spirituality. Equally prominent was a decided shift in Europe's social manners. People reacted against the strictures of the preceding age, not so much by changing the laws, as by ignoring the norms of taste and conduct which the religious authorities had once been able to impose. In sharp contrast to the Calvinist and Jesuit Puritanism which still predominated approximately 1660, the following century saw both a sharp rise in artistic sensitivity and a sharp decline in moral restraints. The age of elegance went hand in hand with an age of easy scruples. On the one hand, the upper classes and their imitators took to the arts of graceful living as never before. Luxury and refinement were seen everywhere in their dress, their palaces, their furniture, their music, their collections. At the same time, in all classes, there was a marked relaxation of social and especially sexual mores. With time, sexual license became not just tolerated but ostentatious. After the long interval of the Reformations, everyone was free, if they wanted, to behave once again with abandon. For those whose health and pockets could afford it, excess in dressing, carousing, gormandizing, and philandering was routine. People took pride in the peruke and the puffed petticoat, in the landscaped park, in painted porcelain, and the powdered pudendum. This was the social climate which, no doubt, helped promote the religious revivals. But it also enlarged the margin of intellectual tolerance which the philosophes of the Enlightenment were able to exploit. The Enlightenment, according to Kant, was the period in the development of European civilization when mankind grew out of its self-inflicted immaturity. More simply, one might say that Europeans reached the age of discretion. The metaphor is a powerful one, with medieval Christendom seen as the parent, and Europe's secular culture as a growing child conceived in the Renaissance. Childhood had been encumbered by the baggage of parental and religious tradition and by family quarrels. The key attainment came with the autonomy of reason, the ability to think and act for oneself. But the child continued to possess a number of strong family traits. Perhaps the Enlightenment is best understood, however, by reference to the darkness which this light of reason was trying to illuminate. The darkness was provided not by religion as such, which was taken by the philosophes to be filling a basic human need, but by all the unthinking, irrational, dogmatic attitudes with which European Christianity had become encrusted. These attitudes, including bigotry, intolerance, superstition, monkishness, and fanaticism, were summed up in the most pejorative word of the age, enthusiasm. The Lumières, as the French called the movement, were to be beamed onto a wide range of subjects: philosophy, science and natural religion, economics, politics, history, and education. The particular intellectual habitat which fostered the growth of rationalism was not to be found everywhere. It required, on the one hand, the presence of both Catholics and Protestants, whose rival dogmas set up a suitable clash of ideas, and, on the other hand, a measure of toleration within which a rational dialogue could be started. In the 17th century, it was only found in 3 or 4 locations. Such conditions existed in Poland, Lithuania, where Jesuits mingled with Orthodox, Jews, and a number of radical sects. They existed to some extent in Switzerland, where an interchange of ideas was always possible between the Catholic and Protestant cantons. They existed in Scotland and in England, where the broad Anglican tradition protected contrary points of view. But they existed above all in the Netherlands, where the native resources were supplemented by a long line of intellectual refugees, from J. Scaliger and René Descartes to Spinoza, Shaftesbury, Leclerc, and Bayle. Leiden, the Athens of Batavia, Amsterdam, the cosmopolis of Europe, and The Hague were the main laboratories of the Enlightenment. Although Frenchmen were prominent from the start, and French was adopted as the lingua franca, France itself did not become the principal scene of activity until the mid-18th century, when local conditions relaxed. Voltaire, one of the central figures, was forced to settle in Switzerland or on the Swiss border. The key concept, the lumen naturel, or natural light of reason, has been traced to one of Melanchthon's works, De Lege Naturae, and via Melanchthon to Cicero and the Stoic philosophers. For this reason, the translation of the text of the Stoics by Joost Lipsius at Leiden is seen as a landmark. Together with the fruits of the scientific revolution and the rational method of Descartes, it formed the core of an ideology which held centre stage from the 1670s to the 1770s. It led to the conviction that reason could uncover the rules that underlay the apparent chaos of both the human and material world, and hence of natural religion, of natural morality, of natural law. In the arts, too, it led to the notion that strict rules and symmetrical patterns could alone give expression to the natural order with which all beauty should be associated. Beauty was order, and order was beautiful. Here was the true spirit of classicism. The philosophy of the Enlightenment was primarily concerned with epistemology, that is, the theory of knowledge, of how we know what we know. Here the basis for debate was supplied by three Britons, the Englishman John Locke, the Irishman Bishop George Berkeley, and the Scotsman David Hume, sometimes secretary of the British Embassy in Paris. As empiricists, they all accepted that the scientific method of observation and deduction should be applied to human affairs, and hence the precept of their contemporary Alexander Pope. Know then thyself, presume not God to scan, the proper study of mankind is man. Locke's famous Essay Concerning Human Understanding advanced the proposition that the human mind is blank at birth, a tabula rasa. All we know, therefore, is the fruit of experience, either through the senses, which process data from the external world, or through the faculty of reflection, which processes data from the mind's internal workings. Locke's proposition was developed in France by the Abbé Condillac, whose Traité des Sensations used the analogy of an inanimate statue brought to life by the acquisition of its senses, and by Julien Offray de la Métrie, whose thoroughgoing materialism in L'Homme Machine denied the existence of the spiritual altogether. Bishop Berkeley went to the other extreme, arguing that only minds and mental events can exist. Hume, whose Treatise of Human Nature pursues a rational inquiry into understanding, passions, and morals, ends up by denying the possibility of rational belief. 18th-century rationalism concluded, after all, that irrationality may not be entirely unreasonable. In the realm of moral philosophy, several strands of religious and intellectual thought led towards the ultimate destination of utilitarianism. Rationalists tended to judge moral principles by their utility in improving man's condition. The tendency is already present in Locke. Baron d'Holbach, in some ways the most radical of the philosophes, advocated a hedonistic morality, where virtue is that which causes the greatest pleasure. Later, happiness was viewed more as a communal than as an individual virtue. Social harmony became the goal, not just private well-being. In 1776, a young Jeremy Bentham formulated the guiding principle, "It is the greatest happiness of the greatest number that is the measure of right and wrong." The Enlightenment was not sympathetic to European Jewry. The Jews were regarded as a religious community, and their religion as unreasonable and obscurantist. Dryden, for one, did not spare the sarcasm. The Jews, a headstrong, moody, murmuring race, God's pampered people whom, debauched with ease, no king could govern, nor no God could please. In time, certain Jewish leaders grew similarly critical of themselves. They longed to escape from the constrictions of traditional Judaism. The end result was the Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah, which sought to reform the Jewish community from within. Scientific knowledge, in the meantime, made great strides. The central giant of the period was Sir Isaac Newton, president of the Royal Society, who published his Principia in 1687. His laws of motion and gravity provided the basis of physics, and hence of the working of the universe, for over 200 years. He invented differential calculus, which he called fluxions. Appropriately enough, for a father of the Enlightenment, he had conducted his first experiments in 1666 into the nature of light, placing a glass prism behind a hole in the blind of his window in Trinity College, Cambridge. And I saw that the light, tending to one end of the image, did suffer a refraction, considerably greater than the light tending to the other. And so the true cause of the length of that image was detected to be no other than that light consists of rays differently refrangible, which were, according to their degrees of refrangibility, transmitted towards diverse parts of the wall. It was a nice irony that the properties of light eventually gave Einstein the clues which eventually overthrew the Newtonian system. E equals mc squared. Newton, as a Unitarian, was debarred from many formal honours, but he did not miss out on fame and fortune. He even dabbled in alchemy. He described himself charmingly as a boy playing on the seashore, while the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me. Pope wrote an epitaph intended for Newton's tomb in Westminster Abbey. Nature and nature's laws lay hid in night. God said, "Let Newton be," and all was light. The exploitation of Newton's principles was assisted both by improvements in technology and by parallel advances in other sciences. The Royal Observatory at Greenwich developed superior telescopes. The British Admiralty, by offering a prize of £20,000, was given the chronometer. In mathematics, the Leipziger, Gottfried Leibniz, may well have discovered calculus independently before Newton did. In biology, and more specifically in botany, the Swede Carl von Linnaeus brought order from chaos in his system for classifying plants expounded in the Systema Naturae and Fundamenta Botanica. In chemistry, fundamental steps were taken by Joseph Priestley, who explored the compound nature of air, by Henry Cavendish, who demonstrated the compound nature of water, and above all by Antoine Laurent Lavoisier, who finally discovered the workings of chemical reactions. The interest in the theory of knowledge, when added to the growing corpus of information, had a natural corollary in a mania for encyclopedias. Compendia of universal knowledge had been common enough in the Middle Ages, but they had fallen out of fashion. Early attempts to revive the genre include those of J. H. Alsted, published in Holland in 1630, and of Louis Moreri, published at Lyon in 1674. The father of the modern medium, however, is generally taken to be Pierre Bayle. The first folio of his Dictionnaire historique et critique appeared in Rotterdam in 1697. In England, the genre was represented by the Lexicon Technicum of John Harris, FRS, and by the Cyclopedia of Ephraim Chambers. In Germany, by J. Hübner's Reales Staats-, Zeitungs- und Konversationslexikon, and by J. T. Jablonski's Allgemeines Lexikon. In Italy, by G. Pivati's Dizionario Universale, and in Poland, by B. Chmielowski's Nowe Ateni. A vast illustrated universal lexicon in 64 volumes and 4 supplements was published in Leipzig by J. H. Zedler between 1732 and 1754. In France, the great project of the Encyclopédie, or Dictionnaire raisonné des arts, des sciences et des métiers, undertaken by Denis Diderot and Jean d'Alembert, was originally inspired by a French translation of Chambers. It appeared in Paris in 17 volumes of 16,288 pages between 1751 and 1765, with further supplements, illustrations, and indexes appearing up to 1782. It was programmatic, opinionated, anti-clerical, and highly critical of the regime, and its editors were regularly harassed by officialdom. Yet it was a monument to the age. It aimed at nothing less than a summary of the whole of human knowledge. The first edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, less distinguished but longer lived, appeared in Edinburgh in 1768. In the meantime, Hübner's lexicon had run into many editions and translations. Its copyright would eventually be bought in 1808 by the publisher F.A. Brockhaus, who used it as the basis for the most celebrated of all German encyclopedias. Religious thought was profoundly influenced by rationalism, especially in the sphere of biblical scholarship. The initial problem was how to distinguish between the rival claims of Catholics and Protestants, both of whom gave scriptural backing to their dogmas. An early start had been made in The Religion of Protestants by William Chillingworth, an Oxford Fellow who had studied with the Jesuits at Douai and who typically was falsely accused of being a Socinian. The biggest advance was made by the French oratorian Richard Simon, who applied the classical rules of French literary criticism to his Histoire critique du Vieux Testament. Simon's book was attacked by Bossuet and placed on the index, and all copies of the first edition destroyed. But the method survived. In due course, reasoning about religion gave rise to an intellectual fashion for deism. This was religious belief reduced to its minimal core, belief in a supreme being, in God the Creator or in Providence. Its early manifestations surfaced in England in various shaky credos, notably the De Veritate of Lord Herbert of Cherbury and J. Tolland's Christianity Not Mysterious. It reached its peak in the 1730s, when Voltaire was in England, but was much diminished after the publication of The Analogy of Religion by Bishop Joseph Butler, of whose lasting influence Queen Caroline was once told, "No, madam, he is not dead, but he is buried." Deistic positions were reached in France in attempts to find the middle ground between traditional Christianity and the more extreme freethinkers, such as Baron d'Holbach and Claude Helvetius, who had begun to express openly atheist opinions. Diderot, for example, writing the entries for his Encyclopédie on Christianity, Faith, and Providence, took a deist stance. Voltaire, whose attacks on established religion were unrelenting, nonetheless sprang to defend the existence of God against the attacks of d'Holbach's Système de la Nature. Reflecting on the sky at night, he wrote, "One would have to be blind not to be dazzled by this sight. One would have to be stupid not to recognize its author. One would have to be mad not to worship him. Si Dieu n'existait pas, he quipped, il faudrait l'inventer. If God did not exist, he would have to be invented." The struggle of the philosophe against the authorities of church and state inevitably created the impression that Catholicism and absolute monarchy were united in their blind opposition to all reason and change. Diderot has been credited with the uncharitable comment about salvation arriving when the last king was strangled with the entrails of the last priest. He was only one step away from the simplified revolutionary vision of the universal war between progress and reaction. In due course, the Catholic publicist Joseph de Maistre accepted the same extreme position, but from the opposite point of view, maintaining in his Considérations sur la France that rebellion and impiety are synonymous. Rational economics stood high on the Enlightenment's list of priorities. The general notion of progress found expression in the particular idea of economic improvement. At the micro level, gentlemen were absorbed by the rising science of estate management, convinced that their properties could not simply be put in order, but could be transformed into thriving businesses. Land reclamation by the Dutch, or on the Dutch model, changed the face of several low-lying regions, from the fen lands of East Anglia to the delta of the Vistula. The enclosure movement gained speed, especially in England, threatening the peasantry, but promising larger agrarian units suitable for commercial cultivation. Systematic stock breeding, plant selection, soil nutrition, crop rotation, and drainage, as practiced by Farmer George at Windsor in the 1770s, or by Thomas Coke of Holcombe in Norfolk, was rewarded by dramatically improved yields. In those countries where serfdom prevailed, Some enlightened landowners convinced themselves that their serfs would work more efficiently if freed from their obligations. Instances of voluntary emancipation can be found from France to Poland. At the macro level, mercantilism of the autocratic variety long held sway. Its great exponent was Jean-Baptiste Colbert, minister to Louis XIV. State manufactories were started. Colonies were planted, taxation rationalized, ports, roads, and canals constructed, transport improved. The great Canal du Languedoc had its counterparts right across Europe, from the canalized Guadalquivir in Spain to the Eskilstuna Canal in Sweden, the Augustov Canal in Lithuania, and the great Neva-Volga complex in Russia. Yet the conviction grew that economic life could not expand beyond a certain point unless shorn of artificial curbs and restrictions. This trend found early expression in the work of the Irish banker Richard Cantillon, who was quoted by Mirabeau Sr. in the highly popular work L'Ami des Hommes. But it gained currency with the economists, or physiocrats, associated with the Encyclopédie, François Quesnay, Jean de Gournay, and J.P. Dupont de Nemours. The celebrated slogan, Pauvre paysan, pauvre royaume, encapsulated the revolutionary notion that national prosperity could only be assured through the personal prosperity and liberty of all. Quesnay's disciple, Jacques Turgot, failed in the attempt to apply the movement's principles to practical government. But the Scots professor Adam Smith, residing in Paris in 1765-6, made the close acquaintance of Quesnay's circle. It was a formative experience for the founder of modern economics. Rationalist political theory was long associated with support for absolute monarchy, which accorded well with the classical spirit of order and harmony. It was seeking for the most efficient means of cutting through the maze of local and feudal privilege. Hobbes's conclusions, if not his argumentation, were not all that different from those of French divines, such as the great J.B. Bossuet, Bishop of Meaux, chief advocate of the divine right of kings. In the 18th century, however, the arguments changed. Locke's two treatises on government proposed that government should be subject to natural law and opposed the hereditary principle. He demanded some form of neutral authority for settling disputes between ruler and ruled. Most importantly, whilst underlining the rights of property, he developed the idea of government through a social contract, and hence the principle of consent, the cornerstone of liberalism. Though he had little to say about the judiciary, he advocated the separation of powers and the need for checks and balances between the executive and the legislative. These two principles were most clearly formulated in L'Esprit des Lois of Charles-Louis de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, who drew his inspiration partly from Greek and Roman republicanism and partly from the English constitutional settlement of 1689. In each state there are three sorts of powers: the legislative power, the executive power over things dependent on the rights of the people, and the executive power relating to the civil law. All would be lost if the same man were to exercise all three of these powers: the power of making laws, the power of putting public resolutions into effect, and the power of judging crimes. The theories of Locke and Montesquieu were widely disseminated by the Encyclopédie, especially in entries such as political authority and natural liberty. They encouraged democratic tendencies and, some would say, revolution. Rationalist history writing came to the fore. History moved from the mere relation of events in chronicles or diaries, and from the advocacy of the ruling church or monarch, to become the science of causation and change. Bossuet's so-called Histoire universelle, or the Earl of Clarendon's History of the Great Rebellion, still belonged to the old tradition, as did numerous Catholic and Protestant accounts of the religious wars. But in the 18th century, several people turned their hand to history of the new sort. Bayle's Dictionnaire consisted of alphabetical entries on all the great names of history and literature, and examined with implacable skepticism the certainties and uncertainties in the received information about each of them. It showed that no historical fact could be accepted without evidence. Vico's Scienza Nuova introduced the theory of history moving in cycles. Montesquieu's Considération on the ancient world introduced the idea of environmental determinants, whilst Voltaire's studies of Charles XII or of Louis XIV introduced the factors of chance and of great personalities. Hume's treatise on the natural history of religion broke the sacred sod of religious history. All rejected the role of providence as an explanation for past events, and in so doing were returning to habits of thought not exercised since Machiavelli and Guicciardini. They were all susceptible to the new-fangled notion of progress, whose classic exposition was made at the Sorbonne by the young Turgot, in a long Latin discourse read in 2 parts on the 3rd of July and the 11th of December, 1750. Nature has given all men the right of being happy. All the generations are linked to one another by a series of causes and effects which join the present condition of the world with all those that have preceded it, and the whole human species, looked at from its origins, appears to the philosopher as an immense whole which, like an individual, has its infancy and its progress. The totality of humanity, fluctuating between calm and agitation, between good times and bad, moves steadily though slowly towards a greater perfection. Historians increasingly applied the social, economic, and cultural concerns of their own day to the analysis of the past. The doings of kings and courts no longer sufficed. 2 great monuments of the age were William Robertson's History of America and Edward Gibbon's incomparable Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Only 1 volume of the History of the Polish Nation, by Bishop Adam Naroshevich, saw the light of day, since the Empress Catherine's ambassador objected to a description of early Slav history in which the Poles were more prominent than the Russians. On reflection, one has to doubt whether the sages of the Enlightenment were any more objective than the court and clerical historians whom they so mercilessly ridiculed. Gibbon's attacks on, say, monasticism, or Voltaire's ill-informed swipes at Poland, which he used as a whipping boy to enliven his views on religious bigotry, replaced one form of bias by another. But in the process, both the scope and reputation of historiography was greatly increased. In reality, the Enlightenment was full of contradictions. Its leading practitioners held a measure of agreement on aims and methods, but reached no consensus of views and opinions. The 2 most influential figures, Voltaire and Rousseau, were as different as chalk and cheese. François-Marie Arouet, who had assumed the pen name of Voltaire during a spell of imprisonment in the Bastille, was poet, dramatist, novelist, historian, philosopher, pamphleteer, correspondent of kings, and above all, a militant wit. Born and educated in Paris, he spent much of his long life in various sorts of exile. His books, printers, and publishers were repeatedly condemned. He hovered on the outer fringes of political and social respectability, and eventually settled, symbolically, on the furthest frontier of France at Ferney, near Geneva. He left Paris in disgrace at 32, and apart from 3 uneasy years as historiographer royal at Versailles in 1744-7, he did not return until the age of 84. He spent 6 seminal years in England, 3 at the welcoming court of Stanisław Leszczynski at Lunéville in Lorraine, and 3 in Prussia with an admiring Frederick the Great. He was chased from Switzerland for comments about Calvin. At Ferney, 1760-78, where he held court to a constant crush of visitors, Europe's innkeeper was hailed as Le Roi Voltaire and Le Seigneur du Village. Put his theories into practice, draining the marsh, running a model farm, building a church, a theatre, a silk factory, and a watchworks. The refuge of 40 savages has been turned into an opulent little town of 1,200 useful persons, he noted with pride. Voltaire's published works, which fill over 100 volumes, are addressed to the goals of tolerance in religion, peace and liberty in politics, enterprise in economics, intellectual leadership in the arts. The Lettres Anglaises, which talk admiringly about everything from the Quakers, Parliament, and the commercial spirit, to Bacon, Locke, and Shakespeare, gave new food for thought to conventional Catholic circles on the continent. The Siècle de Louis XIV gave the French a rich but critical view of their recent past. The philosophical novel Candide ou l'Optimisme was written in response to Rousseau. It tells the story of the eager young Candide and his enlightened tutor, Pangloss, whose motto is, All is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. They set out into the world from the castle of Tunder ten Tronckh, only to meet with every known form of disaster: war, massacre, disease, arrest, torture, treachery, earthquake, shipwreck, inquisition, and slavery. In the end, they conclude, since the evils of the world are overwhelming, that all one can do is to put one's own affairs into order. Candide's closing words are, "Il faut cultiver notre jardin." We have to cultivate our own garden. The Traité sur la Tolérance, inspired by the appalling Calas affair in Toulouse, where a Calvinist father was broken on the wheel for allegedly opposing his son's conversion to Catholicism, was a cry from the heart. The Dictionnaire philosophique portatif, a pocket-sized rival to the great Encyclopédie, is a tour de force of irony and satire. In addition, there are a score of tragedies, a vast collection of polemical pamphlets, some 15,000 letters. He died in Paris, having seen his bust crowned on the stage of his latest play. "They would come in the same numbers to see my execution," he said. And he was still writing verse. Nous naissons, nous vivons, bergère. Nous mourons sans savoir comment. Chacun est parti du néant. Où va-t-il? Dieu le sait, ma chère. We are born, we live, my shepherdess. How or why we die, it isn't clear. Each one took off from nothingness. Where to? God knows, my dear. I die adoring God, he proclaimed, loving my friends, not hating my enemies, but detesting superstition. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, born in Protestant Geneva, was still more of a wanderer than Voltaire. He possessed almost the same range of talents as musician, novelist, and philosopher, and acquired a similarly formidable reputation. A runaway boy who spent almost a decade on the open roads of Savoy and Switzerland, he was taken in, at the price of his conversion, by a Catholic lady living at Annecy. Largely self-educated, he made his way in the world as a tutor, composer, ballet master, as a valet in Paris, as secretary of the French embassy in Venice. His liaison with a simple and uneducated girl, Thérèse Levasseur, and the fate of their 5 children, who were given in care to the enfants trouvés, foundlings, was the source of much stress, of intellectual speculation, and possibly of his recurrent mental illness. He gained sudden celebrity in middle age by winning a prize from the Academy of Dijon for his Discours sur les sciences et les arts, and by producing a popular opera, Le Devin du Village. Befriended by Diderot, he became by turns star and victim of the Parisian salons, until he took once more to the road. Obsessed with a non-existent conspiracy against him, he was driven from refuge to refuge by fears of Voltaire's partisans and by his own inner insecurities, to Geneva, to Motier in Prussian Neuchâtel, to an island in the Lac de Bienne, to England, to Bourgoin and Montcalm in Dauphiné. His last years in Paris were spent editing his memoirs and the Rêveries du Promeneur Solitaire. He died in the castle of Ermenonville. Rousseau's contrary character used the methods of the Enlightenment to denounce the Enlightenment's achievements. The discourse, which made him famous, argued that civilization was corrupting human nature. His second Discours sur l'inégalité painted an idyllic vision of primitive man and blamed prosperity for all the ills of political and social relations. It united both the radicals and the conservatives against him. The novel, Julie ou la Nouvelle Héloïse, a love story set amid Rousseau's native Alps, forged an unprecedented link between passion, moral sentiment, and untamed nature. Émile ou l'Éducation, another prodigious success, outlines the upbringing of a child who is to avoid the artificial decadence of civilization. This child of nature was to learn from God-given experience, not from man-made books. To be happy, he must be skilled and free. Du Contrat Social was truly revolutionary. Its opening sentence railed at the iniquity of the reigning order. L'homme est né libre, et partout il est dans les fers. Man is born free, and everywhere he is shackled. Its dominant ideas, the general will, the sovereign nation, and the contract itself, pointed to solutions which would only be effectively defined, not by any ideal ruler, but by the interests of the governed. Whilst Voltaire appealed to the enlightened elite, here was Rousseau appealing to the masses. Rousseau's Confessions analyzed the author's extremely uncharming personality with great charm and candor. He makes an exhibition of his guilt and doubt. He beats his breast vigorously, wrote one critic, in the knowledge that the reader will forgive him. This preoccupation with the contortions of his own psychology was reminiscent of a later age. Rousseau despised his fellow philosophers, especially Voltaire. He was all set to tell the Supreme Being on Judgment Day, "Je fus meilleur que cet homme-là." I was better than that man over there. Education was the sphere to which the ideas of the Enlightenment were most readily applicable. The Church held a virtual monopoly in the curricula of schools and universities. The influence of Renaissance humanism was long since diluted. In the Catholic world, Jesuit and Piarist schools for boys and Ursuline schools for girls were set in their ways. In France, pedagogy had ossified following the closure of both Huguenot and Jansenist schools. In the Protestant world, too, if Gibbon's Memoirs of Oxford are to be believed, lethargy prevailed. "The 5 years spent at Magdalen College," he recalled, "were the 5 most idle and unprofitable years of my whole life." Scotland's schools and universities were in much better shape, as were those in Prussia. The foundations of August Hermann Francke at Halle and the Realschule in Berlin were laying the foundations both of vernacular and of technical schooling. Nonetheless, the Enlightenment was pitted almost everywhere against a strongly entrenched religious tradition in education. D'Alembert's article in the Encyclopédie under College raised an uproar. All this means is that a young man leaves the college after 10 years with an imperfect knowledge of a dead language, with precepts of rhetoric and philosophy which he should endeavour to forget, often with impaired health, and more frequently with such a superficial knowledge of religion that he succumbs to the first blasphemous conversation. In the long run, under the influence of the Enlightenment, religious teaching was separated from general education. Modern subjects were introduced to supplement the classics, and, as in Bentham's long campaign for the University of London, higher education was divorced from ecclesiastical patronage. Nothing, however, could rival the impact of Émile. Rousseau was not impressed by the methods of his fellow philosophe. Locke's great maxim was to reason with children, and that is the current vogue, he wrote. But I see no more stupid children than those who have been reasoned with. Instead, he advocated natural education from birth to maturity, with book learning forbidden before adolescence. He exploded current assumptions about child development. The first educational manual in the Rousseauian spirit, J.B. Basedow's Elementarwerk, appeared in 1772. His first school, the Philanthropineum at Dessau, opened its doors 2 years later. One of the boldest educational projects of the day, however, took place in Poland, where in 1772-3 very special circumstances gave rise to the National Education Commission, Europe's earliest Ministry of State Education. It coincided both with the political crisis of the First Partition, which provided the motivation, and with the dissolution of the Jesuits, who supplied much of the brain power. Some years earlier, the Polish reformers, desperate to escape from the Russian stranglehold on Poland, had approached Rousseau for his views, and his sympathetic Considérations sur le gouvernement de Pologne contained an all-important chapter on education. Rousseau recommended the creation of a single unified educational system in place of all existing institutions. He was taken at his word, and the last king of Poland, Stanisław August Poniatowski, put it forward as the condition for submitting to the partition. Poland's political prospects were sinking, but its cultural survival could still be won. Over the next 20 years, the National Education Commission created some 200 secular schools, many of which were to outlast the destruction of the Republic. New teachers were trained. Textbooks in Polish language and literature, scientific subjects, and modern languages were written by ex-Jesuits. If in 200 years from now, the king wrote in his diary, there are still people who call themselves Poles, my work will not have been in vain. Poland was indeed destroyed, but its culture was not. The National Educational Commission was closed down, but its ideals were carried over into the Educational Board of what became the western region of the Russian Empire. Under the enlightened management of Prince Czartoryski, it survived until 1825 and educated the brightest generation of Polish patriots and literati that ever learned poetry or pushed pen. From this, one can see that the ideas of the Enlightenment were being used for different purposes in different countries. In the Netherlands and in Britain, they formed part of the repertoire of the liberal wing of the establishment. They found expression in the British Parliament in the speeches of C.J. Fox and Edmund Burke. In the American colonies, they were invoked by rebels who defied that British establishment. In France, and to a lesser extent in Spain and Italy, they inspired the intellectual circles who were opposing the Ancien Régime without having the legal means to do so. In many parts of Central and Eastern Europe, they were selectively adopted by the enlightened despots, who sought to improve their empires much as private gentlemen sought to improve their serf-run estates. Frederick II of Prussia, or the Empress Catherine II in Russia, certainly thought of themselves as rational and enlightened, as did Charles III of Spain or Leopold, Grand Duke of Tuscany, or his brother, Joseph II of Austria. But their relations with their philosophe consultants was often that of absolute master and deferential client. In this regard, Voltaire's sycophancy was no less developed than his wit. He rarely said what he must have thought about Frederick's warmongering or Catherine's persecutions. Only Rousseau spoke his mind to Frederick. One can also see that the ideals of the Enlightenment survived the upheavals of the revolutionary crisis. Enlightened reformers of the pre-revolutionary era, such as the Baron von Stein in Prussia, the Jewish convert Baron J. von Sonnenfels in Austria, Stanisław Staszic in Poland, or the Count von Mongela in Bavaria, were still active in 1815. Yet few of the revolutionaries who made their mark after 1789, Mirabeau, Danton, Condorcet, Robespierre, Saint-Just, had gained much prominence earlier. In this, Tom Paine was an exception, as in most things. Nonetheless, by 1778, when both Voltaire and Rousseau died, the Enlightenment was starting to run out of breath. Its influence was to be strong for many decades. Indeed, it had assured itself a place as a permanent pillar of modern European thought. Yet the rationalism which originally inspired it was losing its force of persuasion. Pure reason was felt to be inadequate to the task of understanding the world and of reading the auguries of upheaval. Romanticism is a label which covers a multitude of sins. For the theoreticians of culture, the problem is so complex that some maintain there was not one Romanticism, but several. But it refers to the titanic cultural movement which set in during the late 18th century in reaction to the waning Enlightenment. It was not associated in any way with formal religion. Indeed, it contained many features which may be considered at the very least non-Christian, if not actively anti-Christian. Yet its prime concerns were often directed to those spiritual and supernatural spheres of human experience which religion also addressed and which the Enlightenment had neglected. In this sense, it is sometimes regarded as a reaction against the Enlightenment's overreaction against the preoccupations of the preceding Reformation and Counter-Reformation period. It may perhaps be better seen as the continuation and extension of certain strands of fashion and thought which, though always present, had little in common with the Enlightenment's ideals. These strands are often brought together under the headings of the anti-Enlightenment and of pre-Romanticism. Discussions about the anti-Enlightenment center on philosophical themes leading from the Neapolitan G.B. Vico to the three East Prussians, Hamann, Kant, and Herder. Apart from its cyclical theory of history, Vico's Scienza Nuova paid great attention to mythology and to the symbolic forms of expression used by primitive societies. These were subjects which most of the philosophes would have rejected as simply untutored. Both Vico and Herder grappled with the problem of how the human mind sifts and interprets the colossal mass of data which is required for establishing our knowledge of the past and present world. Both stressed the role of historical perspective. Both perceived that the task of synthesizing such heterogeneous material into a coherent picture demands gifts very different from those required for rational methods of investigation, above all, the gift of a creative imagination. J.G. Hamann, who spent his life in Königsberg and Riga, is often dismissed as an obscure, lightweight philosopher, writing dense, disjointed, and untranslated German prose in a scatter of minor pamphlets. But his critique of the Enlightenment, which developed Hume's line on irrationality, was well known to contemporaries and is highly rated by specialists. It is even claimed that Hamann lit a fuse which set off the great Romantic revolt. Hamann speaks for those who hear the cry of the toad beneath the harrow, even when it might be right to plough over him, since, if men do not hear this cry, if the toad is written off because he has been condemned by history, then such victories will prove their own undoing. Of course, ideas do not permeate the cultural scene instantaneously. Several figures who were already active and mature in the 1770s and 1780s did not exercise any great influence until later. This is particularly true of Kant and Herder. Many commentators, however, would insist on Rousseau's inclusion in this company, since Rousseau is often seen as the first romantic rather than the last of the philosophes. There is no good reason why he should not have been both. Rousseau's view of nature as something benign certainly contradicted most of his contemporaries, who viewed it with hostility as something to be tamed and corrected. Rousseau's appeal to sensibilité, the cult of emotion, initiated yet another shift in European manners. Having the tastes of a tramp, he found the restraints of Parisian society irksome. From him, the Romantics learnt a contempt for the trammels of convention, first in dress and manners, and at last over the whole sphere of traditional morals. Rousseau's love for his native Swiss Alps initiated a change in attitudes to the environment which, until then, was generally shunned in horror. Rousseau's cult of the common people, though accompanied by a sincere devotion to democracy, is sometimes seen as one of the roots of totalitarianism. Discussions about pre-Romanticism usually center on literary themes connected with the school of Sturm und Drang, so called after F.M. Klinger's play of the same name, staged in 1777, and with the theory of symbols. Amidst that storm and stress of the 1770s, Germany, long passive, was asserting itself against French rationalism, and European culture was passing into a new era. A major impact was made by Goethe's first novella, The Sorrows of Young Werther, whose moody adolescent hero commits suicide. In writing the book, Goethe said that he had decided to surrender to his inner self. It was a very unclassical decision. Yet no one had a greater impact than a Scots schoolteacher from Kingussie called James Macpherson, who pulled off one of the great literary forgeries of all time. He presented his Fragments of Ancient Poetry, Fingal, and Temora as the translated works of the legendary Gaelic bard Ossian. As Dr. Johnson realized, they were nothing of the sort. But their melancholic recital of Highland lore was immensely popular, not least in Germany, where Herder was a leading admirer. An Italian translation was said to be Napoleon's favorite reading. Classical conventions came under attack in art also. In 1771, at the summer exhibition of the Royal Academy in London, the court painter Benjamin West displayed a picture celebrating the death of General Wolfe, who had been killed at Quebec 12 years earlier. To the scandal of the viewers, the scene was painted in contemporary dress. The dying general was shown in his regulation Red Army tunic. Joshua Reynolds, the senior artist of the day, took West on one side and lectured him on the convention of clothing all historic and moralistic scenes in the togas and laurels of antiquity. Paintings that defied the convention would lack the timeless, neutral setting which alone could ensure the transmission of their message. But it was to no avail. Realism had arrived. Whether or not Romanticism had arrived with it is a matter for conjecture. The French supremacy in Europe lasted for the greater part of 200 years. It began with the personal rule of the young Louis XIV in 1661 and lasted until the fall of Napoleon in 1815. Indeed, notwithstanding her defeat during the Napoleonic Wars, France was not definitively replaced as the single most powerful state of continental Europe until her submission to Bismarck's Germany in 1871. For most of that time, Paris was the unrivaled capital of European politics, culture, and fashion. France's lengthy preeminence can be explained in part by the natural advantages of her large territory and population, and by the systematic nurture of her economic and military resources. It must be explained in part also by the disarray of major rivals, by the decay of Spain, by the ruin of Germany, by the divisions of Italy, by Austria's preoccupation with the Ottomans. It was certainly assisted by the extraordinary longevity of the ruling Bourbon kings, Louis XIV, Louis XV, and Louis XVI, who supplied a focus for unity and stability. In the end, it was undermined by the growing tensions within French society and by the appearance of new powers, notably Great Britain, the Kingdom of Prussia, and the Russian Empire, none of which had even existed at Louis XIV's accession. Like all great political organisms, France of the Ancien Régime passed through three distinct phases of growth, maturity, and decline. The first dynamic phase coincided with the central decades of Louis XIV in his magnificent prime, from 1661 to the end of the 17th century. The second phase saw France contained by the coalitions raised against her. It stretched from the last disillusioned years of Louis XIV to the death of Louis XV. The final phase coincided with the reign of Louis XVI. It saw the king and his ministers lose control of the mounting problems which led in 1789 to the outbreak of the greatest revolution that Europe had ever seen. For the French themselves, this was the era of la gloire. S'agrandir, wrote Louis XIV to the Marquis de Villars on the 8th of January 1688, est la plus digne et la plus agréable occupation des souverains. Self-aggrandizement is the most worthy and agreeable of sovereigns' occupations. Louis XIV, more than any other European monarch, has been taken as the supreme symbol of his age. Reigning for 72 years over Europe's most powerful nation, this Roi Soleil, this Sun King, was the object of a cult which colored the opinions both of his courtiers and of later historians. Ruling over France from his magnificent palace at Versailles, as Philip of Spain had once ruled the world from the Escorial, he was credited with almost superhuman powers. He was, supposedly, the embodiment of the purest monarchy, the most perfect form of absolutism, the architect and inspiration of a model and uniform system of government, the moving spirit of economic and colonial enterprise, the dictator of artistic and intellectual taste, the most Christian king of a Catholic nation that brooked no religious deviation, the doyen of European diplomacy, the commander of the continent's most formidable armies. The myth is not without substance. Le Grand Roi was undoubtedly the monarch whom lesser princes loved to emulate. He stamped his personality on his surroundings, and his achievements were not inconsiderable. Yet no man could ever match up to so exaggerated an image. Whilst conceding the grandeur of the experiment, one must also try to see the man behind the royal mask, the suffering land of France beyond the glittering facade of Versailles. The personality of Louis XIV cannot easily be separated from the theatrical performance which he felt to be an essential part of his trade. He grew up among the horrors of the Fronde, when the foundations of the modern French monarchy had been shaken to the core, and he felt instinctively that he was leader of a nation which longed for order and strong government. Hence the court of Versailles, which he designed and built, was not merely a piece of ostentation. It tied the nobles to the service of king and state. The spectacular royal balls, ballets, concerts, plays and hunts, the fêtes and the fireworks in the Grand Parc, all served to cement the subservience of his leading subjects, and to create a sense of national community. From the day in 1661, when, on Mazarin's death, he personally assumed the reins of government, he was playing out a role with a purpose. It was not for mere amusement that he appeared as the leading actor in the first great open-air fête of his reign, Les Plaisirs de l'Île Enchantée. Louis inherited from his Spanish mother the love of etiquette, and he learned from Mazarin the art of secrecy and dissimulation. Possessed of a handsome and powerful physique, He combined remarkable energies and appetites with a temperament that swung from the gallant and generous to the mean and rancorous. As a horseman, huntsman, trencherman, and sexual athlete, he outclassed his enthusiastic entourage. Yet, whilst whining and womanizing with gusto, he could be plotting the ruin of his companions, or, as with the great Nicolas Fouquet in 1661, the arbitrary arrest of his leading minister. Le Grand Roi was not above pettiness. As the pupil of Richelieu and Mazarin, Louis had a firm grasp of the instruments that could increase his power. He inherited a huge, servile bureaucracy, a large standing army, a vast central treasury, and a subdued nobility. He further extended his control over a Gallican church that was already subservient, destroyed the state within the state of the Huguenots, subordinated the provinces to his intendant, and ruled without any form of central legislature. But his greatest talent was for publicity. Versailles was the symbol of an ideal which far outshone the facts of French reality. For Frenchmen and foreign visitors alike, the splendors of its ceremonies undoubtedly created the illusion that the Roi Soleil stood at the center of a system of perfect authority. When Louis allegedly walked into the Palais de Justice and interrupted a judge with the comment, "L'État, c'est moi," he may or may not have believed his witticism, but he certainly acted as if he did. Through his long series of flamboyant liaisons, from Louise de la Vallière to Madame de Maintenon, he flouted the moral code of the old cabal de dévots, creating a climate where the king's pleasure was law. Yet behind the facade, the grand experiment of absolutism was fraught with failures. Versailles was not France. The king's will was widely defied. In a huge country, the means of avoidance were greater than the means of enforcement. The drive for uniformity, powerful though it was, could not iron out all the wrinkles. The Parlement and the provinces persistently jibbed. Louis's foreign wars brought more debt and humiliation than solid gains. The government of France, therefore, cannot be understood through any formal analysis of its institutions. The long campaign to reassert royal authority from the centre was not accompanied by the wholesale abolition of regional and municipal particularities. The great provinces of France remained divided between the pays d'élection, where royal officials exercised a large measure of direct control, and the pays d'État, which enjoyed a great degree of autonomy. Customary law operated in the north, codified Roman law in the south. Within each of the provinces, a mass of local liberté, parlement, franchise, and privilège survived, and the nobles retained many of their traditional powers of jurisdiction in their own domains. It was essential, of course, that the Central Assembly, or Estates General, should only survive in a condition of permanent suspension, and that the Central Parliament in Paris should be schooled to register royal decrees without discussion. The vast army of some 50,000 royal officials, riddled with venality and corruption, pressed like a dead weight on the whole country, as slow to react to royal instructions as to the needs of their local subjects. The king's main advantage lay in the absence of any major institution round which alternative centres of authority might have coalesced. Secure from concerted opposition, he was able to construct a small but extremely powerful complex of central organizations run by himself, together with a new network in the provinces which could override local objections. At the pinnacle, the king convened the Conseil en Eau, Supreme Council, where he discussed high policy 2 or 3 times every week with a small coterie of advisers. Louis made good an early boast to be his own chief minister. In the formative decade after 1661, he worked closely with the favoured triad of Le Tellier, Lionne, and Colbert. The formulation of advice and the execution of policy was entrusted to the secretariats, initially Étrangers, Guerre, Marine, and Maison du Roi, and to a series of secondary committees, the Conseil Royal for finance, the Conseil Privé for judicial decrees, the Conseil de Conscience for religion, the Conseil de Justice for codifying the law. For the enforcement of his decisions, the king relied in the early days on special commissions, which would be sent out to regulate specific matters. But increasingly he relied on his intendants, who were soon turned from mere inspectors of inquiry into permanent viceroys. each overseeing the financial and judicial affairs of their généralité, or areas of competence. In the last resort, he relied on the military reforms, which abolished the old noble levy and created a huge standing army entirely subordinated to royal command. This army was an instrument of internal as well as external policy. The realities of French society bore little relation to the structures enshrined in the three traditional estates. In theory, the estates should have been autonomous, self-regulating communities. In practice, they were highly fragmented. They were deprived of any serious autonomy, and all were increasingly subordinated to royal control. The clergy, the first estate, was alone in retaining its own organization, the quinquennial assemblies. But it was deprived of any corporate initiative by the king's patronage of over 600 leading abbatial and episcopal appointments, and by the glaring chasm of interest and outlook between high and low clergy. The nobility, the second estate, had been tamed by Richelieu and disgraced by the failure of the Fronde. It was equally divided against itself. The grandees were turned into royal pensioners, boasting more titles than influence. Most of the old noble families depended increasingly on royal service, either in the noblesse de robe, through legal or administrative positions, or in the noblesse d'épée, through army commissions. Their influence was greatly diluted by the influx of a mass of upstarts and promotees, the bourgeois gentilhomme of whom Molière made such fun. Troublemakers, such as the petty nobles and robber lords of the remoter districts like the Auvergne, found themselves brought violently to heel by hanging commissions. As for the third estate, which contained everyone not included in the other two, it had no chance whatsoever of developing a sense of common purpose. The best hope of social advancement lay in buying a royal office or a patent of nobility. Least concern was shown for the peasants, the absolute majority of the population, who remained triple-taxed serfs, oppressed by their lord, their priest, and the royal officials. They lived on the verge of starvation. The academician, La Bruyère, called them animaux farouches. They repeatedly described their own condition in terms of la peur, the primordial fear of extinction. Their frequent, desperate, and ineffectual revolts were part of the rural landscape. Economic policy constituted an important part of the great experiment. Under Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the original homme de marbre and a bourgeois gentilhomme par excellence, a systematic plan was conceived to put the finances, taxes, and commerce of the country onto a sound footing. This Colbertisme represented a specially dirigiste form of mercantilism, and is often considered a failure, especially in the later period. But it was the engine which made all the other projects of Louis XIV possible, and it can only be judged against the colossal demands made by the king's truly insatiable financial appetite. In the financial sector, Colbert created the Contrôle Général, through which all other subordinate institutions were supervised: the Trésor de l'Épargne, Treasury, the Conseil Royal, the État de Prévoyance, and the État Ouvrier, the annual forward estimates and balance sheet, and the Grand Livre, the ledger of state accounts. From 1666, the mint struck the handsome louis d'or and the silver écu, which maintained a stable value for nearly 30 years. In the fiscal sector, the Caisse des Emprunts was created to raise money from state loans. The Ferme Générale was created to coordinate the collection of all taxes, except for the notorious taille, or land tax, which was left to the intendant. After Colbert's death, the budgetary deficit mounted, and a variety of expedients were tried, including the capitation, or poll tax in 1695, the billet de monnaie, or paper money of 1701, and the dixième, or state tithe, of 1710. In the commercial sector, Colbert introduced a regime which attempted to lock all private activity into state regulations, and to give priority to state enterprise, especially in manufactures and foreign trade. The Code de la Draperie, or Textile Code, was an example of his mania for detailed regulation. The great Van Robbe textile factory at Abbeville, or the state Gobelin factory, brought to Paris from Brussels, were monuments to his penchant for manufacturing. The various state trading companies, des Indes orientales, des Indes occidentales, du Nord, du Levant, were monuments to his belief that the country's total wealth could only be increased by what was brought in from abroad. Colbert's enthusiasm for the navy and for the construction of naval ports and state arsenals derived from the common mercantilist dogma that foreign trade involved an international struggle over finite resources. Successful competition required military force. Significantly, France's principal industry, agriculture, received little attention, except as the object of regulated prices and the source of cheap food. The mobilization of France's military resources required a sustained effort over several decades. Colbert himself laid great emphasis on the formation of a navy that could hold its own against the Dutch and the English. Apart from the traditional chiourme or convict gangs which manned the galleys based at Toulon, he created a register of all the sailors and ships in the land, all liable to conscription. In 20 years he increased the ships of the line from 30 to 107, of which the four-masted Royal Louis, armed with 118 cannons, was the pride and joy. He founded the naval base of Rochefort, fortified the northern ports of Brest, Le Havre, Calais, and Dunkirk, and opened naval dockyards and naval academies. For obvious reasons, however, France looked more to its land borders than to the sea. Louis XIV set foot aboard one of his warships on only one occasion. Under the bureau de guerre of Colbert's chief rival, the ruthless war minister François-Michel Le Tellier, Marquis de Louvois, the main effort was devoted to the army. Louvois's bureaucrats took control of every detail. The old noble levy was abandoned and regimental structures revolutionized. New formations of grenadiers, fusiliers, and bombardiers were created. The traditional supremacy of the cavalry was handed to the infantry. Subjected to rigorous drill and training, armed with flintlock and bayonet, and dressed in fine uniforms, the new formations foreshadowed the practices of the 18th century. The artillery and the Corps of Engineers, once contracted out to civilians, were integrated into the overall command. Professional officers, trained in military academies and promoted on merit, were led by commanders of renown, first the old Turenne, then the young Condé, and the dashing Maréchal du Villars. Massive barracks and arsenals were built in all the major cities. On the initiative of the celebrated siege master, Ingénieur du Roi and Commissaire Général des Fortifications, Marshal Sébastien Le Prestre de Vauban, a magnificent chain of 160 fortresses was constructed along the northern and eastern frontiers. The likes of Saarlouis, Landau, Neubreisach, and Strasbourg cost France even more than Versailles. The net result was a military machine that could only be stopped by the concerted strength of all France's neighbours. Its motto was Nec pluribus impar, a match for many. Religion stood necessarily near the centre of affairs. Louis XIV displayed little more than conventional Catholic piety, but he was guided by the tradition which demanded that le roi très chrétien should be master in his own house, and that religious dissidents posed a threat to national unity. After his second secret marriage to Madame de Maintenon in 1685, he was strongly influenced by the advice of Jesuits. The overall result was one of considerable inconsistency and, as in other spheres, of striking contrast between the king's early and declining years. In 1669, when Molière's long-delayed anti-clerical satire Tartuffe was finally performed, it received the royal applause. In 1680, it was banned. For 30 years, Louis was a true Gallican, packing the French bishoprics with the relatives of his ministers, authorizing the declaration of the Four Articles, and provoking in 1687-8 an open rupture with the papacy. The Four Articles, the purest formulation of Gallican doctrine, were ordered to be taught in all the seminaries and faculties of France. 1. The authority of the Holy See is limited to spiritual matters. 2. The decisions of church councils are superior to those of the Pope. 3. Gallican customs are independent of Rome. 4. The Pope is not infallible, except by consent of the universal Church. But then, distressed by his isolation from the Catholic powers, Louis turned tail. In 1693 he retracted the Four Articles, and for the rest of his life gave unstinting support to the ultramontane faction. His decree of 1695, handing the episcopate full control over the livings and property of the parish clergy, earned him the lasting opposition of the radicals. In the quarrel over quietism, his decision to favour the bombastic Bishop Bossuet, the Eagle of Meaux, against the quietists' champion Bishop Fénelon, the Swan of Cambrai, offended both the aristocratic and the more spiritual elements. After all, it was Bossuet who had once enjoined Louis to be a god for his people. In his policy towards the Protestants, Louis passed from passive discrimination through petty harassment to violent persecution. At first, under Mazarin's tutelage, the king felt disinclined to disrupt a community that had demonstrated its loyalty throughout the wars of the Fronde. From the weavers of Abbeville to the great Turenne himself, the Huguenots were hard-working and influential. Unfortunately, breaches of the Edict of Nantes and the supposedly preferential treatment of the RPR, Religion prétendue réformée, or so-called Reformed religion, were the two issues which united all wings of Catholic opinion. Hence, from 1666, all Huguenot activities not specifically approved by the edict were regarded as illegal. The first chapels were raised. A Caisse de Conversion, conversion fund, was created to reward the NCs, nouveaux convertis, at 6 livres per head. From 1679, a series of legal and military measures sought to extirpate Protestantism by force. In the vicious dragonnade of Poitou, Béarn, and Languedoc, where soldiers were billeted on all families refusing conversion, unspeakable atrocities were committed. Finally, in October 1685, pressed by Louvois, Le Tellier, and the depraved Archbishop of Paris, Harlay de Champvallon, the king revoked the Edict of Toleration. Bishop Bossuet awarded him the epithet of the New Constantine. Up to 1 million of France's most worthy citizens were forced to submit or to flee amidst a veritable reign of terror. Resistance in the Dauphiné and the Cévennes persisted for 30 years. Similarly, in its treatment of the Jansenists, royal policy wavered between compromise and repression. Jansen's ideas were eagerly received by one wing of the French Church, and were widely disseminated through the works of the Abbé de Saint-Cyran, of Antoine Arnauld I, and, above all, of Blaise Pascal. Jansenist activities centered on the Cistercian convent of Port-Royal in Paris, and on the ubiquitous Arnauld clan, who had strong connections at court, with the king's cousin, Madame de Longueville, with the king's foreign minister, Simon Arnauld, Marquis de Pomponne, with Racine, a former pupil of Port-Royal's school, even with Bossuet. But from the 1650s, when the 5 propositions, taken from Jansen's Augustinus, were officially judged heretical, the Jansenists were treated as subversives. Pascal and others were forced to publish in secret. In 1661, a formulation of obedience denouncing the propositions caused an open breach, and the sisters of Port-Royal, pure as angels, proud as demons, were rusticated to a new location at Port-Royal-les-Champs, near Versailles. This first round of persecution ended in the strange paix de l'Église, which enabled the Jansenists to sign the formulation whilst upholding their conscientious objections in respectful silence. But further attacks were launched in concert with the campaign against the Huguenots. Arnaud Le Grand was driven into exile at Brussels in 1679. The decisive round followed the publication in 1693 of the Réflexions of the Oratorian Pasquier-Quesnel. When the ensuing furore became entangled with the other feud between Bishops Bossuet and Fénelon over quietism, the king resolved to act. In 1705, the Pope was persuaded to retract the compromise regarding respectful silence, and in 1713 the bull Unigenitus comprehensively condemned the Jansenists and all their works. In the process, the convent of Port-Royal was closed, its church destroyed, its cemetery razed. The remains of Pascal and Racine had to be rescued from their tombs by night. At a stroke, Louis turned a doctrinal squabble into a lasting confrontation between the reigning establishment of church and state and its intellectual critics. Here lay the true beginning of the French Enlightenment. Nothing has been more schematized in the history books than the policy of Louis XIV to the arts. This intellectual absolutism is sometimes described as a model where royal taste and patronage could determine the entire cultural life of an age. Classicism is made to appear as an official doctrine, corresponding on the literary plane to the doctrines of monarchical order and religious unity, which prevailed in the political and spiritual spheres. In the words of Nicolas Boileau, the principal literary critic of the day, un Auguste aisément peut faire des Virgiles. An Augustus can easily create Virgils. It is true, of course, that lavish royal patronage did provide a powerful stimulus in the direction of institutionalized uniformity. The Académie Française, whose great dictionary appeared in 1694, acted as the official guardian of the French language. The Académie de Peinture et de Sculpture, later the Beaux-Arts, put enormous powers into the hands of the king's painter, Charles Lebrun. The Académie des Sciences pursued similar activities to those of the Royal Society in London. The Académie de Musique offered a similar platform for the talents of the king's musician, Jean-Baptiste Lully, who wrote a score of operas. At the Beaux-Arts, which linked the artistic dictatorship of Lebrun with the organizational genius of Colbert, architects, decorators, engravers were mobilized into projects where harmony and order were the ruling passions. Above all, the royal court commanded a concentration of cultural creativity with few parallels. In literature, the king's four friends, Boileau, Molière, Racine, and La Fontaine, exercised an influence in their heyday which few writers have ever enjoyed. The Comédie Française joined several existing troupes into one united theatrical operation. Yet on examination, it becomes clear that the classical monopoly was more illusory than real. For one thing, the king's own taste was more eclectic than is often supposed. The classical mania for formulating artistic rules was certainly present, but the rules were not necessarily observed by everyone. For another, the classical Parnassus, which reigned for perhaps 20 years, was gradually undermined. From 1687 onwards, French cultural life was absorbed by the furious quarrel of the ancien and the moderne. The facade of unity was cracked wide open to expose a cultural landscape of variety and heterodoxy from which the parade of the giants has all too often diverted attention. The foreign policy of Louis XIV was the best measure of his power and prestige. It rested on the most complete diplomatic service which Europe had ever seen, personally run by the king at Versailles, and on military forces which were only deployed in full after a long period of preparation. It led the continent of Europe into conflict. As a result, Louis XIV has been seen in some quarters as the first of a line of tyrants who have tried to conquer Europe by force, the precursor of Napoleon or Hitler. The coalitions ranged against him can be made to appear as the ancestors of the Allied powers of later centuries. In reality, Louis's vision was rather limited. Despite later comment, he does not seem to have had any clear plan for attaining France's natural frontiers, let alone for overrunning the continent. Though the caution of his early years was abandoned, his aims remained essentially dynastic and consolidatory. Having been linked by Mazarin to a Spanish infanta, Maria Theresa, whom he married at Saint-Jean-de-Luz in 1660 as part of the Treaty of the Pyrenees, he could not have avoided the problems presented by Spain's crumbling succession. His constant involvement in the Netherlands and on the Rhine was justified by a genuine fear of encirclement. His thirst for war and expansion can hardly be compared to that of his brother monarchs in, say, Sweden or Russia. His love for la gloire might have seemed entirely conventional had it not been backed by such threatening logistics. Of Louis's 4 major wars, the first 2 were confined to the Netherlands. The third was provoked by the Réunion, Louis's campaign to acquire German territory by judicial subterfuge. The fourth arose directly from the failure of the ruling Spanish dynasty. Behind them all lay international rivalry over colonies and trade. The War of Devolution, 1667–8, derived from Louis's exploitation of a dynastic claim to Brabant. It began with the French invasion of the Spanish Netherlands, inspired a triple alliance of England, Holland, and Sweden, and ended at the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, with Louis in possession of 12 Belgian fortresses. The Franco-Dutch War, 1672–9, derived from Louis's determination to punish the Dutch for their interference in his previous campaign. It was thoroughly prepared diplomatically, with Holland's maritime rivals, England and Sweden, persuaded to switch their allegiance, and with Poland added to the French camp. It turned William III of Orange, stadtholder of the United Provinces, into coordinator of the opposition. It began, as before, with a French advance into the Spanish Netherlands, but Condé's crossing of the Rhine roused the empire, and Louis did not miss the chance to disrupt Spain's hold on the Franche-Comté. The Congress of Nijmegen saw Louis's diplomats holding the ring, appeasing the Dutch with commercial advantages, forcing the Spaniards to cede territory, imposing a settlement on the lesser powers. By the policy of réunion, Louis suspended open warfare in favor of annexations arranged through elaborate but dubious legal process. Courts were established to try royal petitions laying claim to scores of cities and jurisdictions on the eastern border. Every favorable verdict led to immediate occupation of the district concerned. No less than 160 annexations were organized in this way in the 1680s, notably Strasbourg and Luxembourg. With the empire preoccupied by the Turkish advance on Vienna, Louis had timed the operation well. The 9 Years' War, 1689–97, occurred as the result of Louis's defiance of the League of Augsburg, formed at the instigation of William of Orange, to halt further French adventures. The French invasion of the Spanish Netherlands and of the Palatinate, where Heidelberg was devastated, initiated an exhausting series of sieges and naval battles. By the Treaty of Ryswyck, Louis was obliged to abandon most of his réunion, but not Strasbourg. The War of the Spanish Succession, 1701–13, has some claim to be called the First World War. It was fought in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Italy, in Spain, in the colonies, and on the high seas. It was brewing from the day in 1700 when Charles II of Spain died childless, and when Louis XIV decided to honor the late king's will and to neglect his own undertakings. It was unavoidable once Louis had presented the court with his youthful grandson, Philippe d'Anjou, with the words, "Voici le roi d'Espagne." It brought together the most extensive and powerful of anti-French coalitions, which was managed on the military front by the triumvirate of Prince Eugene of Savoy, the Duke of Marlborough, and the Grand Pensionnaire Heinsius. The fighting began when Louis took the precaution of reoccupying the Dutch-held barrier fortresses in the Spanish Netherlands. It carried on through siege and counter-siege, on land and sea, until all parties were thoroughly drained. In 1709, after the very murdering but indecisive Battle of Malplaquet, which saved France from invasion, Marshal du Villars was said to have told his sovereign, "One more victory like that for your enemies, sire, and they will all be finished." The final outcome of the French wars, as enshrined in the twin treaties of Utrecht and Rastatt, did not match the expectations of any of the principal combatants. France's ambitions were trimmed but not reversed. She kept many important gains, including Lille, Franche-Comté, and Alsace, and Philippe d'Anjou remained on the Spanish throne. The Dutch, like the French, were exhausted, but survived with the control of the barrier fortresses. Spain, which had lost out when allied to the anti-French coalitions, lost out again when allied to the French. The Spaniards' main purpose was to preserve the unity of their empire. They found that they provoked the very catastrophe which they had sought to avoid. The Austrians, who had sought to prevent the Spanish inheritance from falling to France, settled instead for a major share of the pickings, including the Spanish Netherlands, Milan, Naples, and Sardinia. It was the peripheral powers who proved the most obvious beneficiaries. Both the Hohenzollerns in Prussia and the House of Savoy were confirmed in their royal status. The former took Upper Gelderland on the Rhine, and, with some delay, Swedish Pomerania. The latter took Sicily. The new United Kingdom of Great Britain gained immensely in status, confirmed in her control of Gibraltar and Minorca, of Newfoundland and other American lands, and of the Spanish colonial trade. The United Kingdom, no longer just England, now emerged as the foremost maritime power, as the leading diplomatic broker, and as the principal opponent of French supremacy. From its high point early in the 1680s, therefore, Louis XIV's great experiment produced ever-diminishing returns. The wars, the religious persecutions, the deaths of all the great personalities were accompanied by failures of a more deep-seated nature. Both the French state and French society were showing signs of a long, wasting disease. The state's finances, for example, passed into grave disarray. By 1715, the government's net income stood at 69 million livres, and expenditure at 132 million. The public debt was variously computed at between 830 to 2,800 million. More seriously, the mass of the French population was gaining little benefit from a life of increasing deprivation. The scandalous exemptions of the nobility continued. The middle classes, sorely wounded by the departure of the Huguenots, were struggling to ease the burdens of state regulation. The peasants toiled on the verge of starvation and without hope of relief. In the years of famine, contemporary reports of their dire distress, of barefoot starvelings eking out a subsistence on a diet of bark, berries, and beet, are supported by modern statistical studies of mortality and food prices. The long procession of provinces in open and bloody revolt continued: Béarn, the Vivarais, Bordeaux, Brittany, Languedoc, Cahors. Rural riots and outbreaks of chateau burning were mercilessly punished with military repressions and mass hangings. The facade still glittered, but the foundations were starting to shake. When Louis XIV finally died, on the 1st of September 1715, the curtain fell to the ringing words which began the funeral oration: Dieu seul, mes frères, intoned Bishop Massillon. Dieu seul est grand. My brothers, God alone is great. France of the 18th century was entirely the child of Louis XIV's great but flawed experiment. The intellectual ferment of the French Enlightenment was a natural reaction against the political and social immobility of the Ancien Régime which Louis had created. Both external and internal policy were devoted to the maintenance of the status quo in all spheres. The innate conservatism of the system was bolstered by the initial shock of John Law's risky projects, which seemed to discredit the very notion of change and reform. It was solidified by the minority of Louis XV, when the reins of government were held by a polished but debauched regent, the Duc d'Orléans, and by the young king's long subordination to his elderly tutor, André, Cardinal de Fleury. The regent rashly restored the Parliament's right of remonstration against royal decrees, a classic recipe for endless mischief without responsibility. The cardinal supervised an era of competent stability, marked only by diplomatic crises and a violent resurgence of the controversy over Jansenism. The personal reign of Louis XV, who paid more attention to hunting women and stags than to governing the country, was one of debilitating stagnation. The perpetual financial crisis, fueled by recurrent wars, turned the clashes between court and parliament into a routine spectacle. The religious feuds between the Ultramontanes, Gallicans, and Jansenists, which culminated in 1764 with the expulsion of the Jesuits, degenerated into a ritual round of spite and obscurantism. The chasm between court and people yawned ever wider. The most memorable personality of the age must surely be that of Jeanne Poisson, Madame de Pompadour, intelligent, influential, and totally helpless. She did what she could to relieve the king's unspeakable boredom, and is credited with that most telling of remarks, "Après nous le déluge." Louis XVI no doubt looked forward to a reign as long and as boring as that of his grandfather. He even saw the need for reform. But he was the first prisoner of the Ancien Régime. On the day that the deluge broke, on the 14th of July, 1789, his diary contained the entry which his grandfather had always used on days when there was no hunting: rien, nothing. In the British Isles, the capital event of the period, the founding of the United Kingdom, 1707, occurred as the culmination of complicated religious, dynastic, constitutional, and international conflicts. The restoration of the Stuarts after the Civil War had ushered in an uneasy standoff, and the reign of Charles II survived 2 Dutch wars, the fraudulent Popish plot of 1679, and 2 rebellions of Scottish Covenanters. Like his father, the king submitted unwillingly to government through parliaments and did his best to circumvent them. His religious policy steered a middle course between the extreme Protestant and Catholic factions. The return of the Anglican supremacy put limits on toleration. It was characterized in England by the Clarendon Code and Test Acts, and in Ireland and Scotland by the reimposition of episcopacy. In foreign policy there was great dissension over fighting the Dutch on commercial grounds or supporting them on religious and strategic grounds. All these issues came to a head after 1685, when Charles was succeeded by his brother James II, a militant Catholic, an absolutist, and a client of Louis XIV. His accession was marked by two more unsuccessful rebellions, by the Duke of Argyll in Scotland and by the Duke of Monmouth in England. When the king tried to widen the Toleration Acts to include Catholics, the dominant Protestant and parliamentary party in England, henceforth known as Whigs, forced a showdown on their royalist opponents, henceforth known as Tories. The spectre of civil and religious strife beckoned, though trimmers of every hue, like the Anglo-Irish Vicar of Bray, were ready to keep their positions at any cost. When Royal James possessed the throne and popery came in fashion, the penal laws I hooted down and signed the Declaration. The Church of Rome, I found, did fit full well my constitution, and I had been a Jesuit but for the Revolution. And this is law that I'll maintain until my dying day, sir, that whatsoever king may reign, I'll be the Vicar of Bray, sir. James put his faith in mobilizing French support and succeeded in fleeing abroad at the second attempt. The Protestant victory was secured by the firm action of the Dutch stadholder William of Orange, the husband of James's daughter Mary, who was determined to stop England from falling into Louis's net. Landing at Torbay on the 5th of November 1688 with a powerful army of mercenaries, he cleared London of English troops without resistance and established a position of unassailable strength. Only then did he summon the Convention Parliament which was to carry out the glorious and bloodless revolution, and to offer him the English throne jointly with his wife. Here was a resolution which suited all the main participants. The States General of the United Provinces, who paid for the operation, were content to see their stadholder in a stronger position abroad than in the Netherlands. William was content to have greatly increased his resources for fighting the French. The English Whigs were content to have a foreign king whom they could control more easily than the Stuarts. In England the Revolution was confirmed by the Declaration and Bill of Rights and by another Toleration Act, which admitted Protestant dissenters but not Catholics. It was closely allied to new constitutional arrangements which shifted the balance away from the Crown and towards Parliament. In Ireland it was achieved by bloody conquest and the triumph of King Billy and his Orange men at the Battle of Boyne on the 11th of July 1690. It perpetuated the Protestant supremacy in a largely Catholic country. In Scotland it was sealed by the treacherous massacre of Glencoe, where the murder of the Catholic clan MacDonald by the English-backed Campbells marked the onset of a war to the death between Lowlands and Highlands. Internationally, it was accompanied by the engagement of England and Scotland in the League of Augsburg, and in all subsequent coalitions against Louis XIV. The Glorious Revolution of 1688-9, therefore, was not specially glorious nor revolutionary. It set out to save the political and religious establishment from James's radical proposals, and it was brought to fruition through the only successful invasion of England since 1066. Yet in subsequent generations it would spawn a powerful myth. It lay at the root of a constitutional doctrine which came to be known as the English ideology, and which postulates the absolute sovereignty of Parliament. This doctrine holds that absolute despotic power, as the jurist Blackstone put it, had been transferred from the monarch to the elected Parliament. In theory, at least, it gives Parliament the power to rule with all the lofty authoritarianism that was previously enjoyed by England's kings. In this it differs fundamentally from the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, which most other European countries were to acquire from the example either of the USA or of revolutionary France, and which operates through a formal constitution governing all branches of the polity. It inevitably became the flagship not only of Protestant but also of English supremacy within Great Britain, since English MPs could always engineer a majority over the non-English members. It was destined to survive all the changes of subsequent centuries. 300 years later, it would still be offering one of the principal obstacles to Britain's entry into a united European community. Dynastic complications rendered the ultimate outcome uncertain for 25 years. From 1701, Louis XIV formally recognized the claims of James Edward Stuart, the Old Pretender, or James III, whilst the deaths of Mary, of William III, and of all 17 children of Queen Anne rendered the Protestant Stuarts heirless. In the middle of the War of the Spanish Succession, no one needed to be reminded of the mischief which heirlessness could wreak, and the Act of Union, 1707, between England and Scotland largely came about as a result of common frustration in London and Edinburgh at the welter of dynastic settlements being floated. As the price of its disbandment, the Scots Parliament was able to secure English acceptance of free trade between the two countries, English cash for settling Scotland's huge debts, English agreement to the separate existence of Scots law and the Presbyterian Kirk, and the unwritten promise of English armed force against the rebellious Highlands. Henceforth, the United Kingdom of Great Britain was to be ruled by a joint parliament at Westminster, and a new British nationality was to be superimposed on the older nations of the islands. Modern British identity derives from this time. English traditions were to be revered. Memories of Scotland's separate history were to be subverted. Britain entered the era of its greatest assertiveness, free from insular divisions. The choice of the Hanoverians as successors to the Stuarts, though hotly contested, was carried through. Thereafter, a monarchy which was neither English nor Scottish became a pillar of Britishness. The Jacobite cause, which persisted for much of the 18th century, encompassed all that was lost in the events of 1688 to 1714. Apart from the personal fortunes of the Old Pretender and his son, Charles Edward Stuart, variously known as the Young Pretender, Bonnie Prince Charlie, and Charles III, it united all the wounded feelings connected with the defeated order. It mourned the demise of the old monarchies, of English Catholicism and its European connections, of the rights of the Scots and the Irish to control their own destinies. In England it commanded the sympathy of many high Tories, and of all who wept for the fugitives and exiles. It inspired two great risings, the 1715, which saw the Jacobite armies march as far south as Lancashire, and the 1745, which saw them reach Derby. This latter occasion inspired the ultimate campaign to destroy the civilization of the Scottish Highlands. After the terrible disaster of Culloden Moor on the 16th of April, 1746, when the last great charge of the clansmen was cut down by the volleys of redcoat English and Lowland Scots, the life of the clans was suppressed forever. Their Gaelic language was proscribed, their native dress forbidden, their organizations banned, their leaders banished. The terrible clearances, which allowed loyalist landowners to expel the inhabitants in favor of sheep, left more Gaels in North America than in Scotland. They gave the Highlands that haunting emptiness which unknowing tourists have admired ever since. Combined with the enclosure movement, which had been driving smallholders from the land in England for 2 centuries or more, the clearances completed a purging process which was to give British society some of its most abiding characteristics. These purges deprived Great Britain of the peasants, who formed the backbone of most other nations in Europe. They took away the social solidarity, the primitive democracy, and the sort of national consciousness which grows naturally from a peasant-based community. They meant that a sense of British nationality could only be projected downwards from the institutions of the state, especially from Crown and Empire, and could not grow upwards from the peasant family's traditional attachment to the soil. Henceforth, the soil was largely the property of a narrow class of farmers and landowners. British society was divided into a well-endowed loyalist minority and a dispossessed majority, who would carry the half-remembered resentment of their disinheritance into the very bowels of the British class system. Within the British Isles, Ireland was a country apart. Though its fate cannot be compared to the harrying of the Scottish Highlands, the legacy of conflict was deep and bitter. Both Protestants and Catholics had suffered foul persecution during the religious wars. After 1691, the Protestant supremacy was bolstered by draconian penal laws, which denied Catholics the right to office, property, education, and intermarriage. Ireland was excluded from the Union of 1707. It retained its own parliament, but was still subject to the ancient Poynings Law, which gave automatic control of legislation to the King's ministers in London. Unlike Scotland, Ireland was not allowed to benefit from free trade with England. Unlike Wales, it did not yet experience any sort of national or cultural revival. With the sole exception of Protestant Ulster, where Huguenot refugees started the prosperous linen industry, it did not participate directly in Britain's industrial revolution. A rising population made rural distress a fact of life. The famines of 1726–9 and 1739–41 foreshadowed the disaster of the 1840s. The ferocious white boy gangs first made their appearance in the countryside in 1761. A movement for reform led by Henry Flood and Henry Grattan was eventually overtaken by the abortive rebellion of Wolfe Tone and his United Irishmen, and by Ireland's forcible incorporation into the United Kingdom through the Second Act of Union. Hanoverian Britain lasted for 123 years. The reigns of the four Georges, the first 1714–27, the second 1727–60, the third 1760–1820, and the fourth 1820–30, witnessed a truly constitutional monarchy presiding over the acquisition and the loss of an empire, over the world's first industrial revolution, and over the rise of unprecedented naval power which rendered Britain uniquely immune from the continent's affairs. Such indeed were the differences between Britain and its continental neighbours which arose during this period, that many insular historians have been led to conceive of British and European history as separate subjects. In retrospect, the most momentous event of later Hanoverian times is to be found in the loss of 13 British colonies during the so-called American Revolution of 1776–83. Of course, no one in 1776 could possibly have foreseen the full potential of the USA. The 13 colonies still looked to be very fragile ventures, surrounded by the uncontrolled forces of nature in a largely unexplored continent. Even so, the prospects for the British Empire on the eve of the War of Independence were enormous by any standards. British naval power had already raised the very real possibility that the vast western and midwestern territories of Spain and France in America could be absorbed without serious opposition. In 1803, the French were indeed obliged to sell their Louisiana, effectively the whole of the Midwest, for a song. Shorn of their most attractive transatlantic possessions, however, the British were increasingly constrained to seek their further imperial fortunes elsewhere, especially in India and Africa. At the time, the British government was blind to even the most immediate implications. John Hancock was right to sign the Declaration of Independence in large letters so that King George could read it without his spectacles. For Britain's continental rivals, the American revolt provided an opportunity for short-term meddling. France and Spain assisted a cause which they would never have tolerated among their own colonists. Yet for all Europeans of conscience, it raised issues of fundamental political principle, challenging the very foundations of the monarchies by which almost all of them were ruled. The 7 articles of the Constitution to which it gave rise contain the clearest and most practical formulations of the ideals of the Enlightenment. They are short, secular, democratic, republican, rational, firmly grounded in the contract theory of Locke, in English legalism, in Montesquieu's thoughts on the division of powers, in Rousseau's concept of the general will. The Constitution was written in the name of we, the people of the United States, and has proved remarkably durable. Its irony lies in the fact that many of its leading authors, including Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, were slave owners, and that it was wrested from a country which was one of the most free and best governed of the day. Prior to the 18th century, Savoy had been a frontier province of the Holy Roman Empire. It straddled the ridge of the Western Alps between the Kingdom of France and the plain of Lombardy. Its ruling house, which claimed to be Europe's oldest ruling dynasty, was descended from the 11th century Count Umberto Biancamano, Humbert of the White Hand, whose family secured possession of territory on either versant of the Mont-Cenis and the Grand Saint-Bernard passes. Its western region, the francophone county of Savoy, including Chambéry, Annecy, and the Massif of Mont Blanc, reached to the shore of Lake Geneva. Its eastern region, the Italian-speaking Principality of Piedmont, including Aosta, Susa, and Turin, extended as far as the Ligurian Riviera. After the rise of the Swiss Confederation, the province was cut off from the main body of the empire, and its rulers in Turin, when raised to the status of imperial dukes, were able to pursue a virtually independent existence. Like his predecessors, Duke Victor Amadeus II trod a delicate path between his powerful French and Habsburg neighbours. However, by deserting his alliance with Louis XIV at a critical point of the War of the Spanish Succession, he was rewarded by the emperor with royal status, and the island of Sicily to boot. In 1720 he was obliged by the Austrians to exchange Sicily for the island of Sardinia, thereby ending his reign on the throne of a composite Kingdom of Sardinia, made up of Savoy, Piedmont, and Sardinia itself. This strange conglomerate, an archetypal product of dynastic politics, a Prussia of the South, was to turn a century later into the unlikely leader of the movement for Italian unification. Spain headed the long procession of countries which were fast losing their former political and economic standing. Under the Bourbon kings, Philip V, Ferdinand VI, Charles III, and Charles IV, it lost all pretensions to be a great power. Stripped of all its continental possessions, except for Parma and Piacenza, and tied to a vast American empire of doubtful value, it stayed under the domination of the grandees, the Church, and the Inquisition. In Philip's reign alone, 700 autos da fe were staged. Some success was achieved in reorganizing the administration on French lines, in embellishing Madrid, and encouraging cultural life through the academy. Portugal likewise vegetated under the rule of indifferent monarchs and a militant church. John V, known as the Faithful, was a priest-king, one of whose sons by an abbess became Inquisitor General. The reign of his successor, Joseph I, was shattered by the Lisbon earthquake and restored by the energetic but short-lived reforms of Portugal's latter-day Colbert, Sebastião, Marquis of Pombal. Pombal probably never uttered the words most frequently attributed to him, bury the dead and feed the living. But from 1750 he dominated the country for a quarter of a century, reorganizing finance, education, navy, commerce, and colonies. Maria I, like her British contemporary, lapsed into insanity, and Portugal, like Britain, was to pass the whole of the revolutionary period under a regency. 18th century Italy was still divided, even if the lines of division were somewhat altered. The main rivalry now lay between the House of Savoy and Turin, the Austrian Habsburgs holding Milan, and the Duchy of Tuscany. The re-establishment in 1738 of an independent Bourbon kingdom in Naples added some balance. All these territories benefited from the sound management of enlightened despots. Elsewhere, the old contrasts prevailed between the city republics, such as Venice, and the divine autocracy of the Papal States. The Vatican lost much of its room for political maneuver when the Catholic powers were disunited in everything except their demand to suppress the Jesuits. 3 long papacies, those of Clement XI, Benedict XIV, and Pius VI, could not check the Vatican's political effacement. Secular culture saw a marked revival. Italian language and literature were promoted by official academies in Florence and Rome. Science and scholarship flourished. Names such as that of L.A. Muratori, the archivist at Ferrara, Antonio Genovesi, the economist at Naples, Cesare Beccaria, the criminologist at Milan, or Alessandro Volta, the physicist at Pavia, gained continental fame. They undoubtedly strengthened the bonds of a growing national cultural community. The United Provinces, like Portugal, once a jewel in the Spanish crown, were still left with an overseas empire, but with little influence over events nearer to home. At sea they had lost their maritime preeminence to the British. On land they were surrounded on all sides by the Habsburgs. The long-standing tug-of-war between the Republican oligarchy and the House of Orange continued until 1815, when a hereditary monarchy was finally created. 18th-century Scandinavia entered centre stage on only one occasion. Sweden's last throw for greatness under Charles XII was an anachronism which ended in disaster. With that exception, the Scandinavian countries settled down to an existence of inoffensive obscurity. In Denmark-Norway, the four Oldenburg kings, Frederick IV, Christian VI, Frederick V, and Christian VII, went some way to modernizing the country on enlightened lines. A zealous experiment in this direction, with 2,000 decrees passed in 2 years, ended abruptly in 1772, when the king's chief minister, J.F. Struensee, a Prussian, and presumed father of the Queen's child, was beheaded for lèse-majesté. In Sweden, a long and strong reaction against royal absolutism gave prominence to a Diet whose stormy proceedings were given over to the laborious workings of its 4 estates, and the rivalry of the factions of hats and caps. The monarchy was greatly weakened by the abdication of Charles XII's sister, Ulrika Leonora, in favour of her hapless German husband Frederick I, and in 1756 by the Prussian-inspired intrigues of his successor, Adolphus Frederick of Holstein-Gottorp-Eutin. Its successful reassertion after the royal coup d'état of 1772 under Gustavus III brought Sweden closer to the mainstream of contemporary politics and culture. This patriotic and accomplished young king, who had once stormed the salons of Paris, was to be assassinated in 1792 whilst trying to organize a league of princes against the French Revolution. Whilst Western Europe was preoccupied with the supremacy of France, the countries of Central and Eastern Europe had major preoccupations of their own. Within the lifetime of Louis XIV, Central Europe experienced 2 unexpected developments which seriously affected the history of the German states. One was the last great surge of the Ottomans, who in 1683 returned to the siege of Vienna. The other was provided by a further dramatic stage in the rise of Prussia, whose ambitions now stood to disrupt the entire region. Eastern Europe witnessed the decisive stage in the emergence of the Russian Empire, henceforth a military and political power of the first rank. Trapped in the middle of these rapid shifts, the old Republic of Poland-Lithuania first rallied to the rescue of Vienna, then slowly sank beneath the blows of her rapacious neighbours. Before the 18th century was out, the traditional power structure of Central and Eastern Europe had been transformed out of all recognition. The Ottoman surge of the late 17th century was associated with an extended political crisis, which for 30 years put the Grand Viziership in the hands of the Coprulus, a family of Albanian origin. It began in the 1650s amidst recriminations over Crete and the Venetian blockade of the Dardanelles, and was fuelled after 1660 by a disputed succession in Transylvania, which placed the Porte in direct opposition to the Habsburgs. The Coprulus saw war as a means for diverting the intrigues and resentments of the army, especially the corps of Janissaries, against whom they had taken such drastic disciplinary measures. In 1672, they attacked the Polish province of Podolia, seizing the fortress of Kamenets on the Dniester, until checked at Chocim by the crown hetman John Sobieski. In 1681-2, in Hungary, they took the side of rebels led by Count Turkoli and, after declaring Hungary to be an Ottoman vassal, advanced up the Danube towards Vienna. The siege of Vienna lasted for 2 months, from July to September 1683. It saw the poorly provisioned Austrian capital invested by a powerful army of 200,000 men, equipped with a large siege train of heavy artillery. At a juncture when the German princes were fixated by the encroachments of Louis XIV on the Rhine, the emperor had great difficulty responding to the danger on the Danube. As it was, the most effective assistance came from Poland, where Sobieski, now king, and weaned from his early alliance with France, saw Turkish war and Austrian subsidies as a solution to his own domestic problems. Having taken command of the relief force in early September, he prayed in the chapel on the heights of the Kahlenberg in the Vienna woods. Then, in the mid-afternoon of the 12th, he ordered the attack. His winged hussars charged down the hill and rode straight for the centre of the Ottoman camp. At 5:30, he was galloping through the enemy ranks amid scenes of panic, confusion, and slaughter. The following evening, he found time to write to his wife, Queen Marie-Louise, from the Grand Vizier's tent. "Only solace of my heart and soul, my fairest, most beloved Maryschenica. Our Lord and God, blessed of all ages, has brought unheard victory and glory to our nation. All the guns, the whole camp, untold spoils have fallen into our hands. There is enough powder and ammunition alone for 1,000,000 men. The Vizier took such hurried flight that he had time to escape with only one horse. The camp is as extensive as the cities of Warsaw or of Lvov within their walls. I have all the tents and cars, et 1000 autres galanteries fort jolies et fort riches, mais fort riches. They abandoned their janissaries in the trenches, who were put to the sword during the night. They left behind a mass of innocent Austrian people, particularly women, but they butchered as many as they could. The Vizier had a marvellously beautiful ostrich, but this too he had killed. He had baths, he had gardens and fountains, rabbits and cats, and a parrot which kept flying about so that we could not catch it." When Sobieski posted the green standard of the Prophet to the Pope, he appended Charles V's comment after Mühlberg, "Veni, vidi, Deus vicit." I came, I saw, God conquered. The Ottoman retreat, which began that day at Vienna, continued by stages for the next 200 years. In the short term, it inspired the leaders of the Holy League, organized by the Pope, to press on down the Danube into lands undisputed since crusading times. By the Peace of Karlowitz, Hungary was returned to Austria, Podolia to Poland, Azov to Muscovy, and the Morea to Venice. In the long term, it trapped the Ottomans' European provinces between a concerted pincer movement, with the Habsburgs holding the line of their military frontier on the western flank, and the Russians advancing relentlessly round the Black Sea on the eastern flank. In this regard, the Austro-Russian Treaty, signed in 1726, played a long-standing strategic role. The fortunes of the Ottoman Wars swung back and forth. In 1739, Austria was made to disgorge all the gains, including Belgrade, achieved at the earlier Treaty of Passarowitz. But 3 extended Russo-Turkish wars, in 1735–9, 1768–74, and 1787–92, left the entire northern coast of the Black Sea in Russian hands. The decisive Treaty of Kachuk-Kainaja gave the Tsar a protectorate over all the Sultan's Christian subjects, and commercial rights in the Ottoman Empire, previously enjoyed only by the French. It marked the onset of the Eastern Question. Much of the Balkans, however, remained under Ottoman rule. The 18th century was a period of slowly rising national expectations, often among people whose first instinct was to support the Ottoman authorities. Greece was brought into the political arena partly through a growing degree of autonomy, partly through Russian intervention. A class of Greek officials grew up, together with Greek schools to educate them. The tribute of children, the déchirement, fell into abeyance after 1676. Greek society became more consciously Greek. The Venetian presence in Corfu and from 1699 in the Morea strengthened links with the West. In 1769, a Russian fleet sent to the Mediterranean against the Ottomans promised deliverance to Greece. The extension of Russian commercial privileges to Greek merchants was an important step. Serbia was affected by similar developments. The battles over Belgrade and the Austrian occupation of 1711–18, when many Serb volunteers flocked to the Habsburg colours, showed that the Ottomans were not invincible. Serbia's orthodox links with Russia were even closer than Greece's. The activities of Karageorge, or Black George, Petrovich, who served both with Turkish brigands and with the Habsburg regiment, culminated in the rising of 1804–13 that was to bring the first taste of independence. A second rising in 1815–17, under Karageorge's assassin, Miloš Obrenović, was to pave the way for international recognition. The 2 Romanian principalities, Moldavia and Wallachia, were ruled by the Porte through the medium of Phanariot Greeks, so called from the Greek quarter of Phaner in Constantinople. The Phanariot regime, though corrupt and exploitative, encouraged immigration and Western cultural contacts. The Austrian seizure of Bukovina, and still more the Russian occupations of 1769 to 74 and 1806 to 12, were catalysts of change. The notion of liberation from the Ottomans first gained ground among the dominant Greek minority. Bulgaria suffered greatly from the passage of Ottoman armies and from bands of deserters, known as Krailis, who ravaged the countryside for decades. In 1794, one of the Kraili leaders, Pazbanalu, established himself at Vidin on the Danube in a virtually independent robber republic. Like the Serbs, the Christian Bulgars looked increasingly towards Russia. Albania fell into the hands of local tribal chieftains. One such chief, Mehmet of Bushat, founded a dynasty approximately 1760, which ruled Upper Albania from Scutari for several generations. Another, Ali Pasha, of Tepelene, carved out a fiefdom centered on Ioannina, which stretched from the Adriatic to the Aegean. Czarna Gora, which was known to the outside world by its Venetian name of Montenegro, was the only part of the Balkans to escape Ottoman rule. According to legend, when God created the earth, a lot of rocks were left over. So he made Montenegro. Though the Turks occupied the capital, Cetinje, for short periods, they never held on to it. A small army is beaten, they said, and a large army dies of starvation. From 1516 to 1696, Montenegro had been a theocratic state, ruled by monkish bishops. From 1696 until 1918, it was ruled by hereditary princes of the Petrović dynasty. By the late 18th century, when the Balkan elites first began to dream about independence, they had been living under Ottoman rule for 4 to 5 centuries. The experience had left its mark. The Orthodox Church had made its accommodation long since, instilling in its subjects profoundly conservative and anti-Western attitudes. From the time of the Crusades, the Orthodox looked on the West as the source of a subjugation worse than that of the infidel. As a result, none of the great civilizing movements that shook the Western world — Renaissance, Reformation, science, Enlightenment, Romanticism — could effectively penetrate the Balkan countries. Political traditions owed little to rationalism, absolutism, or constitutionalism. Kinship politics dominated at all levels. Nepotism lubricated by bribery was a way of life. "Power is a trough," ran the Turkish proverb, "and he who does not feed is a pig." The border of the shrinking enclave of what came to be called Turkey in Europe formed one of Europe's most deep-seated cultural fault lines. Once the Ottoman threat was repulsed, the fortunes of the Habsburgs revived. Leopold I did not live to see the humbling of Louis XIV, but his sons, Joseph I and Charles VI, succeeded to an inheritance greatly enlarged in Hungary, Italy, and the Netherlands. The principal political crisis arose once again from a problem of succession, which caused the outbreak of a major continental war. Charles VI, like the Spanish namesake whom he had once nominally succeeded, had no male heir. A narrow-minded bigot, he devoted much of his life to enforcing religious conformity and, by the pragmatic sanction, to ensuring the succession of his daughter, Maria Theresa. In the event, the imperial throne was seized on his death by Charles Albert, Elector of Bavaria, who, as Charles VII, briefly reigned with French collusion as the only non-Habsburg emperor in 400 years. It then reverted to Maria Theresa's husband, Francis I, Grand Duke of Tuscany, and their elder son, Joseph II. In effect, in her various capacities as Empress Consort, Emperor's Mother, or Queen of Bohemia and Hungary, Maria Theresa held sway in Vienna for 40 years. She was a woman of conscience and restraint, devoted, among other matters, to agrarian reform and the relief of the serf peasantry. Joseph II, in contrast, was an impatient radical, a crowned revolutionary, a convinced anti-clerical and opponent of noble privilege. Josephism, the name given to his policy of asserting state power against the traditional pillars of church and nobility, was one of the more thorough variants of enlightened despotism. In this period, Austria developed a bureaucratic system that is sometimes called cameralism, that is, a system based on an elite caste of professional office holders. Together with an expanded and reorganized military system, it provided the cement which was to keep the Habsburg monarchy going long after the demise of the empire in Germany. The University of Vienna possessed a special faculty for the training of such civil servants, who passed straight into the higher echelons of finance, justice, and education. The University of Halle did the same for Prussia. These highly educated, well-paid, German-speaking and loyalist bureaucrats were entirely dependent on the monarch's favor. They formed a solid buffer against the divergent interests of the nobility, the church, and the nationalities, and led the drive for disinterested rationalization and reform. In this, as it proved, its terminal phase, the cohesion of the Holy Roman Empire was greatly undermined by the separate dynastic policies of its leading princes. Just as the Habsburg emperors could rely on their lands and possessions beyond the empire, so increasingly could the electors. From 1697 to 1763, the Wetins, electors of Saxony, ruled as kings of Poland-Lithuania. From 1701, the Hohenzollerns, electors of Brandenburg, ruled as kings in Prussia. From 1714, the electors of Hanover ruled as kings of Great Britain. Throughout the century, the Wittelsbach electors of Bavaria sought to enlarge their fortunes through their traditional alliance with France. Because of their varied connections, all the capital cities of Germany, Vienna, Dresden, Berlin, Hanover, and Munich, assumed very different flavors. The last two emperors, Leopold II, Grand Duke of Tuscany, and Francis II, had little chance of saving their empire from the revolutionary deluge which destroyed it. Hungary, liberated from the Turks, fell victim to the despotic designs of its Habsburg liberators. In 1687, the 700-year-old elective monarchy was abolished. Hereditary Habsburg rulers turned the noble diets into mere registers of royal decrees. The ancient right of resistance of the Magyar nobles was eliminated. From 1704 to 1711, a widespread rebellion under Francis Rákóczi II succeeded in exploiting the Habsburgs' preoccupations with Spain and with the Turks. Many of the ancient liberties were restored, first by the Peace of Szatmár, and later as the Magyars' price for acceding to the Pragmatic Sanction. Here were the basic laws which prevailed until 1848. Hungary escaped the fate of neighboring Bohemia. Still, the compromise was not an easy one. Maria Theresa ruled after 1764 without recourse to the Hungarian Diet, whilst Joseph II rode roughshod over all the constitutional formalities, omitting even to be crowned. In 1784, treating Austria and Hungary as one united state, he introduced German as the official language. The storms of protest were diffused by Leopold II, who in 1791 reconfirmed Hungary's separate status, together with the use of Latin and Magyar. The deep conservatism of Hungarian life, centered on the patronage of the magnates and the dietines of the counties, was strengthened by the repeated Turkish wars and by the ethnic and religious divisions. It may well have been prolonged by Maria Theresa's agrarian reforms which, in the so-called Urbarium of 1767, ended the peasants' adscription to the land and reduced their revolutionary temper. Her educational reforms, together with the founding of the University of Buda and the Magyar literary revival at the turn of the century, laid the seeds of modern national consciousness. In due course, the groundswell of Magyar nationalism was to awaken corresponding reactions among the Slovak, Croat, and Jewish minorities. The rise of Prussia reached its critical momentum in the 18th century. It is generally interpreted in the light of Prussia's later mission of unification in Germany. In reality, it occurred through the relentless pursuit of dynastic policies, which repeatedly divided the German world, and which raised a kingdom possessing none of the characteristics of a latent national state. It was achieved through the creation of an administrative machine of marvelous efficiency, which enabled its rulers to maintain a standing army of disproportionate size. In terms of the ratio between professional soldiers and population, Prussia was 30 times more efficient than its neighbor, Poland-Lithuania. The Prussian excise made possible the upkeep of the Prussian army. The army was based on an aristocratic officer corps and, after 1733, on the cantonal system of peasant conscription. Under Frederick III and Frederick William I, the drill master of Europe, the Hohenzollerns followed the same unscrupulous path laid down by the Great Elector. In 1700, their electoral vote was sold to the Habsburgs in return for recognition of their own claim to kingship. In 1728, their accession to the Pragmatic Sanction was brought by the cession of Berg and Ravenstein. Fleet footwork in the alliances of the Spanish Succession and the Great Northern War resulted in the important acquisitions of Stettin and Western Pomerania. Sweden was only the latest to learn that it was no less dangerous having Prussia as an ally than as an enemy. The inimitable Prussian spirit grew from a mixture of loyalty to the dynasty, of arrogance born of military prowess, and of justified pride in cultural and educational advances. Halle received the first Prussian university in 1694. Berlin, invigorated by a major influx of French Huguenots and Austrian Protestants, received its Royal Academy of Arts and its Royal Academy of Sciences. An edict of 1717 looked to the improvement of public education. Under Frederick the Great, Prussia unleashed the forces so carefully garnered by his predecessors. From Frederick's opening sensation, the seizure of Austrian Silesia in 1740, war was the prime instrument of policy for a quarter of a century. Then, having brought his country to the brink of annihilation, Frederick turned to diplomatic brigandage, which, in the first partition of Poland, finally brought the prize of a consolidated territorial base. Frederick's personality was one of the wonders of the age. It was formed under the lash of a brutal father, who had forced him in boyhood to watch the execution of his friend, Katte, and had imprisoned him for years in the fortress of Kustrin, on the Oder. Throughout the reign, crash of cannon and the groans of the battlefield were mixed with the flights of the king's flute and the chatter of the philosophe. "I was born too soon," Frederick once said, "but I have seen Voltaire." German historians have not been alone in praising his merits. Lord Acton called him the most consummate practical genius that ever inherited a modern throne. The wars and battles of Frederick the Great fill many volumes. They are among classics of historic warfare. After the two Silesian Wars, 1740-2 and 1744-5, which formed part of the wider War of Austrian Succession and earned him the undying hatred of Maria Theresa, he retained the fruits of his aggression. At Mollwitz, Chotusitz, Hohenfriedberg, Frederick carried the day. In 1745 he occupied Prague. In the 7 Years' War he reached the heights of glory and the depths of despair. It began with his attack on Saxony. Through Lobositz, Rossbach, Zorndorf, Leuthen, Kolin, Kunersdorf, Liegnitz, and Torgau, he brilliantly exploited his interior lines of communication and repeatedly evaded his enemies' attempts to bring their overwhelming numbers to bear. At Rossbach he triumphed with trifling losses. At Kunersdorf he survived amidst scenes of carnage. In 1762, with the treasury empty, British subsidies stopped, and the Russians poised to take Berlin, he was saved by the death of the Russian Empress and an unexpected truce. Once again, at the Treaty of Hubertusburg, he kept his winnings intact. "Hunde," he had once railed, when his guards had hesitated. "Wollt ihr ewig leben?" Dogs, do you wish to live forever? Under Frederick William II, Prussia began to take a different course. The new king even risked an alliance with Poland-Lithuania. But the logic of the revolutionary era and of Russian power brought him back into line. At the second and the third partitions of Poland, Prussia acquired both Danzig and Warsaw. By 1795, Berlin found itself ruling over a country that was 40% Slav and Catholic, with a large Jewish community. It was one of the most dynamic melting pots of Europe. Had this situation developed without interruption, it is hard to imagine what course German and Central European history might eventually have taken. As it was, Old Prussia was to be overwhelmed by Napoleon, and the New Prussia, which appeared in 1815, was to be a very different beast indeed. If Prussia exemplified the successful pursuit of power in a small country, Russia exemplified a similar phenomenon on a heroic scale in Europe's largest country. Frederick the Great himself was impressed. Of the Russians, he once remarked, "It will need the whole of Europe to keep those gentlemen within bounds." In the 149 years which separated the deaths of Alexei Mikhailovich in 1676 and of Alexander I in 1825, the Romanovs raised the fortunes of their country from that of a nascent regional power to that of the invincible gendarme of Europe. Alexei, who had succeeded in the same decade as Louis XIV, was an obscure Muscovite prince, of whom, at Versailles, little was even known. Alexander rode through Paris in triumph. During the intervening century and a half, scores of military campaigns were fought, largely with success. The Grand Duchy of Moscow was revamped as the Empire of all the Russias. The territory of the state engulfed a string of neighboring countries. Society and administration were subjected to root and branch reforms. The whole identity of the state and ruling nation was remodeled. For all who revelled in this exhibition of power, all the people and policies who made the transformation possible were by definition good, and, as Kluchevsky wrote of Peter the Great, necessary. In autocracies, the personality of the autocrat is no secondary factor, and in Russia 2 personalities stood out, those of Peter I and of Catherine II. Both were awarded the epithet of great. Both were larger than life in physical stature, animal energy, and determination, and both have been eulogized for their undoubted contribution to Russia's own greatness. In any overall judgment, however, whether about the ruler or the realm, one must wonder if size and brute strength alone can be taken as the test of greatness. Critics find no difficulty in finding traits that provoke shame rather than respect. Peter, in particular, was a moral monster. His lifelong participation in the debaucheries of the Sabor of fools and jesters, an obscene and blasphemous Russian variant of the English Hellfire Club, may conceivably be dismissed as eccentric bad taste. But his personal involvement in gross and sadistic tortures, first revealed during the mass maltreatment of the rebel Streltsy in 1697, cannot be counted a foible, even by the standards of his own day. His quaint delight in model ships and tin soldiers must be contrasted with his colossal disregard for the immense human suffering which attended many of his projects, such as the building of St. Petersburg. A Tsar who could watch his innocent son and heir racked to death in the afternoon, before attending a ribald court party in the evening, was not far from Nero, even if he did change Russia from non-being into being. Catherine, too, presents the historian with images of splendor contending with the spectre of scandal. A German princess, born in Stettin as Sophia Augusta Friederike von Anhalt-Zerbst, she has few equals in the annals of grasping ambition. Her gross sexual license was not in itself out of place, but must be judged repulsive when mixed with foul intrigue. The rumor that she died through the failure of a machine called Catherine's winch whilst trying to make love with a horse is notable only because people have been willing to believe it. More to the point, she seized the throne through a palace putsch, having incited the imperial guards to murder her husband, Peter III. She governed with the cooperation of a long line of 10 official lovers, from Gregory Orlov and Gregory Potemkin to Platon Zubov, 38 years her junior. In her favor, it can be said that she headed a civilian entourage practicing persuasion more than terror. An indulgent biographer might conclude, she did for Russia what Louis XIV did for France before he became the prisoner of Versailles. Autocracy was cleansed from the stains of tyranny, despotism turned into a monarchy. Praetorian revolutions became a habit with the Romanovs, as with the Romans. Legal succession by the dynastic heir was a rarity. Catherine I, alias Skavorodska, a Latvian peasant girl and Peter's second consort, overthrew him on his deathbed. Peter II succeeded through a forged will. The Empress Anne, Duchess of Courland, through a ploy of the Privy Council. Ivan VI, the infant Duke of Brunswick, through a scheme of Baron Biron, The Empress Elizabeth, sometime fiancée of a bishop of Lübeck and fréquentée of the guards' barracks, through a straightforward coup de force. Alexander I, through the assassination of his father. Paul I, a would-be reformer Tsar, was long held to be mentally unbalanced by official historiographers, obviously for being sane. When Paul insisted on exhuming the body of his murdered father, Peter III, and on reburying his parents in the Cathedral of Peter and Paul, the aged Count Orloff was obliged to carry the imperial crown behind the coffin of the victim, whom he had killed 35 years before. This grisly act of reconciliation well symbolizes the fraud, fear, and violence which surrounded the court of St. Petersburg and all its works. Muscovy took its giant leap out of the shadows during the Second or Great Northern War, 1700–21. This 20-year contest centered on the rivalry of Peter the Great, who had set envious eyes on Swedish possessions at the head of the Baltic, and the youthful Charles XII of Sweden, who was eager to attack all his neighbours at once. It began in August 1700 with Charles's adventurous landing near Copenhagen, and with Peter's disastrous attack on Narva, a Swedish fortress on the Gulf of Finland. But it was largely fought out on the intervening territory of Poland-Lithuania, whose king, Augustus, Elector of Saxony, had formed a private alliance with Peter. In the end, Poland-Lithuania was to be an even greater casualty than Sweden. After the initial clashes, Charles XII took the initiative on the mainland. He first aimed to punish Peter's Saxon ally, and in 1704 succeeded in replacing Augustus on the Polish throne with a leader of the pro-Swedish faction, Stanisław Leszczyński. In so doing, he gave Peter the chance to grab the Swedish provinces of Livonia and Ingria, where in 1703 the foundation of the new city of St. Petersburg was immediately proclaimed. In 1707 he turned east, counting on support from Livonia and from Mazepa, Hartmann of Ukraine. He was deceived on both scores. In the winter of 1708–9, harassed by peasant guerrillas, he was forced to abandon the original plan of a march on Moscow and to turn south. On the 27th of June 1709, at Poltava in Ukraine, he was comprehensively beaten and driven to take refuge in the Ottoman domains. The triumphant Muscovite armies swept westwards. Warsaw was occupied and Augustus II restored. The Baltic provinces remained in Muscovite hands. No shortage of vultures was found among the German princes to join Denmark and Prussia in preying on Sweden's more westerly possessions. Charles XII was killed in action in November 1718, besieging the fortress of Fredrikshald on the Norwegian-Swedish frontier. A diplomatic congress held on the Åland Islands preceded the Russo-Swedish treaty signed at nearby Nystad. Sweden was humbled. Peter was left the arbiter of the North, the proud possessor of his window on the West. In 1721 he promoted himself from the style of Muscovite Tsar to that of Emperor, a title not generally recognized in his lifetime. As Muscovy assumed its imperial mantle, far-reaching reforms were imposed to turn the new empire into a modern Western state. In the eyes of Peter I in particular, reform was equivalent to Westernization. The Tsar made 2 lengthy visits to Western Europe in 1696–8 and in 1717, taking notes on the techniques of everything from naval construction to face shaving. But it was the Great Northern War that served as Russia's taskmaster. First and foremost came the Tsar's demand for a standing army, and for the financial and social institutions required to support it. The old Muscovite state had been monstrously inefficient. A rag-bag army, which melted away in winter, was consuming the produce of 2/3 of the population, and in bad years like 1705, up to 96% of the state's revenues. By the end of Peter's reign, a permanent force of over 300,000 trained men was supported by a poll tax or soul tax, which had tripled revenue, by peasant conscription, and by the reorganization of the nobility. Few stones were left unturned. A key statute, the Preobrazhensky Prikaz, regulated the system of political police. Important changes were made by the division of the country into gubernias, or provinces, by the creation of a senate and of administrative colleges within the central administration, by the introduction of municipal government, by the state promotion of trade, industry, education, literature, science, and the arts. In 1721, the Patriarchate was abolished, subordinating the Russian Orthodox Church to the state-run Holy Synod. Priests were ordered to betray the secrets of the confessional. From 1722, the table of ranks tied an enlarged nobility into a hierarchical caste system wedded to state service and landed privileges. The creation of so many new institutions involved what one authority has called the partial dismantling of the patrimonial state, and the first realization in Russia of the distinction between state and society. This occurred even though no significant changes were made in the political sphere, and the nobles themselves were held in abject servitude. They were subject to public flogging and shilmovanie, outlawry, for evading education or service. Most historians would now agree, in fact, that the Petrine reforms were not quite what contemporaries imagined. They did not act as a great unifying force. On the contrary, they divided the loyalties of the Tsar's subjects, especially in matters of religion and nationality. Equally, they were apt to introduce the form of Western institutions whilst ignoring the substance. Peter could not turn Muscovites into Europeans by ordering them to shave their beards and to dress in powdered wigs. Catherine II cared more about the substance. Once again, despite the enlightened rhetoric, there was no tampering with the foundations of autocracy or serfdom. But her famous instruction to the Legislative Commission of 1766-8, aiming at a modern legal code, her centralizing and Russifying tendencies in provincial administration, and, above all, her acceptance of the freedom of the nobility, made lasting modifications to the system. The Charter of Nobility, which confirmed an earlier decree granting limited rights of noble assembly and self-government in the provinces, complemented the table of ranks, and ancient restrictions on the sale of serfs as chattels were eased. The final product was a compromise, half old, half new, a hybrid, whereby the autocratic monarchy was gradually rendered dependent on the service nobility which it had created, whilst the nobility could not transmit to central government the power which they wielded over the mass of the population in the localities. Paradoxically, by their insistence on the monopoly of political power, the Russian autocrats secured less effective authority than their constitutional counterparts in the West. The old Muscovite tyranny was at least consistent. The new Russian Empire contained the seeds of its own destruction. Nonetheless, Russia's remorseless expansion continued. A country that already possessed more land than it could usefully exploit kept on indulging its gargantuan appetite. In the west, Russia ate up the larger part of Sweden-Finland and of Poland-Lithuania. In the south, starting with Azov, it swallowed up the whole of the Ottomans' Black Sea provinces and Crimea, before moving against Persia, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. In the east, having crossed Siberia to the Pacific, from the 1740s it explored the shores of Alaska, where a permanent settlement was built on Kodiak Island in 1784. Russian historians have rationalized their country's expansion in terms of national tasks and the gathering of the lands. In reality, Russia and its rulers were addicted to territorial conquest. Their land hunger was the symptom of a pathological condition born of gross inefficiency and traditional militarism. It is highly ironic that the world's largest country needed an ever-growing supply of land and people to offset its sense of insecurity, to execute operations which others achieved with far smaller resources, and to reward the overblown machine which guarded the Romanovs' throne. Here, if ever, was an extreme case of bulimia politica, of the so-called canine hunger, of gross territorial obesity in an organism which could only survive by consuming more and more of its neighbor's flesh and blood. Every successful Russian officer needed an estate run by hundreds or thousands of serfs to support his family in the accustomed style. Of 800,000 such conquered souls, redistributed by Catherine II, no fewer than 500,000 came from Poland-Lithuania alone. Significantly, whilst the German nobility of the ex-Swedish Baltikum were permitted to retain their privileges, the ex-Polish nobility of Lithuania and Ruthenia, Byelorussia and Ukraine, were not. Within the expanding Russian Empire, Ukraine upheld its separate identity for more than 100 years. From 1654 to 1783, the Hetman state of Ukraine was ruled, under Tsarist supervision, by the heirs of the Dnieper Cossacks, who had first sought the Tsar's alliance against Poland. Their bid to break free, under Hetman Mazepa, during the Swedish invasion of 1708–9 came to nothing. Their suppression coincided with the annexation of Crimea and the end of their usefulness as a buffer against Tatars and Ottomans. Thereafter, the historic distinction between Ruthenia and Russia was officially suppressed. Ukraine was renamed Mala Rossiya, Little Russia, and all traces of its separate traditions were erased. Its Cossacks were denied the same degree of autonomy granted to their Russian counterparts on the Don or the Kuban. Its rich lands were subjected to intense Russification and colonization. The wild plains of the south, Europe's last frontier, were settled with peasant immigrants, mainly Russians and Germans. The monopoly of the Russian Orthodox Church among the Slavs was enforced, as was the public use of the Russian language. Any remaining uniates were removed. Russian immigrants began to change the complexion of the cities, especially Kiev, now presented as an ancient Russian city. Ukrainian, Polish, and Jewish culture steadily lost ground. The Ruthenian, Ukrainian language, which survived in the countryside, was officially described as a Russian dialect. The magnificent new port of Odessa, founded in 1794 as capital of the province of New Russia, opened an outlet for the growing corn trade, a window to the south. The Republic of Poland-Lithuania was the principal European casualty of Russia's expansion. Indeed, the Republic's demise was the sine qua non of the Russian Empire's success. Like its former province of Ukraine, the Republic was the object first of Muscovite penetration and then of alternating periods of indirect and direct rule. Muscovite influence rose steadily after the death of Sobieski in 1696. In the course of the Great Northern War, it reached the stage where a Russian protectorate could be established in all but name. Then, after decades of turmoil between would-be Polish reformers and Russian-backed agents of the status quo, it moved towards the logical conclusion of the partitions. Between 1772 and 1795, Russia led the feast in which the Republic was totally consumed. John Sobieski, reigned 1674–96, earned glory abroad whilst neglecting problems at home. The siege of Vienna showed that the Republic was still a first-rate military power, but it was the final fling. Lithuania was left to stew in civil war. The Sejm was repeatedly broken by the liberum veto. The magnates went unpunished. Central legislation and taxation ground to a halt. By the unratified Eternal Treaty with Moscow in 1686, Ukraine was abandoned. The king spent his strength fighting for the Holy League, hoping to carve out a base for his son in Moldavia. Many years later, gazing at Sobieski's statue in Warsaw, a Russian Tsar was to remark, "Here is another, like me, who wasted his life fighting the Turk." The royal election of 1697 dashed all the Sobieskis' schemes. Jakub Sobieski did not gain the electors' confidence, the Austrian candidate was outbribed, the French candidate, the Duc de Conti, was shipwrecked off the coast of Danzig. Thanks to Russian gold and a timely conversion to Catholicism, the prize was won by Friedrich August, Elector of Saxony, who took to the throne as Augustus II. The exiled Sobieskis had nothing left but to marry their daughter to the exiled Stuarts, who came to grief at the same time. Bonnie Prince Charlie had a Polish mother. The Saxon period, under Augustus II and Augustus III, is generally judged to be the nadir of Polish history. The Great Northern War, in which the Polish king, in his capacity as Elector of Saxony, was a leading combatant, brought endless disasters and divisions. Poland-Lithuania was fought over as the main theatre of operations between Swedes and Russians, each of whom was supported by a rival confederation of Polish nobles. It was treated by the Saxon court as a counterweight to neighbouring Prussia and as a source of plunder. The Saxon army, when deployed in Poland, was immune to the protests of the Sejm. Its depredations led to the conflict between king and nobility, which had much in common with the parallel conflict in nearby Hungary. This in turn gave an opening for direct Russian intervention. After the Russian victory at Poltava in 1709, Augustus II only recovered his Polish throne with the aid of Russian troops. Thereafter he was seen as a double danger, both as a pawn of the Tsar and as an absolutist in his own right. In 1715–16, open warfare broke out between the king and his opponents. For the Tsar, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. By acting as mediator, Peter the Great could save the Polish nobles from their Saxon king, whilst imposing conditions that would reduce the Republic to dependence. At the Silent Sejm, or Dumb Diet, summoned to Warsaw in January 1717, the Russian army stood by as the following prearranged resolutions were passed without debate. 1. The king's Saxon army was to be banished from the Republic. In other words, the king lost all semblance of an independent power base. 2. The golden liberties of the nobility were to be upheld. In other words, through the preservation of the liberum veto, the central government of the Republic could be paralyzed whenever convenient. 3. The armed forces of the Republic were to be limited to 24,000 men. In other words, Poland-Lithuania was to be rendered defenseless. 4. The armed forces were to be financed through allocations from a list of royal, ecclesiastical, and magnatial estates. In other words, they were put beyond the control of king or Sejm. 5. The settlement was to be guaranteed by the Tsar. In other words, the Tsar could intervene in Poland-Lithuania at any time, and could legally suppress any movement for reform. Henceforth, to all intents and purposes, the Republic of Poland-Lithuania became a Russian protectorate, a mere appendage to the Russian Empire, a vast buffer state which sheltered Russia from the west, but cost nothing to maintain. Under Augustus III, the central government collapsed completely. The king had to be installed by a Russian army which had overturned the re-election of Stanisław Leszczyński, thereby sparking off the War of the Polish Succession, but he usually stayed in Dresden. The Sejm was regularly summoned, but regularly blocked by the liberum veto before it could meet. Only one session in 30 years was able to pass legislation. By an extreme example of the principle of subsidiarity, government was left to the magnates and to the provincial dietines. The Republic had no diplomacy, no treasury, no defence. It could enact no reforms. It was the butt of the philosophe. When the first volume of the French Encyclopédie was published in 1751, the prominent article on anarchie was all about Poland. The reforming party fled abroad, thereby starting the unbroken Polish tradition of political emigration. Stanisław Leszczyński, twice elected king and twice driven out by the Russians, took refuge in France. Having married his daughter to Louis XV, he was given the Duchy of Lorraine, where, at Nancy, as Le Bon Roi Stanislas, he could practice the enlightened government forbidden at home. Stanisław August Poniatowski, reigned 1764–95, the last king of Poland, was a tragic and in some ways a noble figure. One of Catherine the Great's earlier lovers, he was put in place with the impossible task of reforming the Republic whilst preserving the Russian supremacy. As it was, shackled by the Constitution of 1717, he provoked the very convulsions which reform was supposed to avoid. How could one curtail the nobles' sacred right of resistance without some nobles resisting? How could one limit the Russians' right of intervention without the Russians intervening? How could one abolish the liberum veto without someone exercising the liberum veto? The king tried to break the vicious circle on 3 occasions, and on 3 occasions he failed. On each occasion a Russian army arrived to restore order, and on each occasion the Republic was punished with partition. In the 1760s, the king's proposals for reform led to the War of the Confederation of Bar and to the First Partition. In 1787–92, the king's support for the reforms of the Great Sejm and the Constitution of the 3rd of May led to the Confederation of Targowice and the Second Partition. In 1794–5, the king's adherence to the national rising of Tadeusz Kościuszko led to the final denouement. After the Third Partition, there was no republic left over which to reign. Poniatowski abdicated on St. Catherine's Day 1795 and died in Russian exile. Throughout the terminal agony of the Republic, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania preserved its individuality. Its political weakness did not preclude a vigorous life which made it the source of 4 lasting traditions. Its capital city, Vilnius, was a true cultural crossroads. The dominant Polish elite was doubly reinforced, first by the National Education Commission after 1773, and later by a regional board of education, based on the University of Vilnius, which was to flourish under Tsarist rule until 1825. Lithuania's Yiddish culture was to be strengthened when the Grand Duchy was made the basis for Russia's Jewish Pale of settlement. The Lithuanian and Ruthenian, Belarusian peasantry, having preserved themselves from Polonization, retained enough of their substance to withstand all the Russifications of the future. Once absorbed by the Russian Empire, the Grand Duchy would never revive as an administrative entity, but its inhabitants would not completely forget their origins. They would participate in all the Polish risings of the 19th century. The Polish and Jewish traditions would hold out until the murderous era of Stalin and Hitler. The Lithuanian, and to a lesser extent the Belarusian traditions, would survive hell and high water to reach independence in the 1990s. The international relations of the 18th century were concerned, above all, with the balance of power. All the general wars of the period were designed to maintain it. No one state felt strong enough to attempt the military conquest of the entire continent, but relatively minor regional disturbances could provoke a chain reaction of coalitions and alliances to contain the perceived threat. Few matters of ideology or national pride were involved. Alliances could be rapidly permutated, and small professional armies could march swiftly into action to settle the disputes in tidy set-piece battles. With the concert of Europe in full operation, a series of diplomatic congresses could weigh out the consequences of the fighting and draw up the balance sheet of colonies, fortresses, and districts won or lost. Generally speaking, these wars served their purpose. No major redistribution of power and territory took place in Europe as the direct result of military conquest. Such adjustments that war did provoke, notably through the cession of Spanish territories at Utrecht or through Prussia's seizure of Silesia, cannot compare to the greatest of all the territorial redistributions of the era, the partitions of Poland, which were arranged without recourse to war. The 3 partitions of Poland-Lithuania furnish the finest examples which European history can boast of peaceful aggression. Completed in 3 stages, in 1773, 1793, and 1795, they divided up the assets of a state the size of France. They were carried out by gangsterish methods, where the unwritten threat of violence underlay all the formal agreements, and where the victims were forced to condone their own mutilation. Many contemporary observers, thankful for the avoidance of war, were conditioned to accept the petitioners' explanations. Many historians have accepted the view that the Poles brought disaster on themselves. It took a Burke, a Michelet, or a Macaulay to call a crime a crime. The mechanism of the petitions rested on 2 simple considerations. First, that a Russian army of intervention was required to suppress the Polish reform movement, and secondly, that a Russian advance into the Republic posed a threat to the Republic's other neighbors, Prussia and Austria. After the draining experience of the 7 Years' War, Prussia in particular was in no condition to fight another war against Russia. Instead, it was suggested that Prussian and Austrian interests could best be protected if, as the price of their acquiescence in Russian actions in Poland, they could be given territorial compensation. So, by general agreement of its neighbors, the defenseless Republic was to submit to the suppression of its reformers by Russian force, and to pay for the operation by the cession of huge tracts of territory. What was worse, the Republic had to listen in silence, whilst its tormentors told the world of their generous and peaceful intentions. In the first round, the point was reached in the late 1760s, when the turmoil in Poland-Lithuania could no longer be contained. The king's proposals for limited reform had stirred up opposition on all sides. The Prussians had bombarded Polish customs posts on the Vistula, thereby ending all preparations for a modern fiscal system. The Russians had been stirring up a campaign against the alleged maltreatment of religious minorities in Poland, and had carried off the Polish bishops who protested. The Confederates of Bar, led by Casimir Pułaski, had taken the field to oppose both the king and the Russians. In 1769, the Austrians had used the uproar to seize the 13 towns of the district of Spiš. St. Petersburg would be obliged to take drastic action as soon as its Turkish war permitted. Berlin saw the chance. Prussia would not oppose Russian intervention if granted the Polish province of Royal Prussia. Austria would agree if given a slice of southern Poland. The more she wept, joked Frederick II of Maria Theresa, the more she took. Russia would take most of White Ruthenia. The first Treaty of Partition was signed in St. Petersburg on the 5th of August 1772. Legal niceties were observed throughout. The air was filled with homage to Poland's golden freedom. Then the victim was persuaded to wield the knife. The king placed a motion in favor of the partition before the Sejm. The one member to protest, Tadeusz Reitan, who lay across the threshold of the chamber to bar the king's entry, was later declared insane. The 3 treaties of secession between the Republic and each of the petitioning powers were completed on the 7th-18th of September, 1773. The one sovereign to protest was the King of Spain. "I have partaken Eucharistically of Poland's body," was Frederick's comment, "but I don't know how the Queen Empress has squared her confessor." The first petition brought several years of relative calm. Poland-Lithuania was absorbed with the labours of the National Education Commission, and in 1775 the king was given permission to form the outlines of ministerial government. All the Confederates of Bar had been deported to Siberia or had fled abroad. Pułaski had gone off to America, where he founded the U.S. cavalry. Russia, Prussia, and Austria were busy absorbing their ill-gotten gains. The century of the Enlightenment drew to its close with the spectacle of 3 enlightened despots taking concerted action to crush an enlightened reform movement. The assault on the Polish state was accompanied by much enlightened rhetoric, and the consequent rationalization of the map of Europe was widely excused. "Un Polonais," quipped Voltaire, "c'est un charmeur. 2 Polonais, une bagarre. 3 Polonais, eh bien, c'est la question polonaise." 1 Pole, a charmer. 2 Poles, a brawl. 3 Poles, the Polish question. Yet the basic problem remained. Poland-Lithuania was still a Russian captive, and the reformers were straining at the leash. If the king were to lose control, others would act for him. And as soon as they moved, the whole cycle of reform and repression would begin again. It began in 1787. Monday evening, the 29th of October, 1787, Prague. In the National Theatre of Count Nostitz in the Old City, now the Dill Theatre, Bondini's Italian Opera Company was presenting the premiere of Il Dissoluto Punito, The Rake's Reward. The performance had originally been advertised for the evening of the 14th, under the title of The Guest of Stone, when it had been intended to entertain the Princess of Tuscany on the way to her wedding in Dresden. In the event, the score of the new opera had not been completed. According to one Václav Svoboda, Wenzel Svoboda, who played the double bass in the orchestra, the composer had sat up all the Sunday night of the 28th with a small army of copyists, and the score of the overture was delivered to the theatre with the ink still wet on the page. But the players were not deterred. Cheering broke out when the composer took his bow at the front of the candlelit auditorium at 7 p.m. 2 extended forte chords in D minor brought the uproar to a halt. Then the music sped away, molto allegro, into the fast chatter of the overture's opening bars. At the end of the overture, the maestro turned to the orchestra and complimented them on their sight reading. "Bravo, bravo, meine Herren, das war ausgezeichnet." "Bravo, gentlemen, that was admirable." The libretto, as printed in advance for the court, could be bought at the box office in Italian only, 40 krona, bound in gold paper, 20 krona ordinary. The title page read, Il Dissoluto Punito, ossia il Don Giovanni, dramma giocoso in 2 atti, de representarsi nel Teatro di Praga l'anno 1787. In Praga di Schoenfeld, la poesia è dell'Abb da Ponte, poeta dei teatri imperiali di Vienna. La musica è del signor Wolfgango Mozart, maestro di cap tedesco. The cast was Giovanni, Luigi Bassi, Anna, Teresa Saporiti, Ottavio, Antonio Baglioni, Elvira, Caterina Micheli, Leporello, Felice Ponziani, Zerlina, Caterina Bondini, wife of the impresario, Commendatore, Giuseppe Lolli. Mozart's Don Giovanni, as it came to be known, was but the latest variant of a popular tale of seduction that had reached the status of a European myth. Don Juan, the burlador of Seville, had been played over 2 centuries both in Neapolitan carnival and in French fairground pantomime. It had been given literary form by Molina, Cicconini, Molière, Corneille, Goldoni, and Shadwell. It had been set to music, for ballet or stage drama, at Rome in 1669, at Paris in 1746, at Turin in 1767, at Kassel in 1770. In the decade before it reached Mozart, it had inspired at least 4 full-blown operas, by Regini at Vienna, by Albertini at Warsaw, by Foppa Guardi and Berlati Gazzaniga at Venice. Mozart's librettist, the Abbé da Ponte, had drawn heavily on his words, and the tenor who sang Ottavio in Prague had come post-haste from singing the same role to Gazzaniga's music in Venice. The basic plot was disarmingly simple. In the opening scene, Don Giovanni kills the Commendatore, the angry father of Anna, his latest amorous conquest. After numerous intrigues, he is twice confronted in the closing scenes by the dead Commendatore's statue, which cries for vengeance as the sinner is swallowed by the fires of hell. Da Ponte condensed the story into 2 matching acts, each built round the same dramatic structure. No synopsis, however, could do justice to the exquisite partnership of the score and the libretto, whose memorable moments have withstood any amount of repetition and parody. In aria number 4, Madamina, il catalogo è questo. Giovanni's servant boasts to Elvira of his master's prowess in gallantry. In Italy, 640, in Germany, 231, 100 in France, in Turkey, 91, while in Spain, already 1,003. 1003. In the delicious number 7, La ci darem la mano, the most perfect duet of seduction imaginable, Giovanni wins the unsuspecting Zerlina without a trace of violence or deceit. His strong, confident melody is picked up, played with by the soprano, until both walk off arm in arm in a rapture of sheer delight. In the melodramatic graveyard scene, Act 2, Scene 2, the players tremble as the stone guest declaims his eerie prophecy to the shattering accompaniment of trombones. By dawn you will have laughed for the last time. After the finale, when Giovanni's doom is complete, the cast is left singing the none too convincing moral in chorus to a scintillating double fugue. Questo è il fin di chi fa mal, e de perfidi la morte alla vita è sempre ugual. This is the end of the sinner's game. His life and death are just the same. For the opera's second performance, in Vienna 7 months later, Mozart and Da Ponte made a number of changes to suit a new cast and a new theatre. To accommodate some additions, they dropped Ottavio's aria, number 21-22, Il mio tesoro intanto. But the number was soon reinstated, and has remained an essential part of the standard repertoire ever since. Mozart made 2 visits to Prague in 1787, both with his wife Constanze. He was at the very peak of his career. During the first visit, in January and February, he presented his Symphony No. 38, The Prague, and later conducted a triumphant performance of Le Nozze di Figaro. The reception was so favourable that he immediately signed a contract with Bondini for a new opera to be staged at the start of the next season. On his return to Vienna, he gave some lessons to a 17-year-old pianist from Bonn called Beethoven. In May, he was grievously stricken by the death of his beloved father and troubled by the settlement of the estate. Yet not a trace of his distress can be heard either in the Divertimento, in F, or in the delectable Eine kleine Nachtmusik in G. both of which were composed that summer. Mozart's 6-week trip to Prague with Don Giovanni can be traced both from his correspondence and from the local press. He left Vienna on the 1st of October, having just received the meagre proceeds of the auction of his father's chattels at Salzburg. He travelled again with Constanze, who was 6 months pregnant. The journey of approximately 150 miles took 3 days, since the Prager Oberpostamtzeitung was already announcing his arrival on the 4th. The news has spread here that the opera newly written by our celebrated Herr Mozart, Das Steinerne Gastmahl, will be given for the first time at the National Theatre. He took rooms in the Three Lions Inn at Kohlmarkt, 20, and was joined 4 days later by his librettist Da Ponte, who stayed across the street at the Glatteis Hotel. The 13th, 14th, and 15th were taken up by the visit of the Princess of Tuscany, and by the last-minute decision to stage a German version of Le Nozze di Figaro for her benefit. Mozart at this point was despondent. "Everything dawdles along here," he wrote to a friend, "because the singers, who are lazy, refuse to rehearse on opera days, and the manager, who is anxious and timid, will not force them." The last week of the month was taken up by the sickness of various singers and by the lack of an overture. But finally the premiere took place amidst universal applause. The Oberpostamtzeitung was ecstatic. On Monday, the Italian Opera Company gave the ardently awaited opera by Maestro Mozart, Don Giovanni. Connoisseurs and musicians say that Prague has never yet heard the like. Everybody on the stage and in the orchestra strained every nerve to thank Mozart by rewarding him with a good performance. There were also heavy additional costs, caused by several choruses and changes of scenery, all of which Herr Guardosoni had brilliantly attended to. The unusually large attendance testifies to unanimous approbation. The opera was repeated on the 3rd of November for Mozart's personal benefit. The Mozarts left Prague on the 13th, but not before several prominent Praguers had written lavish compliments in the composer's scrapbook. "When Orpheus' magic lute outrings Amphion to his lyre sings, the lions tame, the rivers quiet grow, the tigers listen, rocks a-walking go. When Mozart masterly music plays and gathers undivided praise, the choir of muses stays to hear, Apollo is himself all ear." Your admirer and friend, Joseph Hrdalek. Prague, 12th of November, 1787, rector of the General Seminary. During their second trip to Prague, the Mozarts stayed much of the time with their friends, the Duscheks, in their Villa Bertramka at Smichov, where the final numbers of Don Giovanni were completed. Franz Duschek was a concert pianist, his wife, Josefa, a soprano and long-standing friend with whom Mozart felt greatly at ease. Before leaving, Mozart was recommended for the sinecure of Imperial Kammermusicus. He arrived back in Vienna to find that the annual salary offered was only 800 gulden, the previous incumbent, Gluck, having died with a salary of 2,000. As always, his prestige outstripped his finances. On the 27th of December, Constanze gave birth to their fourth child, a daughter, who lived for 6 months. Mozart was coming to the end of a golden decade. Mozart's collaboration with the Abbé da Ponte marks a milestone in Europe's musical development. Their 3 productions, Le Nozze di Figaro, Don Giovanni, and Così fan tutte, belong to opera buffa, one of the lightest and supposedly most ephemeral of genres. Yet they have survived triumphantly. Together with Mozart's German operas, Die Entführung aus dem Serail and Die Zauberflöte, they form the earliest group of compositions to establish themselves within the standard repertoire of grand opera. Indeed, within that repertoire of some 30 items, they are matched in quantity and unending popularity only by the operas of Wagner and Verdi. Da Ponte proved an ideal partner. A fugitive from his native Venice, where he had been born in the ghetto, he did not take his conversion and his holy orders too seriously. He wrote the text of Don Giovanni from the heart. In the absence of sound recording, there have been several literary attempts to recapture the extraordinary ambiance of Mozart's music-making. 60 years after Mozart's death, for example, the poet Eduard Mörike did so by means of a short novella, Mozart auf der Reise nach Prag. He recounts an imaginary encounter which the composer might well have had with the sort of cultivated people who made up his most enthusiastic audiences. Wolfgang and Constanze are travelling towards Prague through the pine-clad hills of the Bohemian forest when they spy the castle of the Counts von Schinsberg. Wolfgang is caught red-handed when he carelessly plucks a fruit from an orange tree in the castle's park, but he is rewarded with an invitation to dinner. After dinner, he sits down to play at the piano and recounts, with musical illustrations, how he composed the finale of Don Giovanni. Without more ado, he put out the candles in the two candelabra standing beside him, and that terrifying air, De rider finirai pria dell'aurora, rang through the deathly stillness of the room. From distant starry spheres the silver trumpet notes seemed to fall through the blue night, to pierce the soul with the icy tremor of doom. Qui va là? Who goes there? Give an answer, one hears Don Giovanni demand. Then the voice rings out afresh, monotonous as before, bidding the impious youth to leave the dead in peace. Nor have the Czechs forgotten the brief days when Mozart graced their country. A contemporary Czech poet uses an evening at the Villa Bertramka as a springboard for reflections on unattainable paradise. A Kadish počal hrát, a Sapanek mu paskakoval pozadech, prestali šumet I lasturi, a nastavili sva rozkošня ouška. And when he began to play, and his pigtail to dance on his back, even the seashells ceased humming and pricked up their delicate ears. Why did they not lock the door then? Why not unharness the horses from the coach? He departed so soon. The Prague which Mozart loved was reaching a peak of splendor that few European cities could rival. It was the second city of the Habsburg domains, and had recently undergone 5 or 6 decades of unparalleled architectural reconstruction. The elegant neoclassical Dill Theatre, only 4 years old, where Don Giovanni was performed, was just one of many magnificent new public buildings. The Thun Palace, now the British Embassy, where the Mozarts stayed during their first visit in 1787, was just one of a score of sumptuous aristocratic residences of recent date, including those of Colloredo-Mansfeld, Goldskinski, Clam-Gallas, Careto-Millesimo, and Lobkowitz-Schwarzenberg. The Basilica of St. Nicholas, where Mozart's Mass in C was performed in the week after his departure, was one of a dozen Baroque churches designed by the Dietzenhofers, father and son. The Carolinum housed the university complex, the Clementinum, the Jesuit church and library. Most importantly, each of the city's 4 main historic centres had recently been enclosed, embellished, and united into a harmonious whole. Hradčany, Prague's ancient castle hill on the left bank of the Vltava, containing St. Vitus Cathedral, and the Vladislavsky Sal of the Jagiellones, had been surrounded in 1753–75 by the high walls of Pakas's imposing offices. The Mala Strana, or lesser city, at the foot of the Hradčany, was adorned by a new episcopal palace. The ancient Karlov Most, or Charles Bridge, which links the city's 2 sides, had been adorned along its 660-metre length by a stunning series of religious and historical statues. The streets of the old city on the right bank, still dominated by the Tinsky Chram and the city hall, had been revitalized by much renovation. They were enlivened, as always, by the hourly spectacle of the city clock, where Christ and the Apostles led a procession brought up in the rear by Death, the Turk, the Miser, the Fool, and the Cock, and by the chimes of the Loreto Carillon. The Charter of United Prague had been granted by the Emperor Joseph II as recently as 1784. The aristocrats whose residences graced the city and whose patronage ruled its music were the principal beneficiaries of Habsburg rule. They were largely drawn from German families who had benefited from the sequestrations of the native Czech nobility in the course of the 30 Years' War. The wealth of their estates in the prosperous Bohemian countryside supported the glitter of their life in town. By Mozart's time, the majority of Czechs had been reduced to a headless peasant nation, though a number of middle-class people, like the Duscheks, lived on the margins of Czech and German society. The contrasts between rich and poor were extreme. During his first visit to Prague in 1771, when a sixth of Prague's population had died from famine, the Emperor Joseph II had been shocked. How shameful are the cases which have occurred in this year's famine. People have actually died and have taken the last sacrament in the street. In this city, where there is a rich archbishop, a large cathedral chapter, so many abbeys and 3 Jesuit palaces, there is not a single proven case where any of these took in even one of the miserable wretches who were lying in front of their doors. Joseph II had no patience for the fossilized complacency of the Catholic Church. The Jesuit order had been disbanded in the previous decade, and when he attained sole rule in 1780, he unleashed a flood of reforming decrees that threatened to undermine the most sacred pillars of the social order. Serfs were emancipated. Religious toleration was extended to Uniats, Orthodox, Protestants, and Jews. Children under 9 were forbidden to work. Civil marriage and divorce were permitted. Capital punishment was abolished. Freemasonry flourished. Wealth which derived from the secularization of ecclesiastical property was reflected in a spate of imperial and aristocratic architectural extravagance. Prague's large Jewish community was sharing in the surge of prosperity. They had put the last of numerous expulsions behind them in 1744-5, and in the 1780s were reaping the fruits of the imperial Toleranz patent. The Jewish quarter, renamed Josefov in the emperor's honor, shared in the city's extensive renovation. The medieval Old New Synagogue and the Klaus Synagogue were both rebuilt. On the Jewish town hall, one modern clock showed the time in Latin numerals, whilst another below it did so in Hebrew numerals. Prague's Jews were destined at a later date to supply the most dynamic element of Viennese Jewry. Prague's Freemasons, too, basked in the glow of imperial tolerance. They welcomed Mozart, who was a member of the Grand Lodge of Austria in Vienna, as one of their own. They represented the strong reaction that was running against the suffocating hold of the Catholic Church over all intellectual and cultural affairs. Mozart thrived in the relaxed social climate of the 1780s, which the growth of the opera buffa reflected. He struck a neutral stance towards the morals of his day, but the rake's reward is too melodramatic to be taken seriously, and the message of his next collaboration with Da Ponte, Così fan tutte, All the Women Are at It, was judged by some to be scandalously permissive. Lines about the gaping bottom of every sweet-watered vale were not open to too many interpretations. Lorenzo da Ponte himself, a converted Jew, had earned a reputation not far removed from that of his friend and fellow Venetian Giovanni Casanova di Seingal. After a lifetime of spying, lechery, and fleeing from justice, Casanova was passing his final years as librarian to the Count Waldstein at Dux Duchow in northern Bohemia. He is known to have visited his publisher in Prague on the 24th of October 1787, and it is quite likely that he stayed on for Don Giovanni's premiere. Some critics were to suggest that he was the model for the Don. Gross libertinism had always been a strong undercurrent in the 18th century, but given the official Puritanism of Catholic Austria, it was no mean step to make sexual seduction the theme of public entertainment. It offended the moral guardians of Josephine Prague no less than it offends the guardians of feminist correctness today. Don Giovanni, after all, like Casanova, was a cynical philanderer for whom women were mere objects of desire. Casanova's own words are not irrelevant. The man who loves rates the pleasure which he is sure to give the loved object more highly than the pleasure which the object can give him in fruition. Hence he is eager to satisfy her. Woman, whose great preoccupation is her own interest, cannot but rate the pleasure she will herself feel more highly than the pleasure she will give. Hence she procrastinates. One of Mozart's greatest qualities, however, was to place himself above the passions of the world around him. His scores were blithe or sublime by turns, even when he was oppressed by the most agonizing pains of ill health, poverty, and bad fortune. His music, though composed in the world, was not of it. Though he was highly travelled, having spent 20 years touring the courts of Europe, there is not the slightest trace of the politics of his day. In 1787, Europe was approaching the climacteric of its development over the previous 2 centuries. This was the year when the Republican Constitution of the USA was signed, to the horror of Europe's monarchies, and when the American dollar began to circulate. In Britain, under the ministry of the younger Pitt, worldwide imperial concerns were under discussion, with the launching both of the impeachment of Warren Hastings, the first Governor-General of British India, and of the Association for the Abolition of the Slave Trade. In Russia, the Empress Catherine had just embarked on the latest of her campaigns against the Turks, to which end, in her new province of Crimea, she entertained her ally, the Emperor Joseph, Mozart's patron. In the Netherlands, the stadtholder William V had been expelled, and his wife taken hostage by the Republican Patriot Party. As Mozart prepared to set out for Prague, the Prussian army was setting out for Holland to restore the stadtholder. The Vatican was fighting the secular tide. Pius VI had been barred from sending a nuncio to Munich, and had been refused the customary feudal homage by the King of Naples. In Florence, he was faced by a Grand Duke who had introduced Gallican rules into the Tuscan Church. In France, by the time that Don Giovanni was performed, both the Assembly of Notables and the Parlement of Paris had been convened and dismissed. The King of France had been convinced of the country's impending bankruptcy, and had resolved to summon the Estates General, initially for July 1792. Other events, of great importance for the future, took place virtually unnoticed. The first practical steamboat was demonstrated. In August, Horace Saussure made the first ascent of Mont Blanc. Man was mastering nature. With hindsight, the historian can see that Mozart's music was playing out many of the most doomed and decrepit elements of the Ancien Régime. No one knew at the time, but Joseph II was the penultimate occupant of the Holy Roman Empire. Doge Paolo Renier was the 125th in the line of 126 Doges of Venice. Bohemia's neighbor, Poland, had already entered the last decade of the last reign of its 51 sovereign kings and princes. Pope Pius VI was destined to die in a French revolutionary dungeon. In the creative arts, as always, the traditional vied with the innovative. 1787 saw Jeremy Bentham's Defense of Usury, Goethe's Iphigenia in verse, and Schiller's Don Carlos. Fragonard, David, and Goya were at their easels, alongside Reynolds, Gainsborough, Stubbs, and Romney. Mozart's musical contemporaries included Haydn, Cherubini, and C.P.E. Bach. Of course, it could be said that Don Giovanni was conceived as a brilliant, intuitive allegory of the judgment which awaited a corrupt and dissolute continent. If so, there is no such hint either in Mozart's correspondence or in the work itself. People had no awareness of impending catastrophe, least of all in France. The Marquis de Condorcet, for example, one of the most radical philosophes of the day, was certain of only one thing, that monarchy was impregnable. An intelligent young Frenchwoman with musical inclinations recorded her impressions of Paris in that same era. The musical gatherings at the Hôtel de Rochechouart were very distinguished. They were held once a week, but there were rehearsals as well. Madame Montgeroux, a famous pianist of the day, played the piano. An Italian singer from the opera sang the tenor parts. Mandini, another Italian, sang the bass. Madame de Richelieu was the prima donna. I sang the contralto, Monsieur de Duroy the baritone. The choruses were sung by other good amateurs. Viotti accompanied us on the violin. We executed the most difficult finales in this way. Everyone took the greatest pains, and Viotti was excessively severe. I doubt if there exists anywhere the ease, harmony, good manners, and absence of all pretension, which was to be found then in all the great houses of Paris. Amid all these pleasures, we were drawing near to the month of May 1789, laughing and dancing our way to the precipice. Thinking people were content to talk of abolishing all the abuses. France, they said, was about to be reborn. The word revolution was never uttered. Cap Ag. In Volume 70 of the journal Past and Present, an American historian advanced a hypothesis on agrarian class structure and economic development in pre-industrial Europe. He was questioning the established view which attributed economic change to the pressures of rising population. Starting from contrasts between England and France, he argued that the key to England's precocity and France's retardation lay in their different class structures. Whereas the landlord class in England had created a flourishing system of agrarian capitalism, the most complete freedom and property rights for the rural population in France meant poverty and a self-perpetuating cycle of backwardness. An elaborate historian's debate raged in the journal's next 17 issues. Volume 78 carried a symposium on Population and Class Relations in Feudal Society, a second joint critique of the hypothesis and an exposition of peasant organization and class in East and West Germany. Volume 79 carried two still more hostile pieces, one lamenting the confused view of manorial development, and another, from the star of French rural history, which pummeled the Brenner thesis with a comprehensive 18-point reply. Volume 85 extended the debate to pre-industrial Bohemia. At last, in Volume 97, Professor Brenner's long-awaited rejoinder stretched matters still further by expounding his views on the agrarian roots of European capitalism. Debates of this sort are the chosen method for historical specialists to bridge the gaps in existing knowledge. They appear to have two weaknesses. They use tiny samples to make huge generalizations, and they are shamelessly inconclusive. If engineers were to approach their subject in the same spirit, no river would ever be bridged. A solution of sorts, however, was to hand. In the same year that the Brenner debate was launched, another American scholar took the same subject of capitalist agriculture and used it to explain the origins of a world economy. By applying the techniques of systems theory, Immanuel Wallerstein was able to locate a core of the European economy in the West and a dependent periphery in the East. In his view, the core region, which consisted of England, the Netherlands, northern France, and western Germany, had possessed only a slight edge in the 15th century. But they were able to exploit their advantage through favorable trading relations and to set up the conditions which transformed the feudal nobilities of Eastern Europe into a capitalist landowning class. They also projected their growing economic power into the New World. As a result, they created the familiar framework where coercive cash crop capitalism took hold both of colonial and of East European agriculture. Whilst the core countries flourished, the serfs of Prussia, Bohemia, Poland, and Hungary were reduced to the status of plantation blacks. Once established, the system could only magnify its imbalances. The slight edge of the 15th century became the great disparity of the 17th and the monumental difference of the 19th. The hypothesis soon came under fire from the specialists, not least from Brenner. Wallerstein was accused of oversimplification, of overemphasis on trade, even of neo-Smithianism. It turns out that the Polish model, which was central to his argument, did not hold good even for the whole of Poland and was largely invented. The Hungarian beef trade, it seems, was not run by nobles or capitalist middlemen, but by free wage-earning peasants. The Russian and the Ottoman elements in European trade had been ignored. Instead, a micro-theory, which could not sustain generalizations, here was a macro-theory, which could not bear the specifics. In the end, the most interesting aspect of Wallerstein's work was the light which it shed on the relations of Eastern and Western Europe. Though the postulate of a core and a dependent periphery had not been proved, the interdependence of all parts of Europe had been amply demonstrated. Schlachter. According to an inventory of 1739, Stanisław Lubomirski had inherited a latifundium of 1,071 landed estates. They stretched right across the 9 southern palatinates of Poland, from the family seat at Wisnicz near Krakow to Tetiev near Kiev in Ukraine, and were worked by close to 1 million serfs. Grand Marshal of the Crown from 1766, Lubomirski could have laid claim to be Europe's largest private landowner. Allied by marriage and politics to the related clans of the Czartoryski, Poniatowski, and Zamoyski, he certainly belonged to the most powerful circle of magnates in the land. Each of them possessed vast estates, a private army, and an income larger than the king's. They stood at the pinnacle of a social system whose noble estate, the Schlachter, was the most numerous in Europe. The magnates, however, were highly untypical of the nobility as a whole. By the mid-18th century, an absolute majority of Polish nobles had become landless. They survived by renting properties, by serving the magnates, or even by working the land like peasants. Yet no amount of economic degradation could deprive them of what they prized most: their noble blood, their herb, or coat of arms, their legal status, and their right to bequeath it to their children. Poland's drobna szlachta, or petty nobility, was absolutely inimitable. In certain provinces, such as Mazovia, they made up a quarter of the population. In some districts, where they built walled villages to separate themselves from the peasantry, the zaszczanki, or nobles behind the wall, constituted the whole population. They preserved their way of life with fierce determination, addressing each other as pan, or pani, lord and lady, and the peasants as ty, thou. They regarded all nobles as brothers, and everyone else as inferiors. They reserved the severest penalties for anyone falsely masquerading as a noble, and jealously guarded the procedures of ennoblement. They engaged in no trade, except for soldiering and land management. They always rode into town, if only on a nag, and they wore carmine capes and weapons, if only symbolic wooden swords. Their houses may have been hovels, but they had to have a porch on which to display the family shield. Above all, they insisted that Prince Lubomirski and his like were their equals. The most prominent feature of the szlachta, therefore, was the tremendous contrast between their economic stratification and their legal, cultural, and political solidarity. Unlike their counterparts elsewhere in Europe, they admitted no native titles. There were no Polish barons, marquises, or counts. The most they would do was to confirm the personal titles which some of their number had gained in Lithuania before the Union of 1569, or which, like the Lubomirskis, had been granted by Pope or Emperor. In legal terms, Poland's noble estate came to an end when the laws governing its status were abolished by the partitions. Some, like the Lubomirskis, managed to confirm their nobility in Austria or in Prussia. A few did so in Russia, though 80% of them there lost their status, forming a déclassé reservoir of anti-Russian discontent that raged throughout the 19th century. In 1921, when the Polish Republic was restored, a democratic Polish Sejm formally confirmed the abolition of noble privilege. Yet the szlachta's consciousness of their special identity survived all manner of catastrophes. As late as the 1950s, sociologists found collective farmers in Mazovia who shunned their peasant neighbors, dressed differently, spoke differently, and observed complex betrothal customs to prevent intermarriage. In 1990, when Poland's communist regime collapsed, there were still young Poles who would wear a signet ring with a coat of arms, just to show who they were. By then, everyone in Poland addressed each other as pan and pani. The noble culture had become a major ingredient of the culture of the whole nation. Nobility played a central part in social and political life all over early modern Europe. But the only place where the Polish model was matched, even in part, was in Spain, where the grandees and hidalgos of the West resembled the magnates and petty gentry of the East. Pugachev. Since peasants formed by far the largest